Deep in the cave, a faint golden glow flickers out, followed by panicked screams announcing the leader's death, then manic laughter claiming his weapon as the new prize. Deeper inside, three pale, long-eared goblins stand over the dead boss while a low-ranked brute raises a wooden club, bragging as the new chief until another snaps. Ling Ting, what nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, it lunges at the club holder, redate and roaring that it's the real new boss. It chomps down on the rival's long nose, growling die already, while the victim can only wheeze in pain. The fight quickly turns one-sided, the Clugeye pinned down as lesser goblins circle, cheering and ready to tear into each other without leadership. One goblin licks its gray tongue and greedily suggests they grab the leftover prey from the dead leader. The other hesitates, muttering that the overseer is still around. They freeze at a strange sound, whispering that he's about to return. Right on cue, an unusual goblin foot steps into view, clearly not one of the low-level riffraff. A hooded goblin with visible hair and a luscious vibe strolls calmly through the crowd as others mutter that he's the prey keeper who hides like a human and surely wants the prize for himself. From the shadows, red eyes flare and angry voices urge a charge to reclaim the prey, but hooded goblin keeps walking cool as ever. Two nearby goblins move to follow, but one cautions to wait. Those who chased the prey earlier weren't pushovers, so let them fight first. The hooded goblin's sharp ears twitch, sensing trouble, and he thinks, well, this is bad. Behind him, two low-level goblins linger, then a woman's scream echoes through the cave. Don't touch me! Hearing that, hooded goblin dashes toward the sound as her desperate cries grow louder. He quickly locks onto the source, eyes fixed on a cave alcove ahead. As her plea rings out again, he arrives to see two low-level goblins assaulting the lower half of a girl and shouts, "Stop!" One goblin turns mid-act with a startled huh. The girl, eyes wide and brimming with tears, looks desperately at hooded goblin. Not two but four goblins crowd her, tearing at her clothes and taking turns while she lies nearly bare and trembling, begging hooded goblin to save her, with old skeletons of past victims scattered nearby. Seeing this, hooded goblin halts, glares at them with heaving breath, and orders them to let her go. The biggest goblin steps up and snarls that the leader is dead, and the prey is theirs now, as the stripped girl is pinned to the ground and grim skeletal remains hint at the cave's gruesome history. The short, fat goblin lowers his head, long nose nearly to his chin, and draws a threat about daring to steal his prey. Before finishing, he goes berserk and charges, screaming bite him to death, with the other three rushing in. Chaos erupts as all four pounce while hooded goblin freezes for a split second. Claws and teeth slam into him, knocking him back, and he curses these damn goblins in his head. His gaze darkens, bloodred as chaotic thoughts surge. In front of him are hideous creatures lunging with gaping jaws and snapping at his limbs. Hooded goblin roars that he can't die here. Yanjiang must live on. His survival instinct crushes fear and forces him to face them. After a brief pause, the atmosphere shifts so sharply that two goblins freeze, eyes and mouths wide. One goblin drops dead, throat slit by his blade, and the rest instantly hesitate. His hood slips to reveal almost human hair, long a reason for bullying, but now, for the first time since the leader's death, he fights back, blade leveled as he warns, leave or die. Fear spreads among the goblins at the sight of the weapon, for in this cave, the armed rule absolutely. They scatter in panic, shouting that he has a weapon, yet still toss back a shaky just you wait. Once they're gone, the unusual goblin finally exhales heavily. His small body collapses from exhaustion as the tattered girl supports him, thanking him for saving her again and saying he's nothing like a goblin, so please don't die. Still panting, he murmurs inwardly, not like a goblin. A strange interface suddenly appears before him, reading system initializing, and he reflects that he was once human. The aberrant hooded goblin is the protagonist. His real name is Lin Tian. From his past life before transmigrating here, and though he has a system, it's still sluggishly activating. Aside from viewing stats, the system offers little help, and Lin Tian realizes he's so weak he could be wiped out even among goblins. The status panel shows Lin Tian race goblin, blessed by the divine, level 5, no class, life 20/20, energy 5, defense 5, racial skills gene and devour growth, equipped with a crude stone dagger, total combat power 30. His thoughts spiral as he notes there are other paths to power, none pleasant. His eyes drift to the short-haired girl clutching her stomach nearby. He recalls that goblins grow stronger through reproduction but lack females, forcing them to target other species, hence the constant hunting, yet his human memories make this method hard to stomach. Sitting on a jagged rock, Lin Tian hesitates in silence while the ragged girl watches him confused. Blushing slightly, she says he's different from the others and doesn't belong with those goblins, hope flickering in her eyes. Lin Tian lowers his head way down, offering no reply. She assures him that when the knights arrive, she'll testify for him so he can return to the village, sparking hope that if he survives under human protection, he might yet activate the system. Suddenly, heavy thuds echo against the cave walls, making them both jump. Tilting his head, Lin Tian tenses, guessing the goblins are back. He quickly tells her to hide first, and she nods and retreats. A gray-green foot steps and he raises his dagger while she hides behind a rock, peeking out. The goblin spots her and goes feral, drooling and raving about mating with a human to grow stronger and avoid being killed. Lin Tian locks onto it, body taut, as the creature keeps shrieking human. Before it gets far, his blade slices its throat and it collapses wide-eyed. As the corpse falls, clearer footsteps echo outside. He tells her it might be human rescuers, and she gasps in surprise. Joy erupts as she runs toward the cave entrance, certain the Holy Order has arrived. Lin Tian follows, but after a few minutes, he abruptly stops. Before him stands an overwhelming sight, a white-armored knight who has wiped out every goblin in the cave with a single sweep. The sheer display leaves him frozen in shock. The tall knight in a blue cloak radiates crushing pressure, grumbling about filthy goblins tearing the Holy Order's garments as Lin Tian's system displays his stats. The panel reads Loam level 25, sword of 2200, energy 30/30, defense 50, skill sword Q/sword dance, purifying blade, heaven revolving sword equipped with judgment sword and platinum armor, total combat power 400. Lin Tian falls silent at the absurd gap in strength, wondering if this overwhelming being is truly human. The girl runs to him joyfully, calling Commander, we're here, but the Holy Order's leader shows no warmth while Lin Tian watches from behind, arms crossed and mind racing. Watching the Commander effortlessly wipe out the goblins leaves Lin Tian wide-eyed and stunned, but then he sees the Commander raise his sword at the girl, ready to strike. Realizing something's wrong, Lin Tian blurts not right, and lunges to shield her. They roll aside, barely dodging the deadly slash. He yells careful, and lands over her protectively, glaring at the Commander in anger and confusion, wondering why a rescuer would attack. That doubt dies as the Commander approaches wrapped in blue energy, sneering coldly that dodging a goblin's blow is disgraceful. Struggling up, the tearful girl cries, Commander, it's me, kill ya! Though he clearly recognized her already. He replies flatly that he knows, but she's been defiled by goblins and may even carry their blood. Looming over her, he declares that someone so lowly dares seek forgiveness and orders her to repent before the Holy Mother. Desperate, Kilia clutches his cloak, sobbing that she wasn't defiled, and points to Lin Tian. She urgently insists it was this goblin who protected her. The Commander turns his gaze on Lin Tian, yet dismisses her claim as a lie and raises his sword again, condemning her to die with the lowlifes. Lin Tian bitterly thinks escaping goblins wasn't the end, then braces himself. He shoves Kilia aside and shouts for her to run toward the exit. Grabbing a wooden club, he charges despite the obvious power gap, frustration boiling as he clashes head-on with the Commander. Just before impact, a beam of light shoots in from the cave entrance, freezing Lin Tian mid-step. A female voice calls out, wait, Lord. The light forms a binding energy around Lin Tian, locking him in place, even making Lord pause. A radiant blonde girl appears holding a glowing orb exuding saintess-like purity. Knights line behind her, declaring this goblin is unusual. Seeing her, Kilia drops to her knees begging the saintess for salvation while Lin Tian, immobilized, can only watch. Kilia crawls forward pleading again, and before everyone's eyes, the saintess bends down to lift her up. After Lord helps Kilia up, the saintess turns to ask Goblin, do you understand me? Bound in light, Lin Tian looks up, realizing this is likely his only ticket out. Hope on his face, he answers immediately that he can. Still gripping the club, he claims he was once human from another world and can explain everything once they return. Neither Saintess nor Lord believe him, seeing only a smarter, loadier goblin, perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother. The Saintess gently asks Kilia if he harmed her, and she firmly insists he protected and fed her. Pleased, the Saintess decides to take this special goblin back for study before judgment, delighting Kilia while Lord silently prepares to leave. The Saintess then softly asks Lin Tian if he agrees. Seizing the rare chance, he quickly agrees, relieved to escape and hoping to prove himself later. Without delay, the Saintess lightly waves her hand. The binding energy dissolves and Lin Tian looks up as freedom returns. With the situation seemingly settled, the Saintess leads, saying it's time to head back. Walking behind, Lin Tian moves closer, thanking her and promising repayment only to trail off. Her expression turns cold as she replies, of course. Behind them, Lord suddenly thrusts his sword clean through Kilia, the sound dull and final. Sensing something wrong, Lin Tian freezes mid-step. He turns to see Kilia released, her body collapsing. Before his eyes, her life extinguishes instantly. It happens so fast, shattering the escape he thought they'd found. His former companion now lies in spreading blood on the cold ground. Lin Tian stands numb and sweating, body rigid. The Saintess turns back, voice gentle yet ominous, saying he can repay her well once they return. Trapped with no clear options, time skips forward 1 week. In the town of Silvering Sanctuary, crowds fill the square as Lord and the Saintess address them, announcing the recent raid severely damaged Brightlight Town. With a stern face, Lord declares that goblins brutally slaughtered 30 townsfolk. The crowd erupts in fury, chanting that damn goblins must repay blood with blood, seeing them as pure evil with no exceptions. Lord silences them, points to portraits of the victims, pausing at Kilia's face, and righteously claims the Holy Order avenged them all. The Saintess steps forward, arms spread as if granting divine grace. She proclaims the Holy Temple will always protect loyal believers, and the crowd roars praise, worshipping her as a sacred guardian. Inside a scripture-lined chamber sits an ornate desk at the center. A holy manuscript lies open as she scans it, tired yet pleased that today's sermon easily swayed the masses again. In thin attire, she lounges back, swirling a vial of red liquid and murmuring that their faith and offerings will only deepen. Lin Tian appears gagged and exhausted, struggling to call the Saintess by name Everly. Hearing him, she glances at his suspended figure. Under the light, his body is riddled with wounds, skull punctured, one eye gone. Blood-soaked and miserable, he roars weakly in hatred, bound and hung like a lab specimen. Across from him, Everly crosses her legs, observing him as if savoring entertainment. Behind her beauty lies cruelty as she remarks in surprise that he's still alive. No wonder goblins persist on the continent. Unsatisfied, she casually suggests trying poison next to see his reaction. Helplessly hanging, Lin Tian burns with rage, accusing her of deceiving everyone and murdering Kilia. He bellows in anguish, asking if this is their so-called justice and holy legion. Before he finishes, a wooden rod is shoved down his throat, blood spilling instantly. Everly presses it in coldly, mocking a low creature daring to question humans, declaring Kilia's death her final act of loyalty after being bewitched. Her aura darkens as power gathers in her hand. She calls goblins mere vermin and says listening to him was already mercy. Raising her hand, swirling light surges toward the slumped Lin Tian as she tells him to be grateful his vile body serves human experiments. Spiritual radiance concentrates in Everly's palm, swelling violently at that very moment. Golden energy bands form a sealed magic circle behind Lin Tian, locking him in place as searing heat scorches every inch of him, leaving only screams. His remaining eyelid trembles half shut, life fading once more, yet resentment keeps him from letting go. His mind drifts back in regret once reborn, now reduced to a lowly goblin who foolishly still believed humans stood for justice. His naivety and weakness led here taken to the human village. Lord and Everly tortured him relentlessly, ignoring all his pleas. Barely surviving long, he became her plaything until death claimed him. In the depths of consciousness, he longs for another chance and swears that if reborn, he'll never trust humans again as hatred drags him into endless darkness. Just as all seems over, Lin Tian's eyes snap fully open. He finds himself floating in a strange void, wondering if he's truly dead. A screen appears. Goblin life simulation system activated. Evaluation complete. Because of death stupidity, you forgot you are a goblin. Humans neither trust nor pity goblins. You died after a week of torture, the most tragic outcome among the unborn. Restart and begin new life. Stunned, Lin Tian realizes his system only activates after death. His gaze sharpens so he can live again, but it'd still be a lowly goblin. As he deliberates, the system adds choosing no means total soul erasure. Choosing yes keeps memories and rewinds him to the goblin cave 1 week earlier. He falls silent, absorbing every word. Then a dark smile appears. This is his chance, knowing the future. He'll reclaim everything from Lord and Everly. His eyes glow red with excitement as his hand decisively presses the system's button. In an instant, blue energy engulfs his small floating goblin body as the system announces his return has been selected. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, the red glow blazing brighter with revenge practically screaming from his stare. In the next instant, the system teleported Lin Tian out of the virtual space, returned him to the goblin cave, activated the goblin's second life cycle for better survival, and tossed in a small buff as a bonus. Lin Tian exhaled sharply, clenched his fist, and slowly felt the changes spreading through his body. Now fully revived as a goblin, Lin Tian felt more agile and alive, glanced at his odd little claws, and muttered that a tiny boost was still better than nothing. The system warned that although revived, danger remained as the human holy order approached, and another death meant no comeback, making Lin Tian realize things were seriously close. Pressed for time, Lin Tian immediately demanded, "System, what can you actually do right now?" The system unveiled a goblin life simulation, explaining he could replay his life to predict future outcomes, each choice leading to different endings, with a 24-hour cooldown and reward points after each run. Hearing this, Lin Tian grinned in excitement, realizing simulation meant sneaking a peek at the future. Without hesitation, he ordered it to start, firmly raising his hand to activate the system panel. The simulation displayed a scenario: escape the goblin cave, which had been discovered by Holy Knight Lorder, and choose a path to survive. Option 1, alert the goblins and fight Lorder's group for 10 points. Option 2, ditch them and run for 5 points. Option 3, hide and pray for luck for 0 points, and Lin Tian studied all three carefully since this choice was life or death. Stroking his chin, Lin Tian concluded that even all goblins together couldn't beat Lorder, so fleeing was safest, yet he decided to test the highest point option for potential weapon rewards. He selected option 1, and a second later the result popped up bluntly: you died. The system explained he led the goblins into a suicidal clash with Lorder's Holy Knights, was crushed by overwhelming power, misjudged goblin strength, earned 10 points anyway, totaling 10. Unfazed, Lin Tian kept calculating, knowing the goblins were hopeless, but at least the points were secured. A new idea sparked, and Lin Tian declared loudly, "Open the item exchange shop." Instantly, countless high-value items shimmered around Lin Tian's goblin body, flashing temptingly before his eyes. Dazzled by the arsenal, Lin Tian scanned it eagerly but sighed that his points were painfully few. After browsing, he found he could only afford an elven dagger for 10 points, a slim, sharp little beauty boosting 10 speed and 15 energy. Once purchased, the dagger appeared in Lin Tian's hand, a pale green aura boosting his speed and energy, and he noted that while goblin gear was trash, a good stab could still finish the job. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Tian asked the system where Kelia had gone. The system explained that due to his rebirth altering the timeline, Kelia had never been captured, and was still living safely in the village. Hearing this, Lin Tian stood still, relieved that the girl was safe. He lowered his head, his face a mix of complicated emotions for the unfortunate child. With a lighter heart, Lin Tian murmured that he had kept his promise to Kelia, and now he had no more hesitations. In goblin form, Lin Tian dashed toward the cave exit, determined to seize his chance to escape, calculating that the narrow path meant weak guards. Outside, 2 Holy Order soldiers stood guard, one disgusted by the goblins while the other shrugged that their job was easy enough. Near the exit, Lin Tian crept closer, quickly confirming there were guards outside. Edging toward the light with dagger ready, Lin Tian overheard one bored soldier belittle the tiny cave and remind the other of Lord's order to kill any girl escaping to keep secrets buried. Hiding inside, Lin Tian gripped his dagger, thinking how ruthless the Holy Order was, sparing not even their own kind, let alone a goblin like him. At that moment, Lin Tian forced himself to take a risk and gamble on a bold move. Mimicking a young girl's voice, he cried out for help, claiming to be a bright town Shanli captured by goblins. The 2 soldiers froze at the cry, one surprised it was real, the other excited at the thought of earning a reward from Lord. One soldier concealed a dagger behind his back and cautiously approached the cave entrance. Crouching low with fake kindness, he coaxed inside, claiming to be a knight there to rescue her. Before the soldier could finish speaking, Lin Tian struck first, his blade stabbing cleanly as the man gasped, "Goblin!" Now steadier and fiercer, Lin Tian held his dagger with deadly poise, red eyes blazing as he declared in his mind that the goblin's revenge on humanity had begun. After killing one guard, the corpse staggered forward, drawing the other's attention. The remaining soldier approached with his sword, grumbling at his slow teammate. Seeing the fool still clueless, Lin Tian flashed a fleeting smile. He shoved the fresh corpse toward the second soldier, who panicked in confusion. With a sharp swing, Lin Tian flung the body aside. Like a gust of wind, he lunged forward, red eyes burning as his dagger slashed down, leaving the stunned soldier barely able to croak "Goblin." A long, deep gash tore across the man's body, making him scream in agony. Losing strength, he fell flat onto his back with a heavy thud. Gravely wounded but alive, he crawled back in shock, stammering that the goblin could actually speak human language. His arrogance vanished as he dropped to his knees, desperately begging Lin Tian for mercy. He pulled out a watch bearing his wife and daughter's picture, pale-faced, pleading that his family was waiting for him. Sensing hesitation, he pressed on, claiming he was forced by the Holy Order and only followed orders. Lin Tian stood silent, his lingering humanity wavering, while the soldier tempted him with gold and women, secretly gripping a hidden dagger behind his back. Thinking he saw an opening, the soldier suddenly lunged with a knife, shouting, "Idiot, die!" blood splattered but from the soldier's own throat, as he fell in disbelief. The second guard collapsed, outmatched by Lin Tian's swift goblin strike, which ended with a clean spin and a spray of blood. The family watched and the soldier's dagger clattered to the ground at Lin Tian's feet. After finishing the two Holy Order guards, Lin Tian stood quietly in the drifting dust, his expression darkening. Soon shouts and clashing weapons echo from the forest path, snapping Lin Tian's attention back. From the distant noise, Lin Tian guessed Lorder and his men had arrived, his face tightening in irritation. Without delay, he grabbed one corpse by the back collar. He quickly stripped off the uniform and slipped away in another direction under the fading dusk. Only after Lin Tian had gone did Commander Lorder and Saintess Aveli arrive, and Lorder immediately knelt to inspect the bodies. Noticing the blood was still fresh, Lorder muttered darkly, wondering if a goblin had actually escaped. Evilly crossed her arms, coolly noting that a goblin capable of killing two men was likely a second-tier mutant, clearly aware of evolved types like Lin Tian. Lorder pondered and agreed, frowning that letting it escape was a bad omen. He then kicked a corpse aside, sneering that even a mutant goblin was too much for such useless subordinates. Beside him, Ivali cupped her cheeks with eerie fascination, murmuring that a mutant goblin sounded delightfully interesting. Twisted thoughts brewed in her mind if she caught it, she certainly wouldn't let it off easily. As the sun set, darkness swallowed the forest beneath towering trees. Elsewhere, Lin Tian, now in a guard's uniform, felt his energy and points increase after the kills, his form slightly more human-like as he lay back clutching his dagger and sighed in relief. Munching on a mysteriously acquired apple, Lin Tian schemed that if humans despise goblins, he would answer with goblin methods growing stronger through reproduction and absorption to expand his power. Covering half his face, he brooded over Lorder and Evelyn, vowing this life would leave his enemies haunted and paying in full. Suddenly, rustling sounds stirred from a nearby bush. Alert, Lin Tian pulled up his hood and eyed the source, wondering if Lorder's men were still hunting him. A cloaked figure emerged from the bushes, prompting Lin Tian to sharpen his focus. Choosing to strike first, he dashed forward dagger in hand, causing the stranger to panic and shout in alarm. In her fright, the figure tripped over a stone and fell flat. As the cloak slipped, it revealed a girl with the distinct green skin of a goblin. Startled by her resemblance to himself, Lin Tian blurted out in shock that a goblin could actually speak fluently. The goblin girl lay sprawled on her back, legs awkwardly raised skyward. Realizing she wasn't human, Lin Tian's guard lowered slightly with a soft exhale. Yet he was stunned again upon clearly seeing she was a female goblin. Her appearance baffled him. This was his first time seeing a clearly gendered goblin, contradicting the belief that their race reproduced only through other species. The goblin girl quickly sat up, trembling as she begged Lin Tian not to hurt her, saying she only came to fetch water. Lin Tian stared intently, questioning how this goblin could speak so perfectly. The system interface displayed her data: small goblin, level 3, race goblin, class divine messenger, title female goblin, pure soul, blessed energy 2, defense 1, skills gene Divar and wild growth, with a note that male and female goblins uniting could evolve into a legendary form, leaving Lin Tian shaken by the possibility of reaching an entirely new level. Lin Tian stepped closer, eyes fixed on her, hand stroking his chin as he weighed his options. Pressed by his approach, the girl shrank in fear and hurriedly explained she was sent to fetch water by the chieftain or be beaten to death, prompting Lin Tian to gently apologize for scaring her. He softly placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her, and she curled beside him like a fragile creature finding shelter. Realizing he meant no harm, she edged nearer as Lin Tian warned in a low voice that Lorder's men might come if she made noise. What she asked if he could really speak, and Lin Tian confirmed, privately guessing she rarely interacted since normal goblins couldn't talk fluently. When Lin Tian stood to leave, she grabbed his hem and shyly suggested he come to her tribe, saying other goblins only abused her but he was kind. Trust had clearly formed, while Lin Tian looked slightly awkward under her hopeful gaze. Suddenly alert, he gripped her shoulders and urgently asked if a goblin tribe was truly nearby, calculating that he needed a safe base from Lorder's pursuit. Since arriving in this world, it was her first close contact with a male goblin. Feeling his large hand on her shoulder, her cheeks flushed as she nervously offered to guide him. A calculating look surfaced on Lin Tian's face as he decided in a low tone to have her take him to the tribe. The scene shifted to her tribe at night, dim lights flickering from scattered huts. As they arrived, unfamiliar scent drew goblins out of their huts to investigate. Soon a crowd formed, spears raised as they surrounded Lin Tian, mocking his human clothes and calling him a freak, while the girl hid behind him. Lin Tian's expression hardened as he silently assessed the sizable number of goblins enough to start a plan. Standing among the low-level goblins, he declared he came to join and demanded to see their leader. The goblins sneered that outsiders couldn't just meet the boss, deciding to seize him first and bring him in. Seeing Lin Tian about to be restrained, the goblin girl mustered courage and shouted that he wasn't bad, telling them not to touch him. She then spread her arms to shield him. The commotion drew the tribe leader's attention, his booming voice demanding to know why they were gathered as he appeared before Lin Tian. The leader stood out with a staff adorned with skulls, bones, and massive claws, yet Lin Tian remained calm and unreadable. Before Lin Tian stood a gigantic goblin unlike the rest's huge body, wide ears, long nose with bizarre nostrils as the system displayed large goblin, level 25 while it roared, demanding who caused the noise. Lin Tian's eyes sharpened with caution, realizing this tribe was far stronger than expected, harboring a level 25 powerhouse. The skull staff leader pointed at Lin Tian and questioned the goblin girl, who nervously admitted bringing him because he had nowhere else to go, while low-level goblins waited hungrily for orders. Hearing this, the leader let out a pleased laugh, red eyes glowing and foul breath huffing out. He raised his staff and ordered them to kill and eat Lin Tian, sending the mob into a frenzy as one knocked the girl aside and others lunged forward chanting about fresh meat. Amid the chaos, Lin Tian swiftly drew his dagger, the only weapon he had, and held it ready. Locking eyes with the leader, he firmly shouted for them to wait, claiming he could forge weapons and make the tribe stronger if allowed to join. At the word forge, the leader signaled his underlings to halt. The level 25 goblin approached slowly while Lin Tian stayed on guard, knowing one wrong move meant death. The leader leaned close, sniffed him, and declared he carried no scent of lies, then demanded to know what weapons he could make, clearly half convinced. Without hesitation, Lin Tian explained he could craft basic iron gear if given ore, and with time create even stronger weapons, privately noting that higher-level goblins seemed smarter. As the tribe's attention fixated on the dagger, Lin Tian pressed on, promising iron weapons would give them an edge against beasts and humans alike. Greed lit up their faces as they fantasized about iron gear crushing humans and conquering others, shouting wildly about meat and conquest, while the leader reached out and grabbed Lin Tian. The leader's tone softened as he granted Lin Tian 3 days to find iron ore and forge iron gear or die. Pointing a sharp finger at the goblin girl, he warned she would die too if Lin Tian failed, then burst into laughter. Cackling, he returned to his hut with his followers trailing behind, some even scratching themselves idly. Once calm returned, Lin Tian helped the girl up and comforted her, inwardly noting the leader's cruelty and resolving to stall for time since direct confrontation was suicide. The next day, the goblins searched for iron ore until nightfall under a chilling full moon in the eerie forest. Lin Tian led the group, but after a full day of marching, everyone was exhausted. The weaker goblin girl lagged behind, sweating and gasping as she begged them to wait since she had no strength left. Instead of answering, a green foot suddenly kicked her hard. The goblins showed no mercy, stomping her while threatening to beat her to death if she failed to find iron ore. Curled on the ground, she endured the blows and pleaded through tears as others joined in, laughing cruelly. Suddenly, a stone flew in and struck the head of the attacking goblin. Clutching its head angrily, the goblin glared at Lin Tian as the others stopped, and Lin Tian sternly reminded them they were here to find ore, not cause trouble. His voice turned cold as he ordered them to search the valley ahead for iron ore if they wanted to live. Drawing his dagger, he swept a chilling gaze over them and warned that otherwise they would all die. At the word die, the ugly goblins immediately trembled. They scattered to search for ore, shouting about his iron weapon, and vowing that once ore was found, the boss would deal with him, while the battered girl sighed in relief. Lin Tian's fierce look faded as he reflected that they were right. Even if he forged iron, death might still await him. Sheathing his dagger, he glanced at the tearful goblin girl as the system notified him that if a male and female goblin united, the male could evolve into the legendary goblin god, leaving Lin Tian torn between his human values and the harsh truth that in this world, survival meant growing stronger through reproduction. The goblin girl sobs miserably on the ground until Lin Tian finally says, "Hey, stop crying." He steps closer and crouches in front of her. Gulping courage, Lin Tian gently wipes her tears and offers a deal: follow him for protection, food, and warmth. No more bullying. She blushes, stunned really. Sensing doubt, Lin Tian firmly says he keeps promises but needs her help to grow stronger. Raised among rude goblins, she clings to his promise and asks innocently how to get stronger. Lin Tian cuts to the chase: have his children and hell power up. She blushes hard, half understanding, shyly doubting since she's never done that. Embarrassed himself, Lin Tian mumbles that her agreement is enough. Before finishing, he suddenly moves in, catching her off guard. The distance vanishes as they awkwardly but urgently entangle. The air heats up. Lin Tian presses her down, fingers interlocked. She fully accepts, breath rag urging him to grow stronger and offering herself. A strange sensation hits her as the system announces 7 children total, max evolution reached. Her body reacts intensely while the system adds limited talent cap stats: attack 9, life 100, defense 10. After a long while, Lin Tian collapses, drenched in sweat and exhausted. The system updates. Lin Tian jumps from level 7 to under 17, becoming a mid-tier goblin with boosted stats and titles. Power surges through him, his body toughens, instincts sharpen, and he now feels ready to challenge a goblin shaman. When it's over, Lin Tian picks up a cloak. He covers her and promises lifelong protection. She weakly praises him, and the mood turns oddly intimate. The quiet shatters as a goblin miner sprints back screaming for help, startling Lin Tian and the girl. Clutching ore, the goblin shrieks about a wolf chasing him, a glowing purple, redayed beast clearly not normal. Lin Tian spots the ore and realizes the little guy actually found iron. Of course, it came bundled with trouble. Dropping hesitation, Lin Tian draws his dagger and calmly tells the girl to wait. She nods, worried. The wolf closes in fast, jaws nearly snapping the fleeing goblin, who glances back in terror. Lin Tian charges, leaps and strikes midair. His blade slices deep into the wolf's neck, snapping its head back in pained shock. The goblin freezes, still hugging the ore, brain lagging behind reality. One hit giant wolf down. Lin Tian stands coolly while the goblin is stunned stiff. Lin Tian turns to him, now exuding boss energy, and simply says, "Nice work, hand over the ore." No resistance, he hurriedly offers it up with both hands. Inspecting it, Lin Tian approves and orders more mining, promising weapons. The goblin nods like a bobblehead. Next morning, white smoke rises deep in the forest. Watching the forging, Lin Tian nods. Goblins gather, gossiping skeptically, then stab. The finished spear proves itself by piercing a wolf's skull. Argument over. The display convinces the low-level goblins. Lin Tian declares it a weapon forged from iron. A witness goblin hypes him up, claiming he killed a demon wolf. The crowd erupts, praising the iron spear. Cheers echo everywhere. Goblins love shiny lethal upgrades. Raising the spear, Lin Tian asks if they want it. The crowd roars yes, with greedy enthusiasm. From afar, the boss goblin notices the loyalty shift and senses his throne is under threat. A loud boom, his staff slams down, snapping everyone's attention back. The boss eyes gleam dangerously as he smiles at Lin Tian, admitting he can forge iron, though the air turns icy. The tribe falls silent while the leader calculates his next move. Smirking, he sets a trap: stay if you want, but craft 50 weapons in 2 days. He leaves, grinding his teeth. Goblins sense tension. One mutters his acting human, while a grateful goblin offers Lin Tian help. Lin Tian stays quiet, watching the leader leave with a faint, knowing smile. Time flies, and by the deadline, a full basket of weapons is ready. Lin Tian presents them. The goblins cheer Lin Tian wildly while the leader is visibly overshadowed. The leader meant to sabotage him, but now must swallow his pride and admit he delivered. Raising his staff, he announces a meat feast to welcome Lin Tian. The tribe celebrates, but Lin Tian remains unreadable. The goblins hurry off to gather firewood. A wild boar is roasted, its golden meat smelling irresistible. Gabu shyly brings Lin Tian a portion. Saying the shaman agreed to keep him, he coolly takes a bite. Suddenly his face changes, eyes wide, pupils shrink. Veins bulge as pain crushes him, he gasps, collapses, seemingly poisoned. Gabu panics, supporting him and asking what's wrong. Right then, a goblin figure steps out laughing smugly. It's the tribal shaman who mocks Lin Tian's ambition and declares that challenging him means death. As he speaks, he grabs Gabu with a clawed hand. Yanking her hair, he taunts her concern for Lin Tian. She endures the pain silently, knowing his cruelty. He sneers that she'll die by Lin Tian's own weapon, claws nearing her throat. She weeps in terror as he strikes. Blood fills the air, time seeming to stretch as Gabu feels her life slipping away. A deadly flash slices through the moment in a blink. The tables turn. Lin Tian suddenly appears, slashing off the shaman's hand. It hits the ground as Gabu and the tribe stare in shock, the shaman screaming in agony. The shaman glares hatefully, demanding how Lin Tian is still standing. Lin Tian just raises a brow. Dagger in hand, Lin Tian mocks him as the real fool, revealing the system tipped him off about the poison long ago. He admits he was merely playing along. The unarmed shaman lowers his head, radiating gloom. In fury, the shaman rips off his necklace. Activating a skull weapon, he lunges to kill, but Lin Tian blocks calmly as the injured shaman moves sluggishly. Lin Tian sidesteps easily, and the missed strike throws the shaman off balance. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian leaps from behind and delivers a decisive slash. The shaman panics too late. One clean cut ends it head off before a scream can form. Blood stains the earth under the full moon, and the goblin tribe enters a new era. The severed head drops as Lin Tian stands tall, blade still in hand. His killing aura makes the goblins retreat in terror, some stumbling in fear of being next. Lin Tian declares loudly that he is their new leader. The tribe trembles in silence. He proclaims plans to attack elves and humans, leaving them stunned. Helping Gabu up, he raises his weapon and shouts about fierce mating and endless meat, igniting their instincts. The goblins roar in unison, hailing him as leader. Goal achieved, Lin Tian points to the shaman's corpse and says it's theirs. The goblins follow his gesture. They swarm the body, tearing and devouring it, while Lin Tian holds Gabu and watches quietly. Frowning slightly, he smirks. Conquering the goblins is just step one. He plots revenge on the elves and stronger offspring, unaware of a rustle behind. A hidden figure has witnessed everything. A hooded elf girl watches in shock, wondering what is happening. Beneath the full moon, the elf territory lies deep in the forest as a swift figure climbs to the highest level. Goblin heads hang as trophies below. Upon arrival, an elf greets her as Princess Kisani, who heads straight to the queen's chamber. A servant tries to stop her, saying the queen is busy, but Kisana insists she must report urgently. Bursting in, she calls out to her mother about strange events in the eastern forest, then freezes at the sight inside. The scene inside freezes Kisana on the spot. Whatever she sees is way beyond expectations. Blushing furiously, Kisana stammers an apology and tries to flee. The elf queen, mid-relaxation, dismisses the servant and calls her back, asking what's so urgent. Kisana reports serious news about the goblin tribe in the forest. The queen scoffs, dismissing goblins as filthy weaklings not worth concern. Unconvinced, Kisana explains she found a giant demon black bear butchered, with goblin tracks everywhere, something normal goblins shouldn't manage. She adds she personally saw the old goblin leader killed by a younger one, suspecting him behind the recent chaos. The queen remains indifferent, merely noting there's a new leader. Reclining lazily, she orders Kisana to take a squad to deal with them, this time leave a few alive. Chuckling seductively, she remarks that goblin hearts make fine tonics for male elves. Flustered, Kisana lowers her head and obediently agrees. Spoiling her daughter, the queen offers to reward her tonight with a male elf more if needed. Kisana freezes, cheeks burning, quickly invents an excuse about further scouting and rushes out. She heads toward Lin Tian's goblin tribe, where goblins gather by the fire, outlining about 30 high tree houses in the elf forest. After the purple-haired scout reports, Lin Tian praises him and promises 2 elves as reward post-victory, ordering weapons sharpened, sending the tribe into wild excitement. The purple-haired goblin wipes drool and dashes off to rally everyone to prep their gear. Watching him go, Lin Tian knows a little incentive is all it takes to make them work like mad. Studying the branches as house markers, Lin Tian calculates roughly 70 elves total and reflects that since killing the shaman, has forged weapons and hunted beasts to steadily build power. Raising his spear, he orders the tribe to hunt every demon beast in the corrupted forest. They roar in agreement. That night they move out, swiftly killing prey under his command, and the system rewards him with a claw attack skill. In the strange stone zone, tight tactics earn him petrification and 15 defense from the system. Fighting on the front lines, even leopards fall, and he gains a swift movement skill, proving teamwork makes terror. A 2-headed snake is overwhelmed and eaten, unlocking a poison secretion ability. Thanks to their absorption talent, the whole tribe stacks new skills and levels up rapidly. The standout is the purple-haired goblin, now level 18 with boosted stats and multiple brutal skills, totaling 250 combat power. Lin Tian weighs attacking the elf tribe, noting each elf averages about 200 combat power. Comparing strengths, he smirks. His tribe now surpasses them just as the system announces a completed simulation. Reading it, his face darkens. Even with an advantage, he mutters they must be cautious and calls the system again. The simulation shows a night assault where his confident goblin army walks straight into a preset elf ambush. The entire force is wiped out and is captured and hanged as a warning beside other goblins. Verdict: a seemingly perfect plan was under enemy control. Score 0-100, no reward. Finishing the report, Lin Tian frowns heavily, wondering if everything is already in the elves' hands. Lin Tian jolts up, realizing betrayal is unlikely, so the only answer is obvious: the elves have been spying on them. While the goblins scan nervously, he activates his sensory ability, spreading waves to detect hidden presences. His ears twitch, subtly signal caught. He locks onto a concealed spot in the bushes, pinpointing the eavesdroppers. Under the high moon, the night air shifts with tension. Cloaked elves dart through trees led by Kasana, who urgently orders a retreat to report the goblins' rapid rise. Before they can escape, poisoned arrows slice through the air. One strikes Kasana, knocking her off balance. She cries out in panic. Hitting the ground hard, her body goes limp, breath ragged as paralysis spreads. She sees her squad fall and a goblin cheers that the boss shot an elf female. As goblins approach, Kasana tries to retreat but realizes she's poisoned and doomed. Lin Tian steps forward with a smirk, amused at how easily they were captured. Looking down at Kasana, he remarks their timing is perfect. Cold deed, he orders all captives taken back. The goblins shout in response. A splash of cold water jolts Kasana awake. Groggy, she hears goblins urging each other as her awareness slowly returns. A hand suddenly grabs her face rough. Treated like loot, she hears the purple-haired goblin eagerly offering her to Lin Tian. Lin Tian realizes goblin fluids can paralyze and stimulate females, giving them an edge over the matriarchal elves. Disgusted and trembling, Kasana curses them as lowly creatures for daring to capture a princess and scheme against elves. She glares at Lin Tian, warning that without her mother's mercy they'd be wiped out and harming her will bring wrath. Lin Tian reacts as if hearing a joke, lips curling into a mocking smile. Kasana was shoved off balance and fell, while Lin Tian looked down with amused contempt as the goblins burst into mocking laughter. Lin Tian calmly said their goblins and his tribe's version weren't the same, pointed at the purple-haired witness, and added that his tribe might be dumb but not blind. Lin Tian hinted that if the elves could truly wipe out the goblins, they'd have done it already, leaving Kasana stunned as she connected the dots and realized mercy wasn't the real reason. Still rattled, Kasana knew this was spiraling badly, but Lin Tian cut in, saying no need for details, he'd personally check things out tonight. He shot her a cryptic smile, then ordered his men to split the dead elves' bodies for skill absorption, thrilling the goblins and horrifying Kasana. What? Kasana gasped, and Lin Tian glanced at her like she was loot, asking casually, and what about her? He advanced as Kasana retreated, trembling and begging repeatedly for him to stop. Her desperate cries rang out, then were swallowed by silence. The system interface popped up, announcing a level cap reached, excess converted to vitality, energy, and defense, plus new stealth and camouflage skills unlocked. Meanwhile, in the elf tribe, the matriarch's chamber stayed warm and private as a man gasped he couldn't go on, and she coolly declared that was enough for today. The drug's effect had run out, and she regretted not capturing more goblins earlier, her lingering touch unsatisfied despite her servants' exhaustion. With Kasana gone too long and servants collapsing from fatigue, the matriarch asked about her return, and a guard replied she should been back by now. Worried, the guard suggested sending reinforcements and conveniently slaughtering some goblins to power up their warriors. Concerned for her daughter and seeing the logic, the matriarch ordered troops to the goblin tribe to assist Kasana, grumbling about her delay. Before they could act, a voice announced Kasana wouldn't be returning, prompting the guard to draw his weapon as arrows suddenly sliced through the air. A barrage of arrows shot in at blinding speed. An arrow struck the guard dead center, dropping him instantly. The matriarch froze in shock, gripping the arrow as her gaze snapped toward the window. A goblin, she stammered, as Lin Tian strolled in with two subordinates, calmly declaring Kasana was his and soon would carry his bloodline. Stepping closer with domineering confidence, Lin Tian smirked and announced that from now on, they were on the same side. The matriarch grabbed the sword by her bed and charged at Lin Tian, and the goblin's weapon raised high. Fury blazing, she roared, demanding what he had done to her Kasana, and Lin Tian answered with careless indifference. Take a guess, he laughed loudly, fanning her rage even higher. Unable to hold back, she swung her sword and lunged, screaming she would kill him, he was just a mere goblin. With a simple sidestep, Lin Tian made her stumble to the ground, then coldly informed her that her tribe was surrounded and surrender was her only polite option. Her body suddenly went limp and unresponsive, and Lin Tian mocked her as she struggled in vain against the creeping paralysis. Slowly savoring her panic, Lin Tian explained the arrow was coated with goblin fluid that caused rapid paralysis, so she'd better behave. Despite exhausting all her strength, the matriarch couldn't recover and could only let out a bitter cry. Tilting her chin up with his blade, Lin Tian mocked how the elves used goblins as leveling tools and stimulants, amused that the debt collectors had finally arrived. Forced to look up, the matriarch recalled Kasana's mention of a new leader and realized in horror the man before her must be him. Shouts erupted outside, she jerked toward the window, while Lin Tian calmly noted time was short, the purple-haired goblin watching the battle below as Lin Tian looked pleased. He dragged her to the window, forced her to look down at the chaos, and said it was time to discuss cooperation. Her face paled and eyes widened at the horrifying sight below. Flames and screams filled the elf tribe as goblins swarmed every corner, hunting down elves and leaving many fallen. She screamed in anguish, asking what they had done to her tribe, and Lin Tian coolly replied that goblins were now just as strong, resistance was pointless. He added evenly that roles had reversed, elves once slaughtered goblins, now it was payback, and whispered that he needed even stronger goblin warriors. With his blade pressed to her face in warning, Lin Tian trailed off coldly, implying that once he was done using them, whether they lived or died wouldn't matter. He burst out laughing, saying it all depended on her attitude, as the chaos below ended with the losers meeting their grim fate. The matriarch panicked, eyes hollow, legs giving out as she collapsed onto the cold floor. Struggling up, she bowed to Lin Tian and begged that as long as her child lived, she would do anything. After a brief hesitation, the matriarch made up her mind. She slowly removed her robes, covering herself with what remained, and humbly offered to stay and bear children for them. The next morning, Kasana's trembling yet joyful voice called out, "Mother!" Deep in the goblin tribe's cage, Kasana wept in her mother's arms, fearing their future, while the matriarch regretfully admitted she had underestimated the goblin's strength. Remorse flooded her as she recalled ignoring warnings, and now with only women and children left, the elf tribe had no choice but to accept reality to preserve their bloodline. She revealed the cruel truth: the elf tribe had fallen to the goblins and must submit to control and forced reproduction. With no power to resist, the matriarch held the sobbing Sana tight, their fragile comfort drowned in tears as they faced survival within the goblin tribe. Watching outside, Lin Tian coldly assured them food would be provided until breeding season, but warned that any defiance would end badly. Hearing this, the matriarch silently wept and simply replied that she understood. Though aware of their plight, she clenched her resolve and requested to care for all the children her own, leaving Sana stunned. Lin Tian was briefly surprised, while in the distance goblin and elf children played together. A thought struck him as the system interface displayed the infinite motherhood trait, and he began to grasp the reason. After a pause, a voice said, "Lin Tian, I can handle all of them alone." He turned to see Goblin among the children, suggesting the matriarch take over childcare, prompting Lin Tian to calculate the future value of these growing seedlings for the tribe. In the end, he decided to first examine the changes from bonding with the matriarch and began operating the system interface. The interface confirmed the infinite motherhood attribute had boosted his aptitude, excess stats converting into vitality, energy, and defense, as Lin Tian stroked his chin, suspecting his limits had just been pushed to the max. Thinking ahead, Lin Tian smirked, realizing that breeding with stronger individuals would rapidly boost his power, and once this batch of elves finished reproducing, he'd deal with that other foe. Half a month flew by and newborn cries shattered the silence, drawing a crowd of goblins to the cage. A new goblin-shaped life was born, amusing the third goblin while the exhausted elf mother lay gasping on the ground. The baby was quickly taken away, leaving the terrified mother behind as another goblin approached, her trembling protests ignored while a nearby elf clutched her belly next in line. Lin Tian and Goblin observed from outside, and when he asked the count, she panted while holding a baby, an estimated 30 or 40 already. A sharp scream rang out as Sana cried in agony, eyes wide with pain. Lin Tian immediately focused, his gaze sharpening. He and Goblin rushed over, where the matriarch, holding a child, anxiously guided Sana, who writhed on the ground, gasping that she couldn't endure it. Seeing things worsen, the matriarch pleaded for help, sweating as she begged them to save her daughter during her first childbirth. Lin Tian stepped in swiftly, calling Goblin to assist and prepare the position. As Goblin followed instructions, the stunned matriarch watched Lin Tian calmly begin delivering the baby, his tone steady amid the chaos. Realizing who was helping her, Sana looked flustered and weakly tried to protest. Lin Tian ignored her, fully focused, simply telling her to stay still as he concentrated on the delivery. After some time, he wiped his hands and confirmed everything was fine. Goblin looked at him in awe and excitement, but Lin Tian brushed it off casually, while inside the cage newborns lay around the unconscious Sana, and the relieved matriarch finally relaxed. "Let me go!" A sudden shout rang out nearby, drawing Lin Tian and Goblin's attention. In a nearby cage, two goblins fought over an elf who had just given birth, leering as they roughly pawed at her before she could recover. A flash of light, Lin Tian's blade pierced one goblin clean through, killing him instantly, leaving the other frozen in shock. The image burned into his mind as Lin Tian withdrew the blade and coldly reminded him of the warning, and the remaining goblin collapsed while the matriarch silently witnessed it all. Unlike his usual calm, Lin Tian radiated hellish fury, eyes blazing red as he ordered that the elves must fully recover before breeding again. Anyone who disobeyed would die. He glanced at the cowering goblin and commanded that each elf receive extra fruit rations from now on, earning a trembling yes. The matriarch's view of him shifted as she noted he wasn't like other goblins, and Lin Tian replied coolly that obedience would earn better treatment. The system displayed visions of goblins conquering the elf tribe, producing ever stronger offspring, and began a life simulation scenario of all captured elves birthing superior goblins. Seeing his tribe's future numbers soar, Lin Tian decided to seek revenge on Luo Di and quietly entered Guangming Town alone. He quickly tracked the hero party, and options appeared: assassinate personally for 50 points, lead goblins to massacre the town for 30, or wait and observe for 10. Watching the campfire, Lin Tian calculated that while he could match Luo Di, the others weren't pushovers, and he was only certain of killing Luo Di himself. He chose the first option, assassinate personally, and the simulation updated instantly. In the simulated fate, he seized a moment when Luo Di was alone and struck, but just as victory neared, Jianji Sheng Envy, the human sword saint and Luo Di's master, appeared. Jianji Sheng Envy saved Luo Di and slaughtered Lin Tian effortlessly, after which the hero party returned to the royal capital. Summary: 0 chance of escape against her, reward 30 points, -100, total 1030. Simulation lasted 9 days. Lin Tian was stunned. Why would a human sword saint show up in such a backwater? And once Luo Di left Guangming Town, tracking him would be a nightmare. Urgency surged as he realized time was short, while Goblin delivered fruit to the imprisoned elves, who were at least well fed. Lin Tian glanced over, silently reorganizing his thoughts until his eyes lit up. An idea had formed. He told Goblin he would scout human territory in the coming days and left the tribe in her hands, shocking both her and the matriarch, who warned he'd be surrounded and killed. Lin Tian replied calmly that he had unresolved grudges with humans and must settle them, prompting the matriarch to offer casting an invisibility spell to help him avoid detection. The offer was exactly what Lin Tian had hoped for, and behind his hair a satisfied glint flashed. This was the proposal he wanted. He extended his hand with a faint smile, teasing that she still cared for his safety, while she calmly cast the spell, saying she only feared worse treatment if he died. She clarified that all her children were here and only his safe return ensured their protection, then draped the enchanted cloak over him as he inwardly praised her pragmatism. Without delay he departed, Goblin shouting shed guard the tribe, while the matriarch watched him leave with softened eyes as his figure melted into the night. The scene shifted to Guangming Town, now tense and heavily patrolled, soldiers sweeping the streets and thinning the crowds. While attention focused on main roads, a lone shadow quietly observed from a dim alley. Hidden in darkness, Lin Tian leaned against a wall, noting the unusually strict patrols and wondering if Jianji Sheng Envy had already arrived. Leaving his cover, he gathered intel for half a day but found no trace of the sword saint. The mystery deepened. What were they hiding? As a fruit vendor called out, ignored while Lin Tian walked on, lost in thought. His steps led him to the crowded central plaza. All eyes were fixed on a gathering of numerous warriors. Curious, he tilted his head and blended into the flow, suspecting useful news perhaps even about the Sword Saint. Pushing through, he saw the Guangming Town adventurer rankings, scanning past platinum-ranked squads. When he spotted a familiar name at the top, his expression darkened. That person had already climbed to first place. Urgency surged as he slipped away to gather more information, knowing that without solid intel his plans would crumble in the vast, crowded town. Suddenly laughter burst from a nearby tavern, someone loudly treating everyone, which made him freeze at the familiar voice. His companion noticed too, stopping at the tavern door as certainty settled in they had found the right place. A confident smile curved his lips, so this was where the target was hiding. He stepped inside, eyes locking onto his prey, advancing one deliberate step at a time. The tavern buzzed as a hero bragged about nearly dying to 4 demon apes until Avilia and Captain Luodi saved him, while Luodi drank calmly and Avilia praised his strength. At a nearby table, a pranked adventurer sneered that boasting about 4 demon apes was laughable. The bragger slammed his cup and snapped back, but Luodi simply kept sipping, unfazed. The mocker grabbed a bottle to provoke a fight, swords were drawn, and the crowd eagerly anticipated another drunken brawl. The bartender cut in, grumbling that dragons from Longdao were in breeding season and raiding livestock, and people, so if they had guts, go hunt dragons instead of causing trouble. The keyword dragons caught Lin Tian's attention, his gaze sharpening toward the bartender. This didn't sound like a joke. Piecing it together, Lin Tian realized that if dragons attacked Guangming Town, the royal capital couldn't reinforce in time, and the local adventurers wouldn't stand a chance. The tavern fell heavy and silent after the warning. Tension thickened the air until a confident voice broke it. Scoffing, Luo Di declared it was just a few dragons and revealed Jian Zhai Shengenvia's master was on her way, promising they'd slay the dragons together before returning to the capital. At the mention of the Sword Saint, the tavern erupted in shock and doubt, some thrilled, others skeptical. Yet hope quickly drowned suspicion. If the Sword Saint truly came, dragons no longer seemed terrifying, and praise began pouring toward Luo Di. Luo Di laughed boldly, tossed down a bag of gold, and treated the house in celebration of the Sword Saint's arrival and their coming victory. Amid the cheers and clinking cups, Lin Tian quietly paid and left, already skimming this opportunity was too good to waste. As he exited, Luo Di noticed and drunkenly called after him, asking if he wouldn't stay for another drink. Lin Tian paused briefly, face hidden beneath his hair, and replied curtly, "No need. Relax, we've got seek." That attitude annoyed Luo Di and his crew, one of them grumbling like a rejected side character. News of the Holy Maiden's arrival spread, and the townsfolk flooded the streets, tossing flowers like it was a fantasy parade. In the grand temple, holy light bathed a silent figure who looked both fragile and ready to blind you with glory. Luo Di knelt respectfully, warning that evil dragons were closing in and villagers were too scared to even graze cattle. Before he could finish, she opened her eyes, gripped her sword, and coolly asked about her previous orders, her armor radiating pure boss energy. Luo Di reported the dragon hunting crossbows were set on high points, and she coldly warned that failure would be a personal embarrassment before striding out. As they appeared, citizens and warriors swarmed them, staring at her like she was a walking legend. Unbothered by the whispers, the Holy Maiden calmly told everyone to disperse, and Luo Di instantly complied like a well-trained disciple. Suddenly, a piercing alarm-like shriek echoed across the town. A dragon swooped down, snatched a villager, and chaos exploded as screams filled the air. From the temple steps, the Holy Maiden and Luo Di drew their swords and aimed toward the disturbance. Spotting a scout dragon, she grimly warned that a full swarm would follow and ordered Luo Di to the city walls. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps approached as a goblin rushed in with urgent news. Panning, the goblin reported heavy soldier presence on the walls, then looked to Lin Tian for orders. Unlike the panic, Lin Tian calmly said to wait and strolled toward the cliff like he had popcorn ready. With his robe fluttering, Lin Tian smirked, deciding to enjoy the show while armed goblins silently awaited his cue. Above Guangming Town, massive dragon shadows blotted out the sky, roaring like the apocalypse had RSVP'd. As one dragon neared the wall, a sudden strike pierced it midair, sending it crashing down, though the rest kept coming undeterred. Yue Lian Luo defroze, staring at the freshly fallen dragon in disbelief. Standing steady atop the wall, the Holy Maiden calmly confirmed the dragon-hunting crossbows were ready and ordered all weapons prepared. After detailed guidance, everyone mastered the dragon-hunting crossbows, awed by their power, and took positions with morale soaring before unleashing a volley of bolts. Arrows filled the sky, knocking dragons down in waves, yet the swarm just kept responding like a nightmare DLC. A young man cheered too soon, only to be yanked back as his ally pointed at the sky with dawning horror. The sky twisted with dark clouds and thunder as a colossal dragon emerged, wings blotting out the heavens in ominous purple glory. Crushing pressure slammed down, forcing everyone to bend as if the air itself was choking them. Watching from afar, Luo Di and Yue Liye stiffened in terror, sweat pouring as one covered her ears and the other trembled. The giant dragon roared, crackling with violet lightning, each movement summoning thunder that turned the battlefield into chaos. Many froze or collapsed in despair as someone screamed its name, yet even with orders to attack, the hopeless gap was obvious. Hearing the commotion, the dragon glanced down, narrowing its eyes at the tiny humans below. It lifted its head as energy gathered in its mouth, blazing bright enough to light the darkened sky. A massive blast crashed down like artillery, dragging a torrent of fire across everything in its path. The crowd fled in panic, flames threatening to wipe the town off the map in seconds. At that critical moment, a blue barrier flashed into existence and rapidly expanded outward. The Holy Maiden stood firm with her sword planted to sustain the barrier, eyes locked on the dragon as she calmly ordered continued defense. The dragon's blast slammed into the shield, power clashing violently 1 second slower, and the town would have been history. Other dragons were trapped outside the barrier, ramming it repeatedly in a desperate attempt to break through. From above, Lin Tian watched it all in silence, robe fluttering, while the goblins behind him, like critics at a predictable play, His gaze shifted to the dragon mother. Powerful, yes, but in his eyes not the true game-changer compared to another overwhelmingly dominant existence. Thinking of that, Lin Tian's expression tightened, caution surfacing as cold sweat betrayed his nerves. Seeing the sword Saintess stats, he fell silent. The gap was so huge it felt like trying to jump across infinity. On the battlefield, her casual sword swing sent dragons dropping like flies, and Lin Tian promptly decided fighting her head-in was suicide with extra steps. After clearing the field, she targeted the dragon mother's weak point, stabbing through its defense, yet its absurd durability meant this boss fight would end soon. A dragon swept overhead near Lin Tian, but he didn't budge, and the goblins behind him waited like disciplined troublemakers. Realizing the Saintess was tied up with the dragon mother, he knew the others were now unprotected. The perfect timing. A sly smile curled on his lips as he signaled the goblins, one team to cause chaos, the other to hide and strike later, a new wildcard entering the stormy stage. Inside the town, several dragons broke through, torching everything and turning the streets into a blazing red disaster zone. Amid the brutal fight, Lu Di panted heavily, clearly exhausted by these relentless foes. Imagining a glorious future, he laughed triumphantly, propping himself up despite injuries and proudly declaring himself a dragon-slaying hero. Sensing trouble as someone ran over in panic, Lu Di spun around warily, muttering that even stupid goblins shouldn't be here. Already overwhelmed, they were stunned by reports of more enemies, and before verifying anything, terrified screams for help echoed out. From afar, Lu Di saw goblins truly flooding the town and chasing civilians, a sight that made his blood boil. One crisis piled onto another, suffocating in intensity, and Lu Di cursed under his breath. Confirming the report, he gritted his teeth in fury, ordered two to keep defending, and rushed with Yi Wei Li toward the goblins. With icy resolve, the two chased a fleeing goblin down the road when suddenly from above, a squad of goblins had been lying in ambush. Lu Di roared and chased on, unaware the trap was right by the sewer head. In the darkness below, a goblin grinned with weapon ready, shouting for the attack. Had timed this down to the millisecond. "No escape, kid!" cackles echoed, followed by a scream that tore through the air. Everly was caught in a net crying for help, while injured Lu Di, surrounded and unable to move, could only glare at the goblins in fury. "Captain, I'm here, hold on!" came a voice as two allies returned, but goblins swarmed and attacked. Everly struggled helplessly and Lu Di lay exhausted. As the last two fought desperately, Lin Tian emerged from the blazing backdrop like a villain entering on cue, closing in fast. Hearing Lu Di's warning, the two knights instinctively turned and froze at the sight of Lin Tian. With one clean arc of his blade, blood burst like fireworks, and in a blink 2 lives were erased in eerie silence. Without a sound, he approached Lu Di and Everly, his terrifying speed leaving Lu Di trembling with both rage and fear. Lu Di glared hatefully as Lin Tian removed his hood with a chilly smile, and his men dragged the captives forward like doom on parade. Lu Di roared that it'd kill the goblins, but Lin Tian's subordinates restrained him effortlessly. Calmly telling him to know his place, Lin Tian kicked Lu Di in the face, knocking him dizzy for not realizing he was the captive now. Lin Tian ordered the two taken out through the sewers while he led others to clear the archers on the wall, leaving Lu Di unconscious and Everly bound as his crew obeyed in unison. From deep within the town, waves of screams rose endlessly, making the Holy Maiden glance over in uneasy suspicion. Despite being under attack, the Dragon Mother mocked her opponent, now in seductive human form, looking down from above and calling out to the Holy Maiden by name. The Dragon Mother lunged with a crimson charge punch, but the Holy Maiden stood calm, coolly drawing her sword and remarking shed test that precious bloodline. In a blink, her blade wove a lethal net of slashes, leaving the Dragon Mother screaming as burning cuts tore through her. Watching her foe writhe, the Holy Maiden stayed icy, deeming it only a matter of time, then briefly wondered if Lu Di could handle the leftovers. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the city walls, gunpowder choking the air as knights were blasted into a sea of fire and smoke. Alarmed, the Holy Maiden looked over, while the battered Dragon Mother smirked wickedly. Those goblins had impeccable timing. Seizing the distraction, the Dragon Mother reverted to dragon form and shot skyward, tossing a breezy farewell, sword Saintess as she flew past. By the time the Holy Maiden reacted, only a fading silhouette remained, the Dragon Mother's threat drifting back on the wind as she cursed letting her escape. To her, the title Sword Saintess meant absolute justice, and she vowed coldly to storm Dragon Island one day and wipe out the entire dragon race. Inside Guangming Town, survivors busily extinguished fires as smoke still lingered like an unwelcome guest. Walking through with sword in hand and frost in her gaze, she scoffed at the goblin corpses and sneered at Lu Di's failure. A wounded knight reported that Lu Di and Yi Wei Li had been captured by goblins, leaving the Holy Maiden stunned before fury surged within her. Her jaw clenched and her gaze turned razor-sharp as she snapped, "What? How is that even possible?" Trembling under her pressure, the knight explained these goblins were abnormal, pointing to the fallen warriors as grim proof. He urgently described their overwhelming strength. Even Lu Di couldn't resist, while the Holy Maiden's face darkened and her grip on her sword tightened. Beneath her angelic exterior, ruthless intent surged as she turned toward the demonic forest, vowing to wipe out every goblin tribe. Snapping back to reality, a tearful girl grabbed her arm, begging her to stay in case dragons or goblins attacked again. The town's survival depended on her. The crowd knelt one after another, pleading for the Holy Maiden to remain and protect them as loyal subjects of temple and empire. Their desperate cries cooled her fury. She reasoned that guarding the town outweighed saving a captured disciple, and if Lu Di failed so badly, he'd better pray to the royal family. The scene shifted to the Goblin Forest, where news of the leader's return sent the tribe into excited uproar. Even the elves tending children stared as goblins dragged in a bound human man and woman, gossiping about their sudden catch. Upon arrival, Everly was yanked off balance and slammed to the ground before she could steady herself. At the mountain's base, Lu Di glared hatefully while a purple-haired goblin warned him to behave before strutting off. Watching numerous elves imprisoned there, Lu Di muttered in shock, wondering why so many were held captive. Poisoned, Everly flushed and panted, warning weakly that a high-level existence might lurk within the tribe. Realizing the danger, Lu Di asked about her recovery, and she admitted the toxin was so potent even her physique needed time to purge it. A sudden voice mocked her recovery speed. Luo Di tried to lunge in rage but was restrained, while Everly trembled on the ground. Then Lin Tian's rough hand touched her thigh, and as she screamed in panic, his interest only grew at her fear. He curled his lips and looked at her. "What am I doing?" "Oh, you'll see." His grip tightened, pressure rising until her skin split and blood seeped out. Old resentment surged, Lin Tian's sanity slipping as he forced her down mercilessly, drawing a cry of pain while Lu Di watched, restrained and furious. Luo Di glared and snarled, "Stop, you filthy bastard!" A punch smashed his face sideways as a goblin barked, "Don't shout at the boss!" Reeling in pain, Luo Di still spat that the human sword saint could wipe out this tribe with one strike. Lin Tian shrugged coolly. "The sword saint shall be prey to, just not yet, and shall never find this place." He ordered the second-generation goblins into the forest to hunt magical beasts, calculating that humans would investigate soon, so evolution had to finish first. Stepping on Luo De's chest, he warned coldly to cooperate or risk losing a few body parts. Leaning down in shadow, eyes eerily gleaming, he asked if they enjoyed capturing and torturing goblins. Through pain, Luo Di growled, confused, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Too slow," Lin Tian replied, and a flash of steel cut through the air before Lu Di could react. A heartbeat later, Lu Di rolled on the ground screaming, clutching his head, while Everly trembled silently and Lin Tian remained unmoved. The slash had taken one of Luo De's ears, yet he still rasped that everything they did was to protect their family and slay monsters like them. Lin Tian answered flatly that talk of duty was just an excuse to boost their so-called holy order status. He exposed how killing captives and monsters was easier than saving lives, and how their actions bred hatred. This was the price. Hearing it laid out so clearly, Lu Di and Everly stared in stunned disbelief. The same question hit them both: how did this goblin know so much about their past? Since rebirth, Lin Tian's last scraps of humanity had eroded. Now cold and ruthless, he raised his darkened hand, declared the argument over, and moved to grow stronger his own way. Seeing Everly in danger, Lorder panicked and shouted, while she gasped, flushed red, and could only beg desperately for help. Drained and externally affected, Everly nearly lost all resistance, crying as her mind and emotions spiraled into chaos. Watching his teammate suffer, Lorder thrashed wildly but was restrained, screaming in utter helplessness. The poison still lingered, leaving Everly completely out of control as Lin Tian coldly continued, calling it payback for the past. As time passed, Everly grew utterly exhausted, and Lin Tian moved closer, provoking Lorder as if forcing him to witness it all. He stepped back and signaled his subordinates forward, sounding as if ordering the disposal of an object. Lorder turned pale, eyes full of terror, shouting in despair. Everly, battered and powerless, was trapped helplessly within the encirclement. As daylight reached the goblin tribe, daily life went on as usual, mixed with guard shift calls. After prolonged captivity and torment, Everly barely clung to life, while the goblins reminded each other to keep her alive per their leader's orders. Body broken and spirit shattered, Everly barely reacted to anything around her. Restrained nearby, Lorder was forced to watch. Desperately calling Everly's name, she gathered her last strength to answer and comfort him despite nearly collapsing. A goblin angrily kicked Lorder's head to the ground, barking for him to shut up immediately. In the distance, the elf matriarch and Princess Kasana cared for young goblins, watching the chaos as the matriarch wondered if Lin Tian's hatred for humans ran that deep, and Kasana sighed that humans had it worse than them. Gobmoon arrived with a fruit basket, mentioning Lin Tian once spoke of avenging himself on humans, while the matriarch fell silent, thinking of him. In her mind, Lin Tian appeared as a man of action with clear rules of revenge, the most unusual goblin she had ever met. As she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed and her gaze turned oddly soft as if drawn toward him, prompting Kasana to sigh and tell her to stop. Elsewhere, a purple-haired goblin reported that the second-generation goblin squad had returned, surprising Lin Tian. He looked at the returning group and asked why they had finished so quickly today. The squad leader approached respectfully, and Lin Tian reviewed his superior stats and abilities, noting the new generation's rapid growth. After observing, Lin Tian silently praised their evolution, nearly on par with him, yet still questioned why they had come back early. The goblin set down the items and explained they had run out of prey nearby, pushed westward, and found other tribes under attack. Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned slightly and immediately asked which western tribe it was. Another goblin confidently stated it was the mark of a large tribe, with higher-level attackers leaving signature traces after each raid. Lin Tian's eyes deepened as thoughts raced, intrigued by the idea of even stronger individuals. A plan formed: if he could control their leader, his faction's power would skyrocket against the human race. Lorder sneered mockingly, calling him foolish and claiming no matter how strong goblins grew, they would fall to the Night Order. Lin Tian's aura turned heavy and suffocating as he coldly reminded Lorder he had almost forgotten the man's worthless life was still there. He ordered his subordinates to handle the outsider, and the goblins lunged at Lorder with undisguised hunger in their eyes. Trembling, Lorder shouted in panic, but the goblins ignored him. One gagged him eagerly, rambling about tender human meat, while he thrashed and cursed that knights would wipe them out, yet resistance was futile. His body was relentlessly tormented, screams breaking apart as Everly watched helplessly, just as he once had when she suffered. After hours of torture, Lorder finally collapsed in misery, dying not only from physical ruin but from utter humiliation. Elsewhere, Lin Tian and the goblins celebrated with a grand feast of roasted prey, flowing wine, and wild dancing through the night. Sitting on a wooden chair with his two wives, Lin Tian confirmed to the elf matriarchs that they would attack the Blood Tribe and capture its leader to grow strongest. After a pause, he announced the tribe's new name: from now on, they would be the Tian Kuang tribe. The second-generation goblins erupted in cheers, praising their mighty and wise boss. All goblins joined the frenzy, dancing and shouting excitedly about the birth of the Tian Kuang tribe. Gobmu voiced concern about the enemy's strength, but Lin Tian calmly chewed his meat and assured her he had absolute confidence. He still had a trump card, just not ready to use yet. The next morning in the western forest, Lin Tian observed from afar, muttering that the vantage point was perfect to gauge the enemy's strength. At the same time, deep within the demonic forest, hidden while watching the goblins feast, Lin Tian assessed that there were many larger types, but still manageable. Suddenly the goblins panicked at another's arrival, and Lin Tian instantly sensed something unusual. He noted the abnormal reaction clearly. The leader had arrived. When the towering creature with sharp fangs appeared, Lin Tian froze. It was the Bloodfang tribe's leader, an hero-type goblin. A status panel appeared. Warhammer Goblin alias Bloodfang, level 50, Goblin race. Advanced warrior titles included Monster Slayer, Goblin Hero, Blessed Breeding Machine, Wealth Grinder. Stats: HP 700, Strength 239, Defense 14, Skill Savage Hammer Strike, Giant Strength, Stone Skin, Climbing, Stealth Equipment. Dual Warhammers, Total Combat Power 900. Concealed on a cliff, Lin Tian judged that while 900 combat power could be suppressed by a dozen goblin warriors, capturing him alive would be tricky due to his massive, thick-fleshed body resisting poison. He calculated that toxins or anesthetics would barely work, and even if they won against the two giant monsters, the cost would be steep. His thoughts flashed back to when Eveli used a binding spell on him. An idea sparked to use that technique here. Smirking, he decided to pay Eveli a visit and return to the tribe. Under Lin Tian's management, the goblin tribe had grown orderly, with living areas neatly arranged in clear structure. A purple-haired goblin brought hot water, eagerly reporting that the human woman was barely alive. As ordered, Lin Tian praised him briefly and approached Eveli with a warm towel. From above, memories resurfaced of when he had been imprisoned and turned into an experiment. Now the once dominant figure lay chained and barely breathing, eyes hollow, begging Lin Tian to end her life so she could atone before her lord. Lin Tian crouched to greet Eveli, gently wiping her as she muttered in desperation, startled by the unexpected warmth. She then clearly saw it was a goblin right in front of her. Panic exploded as Eveli shoved Lin Tian away, trembling and begging him not to come closer. Terrified, she backed off and screamed in mental collapse, while Lin Tian watched silently, growing impatient with the noise. He abruptly struck her, silencing everything in one dry hit that left her stunned. After that, he smoothly switched tactics like flipping a strategy card. Lin Tian pulled Eveli into his arms, soothing her hair and calmly declaring her punishment was over. Still dazed, she clung to him like a lifeline, crying and shakily asking if it was true. Seeing her calm down, Lin Tian gently told her she must choose her faith again, pulling her into his gaze. Through tears, she fixated on him as he explained faith meant choosing whom to trust. Seizing the moment, he guided her with a soft but manipulative tone. Trust him, belong to him, and shed escape all suffering. Shaken, she trembled again, hands clasped as her thoughts spiraled. Soon she moved closer, reverently lifting his hand and whispering master over and over. Lin Tian noted the plan's success, fixing her hair with a satisfied smile, declaring himself her only master and nicknaming her little female hound. Lin Tian watched as Eveli obediently complied, her broken mind clinging to him as her soul escaped. He bent down and effortlessly picked her up, telling her to follow him. Carrying her, Lin Tian headed toward the steaming hot spring as she relaxed in his arms. The torn clothes and chains were removed and tossed aside like yesterday's trash. Lin Tian gently placed Eveli into warm water, cleaning her as she blissfully enjoyed the rare comfort and pledged devotion to her god. Once done, he adjusted her posture, the heat tinting her skin a soft pink. Hearing her words, Lin Tian knew the timing was perfect and whispered that it was quite the coincidence. Seizing the moment, he asked Eveli to use the light cage skill, but she dazedly asked what that even was. Skipping explanations, Lin Tian led her to a corner, pulled out the elf magic book and placed it on a stone table. Eveli studied it, then recognized the spell and began chanting as golden symbols floated into the air. In moments, golden energy wrapped around her like flowing light, building up before bursting forth. She spread her arms, forming a massive cross-shaped barrier, and Lin Tian immediately judged it perfect for his plans. Stroking his chin, he nodded in satisfaction and praised her performance. Mission accomplished, Lin Tian returned to the goblin tribe with Eveli, passing the holding area. The noise caught Lorder's attention. Though exhausted, he turned and froze upon seeing Eveli. He rushed to the bars, excitedly urging her to kill Lin Tian and heal him quickly. But Eveli stood still with a distant gaze, and Lin Tian laughed, revealing she had willingly joined him, shocking Lorder. No more words were needed, the next action said it all. Lin Tian patted her head, and she immediately knelt, affirming she willingly served him as her master. Witnessing this, Lorder collapsed, unable to process the reality. His last hope shattered as he trembled, eyes turning hollow. Suddenly, he burst into manic laughter, declaring goblins would be wiped out by humanity. His laughter twisted into madness as he ranted that goblins existed only to be exterminated by the Holy Order. Lin Tian paused briefly, surprised to learn Eveli came from such a lofty background. Eveli ignored Lorder entirely, clinging to Lin Tian as he mockingly thanked Lode for the useful intel, and ordered a mad goblin to keep him busy, leaving Lode grasping at hopeless air. With matters settled, Lin Tian smiled in satisfaction. It was time for real business. Telling Eveli to follow, he announced to his subordinates that they were going to wipe out the Bloodfang tribe. At the Bloodfang tribe, a gloomy purple-black aura shrouded the land like a slice of hell. Among the goblins, a horned one in beast hide hobbled forward, nervously reporting preparations were complete. The massive leader rose with his warhammer and roared that today they would attack the southern tribe. The crowd erupted wildly, especially at the mention of capturing elves for fun, their frenzy shaking the ground. Just as morale peaked, urgent shouts of "Boss!" rang out from afar. A large goblin rushed in, reporting another goblin had stormed their territory demanding a meeting, earning an angry snarl from the leader. As footsteps neared, the leader mocked the approaching low-level goblin while his troops lined up with weapons ready. Lin Tian stepped forward, removed his hood, and calmly stated he knew the Bloodfang leader was a Herodier goblin with human-like intelligence, so he came to talk. The surrounding goblins tensed, but the leader sensed Lin Tian's unusual aura and probed whether he was a mutant. Surrounded by enemies, Lin Tian walked casually and replied he was merely a bit smarter than ordinary goblins. Cutting to the chase, Lin Tian declared himself the leader of the Tian Kuang tribe and announced he had come to take their leader away. To Lin Tian, it wasn't a request but a notice. As the enemy surrounded him with weapons drawn, he calmly offered them two choices: submit. Standing tall under rising pressure, he finished coolly, or die here, his gentle tone far colder than a shout. The Bloodfang leader exchanged looks with the horned-hide goblin, realizing this was the southern tribe's chief, the one who captured the elf. Spreading his arms with a smile, Lin Tian invited him to join, though the gesture only looked absurd to his foe. The leader sneered one word in reply: idiot. He grabbed Lin Tian's head in a crushing grip, snarling that he was courting death. Leaning close, still squeezing, he boasted that after slaughtering them all, elves and humans alike would belong to him. His subordinates cheered wildly, urging him to crush Lin Tian on the spot. Even restrained, Lin Tian remained calm and muttered that talking was indeed pointless. With nothing more to say, he added coolly that if he did intend to capture him alive, in a blink, the tide flipped, his blade flashed in a cold arc too fast to follow. Space seemed torn as blood sprayed and the leader screamed, utterly unable to react in time. A severed arm thudded to the ground, leaving the surrounding goblins frozen in shock. Staggering back, clutching his stump, the leader roared for them to kill Lin Tian. A subordinate pointed furiously, shouting for revenge on their boss. This was Lin Tian's cue, snapping his fingers. A thread-like gleam coiled around his arm as he smiled and said, "Begone." Before anyone understood, a blade pierced the hornhide goblin's heart, dropping him dead without ever knowing how. Another goblin panicked at the silent kill, cold sweat running down his spine as he turned, only to see another goblin appear before him, blade falling as a voice explained it was the silent step skill, while more figures emerged behind. The leader orders the Bloodfang tribe wiped out, the crowd roars kill, and ghost-like figures swarm behind Lin Tian in seconds. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the Bloodfang leader staggers back, clutching his injured arm. Watching his men drop like flies, he realizes too late it was a trap and glares as Lin Tian approaches, smug as ever. As the distance closes, he sees the whole setup was pre-planned, debates retreating to survive and avenge later. Revenge flares, so he throws a full force at Lin Tian, who calmly refuses to dodge. Lin Tian folds his arms, smirks at the incoming fist, and casually calls for Aweli. From afar, Aweli softly chants radiant light cage, and glowing runes appear like floating chains. The light forms a blazing barrier that locks the leader in place. Lin Tian merely watches him struggle for sport. No matter how he rages, the light shield stands firm, and he fumes at Lin Tian, shocked that a goblin could face such power. Realizing the truth, his expression twists cold as killing intent surges uncontrollably. He's baffled to see a human mage kneeling to Lin Tian like a pet, while Lin Tian praises Aweli and promises future rewards. Thrilled by the praise, Aweli beams and gratefully thanks her master. The light condenses into chains that slam the leader to the ground, and Lin Tian coolly claims him as spoils of war. The Bloodfang leader is then hauled back to Lin Tian's tribe. Subordinates tie the battered goblin leader to a huge rock in the holding area, and Lin Tian sighs that subduing him took real effort. After wiping blood off his blade, Lin Tian coolly eyes the spoils and declares this threat finally finished. From his cage, Luod grips his weapon in shock, wondering if they've truly brought back a hero. Outside, Lin Tian hands a towel to Goblin and casually tells him to supervise breeding, while others handle the dirty work. Lin Tian shoves Aweli toward Goblin for safekeeping. She panics, calls master, and Goblin steadies her, accepting the task. He walks to the elf matriarch, asks her to prepare clothes since he plans to meet an old acquaintance. Without turning back, Lin Tian rubs his sore shoulder and confirms it with quiet certainty. Stripping off his robe, Lin Tian calculates that human reinforcements and the sword saintess are coming, so he decides to ally with Jin Long Mu to stall them. At the shore, Lin Tian surveys two bull carcasses as bait, knowing the distant island requires a creative ride and blood will draw the right guest. Satisfied with the setup, he mutters that the fastest way to reach the island is to let something else carry him. Arms crossed, he waits patiently, confident the spreading stench will lure his target soon enough. A massive red dragon soon slices through the sky, wings wide, diving toward the beach guided by the scent. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian hides inside a prepared bull carcass, calmly waiting for the dragon to take the bait. The dragon lands, senses nothing amiss, grabs its meal, and soars back into the sky with Lin Tian secretly on board. Inside the carcass, Lin Tian braces himself as the thrilled dragon rockets skyward, and he smirks, plan perfectly on track. In astonishing speed within mere moment, it crosses vast seas and lands in a blink. At last, the prey is dropped onto a rocky ground below. The impact shakes hard, but thanks to careful hiding, Lin Tian suffers nothing worse than mild dizziness. Sensing no movement nearby, he swiftly slips out of the bull carcass, dusts himself off, and notes the trap work. Now it's time to find Long Mu. Just as he surveys the cave, a giant golden eye locks onto him in the darkness, and he instantly recognizes his target. The one before him is Long Mu herself, who recalls him as the goblin leader from the Guangming town attack and demands his purpose. She mocks his tiny frame and threatens to swallow him, while another dragon drools and edges closer hungrily. Surrounded yet calm, Lin Tian raises a hand and proposes cooperation, piquing Long Mu's curiosity. She plants her foot on the stone and continues, shrinking into human form as she scoffs that a mere goblin wants to partner with her, though she admits it sounds amusing. Now a stunning beauty, Long Mu smiles playfully and invites him to state his offer, impressed by his nerve. Her gaze turns icy as she warns shall spare him only if satisfied, while dragons close in ready to tear him apart. Unfazed, Lin Tian bets on shared revenge against the sword saintess and suggests an alliance, reminding her his last raid aided her escape. Long Mu's eyes gleam with intrigue at this lowly creature daring to challenge the saintess. She finds it delightfully bold. Circling him with arms crossed, she asks how he plans to handle the saintess, clearly itching for payback herself. Lin Tian bluntly tells Long Mu he only needs her to send dragon troops to harass Guangming town now and then. Oh. Long Mu purrs, hand on his shoulder, asking what his goblins will do. Unfazed, Lin Tian listens as she doubts a goblin mob can face that madwoman, leaning closer to probe his real plan. As she lifts his chin and whispers that direct fights won't work, Lin Tian coolly replies they'll strike the sword Saintess' weak points by removing her allies. Long Mu laughs in approval, clearly pleased by the strategy. Hair shadowing her calculating eyes, she enjoys the idea of using goblins as expendable pawns. Seeing success, Lin Tian seals the deal, and Long Mu smiles, then adds a teasing but. She steps closer, hand reaching out, marveling that such a goblin exists. As her fingers near his chin again, Lin Tian stays alert while she muses he deserves a little reward. With claws inches away, Lin Tian keeps smiling, privately weighing his options. Long Mu glances at his small frame and scoffs that such a body doesn't suit her tastes. After agreeing, she turns to her dragons. Lin Tian scans the cave, while she laughs and considers giving him a different reward. The scene shifts to Lin Tian's tribe, now remodeled to resemble a small human settlement. At its center stands a tall wooden pillar for judging criminals, where Luode, head knight of Guangming Town, hangs bound as armored goblins patrol and pregnant elves roam under watch. Long imprisoned in harsh weather, Luode's mind frays, clinging to hope that the sword Saintess knights will rescue him, hope slowly turning to dread. Near collapse, he hatches a plan to exploit Goblin's physical limits, and a flicker of escape ignites in his tired eyes. But then he spots something approaching, squinting as it draws closer, his pupils widening in shock. Horror replaces confusion as a dragon swoops toward the tribe, and Luode trembles, memories of hunting dragons resurfacing as he stammers, that is, helpless on the pillar. Luode screams about a wyvern and begs release, while goblin guards scoff at his panic. The tribe scrambles into defense as the dragon nears, a commander shouting in alarm despite obvious odds. Elves gasp at the returning dragon, then spot someone riding it, a shockingly familiar figure in red. The red dragon lands with a roar, goblins bracing for death until its wings fold to reveal the rider. A familiar silhouette appears, radiating overwhelming presence. Lin Tian steps down casually, announces his return, and stuns everyone, especially since the red dragon stands obediently beside him. He pats the dragon like a pet and tells it to rest. It obediently complies, leaving the tribe buzzing in disbelief. Gobmoon rushes over amid cheers of "Long live the boss," proudly clinging to Lin Tian as goblins celebrate their wise allegiance. Still bound, Luode stares in horror at the hailed goblin leader, feeling his worldview crumble and desperately wishing for the knight's arrival. The scene shifts to Guangming Town's Plaza of Light, fully restored after dragon and goblin attacks. Crowds gather at the gates as heavy hoofbeats draw every eye forward. Warhorses arrive clad in armor bearing the unmistakable royal crest. A formidable royal knight order marches in and halts before the temple. Seeing the figure waiting, the knights dismount and kneel, respectfully addressing the sword saint. The sword saintess cuts the ceremony short, orders immediate plans to rescue her reported disciple and the mage Aweli. Back in the deep forest, the system reports the life simulation running. Thurgeon goblins trained raids fruitful, so Lin Tian and Aweli grind levels in the demonized forest, reaching 50, Gobmoon 60, Aweli 45. 3 options pop up: keep hunting 0 points, capture more prisoners to expand the race 10, or fast forward 1 month 20. Lin Tian notes the focus is racial growth, and since the sword saint poses no threat this month, skipping ahead makes perfect sense. A click confirms option 3, awarding 20 valuation point. Time accelerates in a flash of light, and the result appears: the demonized forest can no longer provide experience. He freezes, the system updates again, total evaluation 2000, reward 20 life points, simulation ends after 1 month. Shock hits as another notice states time has advanced yet another month. His consciousness snaps back to his room. Lin Tian rubs his temples, adjusting to the strange aftereffects of compressed time. Reviewing his stats with a satisfied smirk, he notes the boosts seem decent yet oddly insignificant overall. His thoughts are cut off as Gobmoon rushes in. Panicked, many newborn goblins have died at birth, leaving him stunned. Following her outside, mournful cries already echo through the air. He finds newly delivered elves weeping over lifeless infants, tiny bodies lying still on the ground. The sight makes Lin Tian falter, shaken by lives that vanished the moment they began. Kneeling to inspect, he asks what went wrong, and the elf matriarch helplessly admits only 3 frail newborns survived this generation. In the heavy silence, Luode suddenly bursts into manic laughter, mocking the goblins for dreaming of strong offspring. Lin Tian narrows his eyes, sensing the knight knows the real cause. Luode sneers that the stronger a goblin becomes, the harder its offspring survive. Reproduction won't conquer the world. Realizing the flaw, Lin Tian thanks him coolly, noting the info came a bit too late. Without looking back, he silently hands Luode over to a burly goblin, who eagerly approaches with oil and a wicked grin. Luode struggles and curses, vowing revenge even as terror rises at the sight of oily claws closing in. Ignoring the ensuing screams, Lin Tian walks off, troubled by time running out and the urgent need for stronger goblin forces. Mid-thought, he senses a powerful presence behind him and spins around warily at the looming shadow. Seeing it's the red dragon he brought back, he relaxes only for it to nuzzle him insistently, leaving him confused. Awkwardly patting its head, he notices its odd gaze and wonders if this is some special heat phase transformation. Before his eyes, scales fade from its legs, revealing long, slender, human-like limbs stepping toward him. The giant head swiftly morphed into the face of a young girl in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a twin-tailed beauty with a killer figure sashayed toward him, eyes sparkling like Shed spotted her crush. Remembering Longma's cryptic smile, Lin Tian felt dread crawl up his spine, sweat pouring as he realized this special situation was her nasty little surprise. Before Lin Tian could react, the girl pounced like a starving beast and flattened him effortlessly. The tables turned fast, he was pinned underneath, and even a tribal idol can feel seriously intimidated. The system popped up with a new achievement: HP 15 or strength 20 defense 1200 stats juiced up nicely. Limping along, Lin Tian cursed the ferocity of that dragon, then burst into giddy laughter, marveling at becoming a Dragon Clan hero while grumbling that being a leader and evolving by dragon blood shouldn't hurt this much. Just as he enjoyed the peace, a predator's glare and the girl's eerie giggle behind him made his sweat return instantly. Thinking fast, he redirected her attention to the distant goblins, ordering them to drink dragon blood first and come back later. The goblins barely processed anything before a desire-filled dragon girl charged at them, leaving them shrieking in pure panic. Night fell over the tribe and bonfires flickered as goblins gathered in circles. The air exploded with laughter as the goblins flexed their newly evolved, muscular bodies, bragging about becoming even stronger. The girl reverted to dragon form and slept on the ground while Lin Tian quietly watched the celebration from afar. Feeling the legendary dragon power coursing through him, Lin Tian smirked, noting even the goblins had reached hero rank thanks to the rare dragon blood boost. Yet sensing they still lacked strength, Lin Tian looked at the sky and coolly ordered, "System, open the shop." In a flash, item categories filled the screen and Lin Tian pondered how a hero tribe leader without power would lose face fast. After a quick scan, a 1A-point item caught his eye, and he stroked his chin, intrigued by its strong yet practical vibe. He stopped at a divine elemental hand crossbow that absorbs water, fire, lightning, and poison into deadly bolts, compact, royal tier, and clearly the reason past enemies vanished without a trace. He then eyed a blade skill called Barehanded Blade, costing 80 points, letting him block 3 weapon attacks, empty-handed, perfect for countering Sword Saint types, so he bought both. With a casual tap to confirm, the system announced the deal complete and sent the goodies to his inventory. Holding the legendary crossbow once used by kings, Lin Tian smirked about finding a test subject, words that jolted the half-dead lorder hanging nearby awake. A chill gripped lorder as he realized someone to test probably meant him, and when his name was called, dread sealed his fate. Lin Tian's cold gaze landed on him as he said calmly, "You're the perfect choice, lorder." As Lin Tian approached with the crossbow, lorder thrashed in panic, only to become the first to experience Lin Tian's full hero form power. Meanwhile, in the magic phantom forest, frantic cries for help echoed eerily through the dark woods. Deeper inside, a bored witch half-heartedly cried for help beside a lazy archer and a bulky knight, all unimpressed by the low-level monsters around them. The archer grumbled about not joining the dragon hunt with the saintess, while the knight smugly reasoned that goblin duty was safer and a fine excuse to hang around 2 beauties and still brag later. After bragging with over-the-top confidence, he told the others to pull themselves together and not waste the chance Luoda had given them. Suddenly the bushes rustled, the quick-eyed female mage warned the captain, and the team instantly raised their weapons, ready to strike. A gigantic web-spinning spider descended, freezing the group in shock while the mage panicked, screaming that spiders were her worst nightmare. The spider answered the noise by firing streaks of white silk straight at them. Arrows sliced through the air as the calm female archer countered, dryly noting it was only a level 3 monster. The burly knight sensed something off and warned of another threat, putting the armored man on high alert. In the shadows, a small figure clung to a tree, revealing a sharp-toothed goblin in obvious trouble. A 4-armed, larger goblin dropped before the Iron Knight and attacked, prompting shocked cries about a goblin hero. The goblin's excited eyes gleamed at its prey, making the group suspect it was the leader. Their tension flipped to excitement as they assumed this low-level boss would be easy glory, shouting that the credit was theirs. The 4-armed goblin roared for its brothers to begin, and the captain quickly ordered the archer to provide support. Seeing the captain rush, the rear knight calmly told him not to hurry. He claimed he had slain many goblins, even large and hero types, and asked to handle this one himself. The captain agreed, trusting his confidence as the knight stepped forward boldly to take over. Lowering his stance and drawing back his spear, he boasted he would finish it in 1 second. He hurled the spear with the move Violent Storm Spear, but the 4-armed goblin casually dodged, as if it had seen it coming, while the armored man still looked sure of victory. He shouted. Yet instantly both his and the captain's faces shifted from confidence to creeping unease. The goblin casually caught the spear barehanded, leaving the armored knight trembling and stammering in disbelief. Without pause, the 4-armed goblin hurled the spear back with equal force, and the captain shouted for shields up. The spear, wrapped in blazing red energy, tore through the air at terrifying speed. The female mage hastily raised a magical barrier to block it. Cracks spread across the shield under sheer brute strength, stunning them as the captain and knight realized it was pure physical power. The calm archer said that as long as they kept distance from this melee type, her bow would handle it. At that instant, a goblin hand suddenly pierced out from behind. A goblin assassin had already crept close, licking its lips greedily, and the archer could only tremble out goblin assassin too late. Chaos erupted, but the captain ordered them to hold formation and move the ranged fighters to the center. The shaking mage suddenly called out for the captain to look. They were completely surrounded by armed goblins, heroes, and assassins alike, sealing their inevitable fate. Their cries were drowned by chaos and mocking laughter, and soon everything fell silent. As expected, the captain and armored knight lay defeated, while the 4-armed goblin grinned, clutching the captured mage as its prize. Greed sparked, and it declared possessively that the woman was his. Another goblin stopped him, insisting all spoils belonged to the tribe and reminding him he had lost 1 human already. Furious, the 4-armed goblin argued they were strong enough now and should decide their own spoils. The assassin goblins quickly sided with him, treating him like their new center of power. Others followed suit, gazing at the 4-armed goblin with open admiration as the strongest leader. In contrast, the goblins loyal to Lin Tian stayed silent and decided to first bring the captured humans back to the tribe. The scene shifted to Lin Tian's territory as a voice announced their return. The hunting party came back to loud cheers, tribesmen lining the path in excitement at the number of captured humans. Watching this, the elven matriarch grew wary and quietly asked Lin Tian about control, but he only observed the goblins in silence. Up front, the 4-armed goblin held the captured human leader high, laughing smugly and hinting he would deal with him his own way. Hearing that, Lin Tian stepped out with Gob Yu and the elven matriarch, firmly ordering the prisoner released since he still had intel value. The goblin no longer acted submissive, glaring at Lin Tian with open defiance. It laughed and proposed a trade, demanding something else in exchange for the captive. The condition shocked Gob Yu and the elven matriarch, who instinctively stepped back. Lin Tian stayed calm, sternly reminding it who the leader was. The four-armed goblin glanced back at the Mad Goblin, boldly declaring its new stance. Sensing the shift source, Lin Tian looked at the Mad Goblin and issued both a warning and an opportunity. The Mad Goblin stayed silent with clenched fists, while the other kept ranting, convinced victory was his. Suddenly, a massive hand grabbed the four-armed goblin's head. It was the Mad Goblin making his move. The once arrogant rebel froze in panic, stammering as he realized things had gone very wrong. In a blink, a fatal blow landed, ending it all before Lin Tian. The huge body crashed down, leaving the surrounding goblins stunned and confused. The Mad Goblin turned to Lin Tian, speaking in a low voice as if revealing long-held thoughts. Relaxing, he declared himself different from the rebels and reaffirmed his faith and strength, while Lin Tian watched silently. The Mad Goblin stretched like warming up, then called out to Lin Tian. He recalled how Lin Tian defeated the former chief and requested a direct duel himself. The system interface displayed Mad Goblin, level 50 Goblin Warrior, title for Berserk Strength, boasting high HP, attack, defense, and melee-focused skills. Accepting the challenge, Lin Tian gathered power, instantly understanding the source of that confidence. Flames coaled into his palm as he praised the Mad Goblin's growth, though clearly not done talking. His aura erupted in crimson fire, eyes sharp as blades, asking if the challenge was truly his intent. The assassin goblins behind cheered wildly, oblivious to the real danger. Hearing them, Lin Tian closed his eyes calmly, noting how many were leaning toward his opponent. The fire condensed into a swirling energy mass as he delivered his final pre-battle words. Opening his eyes, he offered a choice: stand with him now or face the consequences. Below, the captured captain watched and recognized Lin Tian's power, astonished. A thought flashed: this chaos might just be his ticket to survival. As factions split, most goblins stood with Lin Tian, who coolly called this a much-needed cleanup after recent chaos. The Mad Goblin shot back, claiming he was different, raising his weapon as his aura flared in open challenge. He wasn't rebelling, just chasing strength and testing his limits through this duel. He attacked instantly, his blade flashing forward at insane speed, but Lin Tian dodged with nimble steps. The captured captain gaped, realizing the Mad Goblin had grown far stronger, yet Lin Tian's footwork was just as shocking. After creating distance, Lin Tian drew a red glowing crossbow and calmly assessed his foe. He fired, launching elemental charge bolts straight at the Mad Goblin. Seeing the unfamiliar weapon, the Mad Goblin muttered in surprise, too late to dodge and forced to face it head-on. He swung his blade to block, sparks bursting and fading as the attacks smashed against steel. Lin Tian sighed in mild admiration, shattering the fireball and closing in that fast was impressive, he admitted. In a blink, the Mad Goblin was upon him, blade roaring down as Lin Tian's body shimmered with faint purple spiritual energy. Lin Tian lowered his gaze and let out a quiet, unimpressed snort. A thunderous shockwave exploded across the Heavenly Frenzy tribe camp, fire scattering wildly before everyone's eyes. The sheer destruction left both the captured captain and Luo Di utterly stunned. The elven matriarch Gabu and Lin Tian's supporters stared anxiously at the blast zone. Defying all expectations, Lin Tian caught the downward slash with one bare hand, freezing the Mad Goblin in disbelief as he stammered, "Impossible." Holding the blade with one hand and aiming his crossbow with the other, Lin Tian said the strike was strong, but unlucky for him he had used Blade Null Hand, a skill that lets him barehandedly neutralize 3 weapon attacks. He pulled the trigger at point-blank range, leaving the Mad Goblin no time to react. A broken cry rang out as blood sprayed from the Mad Goblin's position. Moments later, the internal clash ended, and when Lin Tian asked if he wished to continue, the Mad Goblin weakly refused. With ruined eyes and a blood-soaked body, the Mad Goblin knelt in exhaustion, gripping his blade and declaring he was ready to accept death, while Lin Tian remained silent. Lin Tian watched thoughtfully, muttering that this Mad Goblin had unexpectedly learned some real backbone. As the Mad Goblin spoke, the rebels dropped to their knees, trembling and begging Lin Tian not to kill them. Lin Tian sneered at the pathetic traitors as they kowtowed desperately, swearing eternal loyalty. Suddenly, the Mad Goblin's body glowed with healing light as Lin Tian calmly ordered him to stand. His wounds and eyes were fully restored by everless magic, and Lin Tian spared him for his spirit so long as he stayed loyal, prompting the Mad Goblin's overjoyed disbelief. Lin Tian then coldly declared the other traitors unforgivable and ordered the Mad Goblin to execute them. The Mad Goblin saluted obediently, pledging eternal loyalty and thanking Lin Tian for sparing him. Turning to the cowering rebels with a chilling stare, he claimed them for himself as they stuttered out terrified pleas. The execution began, blood splattering as every last traitor lost their life. Soon done, the Mad Goblin piled the corpses behind Lin Tian, who ordered his followers to devour them to grow stronger, earning thunderous cries of loyalty. Sweating profusely, the captain asked Luo Di what monster he had provoked, realizing Lin Tian was far beyond a mere mutation. After settling his subordinates, Lin Tian approached Luo Di slowly, mockingly apologizing for the spectacle and asking if he truly expected those fools to save him. He added with a smirk, "Wasn't that a bit naughty?" Luo Di snapped, blaming the so-called Sword Saint for hiding in Bright Town like a cowardly turtle. Then he burst into manic laughter, calling everyone useless. The captain struggled up, admitting he misjudged Lin Tian, but warning that once the Sword Saint finished the Platinum Dragon, the Royal Knights would wipe them out. Lin Tian crouched before him amused, hinting that the Dragon Clan hadn't attacked Bright Town on its own and noting things seemed smooth on the Dragon Mother's side. The captain gave a dry laugh, realizing both the Night Order and Bright Town had been completely played by them. "You can kill me now, I can't keep living in this shame. You've got your info, so grant me a painless death if I end up like Lorder. I'd rather clock out early." Lin Tian stared at him coldly, clearly weighing his options before finally deciding. "Fine, I accept your—" "Sword Saint! Sword Saint!" The frantic shouts jolted Sword Saint awake as she snapped her eyes open. Propping herself up, she asked the soldier why the panic. Weren't the wyverns just repelled, or did the knights return? The soldier knelt before Sword Saintess, stammering, "Why, asked my lady, no wait, not exactly." Irritated, Sword Saintess demanded clarity, and he blurted that the Silver Knights were wiped out, with only one survivor returning. Hearing this, Sword Saintess was shaken and cried out in disbelief. "What did you say?" Soon, heavy coughing echoed through the Church of Bright Light Town's holy land. Inside, a knight in cracked web-like armor coughed weakly, while a nun, seeing healing potions fail, rushed off to alert Sword Saintess in alarm. Sword Saintess frowned, scanned the fallen knight, and calmly asked about his injuries and the rest of the squad. Doubting this disaster made sense, she listened as the battered knight rasped that they faced hero goblins and begged her to save the captain, his last hope for his comrade's survival. Struggling for breath, he warned they were unusual, and as his breathing faded, the nun and others sensed doom closing in. Moments later, the knight released his final breath and collapsed in silence. The nun panicked, urging him to hold on, while a nearby mage crossed his arms and scoffed, "They're just goblins, how bad could it be?" A tall knight clenched his fist in fury, but Sword Saintess stopped him when he vowed to exterminate the hero goblins. Though angered, Sword Saintess coolly reasoned that with dragon raids increasing and goblin threats rising, even a Sword Saint couldn't handle everything alone. She decisively ordered part of the forces to reinforce and guard Bright Light Town while she personally wipes out the goblins and the Purple Dragon Queen. The tall knight froze, then protested about the fate of the Silver Knights. Seeing his hesitation, the mage patted his shoulder and coolly asked if he really thought they were still alive. As plans heated up, footsteps interrupted, and a voice declared the Saintess wouldn't need reinforcements, one man was enough. The masked man in a worn black coat was Death Knight Captain Kasimov, who bluntly said the Silver Knights died of arrogance. Scarred eye gleaming, he announced he'd handle rescuing and goblins laying solo. Sword Saintess eyed him skeptically, warning that if a whole squad failed, charging in alone was basically a suicide quest. Sensing doubt, he removed his hat and laughed, bragging he once survived fighting 4 Titan warriors alone. The knight and mage recognized him in shock as he unmasked further, coldly claiming even hero goblins couldn't hurt him. His Scaravage face and one lifeless white eye were nightmare fuel, and he left telling them to await good news. Deep in the forest on the quiet grassland of the Tian Quang tribe, Lin Tian activated the system's life simulation mode, revealing a plot where hero goblins breed with a dragoness, form a hero tribe, crush traitors, and strengthen goblin elf dominance against humanity. Soon after, under Sword Saint's orders, the self-proclaimed god of death Kasimov sneaks in alone at night, massacres them, and those subdued, leaves the tribe heavily damaged. Reading this, Lin Tian frowned. Anyone daring a solo raid must be insanely strong if he could cause such losses. Seeing options to relocate, fortify, wait for Kasimov 10 or capture and kill him proactively 20, Lin Tian smirked and chose to strike first to minimize damage. The system wrapped up with a grim good luck deathmatch against Kasimov, scoring 2100 and tripling rewards, and Lin Tian grew serious. This guy needed background checks. Just as peace reigned, a manic laugh ripped through the air. Kasimov had arrived. Lorder burst into hysterical laughter, thrilled that someone finally showed up. Struggling wildly, Lorder screamed at Lin Tian that their doom had come, boasting Kasimov had slain many Titan warriors. All eyes turned as Lin Tian calmly asked what made Kasimov so impressive and what exactly a Titan warrior was. Lorder explained they were Empire-made soldiers infused with Titan genes, strong enough to shred level 5 monsters, meaning Kasimov was no small fry. Seeing Lin Tian think, Lorder laughed even crazier, declaring everyone was as good as dead. Lin Tian merely smiled and admitted Kasimov did sound capable, while Lorder gleefully promised they'd be skinned alive. Combining simulation data and Lorder's intel, Lin Tian decided more probing was needed. Better send someone to test the waters first. In the silent night, Kasimov rode cautiously deep into the forest, yet strangely encountered no creatures. The monster-infested forest was eerily empty, a giant red flag that something was off. Soon he found bloodstains and the mangled corpses of the Silver Knights, snorting that they were useless. A well-trained squad reduced to scrap, and as he advanced, the stench of blood thickened amongst scattered weapons and armor. Stepping over the wreckage, Kasimov grew excited, laughing that the scent of blood was delightful and imagining the brutal clash ahead. His gaze lingered on the blood pools, eyes burning with slaughterlust, wondering if this time he could truly indulge. Suddenly, a sobbing cry for help echoed through the cursed forest night, sounding absurdly out of place. Instantly alert, Kasimov turned toward the sound, eyes icy as he searched for its source. Hearing a faint girl's cry for help deep in the forest, he immediately spurred his horse forward. The warhorse shot off like the wind, racing through the trees. At last he found a trembling blonde girl curled up on the cold ground, sobbing pitifully. Keeping his distance, Kasimov watched warily and asked, "Who are you?" Startled, the delicate girl turned, tears streaming, her wide, fearful eyes locking onto him. The moment he saw her face clearly, Kasimov froze. He recognized her. Everly reached out weakly for help, and after confirming her identity, Kasimov muttered in shock that she was still alive. Suspicion quickly followed as he scanned the empty area, questioning where Lorder was since they were captured together. Head lowered and eyes red, Everly sobbed that she escaped the Goblin tribe and Lorder was dead. Unmoved by Lorder's fate and annoyed by the crying, Kasimov calmly asked where the tribe was located. Panicking, Everly pointed shakily deeper into the forest, warning they were terrifying, and he replied indifferently. With the direction set, he spurred his horse ahead without hesitation. Everly chased after him, pleading to be taken along, but he coldly told her to follow on her own and not hinder his mission. Hoofbeats tore through the night as he galloped across the vast dark forest. A quick profile: Kasimov is a Desolation Knight whose skill boosts 30 attributes when isolated, gains 20 more per kill, and stacks endlessly until battle ends. Thrilled that Lorder's death removed any restraint on his isolation effect, Kasimov smirked, confident he could snowball to victory. Suddenly, a rope stretched across the path, and in the darkness his horse failed to notice danger struck in a split second. Flung off by inertia, he flipped midair and landed smoothly, though his poor horse ate dirt. Regaining footing, Kasimov spotted the rope trap behind him and frowned. So a sneak attack. Hearing footsteps, he turned to see Everly returning with a staff, asking why she hadn't fled, but she advanced in silence. Without a word, she cast Holy Light Burst, blasting him so hard he dropped to his knees screaming. Clutching his chest after the hit, he roared angrily, "Everly, what are you doing? Eyes cold and empty, Everly raised her staff again as light swirled around her, murmuring, "Master has ordered kill." Another holy light burst struck like lightning, turning night into blinding day. As smoke lingered, Everly squinted to assess the damage when suddenly, a hand shot out from the haze, casting Soul Devar. In a flash, Kasimov grabbed her hair, roaring that she dared attack him under demonic control. Reversing the situation, he held a blade to her throat, leering and threatening he would go easy, even boasting he enjoyed women as much as slaughter. Yet Everly stayed eerily calm, lips moving faintly as if waiting for her cue. Just as Kasimov was about to act, he froze. His sword had vanished without him noticing. A voice behind him mocked his solo bravery. Turning around, he saw a goblin holding his sword, casually noting his class stats and gear were troublesome. Everly's master, Lin Tian. Lin Tian examined the black steel sword with Death Harvest, high-speed OE strikes, and up to 90 crit, remarking it could devastate his tribe if allowed to stack. Regaining composure, Kasimov stared in horror. How did a mere goblin snatch his weapon so effortlessly? Still baffled about his missing sword, Kasimov watched Everly flutter back to Lin Tian, calling him master, then snarled that they'd set him up, yet she ignored him like background noise. Lin Tian just smiled disdainfully and shrugged, saying she was merely a well-trained dog. After sizing Kasimov up, Lin Tian clicked his tongue in disappointment, mocking him as a glorified backstabber who relied on ambush stacking. Silent and seething, Kasimov radiated killing intent, confused how this goblin knew his secrets. Deciding he'd played enough, he lunged forward, roaring that even without his sword or passive skills, he could send them to hell. Drawing a dagger in a flash, he aimed for Lin Tian's heart, already planning Everly as his next target. But bursting into the clearing, he slammed the brakes. An entire goblin army, and even a dragon, were waiting. Lin Tian's eyes glowed crimson as he laughed, asking who exactly would be going to hell today. On cue, the little red dragon unleashed fire breath, and the goblins gathered like it was front row seats to a show. A shriek tore through the forest as flames consumed the victim, the stench of burning flesh sealing the brutal finale. Back at the Tianquang tribe, the commotion echoed from afar. Goblins rushed out, cheering wildly at their returning boss in the flashy spoils of war. In the cold dungeon, Lordarox jolted back in terror, eyes locking onto something before him. As Lin Tian approached mockingly, Lordarox stared at the skeleton in horror while Lin Tian sneered that this unstoppable death ended in pure overconfidence. Hearing Lin Tian's mockery, Lordarox snapped into manic laughter, ranting that every warrior the Sword Saint sent to protect Bright Light Town just became Goblin XP, and maybe she and Lin Tian were on the same twisted team. Ignoring the dungeon rambling, Lin Tian had Kasimov's corpse dragged out, goblins drooling over it as he plotted to cultivate rare goblins with this premium-grade meat. Since Kasimov was top-tier fuel, Lin Tian appointed Gobusin to feast first, then share the leftovers. Ecstatic, Gobusin devoured the steaming flesh while the others watched hungrily, too wary of Lin Tian to dare complain. Pleased, Lin Tian observed rare goblins depend on talent and bloodline, and Gobusin's delightfully twisted nature made him promising breeding material. Munching a red apple, Lin Tian reviewed via system scan that the Sword Saintess had only 3 night orders left, with the silver blade already wiped out. Lunging on a fur chair, he mused that once news of Kasimov's failure hit, the Holy Sword Maiden's morale would surely crack. Rather than wait, he entered the system space and launched another life simulation to scout future moves. Reading the branching outcomes, the Tianquang leader laughed, red eyes gleaming. Ambitious Sword Saintess or not, this round was his. Rising, he ordered all goblins assembled, announcing that tomorrow they'd launch a major battle. Watching his obedient horde scramble, Lin Tian's thoughts fixed on Bright Light Town, his gaze turning blood cold. It was his turn to strike. Meanwhile in Bright Light Town, where humans and the Saintess were stationed, a chilling voice asked, where was it discovered? The soldier kneels trembling, reporting a discovery outside the city, a skeleton on the bricks, shocking Sheng Jinengyu to her core. Yesterday alive, today just bones. The mage stammers in shock while the tall knight roars in fury that lowly creatures killed Kasimov and even sent his remains back, plunging everyone into fearful silence. After piecing together the ambushes and goblin raids, Sheng Jinengyu coldly concludes their repeated failures are no coincidence. The more she thinks, the clearer it is. A dragon allied with goblins is pulling the strings, using Guangming Town as bait, and she vows to stop being led by the nose. Abandoning defense, she orders the entire Scarlet Legion to rush to Huangdu for reinforcements immediately, and they obey without hesitation. The squad gallops toward Huangdu, hooves pounding as they tear through the forest. The Hornhelm Knight worries the round trip takes 4 days and suggests he go alone for aid while the others return to help Sheng Jinengyu defend. The mage disagrees, explaining that if ambushed en route, at least someone might survive to bring back help. She adds that though Sheng Nung could fight goblins or dragons directly, leaving Guangming unguarded risks a two-front trap, so staying behind is the only viable plan. The captain nods, affirming this choice protects both the Scarlet Legion and Guangming, and they must press on for reinforcements. The Horn Knight finally gets it, muttering awkwardly in realization. Suddenly, the captain yanks the reins and halts the charging group mid-sprint. The wooden bridge ahead lies wrecked and swaying in the wind, the only path forward destroyed, leaving the mage panicked and asking what now. With urgency mounting, she grips the reins and suggests detouring, suspecting someone deliberately destroyed the bridge. The captain refuses, guessing it's a trap to lure them into an ambush, and argues this spot may actually be safer. Convinced, the team is ordered to chop wood and rebuild the bridge before nightfall, and they spring into action. After half a day of hard labor, a temporary bridge stands, and the captain sighs in relief at sunset. Following a final check, he leads the way onto the bridge, urging everyone to hurry across. Midway through, the mage senses something wrong and nervously notes the sky has suddenly darkened. The captain looks up, eyes locking onto something approaching in the distance. As it draws closer and clearer, his face changes and he mutters urgently that this is bad. A colossal dragon swoops down with thunderous wings and blazing red eyes, sending the team into panic at the sight of a flying dragon. Squinting closer, they spot a goblin standing confidently on the dragon's back. The captain's fury ignites just as suspected. Goblins and dragon are in cahoots. From above, Lin Tian coolly mocks them, amused they rebuilt the bridge instead of taking a detour. Realizing the truth, the captain rages at Lin Tian for destroying the bridge and vows to kill him. Before he can finish, the dragon unleashes a torrent of fire onto the bridge. Flames engulf the structure as the team flees, but the inferno quickly swallows the entire bridge. Under the raging blaze, the fragile wood collapses piece by piece. Forced to abandon their horses, they leap for their lives. The captain clutches his injured arm while the mage watches their hard work burn to ashes. Seeing everything reduced to cinders, she explodes in anger at the damned goblins. The captain roars back that he will capture and torture Lin Tian to death. Amid the fiery glow, Lin Tian laughs and taunts that they must first survive his goblins and the approaching mother dragon. Goblins swarm in from all sides, and the team panics at being surrounded, fearing even more dragons may arrive. The mage anxiously warns they stand no chance if more dragons come, but the captain steadies her, claiming that if they endure, this could turn the tide at Guangming town. The captain turns and orders the Hornhelm Knight, who instantly acknowledges the command. He bursts out of the encirclement laughing, delighted that the monsters conveniently grouped up. Charging forward, he swings his weapon to force the goblins aside, carving a path and sprinting off without looking back. As he retreats, he shouts that once Shen Eni arrives, they'll wipe them out, while the goblins merely watch him go without pursuit. Sensing something off, the mage warns the captain that this isn't right. As the circle tightens and greedy eyes gleam, she realizes it wasn't a breakthrough. They intentionally let him escape as part of their plan. Lin Tian descends on his dragon, and only then do they grasp they've walked straight into another trap. Standing atop the dragon, Lin Tian admits there is no mother dragon, just bait to lure Sheng'en away from Guangming town. He slyly asks them to imagine what happens once Sheng'en leaves Guangming. Enraged, the captain grips his weapon and prepares to charge. He orders them to take down the dragon rider and hold the line until Sheng'en Yu returns, as the mage and bald warrior ready themselves for battle. In a flash, the captain attacks the mad goblin, who meets him head-on without flinching. Their clash erupts with force, revealing the mad goblin is his equal, troubling enough without counting the leader behind him. Grinding his teeth, the captain fumes at facing an evenly matched foe. Spotting Casimop's sword in the goblin's hand, he recoils in shock while Lin Tian calmly watches from above. Lin Tian looks down in clear disappointment, mocking that the captain is nothing special after all. He draws his weapon and tells his subordinates that time is short. With a light kick off the dragon, he dives down from the sky. Landing with eyes locked on the captain, he coldly orders the knights eliminated before Sheng Emi arrives. In moments, the captain is slammed to the ground as his comrades are torn apart beside him. Lin Tian activates a skill, crushing the captain with invisible pressure that pins him helplessly despite desperate resistance. Immobilized, he can only watch his teammates die, drowning in belated regret over his own overconfidence. Before he can speak again, Lin Tian fires a bolt from his divine crossbow through the back of his neck, ending it instantly. The mad goblin excitedly claims the fallen weapon as new loot, while Lin Tian ignores him and urges Gobusin to hurry. The mage has vanished unnoticed, and Lin Tian orders the rest cleaned up before retreating ahead of Sheng Eng's arrival. Gobusin busily loots the battlefield and tells Lin Tian to give him 15 minutes. Not long after the chaos, Sheng Eng finally arrives. At the cliff's edge, she raises her hand to halt the group as the path ends abruptly. Seeing the aftermath across the gap, she clenches her teeth. She's too late again. After rebuilding a crossing, they reach the site, only to find skeletons. A knight collapses, choking out the captain's name. Trembling and in tears, he swears vengeance. Sheng Enyi lowers her voice grimly, noting even the bodies aren't intact. Her gaze fixes on massive footprints, once again dragon and goblins. The horn-helmed knight confirms a goblin leader who can control a dragon. Shen En's expression shifts sharply in shock. He recounts the dragon's flames and the squad's destruction, deepening the heavy silence. Studying the scene, she notices the burns are localized while the rest is torn apart, sparking suspicion. Realization hits this was a ploy to lure the dragon away from the mountain. She immediately orders a retreat, warning that Guangming town is in danger. The Horn Knight stands stunned, unable to process it. The scene shifts to Guangming town, once peaceful under her protection, now in ruins. Smoke, rubble, and scattered corpses fill the view, leaving Shengjian Enyu speechless. She drops to her knees, strength drained. Her mind reels in denial. This can't be real. Cries echo as a child kneels beside his lifeless father, calling out desperately. Sheng Nemi approaches gently, telling the child not to be afraid. She's met with a harsh shove and a furious shout to stay away. The child calls her a liar who promised protection, and she stands silent, unable to answer. The survivors glare and hurl accusations, stripping her of worth exactly as Lin Tian planned, breaking her spirit without a direct fight. Overwhelmed by the barrage, Sheng Jinenyi trembles, barely able to process the chaos of condemnation. Before she can speak, blood spills from her mouth as the relentless shocks trigger her condition. Powerless, she collapses under waves of blame and curses, sinking into despair. From afar, Lin Mu watches with quiet satisfaction as Lin Tian achieves victory by shattering her spirit instead of crossing blades. Feeling lighter, she quietly thinks of Lin Tian, anticipation rising for their next meeting. That night at the Tianquang tribe, hurried footsteps announce Lin Tian's goblin squad return, and a guard excitedly shouts that the boss is back. Entering, Lin Tian immediately asks for a report, and Gobuti respectfully confirms a successful raid with loot and captives. He points to a cage holding 2 captured girls, noting some surrendered willingly to survive. Recalling his task, Gobuti adds that he sent gold to Kelia and safely escorted her family out. Hearing this, Lin Tian pauses. He praises Gobuti and grants him benefits equal to Gobusin, leaving Gobuti overjoyed. Lin Tian reflects that helping Kelia repays her trust, while Sheng Enyu's fate is basically sealed. The scene shifts to the Dragon Mother's lair, bustling with dragons bringing food. Lin Tian arrives again, thanking her and crediting their teamwork for the plan's success. The Dragon Mother, pleased, mentions Sheng Enyi's, and Lin Tian suggests continued harassment of Guangming town. Drawing closer, she asks what reward she'll get for her efforts. Lin Tian tactfully offers fresh cattle as tribute, inviting her to take a look. Before he finishes, she suddenly pulls him in and kisses him, catching him off guard. After a moment, she reveals her desire. Plainly, she wants him as her reward. Holding his face again, Lintian hesitates and awkwardly asks if she's serious. Ignoring their size difference, she pins him down, calmly saying she doesn't mind his past actions. Gripping his neck, she warns that refusing her will truly anger her. Flustered, Lintian downplays himself as just a weak goblin unworthy of her. The air heats up as her breathing grows heavier. Pressing closer, she insists is no ordinary goblin but someone with kingly potential. She explains dragons have always worshipped strength. Thus, she seeks only a powerful mate to produce superior offspring. Lintian relents, accepting her demand with a resigned smile. What follows goes beyond polite description, leaving any onlooker stunned. The echoes fill the cave, drawing curious dragons to secretly watch. An hour later, Lintian tidies up as the system pops up a new achievement: stats boosted to 1900 vitality, 600 power, 1400 defense. Staring at the panel, he muses that free attribute gains like this are a steal. Stepping out weak-kneed, he leans on the sleeping dragon mother's horn and decides to slip away before she wakes. A few steps later, his legs buckle and he nearly collapses. Muttering about her excess enthusiasm, he struggles onto his small dragon to return, wary of her overwhelming strength. Back in the dragon mother's cave, she awakens in half-dragon form, reflecting that Lintian may one day lead goblins into a new world. At the Tianquang tribe, a shocked cry shatters the calm. Kasana stares wide-eyed as Lintian suggests sending them away, while the matriarch frowns with mixed emotions. Lintian bluntly says human captives can replace them for reproduction and offers the elves freedom, secretly hoping voluntary loyalty works better than force. The elves erupt in whispers until the matriarch calmly tells Kasana they may leave if they wish, leaving Kasana torn. Suddenly, a soft sound draws Lintian's attention. He turns to see the matriarch kneeling respectfully, asking to stay and follow him, believing he's no ordinary goblin. Looking down with satisfaction, Lintian praises her wisdom, promising protection, knowing she seeks his backing to preserve her all-female tribe. Kasana tearfully questions why her mother would stay behind alone. Yet she too kneels, and soon the other elves follow, choosing to stay with their mother and leader, stunning the matriarch who once heard them crave freedom. Watching it unfold, Lintian smiles just as planned. Once the leader stays, the rest willingly follow. Stepping forward, Lintian declares that since they chose to stay, they are no longer prisoners but his subordinates under his protection, earning unified thanks. With elves joining, Lintian feels his tribe growing stronger. With Shengzhen and Yu gone, it's prime time to cultivate more hero-level talents. His good mood shatters when a noisy goblin drags him to inspect captives, complaining they're too small for him. Lintian rubs his temples until the matriarch gently offers that the elves can help with reproduction, and he reluctantly agrees. Before he rests, another goblin rushes in panic, reporting Goblin seems dead. Lintian freezes in shock, blurting out disbelief. He hurries to the scene without delay. There lies Goblin like a corpse, body torn apart as if he clawed himself to death, while witnesses nervously explain he suddenly went mad. Suddenly, Goblin's body shifts, skin turning brown-green and fangs lengthening. Spikes burst through his flesh, limbs distort, and he slowly pushes himself upright. A nearby goblin shrieks and hides behind Lintian, stammering that he's alive again. Lintian calmly observes the transformed Goblin, now bristling with claws, spikes, and a hooked tail. The system panel reveals Goblin, level 50 mutated goblin, berserker title, returned from death with boosted stats and spike-based skills. Even Lintian pauses at the numbers, realizing that without his recent power-ups he might not suppress him. Thrilled by surviving death, Goblin laughs wildly about being stronger than ever, and Lintian nods approvingly, ordering him to focus on breeding the next goblin generation, which he eagerly accepts. Let's pop back to Guangming Town and see what chaos is brewing. Inside a tavern, knights drink and gossip, joking that the Holy Sword Maiden is probably one bad day from losing it. Cue collective laughter. A deep voice cuts in, bragging that only their Baoshu hero squad can clean up those goblins. Everyone instantly turns toward the speaker. A sharp-looking diamond rank captain of Baoshu stands tall, and someone quickly recognizes him as the Count. A simulation screen suddenly appears. It shows baby goblins behaving adorably, announcing 150 goblins with hero potential after 3 steady months of breeding. Meanwhile, the royal family posts a 300 gold bounty, flashing a chest stuffed with shiny coins. Adventurers of every rank flood toward Guangming Town to wipe him out, ranging from diamond to epic tier, with 1 brutal month to survive. Reading this, Lintian freezes. Diamond elites were bad enough, and now epic monsters are joining the party. He sits there, mind heavy, thoughts piling up like unpaid bills. Right then, Zumu and Gobmoon rush in with rare urgency, saying they have news. Lintian looks up and asks what's going on. They kneel and report that food is running out, monsters are scarce, the iron mine is nearly dry, and training efficiency is tanking. Lintian realizes the area is tapped out, and with Guangming growing unstable, decides they need a richer, safer base. No more delays. He stands and orders an immediate full relocation. Gobmoon is stunned, but Zumu calmly accepts and trusts Lintian's call without hesitation. The group treks through dense forest to a peaceful waterfall. Behind it lies a deep, complex cave hideout, and Lintian approves of their new secret lair. Lintian leads with a torch while Gobmoon and Zumu instinctively stick close as he scans the cave like a true dungeon boss. He orders Mad Goblin and Goblin to fortify the place, Gobmoon to handle prisoners and kids, and everyone snaps back in obedient unison. They clear and expand the cave, torches flaring up as the once gloomy hole turns into Goblin headquarters. From a high ledge, Lintian surveys his freshly built domain. He declares that their new base serve well and live well, break rules and pay dearly, prompting thunderous cheers of long live Big Brother. Once settled, Lintian broods over the system's warnings, deciding he must investigate Guangming Town and those incoming adventurers before things get ugly. Back in the tavern, Madame Tender slides a barley smoothie to her guest. Curious, she asks why the noble Count, who usually hunts high-tier beasts, is personally dealing with goblins. The Count coolly says his rescuing his useless cousin Lorder, who got himself kidnapped by mere goblins, an embarrassment to the family name. Madame Tender nods softly, understanding the noble drama. Suddenly, loud laughter erupts as someone mocks that if the Count takes the bounty, everyone else came for nothing. The tavern atmosphere shifts instantly, all eyes locking onto the newcomer as Count CCL and Madame Tender turn to look. Whispers ripple through the room, tension rising with curiosity. An imposing old mage with silver hair and a ruby-topped staff strides in, demanding either a share of the goblin reward or 1,000 gold, revealing himself as the diamond-tier grey hat leader Judu. CCL bristles but stays composed, mocking the old man's arrogance yet before he can finish. A long laugh echoes from afar, slicing through the tension and drawing both their gazes. A masked wanderer bursts in laughing, warning that with epic adventurer Lucelina joining, no one should get cocky just because the holy sword maiden stepped back. Someone whispers that Lucelina kills for coin without caring who's right, and his friend panics, telling him to shut up before inviting disaster. CCL eyes the masked man and guesses is a roaming knight, who casually replies is only here to hunt dragons, not fight over goblin bounty scraps. He grins confidently at CCL, claiming that slaying a dragon would earn him epic knight status far more glorious than chasing goblins. Still, he warns them not to underestimate goblins, especially when they mutate, plunging the tavern into uneasy silence. Judu nods, saying he's seen more goblins in his near-century life than they've seen people, and yet the race still survives despite endless purges. The crowd grows tense, realizing the old mage's words ring disturbingly true. Judu laughs it off, admitting he'd never bother with goblins if not for the bounty, his sudden mood swing impossible to read. CCL ponders that even sword saints fail before, so solo glory seems risky, perhaps cooperation is smarter. He offers Judu wine and proposes teaming up, promising him the full bounty after success. Judu smiles slyly under his hat and agrees, figuring shared risk beats dying alone. The two quickly seal the deal and move to a quiet corner of town. After eating, CCL spreads out a map, while Judu bluntly suggests storming the forest head-on with overwhelming force. CCL disagrees, arguing that without solid intel, rushing in is suicide. Victory favors those who truly know both enemy and self. Judu grows impatient, gripping his staff and dismissing CCL's caution as overcomplicated, telling them to handle it themselves. Midrant CCL spots another figure and suddenly narrows his eyes, telling Judu to wait. A tall warrior in full iron armor with a sword on his back strides by, radiating pure not your average guy energy. Judu instantly recognizes him as Goblin Slayer and suggests they have a word with him. Hearing that name, CCL freezes in shock. Goblin Slayer. They block his path politely, but Goblin Slayer coldly says he dislikes attention and asks what they want. His blunt tone chills the air, and CCL quickly realizes this is not a friendly type. Judu smooths things over, boasting that Goblin Slayer once solo killed thousands of goblins, leaving CCL utterly stunned. Regaining composure, CCL warmly invites him to join forces against the goblins. Goblin Slayer flatly refuses, brushing past them and declaring they'd only slow him down. CCL's face darkens and Judu fumes silently, thinking this lone wolf better not beg for help later. Annoyed, Judu storms off, urging immediate action before Goblin Slayer steals the glory, while CCL hesitates about rushing in unprepared. Meanwhile, Goblin Slayer exits the town alone, heading straight for the forest. From a distant rock, a hooded figure quietly watches him, calculating. Lin Tian's pupils shift into analysis mode, locking onto the target. The armored man's data panel quickly materializes. It lists Goblin Slayer level 65 human with massive stats and titles like Goblin Hunter and Tyrant, but his total power bizarrely fluctuates between 1,000 and 3,000. Lin Tian stiffens, sweating as he rereads the absurd range, wondering if the system itself is glitching. The system calmly replies that everything is functioning perfectly, no glitches, boss. Lin Tian barely processes that before spotting another night squad leaving town, clearly part of the goblin hunting party. Sensing trouble, he immediately locks onto them and shifts into full analysis mode. The leader is Count Shi, a holy knight type with antidominant abilities and about 1,300 power manageable. Beside him stands Gidu, a grand mage loaded with versatile spells and roughly 1,400 power, far more troublesome. After evaluating both diamond tier foes, Lin Tian concludes they are not exactly geniuses, so things remain under control. Still, his gaze returns to Goblin Slayer, mentally tagging him as the real danger. Back at the Goblin tribe's former territory, CCL and the old mage arrive but find nothing useful. Jidu mutters that such a large goblin tribe should have been discovered earlier, especially with clear battle traces along the way. Suddenly CCL signals him over, saying he's found something. It's a strand of golden female hair, which he immediately hands to Jidu for inspection. Examining it closely, Jidu smirks with veteran confidence, seemingly recognizing its origin. He declares it belongs to an elf, shocking CCL, who wonders if elves help the goblins hide. Jidu releases a blue butterfly from a glass vial, using it to trace the elf's scent, and deduces the elves likely aided the goblins' escape. The butterfly shoots off like a tracking drone. As Jidu explains, it's naturally drawn to elf fragrance. He assures them it will lead to both elf and goblin traces. Soon the butterfly stops at a riverside. The group follows, but CCL notes the trail seems cut off. Perhaps they crossed the river just as the butterfly returns to its vial. Frustrated, CCL suggests using Goblin Slayer's bait, but Du coldly refuses. Instead, Gidu points across the river near a forest stele, telling CCL to look carefully. On the opposite bank, one of Lin Tian's goblins briefly appears as bait before retreating, prompting CCL to shout, "Goblin!" After it, CCL and his knights charge across the river at full speed, yelling for everyone to hurry. From a high perch, Lin Tian watches them walk straight into his trap like gift-wrapped prey. Standing with the little dragon, he smirks. Good, the fish has bitten. Suddenly sensing something off, his expression sharpens with caution. Below, Goblin Slayer strolls toward the river, humming oddly as if baiting someone while Lin Tian holds his position. When Goblin Slayer removes the helmet, Lin Tian frowns. This wasn't in the plan. What he sees next makes him blurt in surprise. The armor comes off piece by piece. Underneath is a striking female assassin in minimal clothing, casually stepping into the river as if danger doesn't exist. Regaining composure, Lin Tian mutters, "So Goblin Slayer's a woman." He analyzes quickly. She's no ordinary human, her stats abnormal, and this carefree act screams hidden intent. When Nis creeps in, he suspects this is a trap meant to lure him out. Has he been exposed? Without hesitation, he signals the little dragon. The dragon understands and flies off, not diving in but retreating. Lin Tian withdraws immediately, deciding the unpredictable slayer is too risky, better handle the other two first. His instinct is right, the female goblin slayer was indeed waiting for him to appear, watching thoughtfully as he leaves. A strange smile crosses her lips as she murmurs with interest, I really wanted to test him. Elsewhere, the exhausted goblin bait nearly collapses from the chase. Seeing it stop, Count Xie halts his team, warning of an ambush. Suddenly, flaming arrows rain down from above. Jidu instantly channels magic through his staff and shouts, move! Ambush, he warns, unleashing a spell that incinerates the incoming arrows midair. Though saved, Jidu pants heavily, snapping at the count that it's not over yet. Right on cue, a rapid figure charges from behind. Here comes Jidu growls. A berserk goblin barrels in, weapons flailing wildly with murderous force. One glance tells Jidu it's dangerous, likely a Herodier unit, so he orders concentrated fire. The formation spreads into an arc, spells igniting as Jidu summons a massive fireball and hurls it straight at the charging goblin. The flames crash in and the goblin tightens up, bracing like a lunatic ready to tank it. A violent explosion rips the ground apart, fire everywhere, but Jidu confidently shields his team, sure the goblin is toast. As the smoke clears, the goblin is still standing, very much not toast. The squad freezes, eyes wide, sweat dripping as disbelief hits hard. Before they react, the goblin bursts through the smoke in a furious blur, moving so fast the world seems slow while they stand stunned. Seeing this, Count Xie drops his calm act, shouting that more high-level goblins are closing in from all sides. Jidu spots the anomaly and warns them not to let the goblins get close, tossing control of the front line to the Count. He slams his staff down, deploying a glowing barrier circle that spreads restorative energy, boosting everyone inside. Empowered, one mage leaps skyward and unleashes a storm of ice weapons, skewering charging goblins in waves. Another soldier casts earth magic, turning solid ground into sucking mud that traps goblins mid-charge. Toxic spells rain elsewhere, corroding goblin bodies as they curl up in agony trying to shield vital spots. From above, Lin Tian watches the chaotic clash intently as steel and magic collide below. Sensing the right moment, he signals for the berserk goblin to break through, and it answers, yes boss. It launches forward instantly, moving so fast it leaves only an afterimage. Landing with a thunderous stump, it stabilizes perfectly, shaking the ground and kicking up a dust cloud. Then it rockets straight at Jidu, killing intent blazing. The strike narrowly misses as the old mage barely senses it in time. Jidu survives by sheer reflex, now panting, eyes burning with fury and tension. Gripping his staff, he glares at the bloodthirsty goblin as the disrupted barrier collapses, its magic shattered by that near-fatal blow. Seizing the moment, a berserk goblin barrels into the enemy line like a speeding tank, and its horde floods in behind it, flattening anyone unlucky enough to stand still. Though CCL's heart wobbles, he shouts loudly to keep the squad from mentally collapsing. Don't panic, he yells right as a goblin steamrolls a soldier and the rest pile on with savage combo attacks. Realizing stalling is pointless, CCL raises his sword and summons power, heating the air as energy gathers like a magical pressure cooker. Flames spiral into a giant fire vortex that sweeps the field, blazing bright while a chilling laugh echoes in the background like bad news arriving. After clearing some foes, CCL notices they're surrounded, switches to defense mode, forms a tight formation, and orders the wounded to the center for emergency healing. Despite inner panic, he stares at the goblins and grits out, we must wipe them out, as if saying it makes it true. Watching from above, Lin Tian coolly notes the enemy is no joke, this level would crush an ordinary tribe. Then he smirks, confident and amused. Unfortunately for them, they picked the wrong battlefield. As the stalemate drags on, a mutant goblin steps forward, spiked body, curved tail, and claws sharp enough to void war Andes. One glance makes Jisu's face stiffen as he blurts urgently, not good, it's mutated. From afar, a young girl's voice rings out, amused and relaxed, commenting on the goblin species like she's reviewing a stage play. The battle rapidly nears its finale, marked by a desperate scream slicing through the forest. GDU is utterly drained, pale and bleeding, strength fading as his eyes turn hollow. The goblins claim total dominance. Gobusinosly lifts GDU like fresh prey, and once the barrier falls, the remaining forces are swiftly crushed or captured. The goblin restrains the old mage, glaring fiercely while letting out mocking, taunting sounds. Gravely wounded, CCL leans on his sword to stand, watching comrades fall as fear washes over his blank face. His mind unravels, sweat pouring as he instinctively calls out his teammates' names. With life slipping away, Jizu musters his last strength to reach towards CCL, whispering a faint plea for help. But CCL only retreats, leaving behind the heartbreaking sight of a dying hand stretching out in vain. His trembling eyes betray a mind in chaos, unable to accept the brutal reality before him. In the end, survival instinct wins. CCL turns tail and bolts, leaving the fading cries for help swallowed by silence. Behind him, Gabusin trudges closer like doom with footsteps, while Jizu goes limp, fingers scraping dirt as he weakly begs CCL one last time. Meanwhile, CCL abandons everything and runs for dear life, not daring to slow down as if death is right on his heels. While fleeing, he dodges elf attacks and sloppy blocks a rain of arrows, cursing wildly as fear explodes. Goblins, elves, danger everywhere and no hero in sight. Then suddenly a figure appears ahead. CCL's entire focus locks on that silhouette, his mind screaming one word: survival. Recognizing who it is, he shamelessly reaches out, begging for help in pure panic mode. The figure is Goblin Slayer, but just as he pleads, three goblins close in behind him, turning CCL into cornered prey. In a few crisp sword strokes, cold arcs flash, blood sprays, and the air fills with the metallic scent of instant regret. CCL stands frozen and trembling, gasping and drenched in sweat, barely holding onto his sanity. When he looks back, the three goblins are already lifeless on the ground. He snaps into hysterical laughter, grabs Goblin Slayer's clothes in manic gratitude, only to earn her icy glare. Saving him was casual, but his behavior disgusts her. She shrugs him off, killing intent flickering, and coldly orders him to stay away. Without another word, Goblin Slayer heads deeper into the forest. CCL collapses to his knees, shouting warnings she ignores, her only reply a bored remark about looking forward to the challenge. Mountain ranges stretch endlessly, surrounded by dust and forest, the suffocating silence heavy as a lid. The berserk goblin grips Jidyu tightly, red eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction as it savors its advantage. Then out of nowhere, a sword pierces straight through its back. By the time it notices, it's already too late. Agonizing pain shatters its control, consciousness fading as its gaze turns hollow. The giant body slackens, dropping Jidyu before crashing down itself, leaving everyone stunned as chaos erupts and all eyes snap to the fallen center. From afar, Lin Tian notices strange commotion around the berserk goblin's spot. His eyes sharpen. Someone that strong shield drops so fast something smells off. As goblins crowd around to check, steady footsteps approach from the distance, and Gobusen turns toward the sound. An armored knight appears, sword at the hip. Unregistered guest goblin slayer calmly rests the blade on her shoulder, and casually asks Gobusen if he's the leader, adding he looks pretty unimpressive. The insult detonates Gobusen's rage, red eyes blazing as murder fills his glare. Refusing to lose face before his troops, he roars and charges with them, while Goblin Slayer stands still like she's waiting for a bus. She tightens her grip, pressure radiating invisibly, cold intent flashing behind her visor. In a blink, she dashes like wind. Steel flashes, goblins fly, blood paints the air, and it's over before anyone processes the patch notes. Watching above, Lin Tian is stunned. Her simple strikes crushes enhanced forces, making him question what hidden stats she's running. Seeing his squad wiped, Gobusen goes feral, spikes elongate with malicious wool, teeth sharpen, muscles swell, crimson eyes darken, all madness locked onto Goblin Slayer as the mutation keeps escalating. Twisted joints burst through his skin, across his body agony fuels his destructive power, and fully out of control, he rockets at Goblin Slayer like a blooded killing machine. In the distance, Goblin Slayer remains motionless, silently tracking the incoming target. Then she moves, bursting forward and after images, slipping past Gobusen with a mocking mutter about a crazed specimen, coolly assessing him at point-blank range. A clean slash follows, thrilled laughter echoes, wind snaps. Goblin Slayer lowers her stance afar, while behind her Gobusen freezes, every spike neatly shaved off one move, perfectly matched and overwhelmingly superior. Her hand tightens on the hilt as violet energy ripples faintly across her body. With a light step, she shoots forward like an arrow, blade raised to cleave Gobusen's back. He senses death, but can't react in time, glancing back at the knight closing in. He snarls, "Die!" Gobusen watches the blade about to skewer him, sweating buckets after grinding to this form. Is he really gonna rage quit now? Just as the sword tip nears his body, plop, a sticky mud-like slime suddenly coats the blade and spreads, dragging down its motion mid-strike. Goblin Slayer glares at the muck binding her and snaps in disgust that this clingy sludge is seriously annoying. From afar, Lin Tian surveys it all, summons his dragon, mounts up, and weighs options. Troops are worn down, but capturing that knight would be premium loot, maybe even the perfect breeding asset. After seconds of calculation, Lin Tian descends majestically on his dragon, orders everyone to form a perimeter, keep distance, throw rocks, fire ranged attacks below. The goblins look up as if guided by a star and scramble into formation. Goblin Slayer glances back at the winged beast, amused that goblins can even command dragons despite the sticky restraint. Her excitement only grows. This place truly doesn't disappoint. From the mountainside, massive boulders begin raining down nonstop. Crashes thunder through the forest as dust billows thick enough to blind. Realizing the crushing danger with barely a second to spare, she swings her sword, shattering giant rocks like tofu, yet the relentless storm of stones and arrows pours down like a flood for a long stretch. Goblin Slayer slams her blade into the ground. Freed from the mud but drained by the barrage, she kneels on one knee, breathing heavily against her sword. From atop the dragon, Lin Tian folds his arms and smirks. After over an hour of fighting, she must be running on fumes. No human endures this forever. Right then, Goblin Slayer lifts a hand and removes her mask with a soft crack. The mask falls to the ground. Everyone freezes beneath it as a beautiful blonde girl, strange red aura swirling, eyes enchanting as she looks up at the goblins. The sight derails their combat instincts. They stare dreamily, grinning foolishly as if beholding perfection itself. Midair, Lin Tian falters, questions flooding his mind at this bizarre turn. Below, Goblin Slayer walks to Lao Giza's corpse, scans the area, then swiftly drives her hand into his left chest. Blood gushes and drips through her fingers, the metallic scent thick in the air. She lifts the heart to her lips, savoring its hot freshness with trembling delight. After all, human hearts are said to be peak nutrition. Seeing this, Lin Tian stiffens, not good, as she swallows it whole, and the situation flips completely. Rising with sword in hand, fully refreshed, she blitzes forward and after images, carving through goblins in elegant strokes that paint the battlefield crimson. When the last target falls, her gaze remains steady. Blood on her pale skin only sharpens the contrast between beauty and brutality. Enraged, Gobusen charges with a dagger, roaring insults, but she meets him with disdain, drawing her blade and coolly remarking, "Hes perfect for a send-off." A violet-charged sword thrust pierces straight through Gobusen's chest before he can react. Looking down imperiously, she raises both hands and murmurs, "Bloom," as purple energy condenses in her palms. The blast detonates inside Gobusen, blowing his chest apart and hurling him away, while she stands unmoved, as if none of it concerns her. From above, Lin Tian realizes her power mirrors Lo Jisu's magic absorption included, and decides cutting losses and retreating is the smart play. Acting instantly, he flies his dragon to Everly, orders her to come, and commands the rest to withdraw. Everly, mid-healing, hears her master and promptly obeys as the retreat order spreads. The female Goblin Slayer calmly calls out, "Wait, it's been a while since I met a goblin as smart and strong as you." She steps toward Lin Tian casually, proposing that if he lets her see him up close, she'll spare them and even heal the wounded, and offer dripping with "You can't refuse," stirring his grim memory of once being captured for experiments. Lin Tian laughs mockingly, "What nonsense, you think I'd believe that?" She arches a sly "Bro, don't believe." As if to prove it, she begins removing her gear, metal clinking repeatedly. Each piece drops to the ground one by one. Finally, she looks at him innocently, "Now do you believe?" But despite her disarming act, Lin Tian's suspicion only deepens. He studies her every move harmless on the surface, yet her devastation lingers, discarding her guard so easily only makes him wonder what game she's truly playing. Taking a gamble, Lin Tian lands his dragon before her in a gusting show of dominance, yet she watches calmly as if he's just arrived for tea. Touching down, Lin Tian strides forward, removes his disguise, and says evenly, "Then let's talk properly." Seeing the goblin leader's true form, she looks surprised, folds her arms, and smiles faintly, just a low-level goblin. How unexpected. Annoyed, Lin Tian ignores the jab and cuts to the point. "You've seen me, so what about saving them?" Still wearing innocence, she twirls a tiny nail, brushes it to her lips, and says she'll keep her promise if he satisfies her. In a flash, the nail shoots out and pins his shoulder at impossible speed. Pain buckles him before he can dodge, while she laughs sweetly that she loves hunting strong goblins and finishing them once bored. Lowly body, kingly mind. Stepping closer, finger at her lips, she admits he excites her. Lin Tian frowns, forcing clarity. "You're setting a trap." She giggles as icy dread crawls up his spine. Through the pain, he realizes has already walked into it. Amid the tension, he notices something wrong. His soldiers in Everly look vacant, stripped of will. Alarmed, he shouts, "Why are you turning your backs?" Before grasping the situation, he turns and finds her right in front of him, still harmless looking as she slowly bends down. Cheerfully, she says they are all in her hands. Can he tell? And indeed, everyone stands motionless with their backs turned, Everly included. At the critical moment, her weight presses close from behind. Warm breath at his ear. "Be good, and I promise not to kill you." Pain and pressure mount as she whispers she wants to stay by his side and see what he becomes. Then suddenly, his body is slammed down, head hitting the ground hard. In all his past and reborn life, has never been this helpless. Controlled by a deadly foe who still looks innocent, Lin Tian meets her gentle gaze as she murmurs, "What will you turn into, I wonder?" Then she laughs softly and kisses him, catching him utterly off guard as everything spirals beyond prediction. Meanwhile, hidden deep in the bushes, CCL sneaks back out of worry for his benefactor Goblin Slayer. After trekking through dense forest, he returns to the battlefield, guided by lingering sounds, pushing aside the brush. The sight before him leaves him frozen. Frozen in shock, CCL spins away and crouches, sweating and covering his mouth. Goblin Slayer is a woman, and why is she with a goblin? Before he recovers, a goblin spots him. His heart sinks. This is spiraling out of control. Panic floods his eyes. It feels like the end. A scream tears through the air, then silence. Meanwhile, true to her word, the wounded soldiers are healed. They swiftly loot the battlefield and haul spoils back to the cave, shouting at each other to hurry. The haul is massive. Not far off, Lin Tian warns her this is goblin territory and any step further has consequences. She replies coolly that she wants to see how strong he is if he can bear the consequences come. Feeling suppressed by this unpredictable foe, Lin Tian's gaze sharpens. "Who are you, and what power lets you control even me?" She shrugs as if it's obvious and teases if she tells him everything, will he let her tag along? Still guarded, Lin Tian answers it depends on how she explains. Calmly, she states she is the descendant of the Goblin King. The words hit hard. Lin Tian turns sharply. The Goblin King? Eyes wide, he asks how a king's hair could look human. She turns away, hair veiling her face, and murmurs that perhaps it's because her mother was human. Old memories surge. Her gentle mother and her own birth. She is the result of that Goblin King's act. Her childhood was a suffocating prison of abuse by her own kind. Though higher goblins rarely reproduce, she survived against odds. Spear in hand, she slaughtered every goblin in her path, including her so-called father over a decade ago. She personally killed the Goblin King who tried to claim her. She kept striking until he lay still, then absorbed his body piece by piece. Royal blood awakened, granting dominion over goblins, and she erased their entire underground city. Deep in thought, Lin Tian asks if that bloodline is what lets her control them. She chuckles, admiring her blade's reflection. More than that, she infused her blood into her weapons. Once struck, goblins are bound to obey. Lifting her helmet, she says she became Goblin Slayer out of hatred for the species. Hunting the strong afterward is just a personal hobby. Hearing this, Lin Tian's view of her shifts. Some sympathy arises, but so does caution. Better to build ties than make an enemy of someone this dangerous. He steps forward with a polite grin and invites her to join him, but she laughs, amused he chose teamwork over trying to control her. Her reaction makes Lin Tian pause, suddenly unsure whether that royal bloodline is deadly or just delightfully unhinged. She puts her helmet back on and coolly says she'll return to Zheng Guangming as his spy, and Lin Tian dryly wonders since when she became so kind. She turns back softly yet possessively, declaring he belongs to her and she won't let anyone ruin her toy until she's bored. Lin Tian is left speechless and walks away, surrendering the argument. He returns to his cave where dripping water provides the world's saddest background music. The system panel pops up. Lin Tian, level F5 goblin, stacked with titles and buffs and all his stats noticeably boosted. Leaning back in his leather chair, he realizes those juicy gains came from that girl's royal bloodline. His thoughts are shattered by a scream, drawing his frown toward the noise. Below, two prisoners are tied up, one screaming like a siren, the other silent and detached. When the quiet one finally speaks, his icy voice drips with contempt for his panicking companion. He subtly gestures to a nearby boiling pot, its bubbling steam delivering a very clear threat. Suspicion turns to terror as the screaming prisoner is lifted and restrained by a burly goblin, trembling in despair. With the boiling pot just steps away, he babbles desperate bargains while the other watches calmly. Just before things get messy, the calm prisoner demands to see the leader. Intrigued, Lin Tian approaches, amused by the contrast between sheer panic and eerie composure. The exhausted prisoner proposes a deal: his companion's life in exchange for cooperation. The offer instantly revives the other man's hope, clinging to survival like a drowning rat. Lin Tian steps forward, looming above them with mocking authority, firmly reminding them who holds the power. Lu De coldly suggests chopping off the man's leg and releasing him to lure his family and even that sword saint bitch into Lin Tian's buffet of strong prey. Cecile freezes, internally screaming in disbelief as Luoda's noble image shatters into sheer lunacy. Suddenly Luo D snaps, drooling and ranting about killing everyone, and Lin Tian laughs, agreeing since the man is clearly manipulated beyond repair. Luodi keeps twitching and muttering about slaughtering them all like a broken record of madness. The matriarch approaches anxiously, warning Lin Tian that releasing a tiger like this might expose their lair. Lin Tian calmly reassures her he has a plan and isn't worried about Luodi pulling any last tricks. Meanwhile in Guangming Town's tavern, someone panics, yelling that it's all over for them. The bartender pauses mid-glass wipe, annoyed at the early morning drama from the frantic night. The bald knight blurts out that Count CCL was seen riding toward the royal city with one leg missing. The tavern erupts in shock, questioning whether CCL's elite team really failed. A hooded man skeptically asks if the Grey Cloaks and Bloodburst warriors were wiped out, leaving only CCL alive. Goblin Slayer walks in with his sword on his back and confirms the rumor. His tall frame looms in the doorway as he calmly states everyone died except CCL. He casually takes a seat at a nearby table. The bald knight nervously asks if he joined the battle, and Goblin Slayer simply replies yes. Ordering a beer, he adds indifferently that he personally slaughtered hundreds of high-level goblins and even mutant variants. The bartender and knight fall silent, the entire tavern holding its breath. Goblins known for being nearly impossible to kill are dismissed like minor pests, leaving everyone stunned. Then laughter erupts, praise floods in, drinks are offered for free, and the tavern hails Goblin Slayer as a legend for crushing such a monstrous goblin force. A powerful gust suddenly blasts into the tavern at blinding speed, dragging something unseen with it and stealing everyone's attention. In a blink, the doorway turns icy as countless dark shapes swarm in, forcing panicked patrons to dodge and scream. The creatures cluster on the ceiling while the crowd grips swords and staffs, staring up in shock as the bald knight stammers in disbelief. Meanwhile, Goblin Slayer calmly sips his drink, noting the hundreds of redayed figures above cold-blooded mercenaries. Dramatic entrance. From within the swarm, a voice calls out to Goblin Slayer. One bat-like creature fixes him with a sharp gaze and seductively asks if he found the goblin's lair, since goblins are expert hiders. As tension thickens, Goblin Slayer casually replies he hasn't found the lair yet and already left after killing them, adding sweetly that he trusts his deer to handle this. A shrill laugh echoes as wings beat and a figure descends before him. Smiling slyly, the creature assures him they'll handle locating the lair and invites him to cooperate. Goblin Slayer offers no answer and slowly rises from his seat. Pushing the chair back, she walks away, remarking she dislikes night operations and teamwork. Watching her leave, the redayed leader drops the charm for cold resolve, deciding to claim the reward themselves. Night falls over the forest near Guangming Town, the bright moon nearly blotted out by swarming flyers. The flock follows the lingering scent of blood toward a waterfall, hanging from branches as they scout. One asks the captain if this really looks like an army's base upside down. The captain insists the blood trail ends here and orders them in. The swarm dives into a cave ahead while a confused guard scratches his head, only to be yelled at by a goblin to stop gawking and focus. Inside the damp cave, water droplets echo steadily in the heavy silence. The cave echoes with cold drips as shadowy flyers circle above, puzzled that only a few dozen goblins and one mutant make this seem like a mere mid-sized tribe. While one doubts they found the right spot, the leader smirks, convinced this is the goblin lair Goblin Slayer mentioned and eager for a midnight blood buffet. With a signal, the swarm dives down to drain them dry. Fangs aimed at goblin necks, they relish the thought of feasting and claiming rewards. But suddenly a sneak attack from behind paralyzes the leader before he can react. Losing balance, he crashes to the ground with a dull thud. A figure slowly steps out from the shadows the ambusher revealed. Stunned, the leader sees the impossible, a holy priestess standing inside a goblin lair. As light exposes her poised form and staff, the redayed vampire internally screams, wondering why a priestess is in the wrong dungeon. Before he recovers, flames erupt deeper in the cave, spreading fast, the natural bane of bats now sealing their fate. The once sleeping goblins awaken, torches and weapons in hand, tightening the encirclement. Realizing they're trapped, the leader curses while a subordinate panics, asking what to do next. Lin Tian strolls forward, taunting the trapped vampires for daring to come here for blood. The leader instantly senses Lin Tian's distinct aura, clearly the true boss. His wings beat fiercely, whipping up a vortex aimed straight at Lin Tian and the goblins. The onlookers can only stare as the whirlwind rages briefly. When it fades, a lone figure remains at its center. Female forms emerge from the bat swarm, and the beautiful leader shrugs, saying since they're exposed, they might as well slaughter these mere goblins. Lin Tian activates System Scan Lilith, level 61 vampire, titled Countess Wife with immortal body and divine curse, boasting brutal stats and blood-them skills. Though her overwhelming attributes tighten his focus, Lin Tian stays composed. Had already been warned about this cold-blooded mercenary raid. Lilith hovers midair, slashing at the goblins and sneering that a few flames once saved them. Roses have thorns for a reason. Lin Tian simply smirks from beneath his bangs, unimpressed. Suddenly, burly goblins behind him chant hallelujah, golden light forming a sturdy holy barrier. The brighter the hymn, the harsher the burn, and the vampires scream as holy light scorches through them. Lilith shields herself in shock, since when could lowly goblins wield divine power? The sacred chorus swells, flooding the cave with radiant light and sealing the vampires in. One by one, they collapse under the blazing pressure and Lin Tian's tightening forces. Seeing victory secured, Lin Tian calmly suggests they stop fighting and discuss terms instead. Propped up by her subordinates, Lilith laughs mockingly at the idea of goblins daring to negotiate. Squatting thoughtfully, Lin Tian guesses they're here for bounty money and wonders why mighty vampires need cash at all. Lilith falters, inwardly bitter outsiders won't understand their struggles. She explains it's not easy dealing with the Holy Church and Sword Saint, and since they signed a pact banning human blood, they must buy blood to survive. Realizing the opportunity, Lin Tian calculates that recruiting them could greatly benefit his tribe. After exchanging details, he relaxes and offers cooperation, surprising the Countess Wife. Under her gaze, Lin Tian signals his subordinates and declares he can provide blood. The goblins cease their holy chant, the golden light fading to let the vampires regroup. Yet Lilith laughs skeptically, doubting a handful of goblins could supply enough blood to sustain her entire vampire clan. Lin Tian suddenly turns dead serious, citing research that kidneys store vital essence and certain monsters' essence can substitute for human blood. Leela and her subordinates stare in utter confusion, one whispering, "Captain, what is he even saying?" Seeing their blank faces, Lin Tian closes his eyes sagely and coughs like a professor about to simplify a lecture. He re-explains that a certain monster race long ago discovered a similar energy source and survives on it even in modern times. This species, he says, feeds without killing through a mutually beneficial exchange surprisingly reasonable. Bringing it home, he declares goblins have exactly what the Countess lacks, and with cooperation, blood shortages will be history. The vampires murmur in doubt, but Lilith strides forward, declaring they'll know if it's true by trying. A subordinate grabs her sleeve nervously, calling out to stop her. They remind her they serve the Count, still sealed away, and question risking everything instead of waiting. Lilith turns back resolute, saying centuries of sisters have fallen, and if this works, they can survive safely without further sacrifice. Reason enough to try. Decision made, she personally tests the method, and her body quickly reacts with spreading heat and flushed skin. The bizarre scene leaves everyone around awkward and flustered. As the reaction intensifies, shock fills her changing eyes. Then she bursts into delighted laughter, thrilled that it truly can replace fresh blood. Before Lin Tian can react, is dragged down and swarmed by eager vampires shouting they want to try too, leaving him gasping for mercy. After barely escaping, a drained Lin Tian reaches toward the elf matriarch Leah, begging her to hold him up. Leah supports him with a teasing smile, while he groans that these vampires were clearly starved into madness. Once calm returns, the Countess regains her composure and steps forward to speak. She agrees to cooperate and bluntly asks what the goblins want in return, meeting Lin Tian's gaze head-on. Lin Tian scans the cave and notes it's dark and secluded, perfect for vampire hideouts. Still exhausted, he adds they only need to guard the cave from intruders, while Leah quickly steadies him again. The Countess instantly sees the benefit: stable shelter, steady food, and survival without chaos, an absurdly good deal. Gracefully circling behind him, she pretends to ponder before agreeing with a sly glance. She leaves humming cheerfully while Lin Tian watches in uneasy silence, faintly doubting his bold bargain. Outside Guangming Town's gate, night lamps glow as rumors spread about the missing cold-blooded mercenaries. With no news from the goblin hunt, townsfolk gossip that the mission failed again. Inside the noisy tavern, a fat man berates a hooded adventurer for not daring to fight goblins despite claiming diamond rank, and the hooded man snaps back that he's not their bounty slave. Their argument peaks when the tavern door suddenly bursts open, light flooding in. A graceful figure steps through like moonlight incarnate, wrinkling her nose at the alcohol before entering. The fat man freezes in shock, stammering Jinsheng. The hooded man instantly switches to a flattering smile, relieved that she has recovered. After a few jaw-dropping minutes, someone grills the Sword Saint's daughter Yijin Shengjiang about soloing Dragon Extermination Island to rally everyone against the goblins, and she calmly says yes, it's the only way to wipe out both the Dragon Clan and goblins at once. Another anxious soul wonders if their bunch of average Joes can actually pull this off, and the mood instantly turns heavy. A laid-back guy volunteers with a shrug, and though the girl barely reacts, she's fine with any warm body backing her plan since her expectations were rock bottom anyway. A cigar-comping diamond rank gun hero pledges to uphold the Sword Saint's creed and lead the squad to purge goblins, and Allison clocks his identity immediately. Ye Shengnan coolly nods and assigns him the goblin cleaning duty. She then asks a hooded figure with object control powers to ferry her by boat to Dragon Extermination Island, leaving him stunned at being personally chosen. He quickly bows with a grin, calling it the honor of a lifetime to fight beside Ye Jinsheng. Hidden under the hood, his scheming eyes gleam as he dreams of hitting epic adventurer rank if this gamble pays off. On Dragon Island, black dragons coil through the blue sky, guarding a misty isle like it's hiding the universe's worst-kept secret. Deep underground in a shadowy cave, Longmu cradles her egg and softly lulls it to sleep until the cavern violently trembles, rocks and dust raining down in chaotic waves. Instantly alert, Longmu shields the egg with her body and demands to know who's causing the ruckus. A subordinate scouts the cave entrance and reports back once Longmu is fully awake. After hearing the news, Longmu frowns in brief realization, then scoffs that she can still stand despite having her spirit badly damaged before talk about stubborn willpower. Clicking her tongue, Longmu gently strokes the egg but can't hide her simmering irritation at the terrible timing. She lifts the egg, hugs it tight, and plants a kiss filled with fierce maternal love. Setting it down tenderly, she smiles and tells her child to remember its father is one very special goblin. Longmu's eyes turn icy as a suffocating, dangerous aura floods the area. She shifts back to her true form, fiery pupils blazing with rage, snarling that it's time to settle things with that crazy woman. A colossal shadow bursts from the cave, ripping through the sky like a lightning bolt. Outside, the air reeks of blood as dark red drops slide steadily from a small sword. The forest has become a goblin graveyard, and a white-clad girl strolls through the corpses with eerie elegance, sword in hand, as if sightseeing. She suddenly stops. Longmu is standing right before her. Longmu slams down from the sky, shaking the earth, crimson eyes locking onto the Saintess like a predator. Of all days, this lunatic chooses today to barge in alone and cause trouble. Despite the crushing pressure, the Saintess stands firm, gripping her sword and taunting that Longmu finally decided to show herself. Tilting her head, Longmu mocks her for losing to a goblin before and still daring to live, twisting the knife before the real fight begins. Triggered, the Saintess aura explodes as she steps forward, declaring that while Longmu can't judge her life, she will claim Longmus for threatening her people. They clash instantly, the Saintess slashing a blazing golden arc through the air with a battle cry. Longmu watches with disdain, then opens her jaws to unleash a sinister purple-black flame that scorches the very air. Sword light and dark fire collide violently, tearing at space itself as wind howls and debris flies everywhere. Nearby, a figure hides behind a rock, wisely choosing survival over heroics. The hooded man trembles at Longmu's massive form, muttering that if discovered he would even qualify as a toothpick, unaware a giant tail is sweeping his way until The Saintess suddenly grabs him by the collar like a stray kitten. She leaps skyward, barely dodging Longmu's crushing tail that would flatten him into paste. As Longmu pivots to strike again, the Saintess casually drops the hooded man and lands lightly on the ground. He crashes down like dead weight, and as Longmu turns her gaze over, the Saintess snaps at him to get lost instead of being useless. Longmu's blazing eyes lift skyward as she unleashes a roar that rattles space itself. Magic arrays flare up, raining endless razor-sharp stalactites toward the Saintess and the hooded man. The Saintess charges straight into the deadly downpour, carving a path through falling stone without hesitation. Meanwhile, the hooded man lies frozen as a massive spike plummets right at him, slamming down with a boom, making him curl up and scream in sheer panic. Using the falling rocks as footholds, the Saintess darts forward to close in on Longmu despite the relentless barrage. Before Longmu can counter, the Saintess leaps up and unleashes a desperate, full-force ultimate strike aimed at her head. Caught off guard, Longmu takes deep, brutal cuts all over, shrieking as pain floods her body. The Saintess presses the attack mercilessly, her cold eyes fixed as her blade tears through scale and flesh. Longmu's agonized cries echo across Dragon Island and into the sky. Deep in the cave, the egg suddenly cracks from within. A tiny creature crawls out and instinctively heads toward the distant noise. It lets out fragile cries, flapping weak wings in a clumsy first attempt at flight. Fluid drips steadily onto the cave floor with soft rhythmic taps. On a rocky ledge, the Saintess stands calmly gazing down at the collapsed Longmu. Clutching her face in pain, Longmu grits her teeth in agony. The Saintess coolly remarks she aimed for the forehead but only managed to take one eye as Longmu slowly rises. Weapon in hand and hatred blazing, Longmu roars that today shall fight to the death with this madwoman. Just as they're about to clash again, a tiny dragon flies in, shouting for them not to hurt its mother before losing momentum, and crashing hard onto the ground with a pitiful thud. Seeing her newborn injured, Longmu is seized by pure panic. She rushes forward, crying out for her child and urging it to flee to the place its memories guide it to, the only safe haven. In that instant, the Saintess appears behind her and delivers a decisive slash, and the little dragon can only sob mother as blood sprays and Longmu's body is torn apart before its tear-filled eyes. Tears stream down as the little dragon, choking on sobs and helpless rage, finally shuts its eyes and flies off per Longmu's last wish while the Saintess watches in silence and the hooded man struts over smugly. Eyeing the fleeing hatchling with greedy intent, the hooded man gathers green energy in his palm and offers to handle the kid himself. He unleashes a barrage of attacks, but sensing danger, the little dragon dodges and spins back to retaliate. It spits bursts of fire straight at him, catching the man completely off guard. He freezes until the burning pain hits, eyes bulging and jaw clenched before he finally reacts. Too late, as his skin is scorched and he rolls around screaming while the Saintess watches like it's cheap street theater, clearly unimpressed by her so-called tool. Once the pain dulls, he staggers up and pours a healing potion over his burns. Face charred and eyes bloodshot, he rages about boiling that little monster into hot pot, only for the Saintess to coldly inform him it already escaped. She states she spared it since it never harmed her people, then walks off without sparing him a glance, determined to rush back and personally wipe out the goblins ravaging Guangming town. As Longmu's body reverts fully to her dragon form, the two head for the boat, but the hooded man's magic fails repeatedly until the Saintess sneers and tells him to stop standing around and start rowing. After they leave, the little dragon returns to Longmu's corpse, sobbing and calling for her, but the lifeless body gives no answer. Desperate, it tries to lift her and vows to take her back to the dragon nest to save her, yet the vast size difference makes the effort hopeless. Before long, the tiny dragon collapses in exhaustion, having changed absolutely nothing. With no way out, the little dragon pants hard and makes a risky call, apologizing to Longmu before swallowing her egg to gain the strength to carry her home. In moments, he transforms into a massive, muscle-bound dragon matching Longmu's size, roaring so powerfully the air trembles. Spreading his wings, he lifts her head and rockets across forests and mountains without slowing down. Guided by inherited memories, he reaches the colossal dragon lair, a smoky realm threaded with flowing magma. Spotting his destination, he lands urgently, still clutching her head, and scans the area in haste. He searches frantically for any sign of life that might help. With desperate hope, he ignores his fear of this unfamiliar place, caring only about saving his mother. Suddenly, a dark shadow drops from above before he can react, and slams him down with crushing force, pinning him into the ground under overwhelming weight. The impact knocks Longmu's head from his grasp, sending it rolling meters away. Pinned helplessly, he hears his captor report to Long Wang about catching an intruder, while he chokes out tearful cries for his mother. At that moment, Long Wang appears, golden pupils snapping open with icy authority. The mighty Chien Long Wang reveals himself in towering form and, noticing the severed head, asks if it belongs to Finbad. Stepping closer, he demands the child's identity, puzzled since no such dragon exists in their clan, while the boy ignores him, focused only on Longmu. With no other option, he pleads that the head is his mother's and begs them to save her, guided here by inherited memory. Murmurs erupt as the dragons recognize the sacred aura on the wound, clearly that woman's doing, and lament that Finbad, heir to the former Long Wang's crystal power, stubbornly left the outside world. After piecing it together, Long Wang approaches and examines the boy's aura carefully, while the child watches silently, unsure of his intent. Long Wang steps back, signals his men to stand down, notes the boy is indeed her child but not pure-blooded, and asks who his father is. Freed, the boy steadies himself and says he never met his father, only that Longmu told him he was a goblin. The cavern erupts in shock, dragons gawking and repeating a goblin. Enraged, the attacker slams him down again, calling him a disgraceful half-breed and asking Long Wang for permission to eat him. Long Wang stays silent, weighing the thought that the child still carries Longmu's Dragon King bloodline. Yet with only this crystal bloodline left, keeping a mixed blood isn't simple without a trial. The clan would never accept him. Seeing the boy's composure and grit, Long Wang decides this harsh choice is ultimately for the child's own good. He declares that if the boy wants to save his mother, he must first survive by defeating the dragon beside him. Before he fully processes that, another dragon laughs, thanking Longwang for the entertainment, and the boy tenses up. The sly dragon's crushing aura makes it hard to breathe as he lunges with jaws wide open. In a blink, the small dragon is swallowed whole. The attacker smirks smugly as if the half-goblin child's story just ended there. But suddenly his face twists like something inside is very wrong. Flames burst from his mouth, eyes blazing red as he struggles to contain the chaos within. He screams in panic that the brat is tearing him apart from the inside, while the others hold back due to Longwang's order. One dragon reminds him coldly that this was the king's decision, he must handle it alone. Moments later, the boy explodes out from inside, leaving behind a corpse with a gaping, burned-through torso. Overjoyed, he flies about shouting that he survived one and can now save his mother. He lands and walks toward Longwang. Calmly, Longwang declares him a member of the dragon nest, naming him Nihuo, and as his body grows stronger from devouring his foe, the boy excitedly asks how they'll revive Longmu. Hearing the question, Longwang orders Finbad's head to be taken to the world tree, while Nihuo listens intently. He explains that fusing the head with the world tree's roots to create a wood dragon is the only way to revive his mother. Scene shift to Lin Tian in the system space, reviewing a report that praises his cave defenses with the elves and dragon harpies, scoring 80 life points after repelling adventurers. Lin Tian coolly calculates that with proper prep against hundreds of adventurers, all he needs now is to speed up the timeline. The system asks if he wants to enter the simulation progress. He agrees without hesitation. He appears amid frenzied goblins chanting "Long live Big Boss," while lounging atop piles of loot. Seated on his throne, Lin Tian notes heavy elite losses but enough meat to evolve the remaining major goblins into hero forms. As the system announces, all goblins hit level 50 and evolved into glutton goblins. Their total power rises to 1100, gaining meat, shield, and gluttony the more they eat, the tankier they get. Great Axe goblins evolve as well, climbing to 1000 power with the special skill Rage Cleave. Shadow goblins advance to 1200 power, unlocking throat-slitting hands. As Lin Tian walks, he muses that goblins are hated for leveling by eating flesh, while humans level simply by killing anything including their own kind, while Luodi reels in trauma from witnessing the tribe's slaughter. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder, praising his formidable abilities. The newcomer, Countess Fu Ren, licks her lips and remarks it's been ages since she savored such human blood. Leaning closer, she offers intel on Shang Qiji and Endian return, and Lin Tian calmly invites her to elaborate. She recounts how, after learning hundreds of adventurers died, Shang Qiji and Enyu left Guangming town to rally a legendary hunting squad. Her tone turns serious, warning that those hunters were once Shang Qiji and En's comrades. Lin Tian instantly catches the key detail: she left the city, and muses that this is the perfect chance to step outside. Surprised, she sought reinforcements instead of pressing him directly. Seeing his relaxed reaction, Countess Fu Ren can't hide her confusion at his complete lack of concern. A goblin minion bursts in, yelling, "Boss, we're doomed," and both Lin Tian and the Countess snap their heads toward him. Gasping, he reports another goblin tribe approaching the cave, and Lin Tian sternly asks if they're targeting them while the Countess looks stunned. Lin Tian deduces that since no other tribe exists within 100 miles, these must be the cave's former owners. Outside, the new goblins look painfully green, clumsily scrambling up the cliff. Up above, Lin Tian stands ready with Jibu Shan and Jibu Di waiting like patient predators. The goblins reach the stream, led by a bulky Heratype leader, the tribe's one and only premium model. The leader urges them to hurry, clearly impatient, while his stats start popping up in Lin Tian's system view. Has a level 50 Beast Goblin Hero Bloodline Beast King hybrid blessed by a deity with solid stats and skills. Lin Tian notes this rare hero variant is pretty impressive. Curious, Lin Tian wonders how big this tribe is if even a rare hero only ranks as a squad captain. Focused, Lin Tian orders Jibu Shan and Jibu Di to capture them alive. Suspecting their elite troops, Jibu Di eagerly licks his weapon and volunteers with confidence. Meanwhile, the rival goblins wade right into the middle of the stream. The Beastblood captain suddenly senses a faint bloody scent, but his clueless subordinates insist they notice nothing. Reaching the waterfall, they excitedly assume food fell inside the cave and rush in, confirming Lin Tian's guess that this place used to be theirs. Suddenly, a red streak slices through the air at eye-blurring speed. Jibu Di strikes first, flashing past with a dagger so fast the beast goblin realizes he's been hit only after it's already over. The captain snaps into battle mode and orders everyone to fight, and the low-level goblins loudly swear to protect their boss. Before they can form up, the water ripples and a goblin arm rises ominously from below. A mad goblin erupts from the water and goes berserk, instantly shattering their morale and sending them fleeing in terror, screaming about a mutant goblin. The beast goblin grits his teeth in frustration as his easy mission turns into a nightmare against foes way out of his league. Spikes erupt from underground, skewering his troops in seconds and leaving him the lone survivor in total chaos. A low-level goblin tries to flee, cursing that the cave's been taken and they must report back to the Lord. From above, Lin Tian spots the escape plan instantly and calmly raises his crossbow. The bolt shoots through the fleeing goblin, dropping him at the leader's feet, last one down, while Lin Tian lowers his weapon and the mad goblin cleans up. Overwhelmed, the beast goblin trembles and sweats, muttering that his enemies were supposed to be weaklings. Before his spiraling thoughts settle, he collapses mid-sentence, all of it observed closely by Lin Tian and the mad goblin as the system updates. The system reports the level 50 beast goblin has been poisoned by an earth goblin. Lin Tian keeps his gaze fixed on him, face dark as he plans the next move. The beast goblin wakes up chained tight, yet still snarls insults and threats at Lin Tian like a very restrained tough guy. Watching the tantrum, Lin Tian frowns and coolly suggests this dog needs a lesson since it's still barking despite the chains. The captive blusters back bravely on the outside, though inside he clings to pride in his beast bloodline to stay unbroken. 10 minutes later, piercing screams echo nonstop. The ground bears fresh marks of a rather thorough interrogation. Once powerful, is now a bloody wreck begging for mercy, promising to spill everything, and Lin Tian stops, walks away, and casually wipes off the mess. Returning all gentle smiles, Lin Tian asks sweetly which tribe is from, where it is, and why he came. Terrified, he confesses his from the Beast King tribe in the western demonic forest, sent by his elder brother to retrieve something from their former cave, while Lin Tian listens and his subordinates stand ready. Lin Tian presses on, asking what level his elder brother has reached. Shaking, he reveals his brother is already a goblin lord, and on the verge of another breakthrough. That revelation makes Lin Tian pause, since becoming a goblin, has never faced a goblin lord, let alone one about to level up. Seeing Lin Tian silent, the beast goblin panics and blurts out that they were seeking a crucial treasure for their lord and urges him to check if he doubts it. Lin Tian's eyes sharpen. A treasure, you say? Soon as subordinate brings a box. When opened, eerie green smoke spills out and the system instantly displays its details. It's a level 7 demonic realm ring forged by a gold chief, able to imprison souls and gain power based on what it absorbs. Activation requires the target's blood. Realizing its value, Lin Tian eagerly puts it on. The beast goblin begs for mercy, but Lin Tian replies, of course, but his actions disagree as the ringed hand suddenly clamps onto the captive. A quick cut draws blood, the ring drinks it up, and the goblin stammers, "What are you doing?" Lin Tian's gaze turns icy. The body may leave, but with the blood secured, the ring activates. Lin Tian crouches calmly as green energy forms a spectral hand from the ring and lunges at the beast goblin, who scrambles back in terror. With no way out, he can only watch it descend, screaming, "No, no!" In a blink, green energy engulfs him, then drags his soul from his body and absorbs it into the ring on Lin Tian's finger. As the corpse collapses, Lin Tian feels a surge of power, green aura wrapping and sinking into him. The system notifies total power. Testing the new toy, Lin Tian muses that 200 is nice, but a stronger soul would yield far better results. Eyeing the corpse, he calculates that the Beast King tribe rivals a human city now that he has their treasure. They'll react, perhaps he can use this against human pursuit. Stroking his chin in thought, he fails to notice Goblin Slayer approaching until she asks if this was from the Beast King tribe. Lin Tian turns, surprised. She answers matter-of-factly that of course she does. Studying the corpse, she warns they're not someone he can afford to provoke, making Lin Tian's face darken at her buzzkill timing. Goblin Slayer explains the Beast King tribe serves the Great Toman entity even the Lion Empire wouldn't dare challenge, and neither would she. After inspecting the body, she adds, "And you even killed him." Unease rises in Lin Tian. If even she won't touch them, what chance does he have? He asks, "So what exactly is this Great Tom?" Goblin Slayer explains the Great Tom rules the 10,000-mile western demonic forest and houses at least one level 12 world-class monster. She stands as Lin Tian strokes his chin. Stun level 12. The realization hits him like a brick, his flirting with world-ending danger. Suddenly he pauses, an idea sparking. Alright. He rubs the ring, sending green energy back into the beast goblin's body. Confused, Goblin Slayer asks what is doing, and he calmly says he needs her blood to control him. He orders the revived goblin to return to the Beast King tribe and report that the demonic realm treasure was stolen just as the soul fully re-enters its body. Lin Tian adds that the thief isn't them, but the Lion Empire's royal nobles. Goblin Slayer freezes, sweating as she confirms, "You mean the Stemmen family and Pheromone?" The beast goblin revives completely now under Goblin Slayer's control. Lin Tian nods, recalling how he previously let CCL escape to set an ambush using Lu Tu as bait to farm experience. With a sly smile, Lin Tian savors the plan. When clams and cranes fight, the fisherman wins. The scene shifts to the mighty Lion King's capital, a kingdom dripping with elite power and prestige. Inside the Grand Hall, CCL's father roars insults about family disgrace while CCL kneels, desperately begging to explain. Panicking, CCL recounts how the goblins were strong and intelligent, wiped out the Grey Hat squad, and that cousin Lu Tu is still alive. His words only fuel the fury of Count Pheromone, who sees defeat by goblins as unforgivable humiliation for their mighty house. The Count slams the table, cutting off CCL's rambling cold. Losing control, he points and shouts that two great families losing to goblins has made them the Empire's laughingstock. The barrage of scolding shatters CCL's mind, fear overwhelming his senses. Onlookers cover their noses in disgust as CCL breaks down crying and apologizing. In his mind, only the ruthless image of Goblin Lin Tian remains, replaying like an endless nightmare. Tears stream down as he trembles, muttering over and over that goblin is simply too terrifying. Seeing his son sobbing pathetically, Count Pheromone explodes in shame and orders CCL dragged out for disgracing the family twice over. Before anyone moves, footsteps echo and a voice calls out Count Pheromone. A refined middle-aged noble enters with a maid, calmly telling him not to be so angry. Standing beside CCL, he proposes cooperation to wash away their family's humiliation, which makes Pheromone cool slightly. Still wary, Pheromone reminds him the king forbade nobles from mobilizing troops and has already summoned the Holy Wisdom Sword Maiden, so what's left for them to do? The man's eyes sharpen with displeasure and calculation. Twirling his mustache, he laughs that Pheromone's vision is too limited. Dropping the grin, he warns that if the Sword Maiden handles everything, the king will deem their families useless. Does Pheromone want that? Though sensing ulterior motives, Pheromone hesitates, torn between pride and suspicion. Lowering his voice, the noble suggests having CCL report the goblin threat personally so both families can lawfully deploy armies and crush the goblins together. The hall falls into murmurs as the bold plan sinks in. Pheromone sighs heavily, caring less about schemes and more about restoring honor and avenging the fallen. He agrees, ordering the useless brat to accompany him to see the king despite knowing the other man's ambitions. Days later, at Lin Tian's waterfall tribe, the outside looks peaceful as a painting, but inside, sharp explosive noises make goblins clamp their ears in terror. Poor Luo Di stands frozen with an apple on his head, now shot clean through, stammering in fear. The cause Lin Tian proudly testing his newly crafted handgun. Across from him, Luo Di trembles and mutters, "Monster." Inspecting the gun, Lin Tian notes it works surprisingly well. Just burns through gunpowder fast, while Kasa Na, the elf chief's daughter, gazes at it in awe and begs to try. She snuggles up and wraps her arms around his waist, pleading cutely for lessons. Amused, Lin Tian agrees with obvious enjoyment. Just as He's about to teach her, Jibu Di rushes in shouting that Guangming Town is massing a fully armed human army, making Lin Tian and Casanai immediately turn serious. Jibu Shan reports Beast King goblins approaching too, and Jibu Di panics that being attacked from both sides might mean game over. Unlike the anxious crowd, Lin Tian grins, pulls Casanai close and declares the real show is about to begin while she admires his calm and vows to master the gun fast. Days earlier, in a dark cave, the controlled beast goblin reports that humans stole the demonic realm treasure and he barely escaped. The moment he finishes, has violently slammed into the ground. A massive goblin lord with octopus-like tentacles emerges, killing the beast goblin with ease and roaring, "Useless trash." He opens his slimy maw and emits a summoning shriek, ordering all forces to gather and attack humanity to reclaim the treasure. The Beast King tribe goblins are stunned by the sudden war order, confused but forced to obey. Back in the present at Guangming Town, twinkling crossword banners flutter under the moonlight. Soldiers pack the walls in full armor, weapons ready for battle. The two counts arrive with their forces, greeted by a man and several townsfolk. The former waiter, now Guangming Town's mayor, bows respectfully to Count Pharamon and Count Stemmen as the others follow suit. Not spotting the sword saint, Stemmen asks where the holy sword maiden is. A hooded dragon slayer steps forward, saying she has left on other matters and asking why the counts brought troops. Dismissing him, Stemmen scoffs that without her there's no point staying, angering the dragon slayer who protests his credentials. Hearing the title, Stemmen quickly changes tone, apologizes, and states they've come to exterminate goblins. Suddenly, a dark figure crashes down from above at terrifying speed, throwing everyone into chaos. In the darkness, goblin footsteps emerge, their foul stench filling the air. Before anyone reacts, thousands of goblins swarm in, leaving the guards baffled about how the walls were breached so fast. Furious, Pharamon snarls that he hadn't even attacked yet and orders the troops to charge the damn goblins. "Lion Empire troops, kill them!" roars Pharamon as he leads the cavalry charge. This battle will reclaim his honor or nothing will. The battlefield turns crimson fast, low-level goblins helpless before Pharamon's overwhelming forces. Cavalry lances and blades sweep through wave after wave, goblins dropping like weeds as blood stench fills Guangming Town. Elsewhere, the Dragon Slayer struggles defensively, casting spell after spell but lacking momentum. Above, a familiar flying creature carries a hidden observer, unnoticed amid the chaos below. From the sky, Lin Tian remarks that the scene is even livelier than he imagined. On the ground, as a sword pauses mid-swing and blood drips slowly, it seems the battle is nearly over. Pharamon scoffs at a fallen goblin, calling them worthless trash, clearly unaware he's raising another death flag. Satisfied, he predicts the fight will end within the hour now that the first wave is wiped out. Suddenly, a rider and horse are hurled in like broken dolls even with a fake body. Pharamon dodges swiftly, stunned at whatever just flew in. Even Lin Tian shudders at the newcomer's terrifying presence. A colossal goblin lumbers through the gate, nearly 78 meters tall, each step shaking the ground. A guard dangles miserably from its writhing tentacles. Seeing his troops slaughtered, the giant unleashes a roar, red aura bursting forth as he charges, crushing everything, even goblin corpses underfoot. The system reveals Beast King Goblin, level 79, titled Beast King, God bless, 2000 HP, monstrous attack and defense, total power 3000. Reading the stats, Lin Tian freezes. What kind of grotesque monster is this, and why is it absurdly strong? The Count's armies panic and regroup to shield Pharamon and Stemmen, who urgently orders a retreat. Both sense deadly danger. Stemmen wonders if it's a supreme species overlord, while Pharamon suggests letting their people handle it. Just then, someone calls out "Father," drawing both Counts' attention. A group arrives led by Luna, Luo Des' cousin, who firmly declares they'll lure the monster away while the soldiers handle the rest. After speaking, she glides past Si Tengmen to launch the plan, and he warns her not to end up useless like cousin Luo. Delona snaps back with a crisp "Yes, sir." She and her squad, some with spears, some slinging magic, prepare to lure the Goblin Beast King away. The mage following Salona finishes charging up and yells, "Taste this!" A blast shoots out and smacks the Goblin Beast King across the face, snapping his head sideways. Now fully annoyed, he locks murderous eyes on the attacker, growling with unsettling confidence. Seizing the moment, the four dash toward Jun Gate, Luona urging them to drag the beast out of the city. The trio follows fast as the Goblin Beast King pivots and chases Lo and Feral, while Lin Tian, watching from above, senses trouble. Lin Tian frowns, thinking this is going off script and they'll crash into his own men if this keeps up. Though they gain some distance, the hulking figure keeps closing in with deceptively huge strides. Lin Tian sighs, shuts his eyes, steadies his breath, and mutters that he didn't want to interfere, Shiz forcing his hand. As he calms down, Luona's image pops into his mind, and he muses that the blonde ponytail girl's fate looks shaky. When the clash finally happens, Luona's formation suffers instantly, with the mage and several others knocked off their feet. Seeing this, one teammate loses it and rages that mere goblin's fangs will become their first trophies. Noticing morale slipping, the man in the black suit orders them to stay sharp and keep encircling to give Luona a killing shot, hands glowing as he charges in. A thunder slam erupts as the Goblin Beast King's giant hand crashes down where Luona stood. She barely escapes as the ground explodes, and others rush in to stall the beast so she can gather power, determined to win as the Academy's role model. Not wasting a second, she kicks off the ground and thrusts forward, shouting, "Advanced martial skill, piercing spear break!" A sharp golden energy beam drills into the beast, making him howl in pain from the unexpected hit. From above, Lin Tian coolly assesses that Luona's total power is 1700 while the others hover around 1000, yet they've lasted this long. Impressive. After trading blows, the Goblin Beast King finally speaks, roaring angrily at the filthy woman for daring to ambush him. He lifts his head, gathers strength in his open mouth, and strange purple currents swirl around him, the earlier strike having barely scratched him. Lin Tian is visibly startled by this new move, eyes flashing with surprise as the Goblin Beast King powers up. When the energy peaks, he unleashes it, torrents of purple gas blasting from his mouth like a toxic fire hose. The move, Beast King's Roar, doubles as a massive AE attack and a sturdy shield, keeping everyone 100 meters away minimum. Even high above on his dragon, Lin Tian is shaken by the shockwaves and has to fly higher as the monster's roar rattles the air. Lin Tian clamps his hands over his ears, grimacing as the brutal sound exceeds expectations and pounds his nerves. The dragon wobbles midair, its huge body catching the full blast, wings flapping anxiously until Lin Tian yells for Xiao Huan to calm down. After the sonic torture ends, the Goblin Beast King stops, seemingly aware his foes can no longer resist. The once bold fighters lie motionless, and at such close range, even survivors would likely be permanently deaf. The elite squad is reduced to just Luona, battered and barely standing, trembling as she wonders how such a monstrous goblin can even exist. Panic floods her, sweat soaking through as the brush with death crushes any will to fight. Her legs refuse to move, unable to flee. She weakly cries for her father and teacher to save her. In a blink, the giant looms before her, wounds healed, murderous aura pressing down as she stands cornered with no escape. Terror breaks her completely, tears and snot streaming as she sobs for someone, anyone, to save her. Luona's scream then rips through the air, loud enough to echo far into the distance. The counts hear it too, realizing Luona's group is in trouble as they urge Count Si Tengmen to stay calm. The hooded man suddenly points ahead, stammering in shock. From afar, the Goblin Beast King emerges, killing intent thick as he marches toward Guangming Jun, making the hooded man tremble. What is that? The creature looks like a bizarre mashup of gorilla, lion's mane, and writhing tentacles, and instead of killing Luona, he binds her up as a trophy. Luona hangs limp and powerless, tears still falling, utterly miserable. Seeing his daughter like that, Count Si Tengmen loses all composure, fury blazing in his eyes. He grips his sword and charges to rescue her, roaring at the damned goblins, but Fei Luming hurriedly stops him, insisting they're about to win. The Goblin Beast King notices the reaction, laughs weirdly with smug confidence, and mocks them for not knowing fear. In Fu De's sight, only a flash of light streaks past from Jun Gate before vanishing. The night turns eerily calm with a cool breeze amid chaotic clashes, and as a massive shadow forms above and dust swirls below, Lin Tian calls Xiao Huan closer and finally gets a clear view. What he sees changes his expression instantly, no more doubts. The creature has definitely entered an evolution phase. Every movement it makes screeches unpleasantly as its body mutates, sprouting dense, blade-like structures. Its fangs elongate viciously, and its red-glowing eyes send chills down anyone's spine. Purple tentacles wriggle from its head and back like they have minds of their own, while its abdomen splits open into a tooth-lined abyss that chomps hungrily. The display reads level 80 Brutal Goblin, total power 3/100, so this is what a true overlord looks like. Before Lin Tian fully recovers from shock, the beast blitzes, grabs Si Tengmen in a giant hand, and lifts him up, crushing his resistance as it leers hungrily, newly evolved yet already terrifying. Excited by its helpless prey and the scent of blood, it radiates predatory thrill, and Lin Tian judges that if this continues, humanity will be wiped out at record speed. Sitting firmly on Xiao Huan's back, Lin Tian watches the battlefield being steamrolled like by an unstoppable machine and decides it's time to step in. Below, low-level goblins flee in panic, but one unlucky runner is stomped flat by a stronger one, bursting instantly under brutal pressure. Seeing that fate, the lesser goblins realize escape means death, collapse in terror, and beg their boss not to kill them as his glare freezes the air. Annoyed by their useless panic, he roars in order to charge, warning that any retreat will end the same way, and the goblins surge forward in fearful obedience. After seeing one of their own crushed, the goblins stop hesitating and charge like a broken dam, while Fei Luming and the soldiers freeze in dread. Fei Luming, sweating, orders a full retreat into the town and to shut the gates, and rank no longer matters, only survival does. Watching his prey flee, the Goblin Beast King roars for them to be blocked at all costs, and his minions speed up the chase. From above, Lin Tian coolly observes as the goblins accelerate, tail the retreating humans, and flood into Guangming Jun. Seeing everyone packed inside the city, Lin Tian's eyes shift and a calculating smile curls on his lips. He silently raises a hand, fingertip brushing his lip, a subtle signal. Blood, he murmurs into the night, cueing his subordinates from Xiao Huan's back to start the plan. Nearby goblins burst from the bushes with sacks, rushing to loot the scattered corpses as their leader orders them to grab everything and move fast. In a distant forest, a sudden quake and flash of light shake the land, sending beasts and birds scattering. That streak of light slices across forest and river, shooting straight toward Guangming Jun at breakneck speed. Mid-looting, Lin Tian senses the incoming force and wonders if the Goblin Beast King is returning earlier than expected. Sensing trouble, he orders Xiao Huan lower and commands a swift retreat, and his men immediately grab their haul and withdraw. Night smothers Guangming Jun as thick fog rolls in and cold air seeps through the streets. The Goblin Beast King roars furiously for what he believes was stolen, while wounded Fei Luming denies having it and insults the beast, which accuses humanity of taking his ring and lying about it. In a blink, the massive figure vanishes, leaving only distorted air behind. Before Fei Luming can react, his crushed in the beast's grip, pain so intense he can't even scream. With blazing red eyes, the goblin demands to know about his ring, but Fei Luming, though restrained, refuses to answer. As the beast hesitates, a distant surge of power suddenly draws his attention. Before he can identify it, the light slams into him, forcing him to take the hit head-on. In the sky, tiny sparks gather and fuse into a radiant sword hanging ominously above his head. In the next instant, the sword crashes down, blasting him away, and he roars in fury. Who's there? As dust settles, a figure standing atop the sword's hilt gradually comes into view. A moonlit female warrior appears, strong yet captivating, her robes fluttering as the goblin staggers back, clearly recognizing her. Before he can process it, is struck again by a sharp slash, pain forcing another howl. The weapon snaps back into its master's hand like a loyal pet. A neath-haired young man in black armor steps forward, sturdy and gripping a long spear. More footsteps echo behind, making him glance back. A silver-haired man with a bulky weapon arrives, joking if they really need to gang up on one goblin, with a petite girl beside him. Seeing them, Fei Luming nearly weeps with relief, greeting Jian Sheng and the hunter squad at last. The battle rages from dusk to dawn until sunlight finally washes over Guangmingjun. Lin Tian, who had planned to fight the Overlord himself, instead lands on a high spot and keeps watching as Jiansheng's team takes over. He muses that he wanted to test himself but no longer needs to, as the town gate looks eerily peaceful while the center still bears the knight's scars. Though wounded, the mutated Goblin Overlord stands firm, Jiansheng's group observing cautiously, while Fei Luming trembles from earlier trauma. Suddenly, the creature's gaze shifts to a nearby subordinate, claws swinging out. In a flash, it grabs the unlucky goblin, crushing it midair until blood spurts. With red deranged eyes, it opens wide to devour its own kind, chest and neck wounds still visible. Without hesitation, it chews and swallows the screaming victim. As the damaged area begins healing, Lin Tian's system reveals the skill Savage Nature Devourkin to regenerate, making him blink in surprise. Arms crossed, Lin Tian notes the recovery isn't instant, interesting but not unbeatable. His lips curl slightly, this twist actually works in his favor. Noticing the regeneration, Jiansheng draws her sword, and when someone doubts the beast's surviving pierced neck and chest, she calmly says one more strike will finish it. The moment the blade leaves its sheath, the mutated goblin grows wary, clearly aware Jiansheng's fame and strength aren't to be trifled with. Its tone shifts from savage to cautious, claiming it was tricked here and only wants to return to Damu Dai, swearing never to come back. At the mention of Damu Di, Jiansheng's tone drops as she asks if he truly came from there. The beast angrily points at Fei Luming, blaming him for stealing his item, but Fei Luming swears on his count title, he never touched anything from such a fiend. The other three eye Fei Luming suspiciously, yet Jiansheng frowns, sensing something doesn't add up and suspecting a hidden mastermind. When Ao Soen questions her, she explains that if his truly from distant Damu Di hundreds or thousands of miles away, then earlier attacks couldn't have been his just local goblins. Lu Lita looks stunned and suggests someone lured him from Damu Dai to make both sides destroy each other, meaning the mastermind scheme is exposed. The buzzcut man grimaces in disbelief that goblins could orchestrate such a plot, but clearly the story isn't over. Fei Luming suddenly erupts, declaring whoever killed Count Si Tengmen and the wandering hero must die, no excuses. Hearing that, Ao Suede smirks in excitement, as if he's been waiting for this cue. Drawing his weapon, green energy coils around him and his eyes glow red as he coolly volunteers to handle it, turning the tables instantly. Under that crushing pressure, the mutated goblin actually shrinks back, trembling. Just then, a massive golden tornado drops from the sky. It targets Jiansheng's group, halting Ao Suede mid-move as everyone looks up in shock. Ao Suede ducks swiftly as the gale roars past, kicking up dust, while Jiansheng calmly shields her eyes without losing composure. The mutated goblin, after brief confusion, realizes an escape window has opened. Wasting no time, he flees because only a fool would fight four terrifying opponents right now. As the tornado fades, Jiansheng keeps her hand raised, peering through the clearing dust. Suddenly, her eyes widen at what she sees. The attack came from Lin Tian, and the sight of his dragon makes her question what exactly is happening. On Xiao Huan's back, Lin Tian gazes down gravely, having just fired a mini version of the legendary Andong Vong divine crossbow while the dragon roars, all still unfolding within his calculations. He eyes the crowd below and decides to spare the goblin for its tasty devouring skill, better let it escape now and harvest it later when it's weak. With that, he orders Xiao Huan to chase dragon and rider vanish in a blink, leaving the sword saints baffled as the winds fade away. The sword saint looks up, annoyed, vowing not to let the foe escape, still clueless that the attacker was Lin Tian, assuming it was just some random dragon. She activates a skill, conjures wind beneath her feet, and gracefully lifts off the ground. Seeing her tailing him, Lin Tian blurts in shock her wind control is insane, and her sword saint fame clearly earned. Below, she goes full throttle upward, aura surging as she readies a lethal strike. But midair she halts, eyes widening at the unexpected sight of a tiny goblin above. Confirming her guess, her hesitation vanishes, dragons might get mercy. Goblin's daunt sword raised, green energy gathers as her killing intent locks on. She shouts her technique and slashes, blue sword Kai ripping through the air toward Lin Tian and Xiao Huan like death on delivery. Realizing he's about to be caught in the blast, Lin Tian's face pales. He urgently orders Xiao Huan to dodge, and despite its bulk, the dragon nimbly weaves through the relentless sword waves. A thunderous explosion splits the hill below clean in half, power so terrifying that a direct hit would be game over. Xiao Huan speeds off while Lin Tian glances back, relieved to have survived by a hair. In the distance, the sword saint fails to catch up and reluctantly descends. Landing, she can't hide her frustration, glaring after them in fury. She loudly swears to hunt them down to the ends of the earth and personally finish the job. Lin Tian hears her clearly, leans back with an irritated yet defiant look, already plotting future countermeasures. The scene shifts to the Waterfall tribe where Lin Tian lies eerily quiet since he took the forces away. Suddenly, rapid noises echo from afar, signaling someone rushing in fast. A mutated goblin overlord bolts in like lightning, fleeing for its life and bulldozing everything in its path. As it runs, it keeps glancing back, wary of pursuit. After a long sprint, it stops at Lin Tian's cave entrance, assesses the situation, and decides to hide there for now. It scanned the area with darting eyes and deep sniffs, using its elite nose like a crime scene detective. Within seconds, it smelled goblin buddies everywhere and declared this place a goblin hotspot. The words from its underlings and pheromone flashed back, and the puzzle pieces started clicking together. Past denials resurfaced, polishing its thoughts into sudden clarity. Finally enlightened, it decided someone had secretly stolen the loot and duped it, dumping all suspicion on its subordinates while missing the real mastermind. Without hesitation, he swung his massive arm and smashed the cave door, shaking the entrance hard. He clawed at the rock walls, shoved his head inside, bared sharp teeth, and roared for whoever was hiding to come out. Inside were only Lin Tian, the elf matriarch, her daughter, and Gopu Moon. The noise outside instantly turned the cave into a panic room. Gopu Moon, clearly nervous, bombarded Jun Jun with questions about whether the brute would storm in. From behind, Santa stood firm, ready to step out, but Matriarch Li sharply reminded everyone that the order was clear: no showing faces, no leaving. The commotion caught Goblin Slayer's attention. She stepped out to check and calmly reassured them, drawing the elf mother and daughter's gaze. Cool as ever, Goblin Slayer said she trusted Lin Tian would let anything bad happen to them. Suddenly, a loud shockwave rang out. The Goblin Overlord spun around, eyes sharp, demanding to know who had arrived. Abandoning the door, he leapt into the nearby stream, his massive body splashing up a towering column of water. Facing him was Lin Tian, who had caught up and looked down from above, coolly noting his escape attempt. His expression darkened, gaze sharpening with a clear message: this chase ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Huan unleashed a massive blaze straight at the enemy. But with his superior physique, the flames barely tickled. He only looked annoyed and glared at Lin Tian. Seizing the brief visual cover, Lin Tian swiftly drew his crossbow, eyes locked in focus. The moment the enemy noticed the weapon, he froze slightly, pupils tightening in wary recognition. Not wasting a second, he moved erratically and closed in on Lin Tian while dodging potential shots. A heavy crash rang out as Xiao Huan was knocked flying, dust exploding everywhere, and within that haze, Lin Tian vanished. The Goblin Overlord's face suddenly changed as if realizing something alarming mid-charge. As the dust settled, Lin Tian emerged, strolling forward with overwhelming aura, a strange blue glow radiating from the ring on his hand. What truly unsettled the enemy wasn't just the aura, it was that glowing ring. He widened his eyes, muttering in disbelief at something that absolutely shouldn't have been there. He powered up in blazing red energy, roaring that Lin Tian stole his loot and demanding it back, while Lin Tian calmly raised the ring and coolly hinted, "You mean this?" With a mocking smirk, Lin Tian basically said, "And if I don't return it, what can you do?" The Goblin Overlord's rage skyrocketed, eyes locked on Lin Tian like he wanted to swallow him whole. He stomped and charged, screaming for his ring, while Lin Tian stood ice still, waiting like this was a scheduled appointment. In a blink, the giant face was inches away, a fully loaded punch cocked behind it. Boom, except it hit nothing but air, as Lin Tian had already slipped aside. Lin Tian casually stepped back, hands in pockets, looking like he was judging an amateur. That nonchalance broke the boss further. Lin Tian mocked that such a bulky body could never catch him. As his words faded, only an afterimage remained where he stood. Instantly behind his foe, Lin Tian's sharp gaze locked on target. His right hand activated a skill, too fast for the goblin to react. A scream ripped through the air, followed by a generous spray of blood. Lin Tian's system interface popped up, announcing he had gained a new skill. Lucky him. The Goblin Overlord was left wrecked, horns snapped, body badly scorched, groaning in agony. Lin Tian remained steady, merely wiping blood from his face while eyeing his dying opponent. Not giving him a breather, Lin Tian triggered another skill, pale purple energy wrapping around him as he charged up. As he called the skill's name, a blazing purple force surged forward like fire, engulfing the enemy. Though not overwhelmingly stronger, Lin Tian's superior skills and the enemy's weakened state tipped the scales firmly his way. After relentless blows, the massive body finally collapsed, seemingly out of fight. Lin Tian approached slowly. The foe lay motionless, eyes lifeless, blood and foam painting a pitiful scene. Confirming the kill, Lin Tian's face relaxed into satisfaction, pleasantly surprised that luck had handed him another skill. But suddenly, bam, the enemy wasn't done. Lin Tian was struck, briefly shocked by the goblin's absurd recovery speed. The hit pushed him back while the goblin reignited with power, murderous eyes fixed on Lin Tian for round 2. In the next instant, he charged again at high speed. A barrage of heavy punches rained down despite severe injuries. His terrifying speed forced Lin Tian to block nonstop, ending with one decisive strike. He drew his arm back for an Allen final blow, baring sharp teeth and roaring straight at Lin Tian. The blow crashed down like thunder. Lin Tian blocked with both arms, but was forced into the cracking ground as the system displayed the enemy's power level. Still defending, he quickly assessed that the foe was weakened by prior wounds, otherwise, this would have ended badly. The Goblin Overlord was shocked the hit didn't finish Lin Tian, sensing danger, while Lin Tian's arms trembled under crushing pressure. A sudden shout shattered the stalemate, and the goblin's eyes widened, sensing something off. Lin Tian switched to offense, his left hand gathering golden energy before slamming it into the goblin, the force exploding internally and freezing him in shock. The massive body lost strength and dropped to its knees, unable to resist, still growling in unwilling defeat. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed completely. Lin Tian finally relaxed, wiped his sweat, and judged that recovery was no longer possible. He mused that if the goblin weren't still useful, he'd have been dead much earlier. Soon the cave fell silent again with only the sound of flowing water. The goblin's corpse lay there as Lin Tian assigned someone else to handle it. That someone was Goblin Slayer. She questioned why not devour the soul for power since the plan was nearly done, and Lin Tian explained the Sword Saint's interference had exposed them. He added that the enemy team had someone who could travel underground and track them down. Hearing this, Goblin Slayer bluntly asked about the next move. Slowly removing the ring, Lin Tian proposed using the goblin's origin to lure forces from the Great Necropolis into intervening. Goblin Slayer hesitated, warning about the Necropolis dangers, but Lin Tian insisted it was their best shot since they couldn't face the Sword Saint head-on. He then placed the ring back onto the mutated Goblin Overlord's body. Standing up, he ordered Goblin Slayer to control the corpse and send it back to report to the Great Necropolis. Provoking retaliation, she reluctantly agreed. Approaching the body, she removed her glove, sighed softly, and accepted the plan. With her other hand, she drew a dagger and sliced her palm to draw blood for the ritual. She let the blood drip onto the corpse while chanting strange words, ending with a firm command. Instantly, the goblin's body reacted, green energy wrapping its arm as it moved under her control. Soon, his demeanor shifted completely, bowing submissively. Stating his identity and awaiting orders, Goblin Slayer relayed the command, and he vowed to complete the mission. Hours later, flickering flames and drifting smoke deep in the cave hinted at a cozy little gathering. In truth, the underlings were celebrating, huddled by the fire and splitting loot in warm, greedy harmony. Right then, Lin Tian's system chimed in with his newly accumulated points. He studied the panel, pondering how to spend them, while behind him his minions loudly fought over food. A flashy option appeared: summon a high-level demon beast utterly loyal, complete with intimidating visuals. After careful thought, he decided it was useful but not game-changing against stronger foes, so he skipped it. He shifted to another list, eyeing skills that directly boosted combat power. One skill allowed him to absorb physical traits from enemies, no copying special powers, but still a juicy upgrade. Another skill weakened opponents, especially effective against those with holo-type power. Comparing both, he realized the fusion-type ability would synergize beautifully with his own talents. He imagined gaining traits of mighty creatures like dragon wings for superior mobility. Then came visions of mythical eyes granting terrifying abilities. Yet considering current threats, he concluded the other skill was more practical and swiftly made his choice. Without hesitation, he confirmed the skill Blood of Ruin. A bizarre image appeared: a skeletal hand holding Crimson Flame. Transaction complete, and shockingly, all spent points were refunded. Lin Tian froze, eyes wide at this unexpected bonus. Excitement burst out of him. He almost lost composure, drawing confused looks from his underlings, and quickly redeemed the remaining skill too. Once done, he clenched his fist in delight, realizing a former limitation had vanished in one lucky sweep. Just then a voice called out, making him pause and turn. Moon and Evely approached. They'd clearly seen everything. One asked shyly, the other tugged his arm affectionately, and he responded with an awkward smile. Hearing his earlier words again, Moon stiffened as if connecting the dots. She lowered her head, flustered, lips moving but no words daring to escape. After hesitating, she looked up with sparkling eyes, clutching her hem, and timidly voiced her question. Lin Tian hurriedly denied the misunderstanding, leaving both girls visibly disappointed, while inwardly he felt tired of this recurring drama. Before the mood settled, a frantic subordinate rushed in reporting trouble. Someone had caused chaos and seized weapons. Lin Tian replied with a cryptic hum. He promptly ordered the way to be led so he could inspect the situation personally. Without delay, the trio followed the subordinate out. The troublemaker was none other than Lord. Seeing two familiar items, he broke down, clutching his head and blaming himself for past losses, sanity hanging by a thread. Amid the chaos, he suddenly noticed Lin Tian's presence. He rushed over, shouting Lin Tian's name. Evely instinctively hid behind Lin Tian, who stayed silent and simply observed. Half laughing, half crying, Lord begged to know his family's fate. Lin Tian answered coldly without the slightest hesitation. The words hit like a hammer, leaving Lord frozen and unable to accept the truth. His expression twisted, broken hollow laughter spilling out in fragments. Clutching his head, he rambled between hysterical laughs, blaming himself for provoking Lin Tian and causing everything. He muttered that Evely could still live and hoped the church would save her, but Evely only focused on Lin Tian, ignoring him completely. As soon as he finished, Lord sprang up and dashed away at high speed. A loud crash, he slammed his head into a nearby rock. Evely clung to Lin Tian in shock while Lin Tian stood stunned by the sudden turn. Lord's body slid down slowly, leaving a dark red smear on the stone. Already exhausted, this extreme choice sealed his fate as Lin Tian approached. Crouching down, Lin Tian spoke in a heavy tone, remarking that after all the torment, feelings had formed, so why end it now, while Lord's body twitched on the ground. Raising his dagger, Lin Tian added that his hatred had long faded, and this stab would ease Lord's pain. Thus ended the days of torment, and Lord was finally freed, returning to his family in death. The scene shifted to the forest of the great necropolis. The mutated Goblin Overlord followed Goblin Slayer's orders and arrived, shouting, Lord Niu, I am Dao Yu, leader of Li Dao, are you home? At the call, the named figure gripped the wall and stepped outside. Seeing him, the mutated Goblin Overlord showed caution, looking up warily. Before him stood a colossal bull-shaped creature dozens of times larger despite his own size. He felt tiny in comparison. The deep voice rumbled, why call me? So the goblin shouted back about his clan being slaughtered. This being, nicknamed Nu Kui the Man-Eater, full name Nu Dali, merely grunted in confusion. Immediately, the goblin knelt and presented the ring Lin Tian had given him, claiming it was a demonic artifact forged by the transcendent race, returning it to its rightful kind. Hearing that, the giant lowered his arm to accept the ring. Examining it with clear satisfaction, Nu Dali said, thanks, so what do you want? Everything went as Lin Tian predicted. The Goblin Overlord followed the script and after a pause, declared he wanted them dead. Nu Dali sank into thought, red aura surging so heavily that the goblin had to step back. After a long silence, Nu Dali coldly said he had a pact with the Divine Church not to enter human lands, but he could request permission from the Lord. The goblin's face lit up with excitement, grinning as if channeling Lin Tian himself. Stepping forward with rising momentum, Nu Dali added that avenging against humans should interest that Lord greatly. Power flared as he clenched up, licking his lips at the thought he hadn't eaten fresh meat in ages. Days later, the scene returned to Lin Tian's tribe. Deep inside, he quietly checked the system. His status panel popped up before him. Lin Tian level 70 race goblin class known titles blasphemer divine creator blessed by the gods fate 2000 strength 5 and 40 defense 710 skills mutated fusion blood of ruin roar bladeless hand agility equipment fine iron armor fine broken sword elemental crossbow total power 3 100. Studying the numbers, he muttered that though he'd mastered Blood of Ruin and leveled up, the Holy Sword Maiden had at least 4,000 total power, still a big gap. Maybe only teamwork could close it. Who told him to start on Hell mode anyway? His gaze sharpened. Soon it would be time to rise. If they destroyed Brighttown this round, they could forge an entire army of hero-class units. With that thought, the weight lifted and he exhaled. No more hiding. Footsteps approached. Goblin Slayer informed him that the brutal goblin had arrived at the cave entrance, waiting for him. Without turning, he replied calmly that he knew. Still, Goblin Slayer moved closer, teasing glint in her eyes. One arm over his shoulder and the other holding his hand, she softly asked if they should accompany him to Brighttown. He refused immediately. This battle targeted the Holy Sword Maiden and a few elites. If things went south, he could escape alone, but they'd only slow him down. Leaning closer, she reminded him Shed ordered the brutal goblin to obey him and warned Shed punish him harshly if he disappointed her. He brushed her off and strode forward, joking that who punishes whom remains to be seen, telling them to wash up and wait for his return. Goblin Slayer stood watching silently until his figure disappeared. Then she licked her lips and murmured with amusement, "Pretty cool." Moments later, Lin Tian stepped out of the cave, boots splashing in cool water as he headed toward the brutal goblin and his group. Arriving, he stood imposingly with hands in pockets. The mutated brutal goblin immediately bowed respectfully at his appearance. Seeing a goblin tiny as a fingertip compared to himself, New Dali scoffed and asked the brutal goblin if this friend was really that low-level runt without Lin Tian's control. The brutal goblin just froze, while Lin Tian calmly observed below. New Dali hadn't come alone. Several equally massive subordinates loomed behind him like titans, yet Lin Tian stayed silent as both sides stared each other down. The system popped up. New Dali level 80 Race Ox Demon Class Berserker Titles Tier 7 Demonic Beast Maneater HP 2300 Strength 6660 Defense 700 Skills Brutal Force Gale Horn Charge Demonization Total Power 3500. After scanning the stats, Lin Tian looked unimpressed. Had expected stronger reinforcements, not a herd of man-eating ox demons. Seeing no reaction, New Dali sneered that had at least expected a level 6 Goblin Overlord, not some nobody without even regional leader status. As they moved toward the target, the brutal goblin reassured him that Mr. New needn't worry, this goblin was as strong as he was. New Dali brushed it off and ordered him to lead the way. Watching events unfold exactly as planned, Lin Tian smirked with quiet satisfaction. The scene shifted to Bright Town, where soldiers patrolled the walls vigilantly. The ox demons and brutal goblin approached, pointing ahead. The goblin warned of a fierce sword-wielding woman inside. New Dali only grew more excited, laughing that he preferred strong prey. The stronger the meat, the tastier. With that, the group charged Bright Town, their heavy steps shaking the earth nonstop. Feeling the tremors, the guards panicked. Was it an earthquake? Until someone spotted them and shouted for everyone to look. From afar, the hulking muscular ox demons closed in rapidly, each accelerating with hungry anticipation. Ox demons! There and there's so many! Chaos erupted as Lin Tian appeared hovering above, observing below. The ox demons smashed everything while townsfolk screamed that the man-eaters had come. Hearing the panic, Lin Tian frowned, musing that while ox demons were scary, intelligent goblins might be far worse. On the ground, the ox demons rampaged, some swinging weapons, others crushing buildings barehanded in search of human meat. As Bright Town teetered, Lin Tian calculated that once captured, it would become his fortress. After the sweep, one ox demon grabbed several humans, lifting one high and cackling that fresh prey tasted best. He flashed his razor teeth, drool dripping, ready to chomp the poor guy like a snack. Right then, a golden streak of sword ki shot in at lightning speed. The slash ripped from head to back, and the stunned demon toppled forward, dropping his would-be lunch. He barely lasted a heartbeat before dying, his giant body crashing down with his mouth still awkwardly open. The survivor was Guangming Town's mayor, trembling as he turned to see his savior. It was none other than Jianji Shengengyu and her team. Upon seeing her, the mayor immediately shouted, "Sword Saint, my lady!" Oswan, the team's old man, frowned at the chaos and muttered, "Why are there so many bull demons?" The buzzcut mage's eyes widened as if he'd just connected the dots. Staring at the brutal mutated goblin in the distance, he exclaimed that the guy from the great graveyard must have dragged the bull demons here for revenge. The young man beside him cursed their past mercy, while Jianju Shengnen calmly admitted it was her mistake not to finish that goblin before. As she spoke, energy gathered into her sword, blue aura spreading with crushing pressure. This blunder. Her eyes turned icy as she locked onto the bull demons and finished, "Ill fix it." She dashed forward in a blur, wrapped in blue aura, lightning flashing in her fierce gaze. The battlefield erupted as she clashed brutally with the bull demons, each sweep of her blade dropping another body. Every strike carried bottled up fury. Why Guanming Town? Why me? Yet no bull demon could touch her as she nimbly cut them down one by one. Watching his underlings fall, New Dali exploded with rage, aura surging as he hurled a punch when she wasn't looking. Jian Sheng instantly sensed danger and whipped around toward New Dali. Their collision shook the earth, dust billowing everywhere. Huge as he was, New Dali moved shockingly fast. As the dust cleared, the results stunned everyone. Even with 3,500 total power, New Dali could overpower. She blocked his punch with one hand. Her small frame stood firm, one hand holding back the blow, eyes brimming with killing intent. This wasn't just a hunt anymore, it was life or death. New Dali gaped in shock, blurting out, "Nanny! You blocked that? Scary, guess he'll throw a few more?" he roared, unleashing a flurry as they clashed head-on, while Lin Tian watched from above, waiting for the perfect moment to step in. Arms crossed, Lin Tian calculated that although the bull demons were slightly weaker than Jianjai Sheng'enyu, they were close enough hold her down, and it'd strike easy. Then something else caught his eye, making him perk up. "Oh, what's that?" It was the spiky-haired mage sneaking toward the brutal mutated goblin, clearly aiming for the boss while the sword saint was busy. Wrapped in energy, he cast Earth Escape technique and sank underground, tossing a threat at the goblin about showing it how he kills. Watching from above, Lin Tian grinned. "Earth Escape, huh? I've been waiting for this." He unleashed Earth Element, summoning pillars of soil crashing down from above. Explode, the pillars detonated instantly, blasting Masu into the air with a cloud of dust. A second later, he slammed down headfirst, eyes rolled back, mouth agape. One hit from Lin Tian and he was done. As Masu fell, the mutated goblin overlord grabbed his body at once. No hesitation, it pulled him close, baring sharp teeth, ready to tear him apart. From the sword saint's side, the lowly girl gasped in horror, shouting, "Not good, Masu!" She drew her bow and cried, "Super archery, wind god piercing arrow," as golden energy gathered at the tip. Below, Lin Tian sensed it and turned into a whirlwind, rushing straight toward the mutated goblin overlord. Just as planned, his vortex blocked the incoming arrow. Was fast but not fast enough. On the rooftop, the lowly girl froze in shock, utterly confused about what just happened. After stopping the arrow, Lin Tian immediately moved, descending from the air to the ground. Golden aura flared around him as he coldly eyed the lowly girl, muttering about a pesky elf. Good thing he had keen perception. Turning back, he told the mutated goblin overlord to leave that prey for him and go help the bull demons instead. The creature obeyed at once, setting Masu down and bowing yes. Hands in pockets, Lin Tian strolled toward Masu, amused that the king's command of evil was so handy. Licking his lips, he stared at the prey. Come to me, Earth escape power. The system chimed with the familiar notification Devar. Above, Lolita watched her teammate get eaten, trembling with wide eyes as she sobbed, Lord Masu no. Elsewhere, Oswan saw it all, rage erupting as he cleaved a bull demon's forehead and roared, Masu! Finishing his foe, Oswan charged at Lin Tian with shield and greatsword, eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, cursing him while Lin Tian stood there calmly waiting. As the gap closed, the old man lunged with a roaring mountain-splitting slash, flames blazing on his blade while Lin Tian stood there like he was waiting for a bus. Lin Tian stared him down coolly and activated his skill, Blade Free Hand. The skill kicked in. Oswan's all-out strike was neatly swatted aside, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Their eyes met, Lin Tian icy calm, Oswan visibly panicking. Then the old man realized, oh no. His killing blow had flopped, and before he could react, Lin Tian unleashed a super demon skill, Shattering Shriek. Green light swallowed Oswan whole, leaving him no room to dodge. Waves of green energy burst outward, shaking the entire area. The ending was sealed. Lolita watched another teammate fall and trembled as tears streamed down. Unable to bear the gore, she turned away while Lin Tian looted casually, thinking, well, that's what he gets for being a man. Minutes later, only a skeleton remained. Oswan's tragic finale. Lolita stood frozen, nearly broken after losing 2 teammates. Oswan had been devoured alive. Finished looting, Lin Tian stepped back and checked his system notifications. Congratulations, Master Level 75 achieved. Total Combat Power 32. He smiled in satisfaction, 5 levels in one go, finally 75 and stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Lolita seized the moment, drawing her bow as countless arrows formed around a 6-pointed magic circle, shouting, Die, you filthy goblin! The arrows rained down at high speed while Lin Tian was still distracted by his system. A golden arrow pierced his right shoulder, and the sudden pain made him grit his teeth. Clutching the wound, he looked up sharply toward the shooter. Another deadly volley followed just as fast, forcing him to react instantly. He dodged in a flash, and the spot he'd stood on was instantly riddled with arrows. As he sidestepped, he thought lucky that was close. High above, Lolita kept firing, pouring all her strength into each radiant golden arrow. The barrage fell like heavy rain, and Lin Tian kept moving to avoid becoming a pincushion. He glanced back and cursed, damn it, this woman shoots like a Barrett sniper without those stone walls slowing it down. I'd be toast. While dodging, Lin Tian moved near the mutated savage goblin and barked an order, Savage, knock that bell tower down! The goblin replied without hesitation, got it. At the command, the mutated savage goblin burst from the rubble, green aura blazing as it charged the bell tower, forcing Lolita to stop attacking. With a brutal slam, the hulking goblin smashed into the tower, cracking it apart and sending it collapsing. High above, Lolita could dodge in time and tumbled onto the roof tiles, gritting her teeth in frustration. Below, Lin Tian seized the chance, drew his divine crossbow and thought, perfect timing, pew pew pew. 3 or 4 bolts shot out in quick succession, all aimed straight at Lolita. Startled, she snapped her gaze toward him and cursed, you sneaky coward, attacking while I'm distracted. She sprang into motion, dodging each bolt and landing safely, though her pale face showed clear exhaustion. Seeing his shots fail, Lin Tian smirked, she dodged that too. Guess he'll wait for her cooldown. With a plan set, he pulled back to widen the gap and bait her skills. Lolita smiled confidently, thinking, run all you want, let's see what's faster, my arrows or your legs. She charged another arrow and locked onto Lin Tian, muttering, you won't escape my sight. The arrow exploded forward with force, but Lin Tian zigzagged smoothly, dodging every strike. Mid-chase, Lolita suddenly stumbled to her knees, catching Lin Tian's attention. Her body went limp and unresponsive. She realized in horror, oh no, I'm completely out of stamina. Drenched in sweat, she forced herself to stay conscious, thinking, just a little more, I can do this. Before finishing the thought, she collapsed unconscious exactly as Lin Tian planned, having drained her stamina before closing in. He and the mutated savage goblin approached. The mutated savage goblin loomed over her, aura surging and eyes feral, seeing only easy prey. It opened its jaws wide, ready to swallow her whole. But a familiar voice stopped it. Back off, she's mine. The goblin obeyed instantly as Lin Tian walked toward Lolita. Kneeling, he examined her petite form with calculating eyes and said, such a powerful elf would be wasted as food, while Lolita lay unconscious, unaware. Lin Tian carefully lifted Lolita in his arms and headed toward a secluded spot, clearly planning something everyone could guess. As he walked, he wondered what new ability he'd gained this time, disappearing into the dust and leaving the hungry goblin behind. Minutes later, in a ruined corner of Guangming town, Lolita slowly opened her eyes after fainting from exhaustion. Groggy and confused, did I die fighting that goblin, and where on earth am I? Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and the sight before her froze her in sheer terror. The reason was Lin Tian's shirt coming off to reveal a solid build, but in Lolita's eyes, he looked like a scrawny, greasy-haired goblin about to pounce. She screamed, Goblin, you bastard, stay away, trying to flee, only to realize her bound arms wouldn't move. Panic surged as she struggled and cried out, what did you do to me? Get away from me! Lin Tian ignored her, crouched beside her with a teasing smile, saying, why rush? You'll find out soon, sending chills down her spine. And so the utterly one-sided clash began. Meanwhile, Sword Saintess Alice and Yu Dali had already traded hundreds of blows, her latest strike sharp and decisive. Yu Dali took a slash to the chest and screamed despite being weaker. His unique physique had kept him alive this long. His massive body collapsed backward, and Alice leapt up, slicing his throat cleanly to end it. After the kill, Alice showed clear exhaustion and sighed, muttering, what a troublesome opponent. Just then, a piercing scream rang out from the right, making her snap her head over what happened. The sound led back to Lolita, her clothes torn and body trembling after Lin Tian's torment, clutching a dagger and ready to end her life in shame. Jinqing rushed over just in time and shouted desperately, no, Lolita, stop! Slash yet the blade was driven down, blood pouring out as Jin Sheng stared in horror, never expecting everything to spiral this far. Jin Sheng sprinted over, crying, Lolita, why? But by the time she arrived, Lolita lay motionless. Alice caught Lolita in panic, shaking her and pleading, don't die, it'll get you healed! And only after a while did Lolita weakly open her eyes. Looking at her with sorrowful eyes, she whispered, Alice, Mosco and Osika, they're dead, and I before coughing. With a trembling hand touching Alice's face, she murmured, "Your Highness Alice, I don't want to bear a goblin's child, please avenge us," wrenching Alice's heart as she vowed through tears to slaughter them all. With her final words spoken, Lolita breathed her last and followed her fallen comrades, her arm dropping limply as Alice drowned in grief. The remaining Niao guy surrounded Alice, casually chatting that since the boss was dead, whoever ate her would be the new boss. Kill, kill, eat, eat. Below, Alice gently laid Lolita down, her face darkening with fury. She slowly raised her sword, every bottled emotion hitting its limit. Rising to her feet, golden aura blazing, she glared coldly and declared, "All of you will die." Then, without hesitation, she thrust the sword straight through her own body, teeth clenched. Blood poured from her back as if her rage had shattered its chains, the act clearly unlocking hidden power. The soldiers were thrown into chaos, no longer eager but utterly confused. What's going on? Did the sword saint just stab herself? Even the Niao guy stared, baffled by her move. In a flash, Alice shot into the sky, wrapped in a golden barrier-like glow, making Count Pharamond uneasy. He shouted anxiously, "Lady Sword Saint, what are you doing?" Still conscious, Alice used the sword as a key to another form and ordered clearly, "All soldiers, retreat now or you will die." The troops scattered in panic, screaming and scrambling, some muttering that she now looked scarier than the monsters. From where Lin Tian had left, violent tremors echoed, forcing him to glance back. He paused, puzzled. Did the sword saint wipe out the Niao guy already? Curiosity won, and he turned back to see the spectacle himself. What he saw froze him, a colossal Alice in the sky, armor gone, two pairs of wings spread wide like a descending saint, pulling the sword from her body to deliver judgment. Everyone below, including Lin Tian, was caught in the attack zone. A golden circle locked his feet in place, and he muttered urgently, "This is bad." The Niao Gi tried to flee but were pinned down, some screaming to run, one idiot yelling, "Run! Kill her!" That shout only fueled Alice's wrath, her pressure crushing them face first into the ground as the loudmouth panicked, unable to move under her overwhelming aura. With all targets locked, Alice flapped closer, raised her sword, gathered blazing energy, and called out her ultimate move. Without hesitation, she brought the blade down in a wrath-filled, allure-nothing strike. A colossal sword beam tore across the T, splitting everything in its path as dust swallowed the scene. When the dust cleared, a massive trench remained. One slash had diced the Niao guy into scattered pieces. After wiping them out, Alice slowly withdrew her power and descended steadily. Her body shrank back to normal, golden aura fading, the unseagent Niao guy now nothing but scraps. She scanned for survivors, but none remained. Her earlier form had been terrifyingly absolute. From a safe distance, Lin Tian watched as his system displayed her current combat power. 5,000 skyrocketed. The human versus monster war ended, but at a devastating cost, leaving Guangming town in ruins. Lin Tian thought grimly, "Good thing I stepped out of range. She fights like a mage in knight's clothing. Is this the price of power?" Count Pharamond rushed in, praising her as the undefeated sword saintess guarding the kingdom while her golden aura fully dissipated. The soldiers cheered wildly, shouting, "Long live the sword saint." Suddenly, pain exploded from her abdominal wound, blood spilling as she clutched it desperately. The backlash of forcing her limits struck hard. She leaned on her sword and coughed blood, something Lin Tian noticed as his system showed her combat power dropping sharply to 2,500. Sensing opportunity, Lin Tian smirked, "Let's see how long you last now," while Alice stayed alert despite the agony. She warned Pharamond and the troops grimly, "It's not over, the real culprit still lives." Finishing her words, she pulled out a blue potion, ready to recover. But before she could drink it, that familiar energy surge. Lin Tian moved to stop her. A brutal strike smashed directly into her wound, blasting her away and shattering both her armor and potion. She cried out in pain, crashing to the ground, unable to rise as Pharamond and the soldiers panicked, shouting, "Sword Saint, are you alright?" From above, Lin Tian casually shows up, ready to cash in since no one can stop him, while Pharamond screams about that goblin and orders everyone to brace. Pharamond glares at Lin Tian, fuming that this shameless wretch dared to ambush them. The Sword Saint barely stands after one brutal hit and Pharamond shields her, telling her to heal while they handle the pest. "Handle me?" Lin Tian's smile turns icy as he asks what exactly they just called him. Still cocky, Pharamond charges solo and repeats his insult mid-sprint. Two bolts fire at point-blank range, dropping Pharamond instantly into unconsciousness. Lin Tian shrugs and says that's not the line he meant. If they know he's a goblin, why preach morals while the soldiers rush him anyway? One soldier yells to kill him, the rest echo the call for revenge, and Lin Tian stays silent. He draws a hidden dagger, grinning bloodthirstily, inviting them to come at him. His blade flashes with ruthless precision, slicing throats so fast the soldiers can only gurgle before collapsing. A captain type shouts for everyone to hold the line and buy time for the Sword Saint to recover. He then roars at the goblin to offer up their hearts. The tension dies abruptly when Lin Tian answers with a clean, decisive thrust. In one smooth move, Lin Tian rips out the loudmouth's heart before the man even realizes it. The captain coughs, staring at his hollow chest, pain stealing the rest of his words. Still holding the pose, Lin Tian coldly praises his courage, grants him release, and claims the heart as loot. Witnessing this, the Sword Saint erupts, unleashing 3 green arcs of sword Q at Lin Tian. Sensing danger, Lin Tian yanks his hand free and uses the fresh corpse as a shield against the rapid attacks. The tactic makes the Sword Saint freeze for a split second, fury blazing in her eyes. She immediately closes in and slams her blade down, but Lin Tian dodges just in time. As she overextends slightly, Lin Tian darts behind her to counterattack. The Sword Saint spins and lifts a leg defensively, ready to block his strike. Blows clash repeatedly, forcing Lin Tian to guard while calculating, surprised that even after a long battle and backlash injuries, the Sword Saint is far from weak. After the kick, Lin Tian is shoved back, bracing a hand on the ground to avoid flying farther. He looks up, thinking that hit was nasty. Even at 2,500 combat power, she's still deadly. Dropping the jokes, Lin Tian turns serious, activates his skill, and a familiar green aura wraps around him. He slams his palm onto the ground, unleashing waves of green energy that crush the area with heavy pressure. The shockwave is so massive nearby soldiers are knocked flat and out of commission. Even the Sword Saint is rattled, her eyes going briefly blank as the energy washes over her. But she soon regains clarity. Clearly that wasn't enough to finish her. Cornered, her anger spikes, she counters with a shouted technique, Golden Sword Q, tearing up the ground toward Lin Tian. Yet again Lin Tian dodges smoothly, losing only a few strands of his long hair to the aftershock. Watching closely, he calculates that monster skills aren't very effective, and dragging this out could cost him, especially against the attribute-countering Sword Saintess. As cut hair falls, the Sword Saint steadies her resolve, determined to slay the goblin at any cost. She grips her sword, charges, and roars that it ends today, pouring all her will into the attack. In contrast, Lin Tian stays calm and coolly asks if the Sword Saint has ever tasted defeat. She snaps shut up and closes in. Lin Tian guards and murmurs, then let's find out. A shock rings from her blade as Lin Tian flips high to evade, leaving shattered tiles below. Tracking him, she thinks grimly that she'll see how long he can keep dodging. She orders the remaining soldiers to swarm him, and they rush in at once. The moment one gets close, Lin Tian clamps a hand around his throat. To him, they're just fragile prey, and he casually hurls the man at the Sword Saint as a projectile. Mid-charge, she's forced to veer aside to avoid the flying body. By the time it hits the ground, Lin Tian has vanished from his spot, and she scans for him. Has slipped into the clustered troops, and with each pass another soldier drops, blood spraying everywhere. Catching a falling soldier, the Sword Saint shouts for him to stop hiding and face her, but Lin Tian keeps moving, knowing a head-and clash now isn't wise. Another man falls as the dagger pierces straight through, dead before he can react. Lin Tian flings the fresh corpse behind him to slow pursuit, calculating that using bodies as shields lets him outpace the Sword Saint, who chases on despite her grief at the mounting losses. She glares and calls him coward, while Lin Tian coolly plans to drag this out until her will cracks, then finish her with blood break. The chase drags on, leaving only dust, smoke, and the coughing of survivors. Wounded soldiers writhe and beg the Sword Saint to kill them and avenge them, pushing her mind toward chaos. Lin Tian ups the mind game, holding a blade to a soldier's throat and taunting that she's already lost, further provoking her. Exhausted yet stubborn, she roars for him not to run and swings her sword. With overwhelming force she charges, and Lin Tian shoves the captive forward as a human shield, terrifying the man. Her blade falls cleanly, splitting the soldier in two as blood sprays in silence. Lin Tian retreats to a safe distance, satisfied, thinking she'll soon lose control entirely. Just as planned, the Sword Saint descends into madness, attacking indiscriminately and cutting down even survivors. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Tian withdraws from the center, leaving behind a tragic battlefield. Watching from afar, he mocks that the Sword Saintess kills people better than monsters. Eventually she regains awareness, drenched in her comrade's blood, eyes wide in disbelief. Corpses litter Bright Light Town, now soaked in red, and she stands frozen, asking why. Her sword slips from her hand, clanging against the stone and shattering the heavy silence. Staring at her blood-stained, trembling hands, she stammers that she killed so many. Realizing they were the ones she swore to protect, she screams in denial as Lin Tian approaches, dagger ready, perfect timing. He bites his fingertip, smears blood on the blade to activate a special ability, and hurls it at her. The strike draws a pained gasp from her. Upon contact, the blood-infused blade triggers an effect that drains her strength, dropping her to her knees. As her knees hit stone, rain begins to fall, as if the sky shares the gloom. A faint golden light rises from her body and fades away, her power fully siphoned, limbs no longer obeying. She looks up weakly and calls to the divine, eyes empty, insisting it wasn't her fault, she only wanted to protect everyone. She reaches toward the cloud-choked sky, voice fading as she wonders if even the divine has abandoned her. With that, she collapses motionless and the loss-soaked battle finally ends. Seeing her fully unconscious, Lin Tian approaches, remarking that blood of ruin strips all holy power, then crouches to observe. Touching her shoulder, he admits she's strong but not without weaknesses. His gaze turns icy as he proposes she submit, join the goblin army, and help him topple the faith ruling this world. Dark clouds thicken overhead, thunder rolling as the rain grows heavier. As the decisive moment nears, Lin Tian prepares to seize new power, pulling aside obstructing cloth, her body faintly reacting even in unconsciousness. Tears stream unnoticed into the downpour over Bright Light Town, her tone figure exposed again as Lin Tian casually remarks that a midday rain like this is quite refreshing. The storm intensifies, the town now ruins, rain mixing with the relentless sounds coming from Goblin Lin Tian. Suddenly, a fierce goblin spins and flees in panic. It screams that the church is here and to run, making Lin Tian pause mid-act and look up. His face darkens as he grits out the church. Of all times they arrive now, how irritating, just as armored footsteps and clashing metal approach from behind while he's still busy. Turning slowly, he freezes at the sheer number of church forces they see the scene, but instead stabs swords into the tiles in warning, led by a holy guard, the pontiff's close aide. Realizing trouble, Lin Tian grabs his cloak, stomps the ground, and springs off the Sword Saint's body. Landing, he faces the church squadhead. Opposite him, the pontiff stands seething, heat radiating as rain and armor clinks fill the suffocating silence, while Jin Sheng lies unconscious on the cold stone. The pontiff glances at her, shocked that even the famed gold saint fell to a mere goblin. His furious gaze shifts to Lin Tian, calling him a small goblin with an unremarkable look but terrifying inner power, a true demon. Lin Tian hears every word, tracking their movements as the soldiers tighten their grips, awaiting orders. The pontiff finally commands, ordering the holy guards in the name of the divine and world peace to attack. In unison, the guards raise their swords, chant punish the demon, hallelujah, and erupt in blazing golden light. Facing that overwhelming aura, Lin Tian tenses, eyes narrowing at the sight. The holy guards finish chanting and charge instantly, each brimming with killing intent. Explosions erupt as Lin Tian activates a skill, raising a barrier while attacks hammer against it nonstop. Defending, he notes that wearing heavy armor yet moving that fast is seriously abnormal. The system panel pops up, holy guard power level 3000. One guard slashes down hard, but Lin Tian dodges, leaving the attacker glaring in frustration. Lin Tian retreats to a safe distance, bracing himself with a hand to steady his body. Catching his breath, he frowns. These foes are far stronger than expected. In a flash, he cuts his palm with his dagger, eyes sharpening as he locks onto his targets, thinking it changes nothing. He flings the blood forward and unleashes his signature move, Blood of Ruin. One guard is instantly splattered across the face. The effect is immediate as blasted back, holy power erased, collapsing like Jinsheng before him. Rolling on the ground, the guard screams about his lost holy power, while another blocks pursuit and shouts that it's a forbidden curse. The rest halt in fear and Lin Tian vanishes from sight, leaving them muttering that the goblin is a true demon. From afar, Lin Tian clicks his tongue, realizing even church grunts hit 3,000 power. Time to revise the plan. Moments later, he vaults over the walls of Bright Light Town. Back with Jinsheng, the Pontiff covers her with cloth and orders a retreat, saying she needs purification before she falls to heresy. A guard asks about the goblin and the angel Ailey, and while lifting Jinsheng, the Pontiff replies it's too late. Gazing into the distance, he adds that a new angel has been chosen, no need to seek Ailey anymore. Hours later, Lin Tian returns to retrieve his clothes, dusting them off casually. From a high vantage point, hands in pockets, he silently surveys the ruins below. Only ogre corpses and villagers' graves remain, and he notes the humans were buried, good thing the ogres weren't. Smirking mysteriously, he says now he can deal with them in peace, giggling softly. After processing the ogre meat, the system announces congratulations, level 80 reached. After days of conquest, Lin Tian finally returns to the tribe's cave. His 4 wives swarm him for updates. Goblin Slayer asks if he won. Xiao Yu urges him to spill it. Leah notices is stronger, while the elf matriarch quietly observes. Longing on a fur chair, Lin Tian boasts to Ailey that the sword saint now belongs to him. All 4 freeze at that claim, and Goblin Slayer blurts out disbelief that he defeated her and did that too. Lin Tian sighs that it wasn't satisfying enough. The pure church dragged her away mid-fin. That snaps Goblin Slayer's restraint, and she lunges at him, leaving Xiao Yu stunned by her ferocity. Pinning him down and choking him, she demands action, but drained from battles, Lin Tian begs off, saying he has important matters to discuss. She relents and he announces they won big and must relocate to avoid human revenge, prompting everyone to ask where. Smirking, he reveals the destination, the Great Necropolis, a place even the Holy Church fears to tread. The next morning, before the mist lifts, Lin Tian gathers the tribe to announce the migration. The elf women distribute supplies as everyone prepares to pack up. Outside, Lin Tian calculates that thanks to the non-aggression pact between the Great Necropolis and the Pure Church, it's perfect for building a mighty goblin tribe. Now he just needs breeding tools. The migration begins, Lin Tian riding a dragon at the front, reminding them to capture humans, not kill unless they resist. Days later, the route map shows they've passed 10 villages but captured only 230 women, far from the goal. After scouting ahead, he notes that within 700 kilometers lie 19 villages and 2 small towns. Over 1,000 more captives should be easy. As he finishes speaking, a small town appears ahead, the next target. The group accelerates, Lin Tian ordering sacks ready for a quick Grabango raid. The peaceful town of Koslarobas in warm sunlight, unaware disaster is incoming. Inside, a blonde, heavy-set mayor warns the crowd, only to be dismissed by townsfolk claiming goblins are trivial, they've killed heaps of them before. Laughter erupts as Koslaros soldiers, they'll just guard the gates and butcher any goblins who show up. A heavily bandaged survivor warns them not to underestimate these oversized goblins, but only outsiders grasp the threat while the townsfolk remain clueless. A smug man chimes in that bigger goblins are still nothing special. He brags even heretier goblins are manageable. This is a level 50 adventure drunk on confidence. Hearing that, Mayor Frank shouts for everyone to prepare, the goblins are almost here. A lookout suddenly screams that the goblins have arrived. The crowd snaps to attention, weapons drawn, forming up at the gate. Still cocky, S steps forward, eager to show off against lowly goblins. He challenges his buddies to a kill count bet, but they decline, admitting they can't match him. Bored, S shrugs that he'll handle them solo. He casually tells the others to rest and leave it to him. Mid-sentence, he notices a companion trembling violently and pauses in confusion. Uttering a puzzled huh, he slowly looks ahead. The sight freezes him, a towering dust cloud crowned by the silhouette of a massive dragon. As distance closes fast, Goblin Captain leads the ground charge while Lin Tian rides the dragon above, calmly calculating loot. Facing that momentum, S courage shatters, he collapses and crawls back toward town. Muttering in panic about goblins with dragons, he decides running is wiser. Chaos erupts as everyone flees, shouting these aren't normal goblins, and S scrambles after them, yelling to wait. From above, Lin Tian notes their initial morale and orders the advance. The battle is one-sided. Fertile women are captured, resisting men killed or crippled. Cut to S and his friend. The friend fights desperately while S cowers under a table. The friend angrily demands S prove his earlier bravado. Clutching his head, S stammers that these monsters can't possibly be goblins. As he finishes, a foot steps into view before him. It's Goblin Captain, crouching low and studying him with keen interest. S breaks into a cold sweat and unleashes a piercing scream. Before anything happens, he faints from sheer terror, leaving Goblin Captain disappointed that the fun ended too quickly. His body collapsed awkwardly, legs sticking up in a most undignified pose. Capson scanned the area and asked Lauda how to handle the strong-looking guy. Lin Tian lowered his gaze, silently studying Aizen without answering. He judged Aizen at level 50 with barely 700 total combat power, tribal grunt tier at best. Bored, Lin Tian walked off, telling Capson to handle it and rest after, earning an overjoyed thanks. Lauda! 10 days later, the scene shifted to a forest where Lin Tian's tribe was marching. A long line of escorted captives trailed behind them. Leading with his 3 wives behind, Lin Tian glanced at the prisoners and noted the workload was about to skyrocket. He assigned Xiao Yu, Kena, and Goblin Slayer the task, and Xiao Yu eagerly assured him they could handle it. Elsewhere, the elf matriarch blissfully murmured that as long as Lao Da satisfied her daily, she could endure anything. That gave Lin Tian goosebumps, and he waved it off, muttering he might actually die of exhaustion. The scene shifted again to a gloomy, deathly land where a small tribe appeared. The mutated goblin tyrant reported this was his former Beast King tribe, now renamed Heavenly Palace tribe, and Lin Tian simply replied Mim. Soon Lin Tian was riding Xiao Huang like a proper mount. From above, he told his men to rest while he scouted, quickly spotting many monsters gathering nearby. Elsewhere, a giant serpent coiled around crumbling ruins. Seeing it, Lin Tian's voice turned grave. He thought that for such a small area to house so many high-level monsters, the Great Graveyard was truly terrifying. A month later, the scene moved to a town within the royal palace. Numerous nuns gathered there, praying devoutly together. The king anxiously asked a bishop about Alice, learning she had begun labor, as everyone awaited the Sword Saint's childbirth deemed a national disgrace. Despite being king, he could only wait outside to witness the moment himself. Inside, the Sword Saint endured agonizing labor, torn between hatred and reality, crying out in pain. Nuns surrounded and encouraged the exhausted Sword Saint, urging her to push on. Beneath the Virgin statue in the Grand Hall, everyone worked to ensure a safe delivery. Even the stone statue seemed to soften its expression. Suddenly, divine light poured from above, flooding the entire room. At that exact moment, the half-goblin, half-human baby let out its first cry. A nun shouted, "It's born!" But seeing its greenish skin, panic spread as someone gasped, "It's a goblin!" Yet another nun, seemingly prepared, stepped forward with a disturbingly cruel glint in her eyes. Before she could act, the Sword Saint yanked her back. Fresh from childbirth, she still forced herself up, snarling, "Don't touch it," pure mama bear mode activated. The newborn somehow crawled on its own toward her. Startled and confused, she hesitated until a nun calmly noted, "It's hungry," and the Sword Saint hugged the so-called monster. The baby opened its eyes wide and looked up at its mother. Cradling it gently, she softened, murmuring, "Look, it's just hungry." Outside, the king rushed in, anxiously asking about Alice, only to find her clutching the baby. Seeing that scene, the king froze, his gaze heavy and conflicted. Fury soon surged, and he barked, "Alice, what are you doing?" But shaken to the core, Alice ignored the baby's origin and calmly said, "Your Majesty, look, it's nursing," which only made him angrier. The king clenched his jaw, unable to accept the legendary Sword Saint treating a goblin like her own child. Finally, he commanded coldly, "Hand me the child." "That is an order." Holding the baby tighter, she whispered that she dared not defy him. But this was divine will, a punishment meant for her. The king stiffened and hurried closer, asking in alarm what she meant. He couldn't fathom the once devoted Sword Saint now embracing the enemy's child, insisting the gods wouldn't punish her for protecting the people. But Alice's mind seemed fractured as she trembled, claiming she had angered the gods by killing too many, lost her power, and brought this punishment upon herself. A nun gently reassured her it wasn't divine punishment but a mere accident, yet Alice clung stubbornly to the child. Suddenly, she shoved the nun down and cried, "You don't understand, none of you do!" Her expression utterly unhinged. The once majestic Sword Saint was gone. In her place stood a broken woman. No Sword Saint, just Alice near, the one who gave birth to a goblin. Instinctively shielding her baby, she glared at everyone and shouted for them all to leave. Watching her crumble, the king burned with rage and resolve, vowing to restore everything Alice had lost. The next morning, the king summoned Clen before the holy temple, and he bowed deeply in royal respect. Looking down, the king sternly asked if Clen knew why he was called. Still bowing, Clen declared he would crush the goblins for Alice, for Oscar his grandfather, and for the fallen people. The king kept a strict face but inwardly approved. Good. His gaze darkened as he asked again, "Do you fear the great graveyard?" Kneeling with hand on chest, Clen swore he wouldn't retreat even before its most terrifying horrors. Pleased, the king slammed his throne armrest. "Excellent!" Rising, he ordered decisively that Clen take 10,000 elite troops and 12 holy guards to annihilate the goblin tribe even inside the great graveyard. Clen was startled. That was a massive force, even involving the church. But he thumped his chest and vowed loudly not to betray the king's trust. The scene shifted to Lin Tian's village. From afar, many demonic beasts closed in, a giant snake raising its head to scout. Inside, captured women hurried about, hauling water into the huts. Chaos erupted as many female goblins gave birth at once, and Lin Tian ordered Kina to summon all elves for support. She answered, "Yes!" Urgent footsteps rang out as a goblin rushed over, shouting, "Lo die," and Lin Tian turned. Seeing the mutated goblin overlord, he asked the situation. It panicked, reporting the monsters were overwhelming them. Lin Tian's face darkened. "Damn it, they've all been drawn here." Nearby, hordes gathered, corpse lakes, black-scaled pythons, demon-eyed blood spiders, vampires advancing fiercely at the tribe's worst possible moment. Lin Tian mounted Xiao Huang to scout from above, cursing that he had checked a 10-key numbered radius, so where did all these monsters come from? Recalling earlier sightings, he pondered how he once thought the great graveyard a decent hiding spot. It had seemed perfect for building a base until breeding season turned it into a monster magnet. Realization struck, his face changed as he gripped and charged his crossbow. We're in trouble. He concluded there was no other choice now. From the dragon's back, he ordered all goblin soldiers to escort everyone in retreat through the rear cliff. Suddenly, a raspy voice cut in, mocking a tiny goblin commanding a dragon, and Lin Tian turned in surprise. Before him appeared a bizarre creature with an eagle's head and wings but a muscular human-like body. Lin Tian checked the system. Level 90 man-eating harpy, demi-human race, title Black Frost, monster and SU 700 HP and 80 strength, 70-30 defense, skills Flash Frost and Storm Feathers, total combat power 4000. After reviewing the data, Lin Tian muttered that this regional monster lord was no easy opponent. A quick system check confirmed it, monster lord flashing unmistakably. Facing a powerhouse, he recalled rumors that since the Great Graveyard struck a pact with the church, man-eating harpies avoided humans, so maybe cooperation was possible. The eagle lord spread its wings, pressure crushing down, and asked if he was the tribe's leader. Lin Tian instantly turned polite, respectfully confirming to the lord. Wasting no time, he proposed an alliance and asked the lord to drive away the monsters. The harpy eyed him suspiciously and demanded to know why it should help. Lin Tian carefully offered 10 humans as tribute. At that word, the harpy's eyes gleamed and its lips curled with interest. Without hesitation, it flapped its wings, unleashing a shockwave. Mention humans, and it was instantly motivated. One mighty flap scattered the besieging beasts in terror, clearing the threat entirely. The next morning at the tribe's new base, the man-eating harpy descended and warned Lin Tian that human scent attracts monsters within 100 miles, asking if this was his first time in the Great Graveyard. Lin Tian sighed, realizing childbirth sweat made human scent overpower even goblins. No wonder humans feared this place. Recognizing the birdman as a regional lord, Lin Tian dropped his guard, bowed warmly, thanked him, and invited him inside. As they walked in, Lin Tian began mentioning the promised tribute. Before he finished, the harpy froze, mouth agape at the shocking sight ahead. Over 1,000 captive women meant for breeding filled the area, and the birdman stammered, asking why so many humans were here. He sharply questioned whether they were all goblin breeding tools. Uneasy, he warned that hoarding this many humans defied the pact with the church and could mean death, while Lin Tian stayed calm. Lin Tian had 2 sacks of human corpses brought out as gifts, assuring they were prisoners captured earlier and already dead. Still wary but tempted by the scent, the harpy accepted and promised future protection, guaranteeing the tribe could develop safely here. Getting what he wanted, Lin Tian closed his eyes and thanked the Lord, saying he'd always be welcome to visit. Pleased, the harpy laughed loudly, saying he'd report to the higher lords first. Once the figure vanished, Lin Tian wiped his sweat and sighed, finally time to develop in peace. He then walked to the newborn goblins and asked Xiao Yu for the count. She reported 3,000 so far, possibly more next round, but sadly, all 10 offspring of the mutated and overlord strains had died. Lin Tian exhaled, reproducing those elite strains seemed nearly impossible. He lifted the curtain and stepped outside, catching Xiao Yu off guard. Gazing into the distance, he calculated that this was enough, just capture more beasts to mass-produce low-tier goblins and fill the ranks. That night in Lin Tian's, he reviewed hunting plans and decided using the life simulation system would be more efficient than acting personally. With that thought, he closed his eyes and activated its system, Start Life Simulation. The interface appeared, noting his first entry into the Great Graveyard, stable development achieved, and the need to breed more low-tier goblins, so he led his army into the demonic forest to hunt. On day 1, he killed many 4th and 5th tier monsters for food. Days later, he captured 500 1st-tier beasts like man-eating rabbits and crying monkeys, plus a 7th-tier lightning-maned bear with 3,000 power. He used them to enhance the tribe's bloodline, gathering more 7th-tier species to significantly boost overall talent. Within a month, the tribe expanded rapidly with 3,000 more breeding tools entering explosive growth. Then disaster struck, humans launched an assault, and the system showed his people slaughtered, corpses scattered everywhere. Stroking his chin, Lin Tian mused, humans attacking the Great Graveyard. Bold of the system offered 3 choices: fight head and 30, defend 20, or negotiate 0. He chose negotiation to probe their intent. The enemy gave no reply, then suddenly stormed down the cliff, massacring the tribe while holy guards sealed both exits, forcing a crushing defeat and narrow escape. Summary: when a lion is enraged, make sure it can't bite you. Reward life points x10. Simulation time 1 month. Lin Tian was stunned, humans were going all in. Stroking his chin again, he muttered that they were truly furious and had better prepare countermeasures. Without hesitation, he went to find the mutated brutal goblin. Knowing the mutated brutal goblin understood the Great Graveyard best, Lin Tian asked where the regional lord lived, making it flinch. It pointed upward respectfully, saying the lord and his tribe dwelled in the tallest forest nearby. A calculating look crossed Lin Tian's face. This time he would uproot the thorn in his side, the Lion Empire and the Holy Church. A month later, after settling tribal matters, Lin Tian followed the directions to the Birdman Lord's domain. Upon meeting, he shared his suspicions, and the Lord scoffed, how could humans possibly come here? The Birdman frowned, reminding him the Great Graveyard had a pact with the church. Lin Tian seriously replied that he had seen their army approaching, and given his past actions, they were surely here to punish him. The Lord suddenly understood and cheerfully said, I see. Spreading his wings to leave, he assured Lin Tian that neither he nor the other lords would allow humans to run wild here, then flew off to report. Before disappearing, he shouted he'd return soon. Lin Tian respectfully thanked him. At the Great Graveyard's edge, a massive army gathered, brimming with battle fervor. A reed-haired commander on horseback rallied them, swearing they'd destroy the goblins or never return, and the troops roared their resolve. Suddenly, a colossal dragon circled overhead, drawing every eye. The commander stared in shock, a goblin riding a dragon. The intel matched perfectly as Lin Tian descended majestically on the dragon to face the army. All eyes locked on him as the commander shouted, accusing him of destroying dozens of their towns. From above, Lin Tian calmly asked if they had forgotten the pact between the church and the Great Graveyard. That only enraged the commander, who drew his sword, calling them mere rats hiding in the graveyard and dismissing the pact. Pointing his blade arrogantly, he vowed to crush Lin Tian for his grandfather and for Sword Saint Alice. Though the army's pressure mounted, Lin Tian brushed it off lightly, teasing that he had a secret about the Sword Saint. Recalling that meal, he gestured as if savoring it again, soft and sweeter than honey. The insult made the commander's face twist in fury as he roared for Lin Tian to shut up. Unable to hold back, the Duke urged the armored holy guard to charge in and grind Lin Tian to dust. Above, Lin Tian stayed calm, mocking that just 2 taunts had reduced them to hysterics. The holy guard restrained the Duke, warning that without scouts returning, charging into the Great Graveyard was suicide, so the Duke grudgingly held back. Lin Tian perked up at that. Scouts, you say? He suddenly hoisted a man unhanded like a chicken, asking if this was the scout they meant, looking every inch a demon. 10 minutes earlier in a forest near Lin Tian's tribe, 2 scouts had spotted goblins detaining many humans and monsters, deciding to report back about the Sword Saint. Before finishing, eerie clicking sounds surrounded them, and their faces paled. Capsin and mutated goblins ambushed from behind, and terrified screams echoed through the woods. Back to the present, with no retreat left, the Duke ordered a full assault to slaughter every goblin. Thousands of soldiers surged forward with blades and spears, roaring confidently in their overwhelming strength. The Duke laughed arrogantly, taunting whether Lin Tian was afraid humans truly lacked vision. Facing their rising momentum, Lin Tian answered with a cold smile, and as threats flew, he finally played his trump card. Heavy clawed footsteps emerged from the shadows behind, accompanied by a deep rumble. A half-man, half-eagle figure stepped out, blending human form with avian lethality. The legion stiffened as the Duke gritted his teeth and shouted, "Man-eating harpy, be careful." The harpy lord laughed icily, asking if the church had forgotten the pact it made. The holy guard drew his sword, declaring this was the Pope's order, and the harpy lacked standing to negotiate. The harpy flexed razor claws, threatening that once the old Pope died, he'd crush their heads himself. The holy guard retorted that he was here by papal command to exterminate goblins, and anyone blocking him would die. The Duke immediately ordered the army to keep advancing and kill. Before Lin Tian even moved, the harpy shot into the sky, and this time he wasn't alone. Mutant monsters and Lin Tian's goblin minions swarmed from sky and earth, forming one seriously unfair battle lineup. Flying bats and serpents crowd the skies while roaring abominations shake the ground, and the Eagle Lord booms, "You think the Grand Necropolis is a public park?" The Holy Guard rides forward coldly, asking if the Grand Necropolis has decided to shelter the goblins. The Eagle Lord calmly says, "You could say that," and his eyes confirm everything. The Holy Guard stays silent, his iron mask as frosty as ever. After a brief calculation, he suddenly turns his horse and orders a retreat, shocking the Duke, who protests that the Shaanxi Empire would rather die than run. The Holy Guard cuts him off, insisting this isn't fleeing but regrouping for a bigger war, then firmly commands withdrawal. The Legion splits into 4 and retreats in order, while Lin Tian watches from his red dragon as the Eagle Lord hovers nearby. Lin Tian worries about causing a war, but the Eagle Lord explains it's a message to the church that the Grand Necropolis fears no one, making Lin Tian go, "Ah, got it." Before leaving, the Eagle Lord urges Lin Tian to grow stronger, hinting that if he becomes Goblin King, he may enter the true Grand Necropolis. Now that's a promotion. Lin Tian perks up at the thought of the real Grand Necropolis, already imagining the juicy resources. The scene shifts to the Holy Hall, where chaos erupts. An angry crowd demands goblin blood and curses the Holy Sword Maiden for raising one, calling her every insult under the sun. Elsewhere, heavy footsteps pound the ground, thick with barely contained frustration. The king himself storms forward, grumbling about goblins and riots, while a minister urges him to choose between the people and her, his clenched fists betraying the pressure. He shoves the door open and calls, "Alice!" His tense face freezes at the sight inside. Words die in his throat as he sees the sword saintess cuddling a goblin-like child, and regret flashes, if only he had dealt with it sooner. Unable to hold back, he draws his sword and charges in, shouting for Alice to move before he hurts her. The child happily plays on a wooden horse beside his mother, blissfully unaware of doom. His joy shatters as a cold blade points at him, leaving him confused and scared. In a blink, the sword slices through the air toward him. With pure motherly instinct, Alice blocks it barehanded, demanding the king's intentions while the child trembles behind her. Facing her, the king declares he must drag her back to the righteous path for the empire's future. She grabs her own sword, vowing not to retreat as she shields her goblin-blooded child. Drawing her blade, she charges defiantly, stunning the king that the sword saintess stands against him, while the child watches like it's a fun show. The sight fuels the king's rage, and he can only shout, "Alice!" She answers bitterly, asking if everyone will treat her this way, her loneliness painfully obvious. A blazing light erupts, super holy skill golden sacred body. The overwhelming power blasts Alice away, disarming her as the king's radiant force leaves her writhing on the ground. As she lies there, barefoot steps echo, and the high bishop suddenly appears behind the king. The bald high bishop in holy robes raises his book and intones, "Super holy skill sacred judgment imprisonment." Golden pillars of light rise instantly, forming a glowing cage around the sword saintess before the king's eyes. After a pause, the king asks the high bishop to handle it, admitting he cannot strike her himself, though he cannot tolerate goblins. Imprisoned, Alice struggles and cries that this is her punishment from the gods, confessing she has lost all holy power. The high bishop turns away coldly, saying the gods did not abandon her, she abandoned them. He lifts a small cross to his forehead and approaches the goblin child, demanding hand over the goblin princess Alice. The bewildered child crawls on the floor before a beam of holy light slams into him. The child's innocent gaze is swallowed by light, and Alice's warrior Fao Aid collapses into a mother's pure despair. From outside the holy hall comes a sudden scream of "No!" Outside, the crowd roars in unison, "Long live his majesty!" When it ends, the king walks out grimfist, carrying the child's corpse as the crowd cheers and cruelly wonders if the sword saintess is dead too. The king throws the corpse before the crowd, coldly declaring the explanation they wanted is done, sending them scrambling back in terror. Fury blazing, he warns that anyone who slanders the sword saintess again will face the consequences. Under his threat, the crowd falls dead silent, shooting him wary glances. The next day, a nun rushes into the grand hall, reporting that Alice has disappeared. The king jolts to his feet, visibly shaken. "What?" Cut to the goblin camp, where a 6-armed mutant goblin erupts in eerie blue flames. It leaps up laughing, thrilled that it can finally use magic. The system displays level 70 Mad Goblin Dark Mage. Titles include Demonic Rebirth and Bottomless Gluttony, with stacked stats and skills, now a rare breed thanks to endless eating. Haxan and Hallow gape in awe, begging Lin Tian to let them eat more meat and hit level 72. Longing on a rock, Lin Tian casually tells them to hunt in the demonic forest themselves for food and battle practice, though Hallow nervously notes it's dangerous outside. Annoyed, Lin Tian snaps that their lazy hides survive only because of him, scaring them stiff. Terrified, the goblins bolt off, promising to leave at once, while the Mad Goblin excitedly begs to join the action. Lin Tian grumbles that has spoiled them rotten and they just want a free ride. A strange noise interrupts him, he spits out his grass and looks up, puzzled. The Eagle Lord descends before him, and Lin Tian warily wonders what this man-eater wants. The Eagle Lord warmly says he wants to introduce Lin Tian to another lord, and Lin Tian plays along with eager politeness. Outwardly friendly, Lin Tian secretly plans to make new connections as future shields. The Eagle Lord casually notes the lord is right behind him, prompting Lin Tian to spin around cautiously. Behind him stands a colossal golden monitor lizard, the southern lord Huangjin Shidi, so huge Lin Tian has to crane his neck. Lin Tian immediately activates his ability to scan the newcomer's stats. The system shows Huang Jinshidi Demon Race level 88, total power 3990, and Lin Tian concludes it's big but not that scary. Before long, Huang Jinshidi slithers toward Lin Tian's human cages, eyeing the girls, ignoring Lin Tian's polite probe about his interest in humans. Pressing close to the cage, he mutters that they look tasty and suggests splitting them, surprising the Eagle Lord, who recalls he only wanted one before. Tempted, Huang Jinshidi arrogantly claims everything in his territory is his, but the Eagle Lord snaps that here Lin Tian decides and tells him to crawl back south. Enraged, Huang Jinshidi accuses them of hypocrisy for eating humans too and insists on a 50-50 split despite being on in territory. Already irritated, Lin Tian finally growls that anyone's fair game except his people. His aura turns icy as he challenges the lizard's right to claim a share, asking if it can even swallow that much, prompting Huang Jinshidi to flex his power. Flicking his long tongue, Huang Jinshidi sneers, "Are you talking to me, you lowly trash?" Sensing danger, the Eagle Lord spreads his wings protectively before Lin Tian, both glaring warily at the lizard. Regretting bringing him, the Eagle Lord warns him to leave unless he wants a beating, but greed keeps Huang Jinshidi from backing down. The lizard leans forward, plotting to kill Lin Tian first, turning the standoff into a hair-trigger confrontation. As tensions spike, Huang Jinshidi convinces himself the Eagle Lord betrayed him to hog all the spoils. Baring sharp teeth, he roars that the scheming bird can't guard them forever and vows to return and slaughter everyone. Realizing he can't dominate now, he stomps off angrily while Lin Tian watches his retreat with clear annoyance. The Eagle Lord apologizes for the fiasco, but Lin Tian shrugs and coolly asks what the Grand Necropolis would do if he killed a Southern Lord. After a pause, the Eagle Lord admits they would either punish Lin Tian or let him replace the Southern Lord. Stroking his chin, Lin Tian muses that being Southern Lord means commanding magical beasts, though it would cost him freedom. In the end, he clicks his tongue and says even for free he doesn't want the job. The scene shifts to a field littered with scattered beast skeletons. Following Lin Tian's orders, the Mad Goblin hunted solo and brought back the loot, now gnawing a giant drumstick with a stuffed belly. Haxan has clearly powered up, tail tightened and energy surging, classic evolution glow up, now taller too. He tests his strength, whipping his tail like a massive blade. Trees are sliced cleanly in half, 3 trunks dropping with razor-smooth cuts. Talk about landscaping by massacre. Feeling the boost, Haxan roars excitedly, fists clenched in pure power bliss. By a quiet stream, a small monitor lizard lounges alone in the water. It spots a dragonfly hovering nearby. Eyeing its prey, it flicks its tongue and creeps closer eagerly. Suddenly, an arm bursts from the water and grabs the lizard. The baby lizard barely turns before being dragged under, while the dragonfly escapes unharmed. Only its little tail floats up, then its bloodied head surfaces lifeless. As the Mad Goblin's voice rings out, despite being young, is already over a meter tall. The trio gathers to feast on the young lizard, the Mad Goblin praising the fresh meat, Haxan claiming it rivals human flesh, and Halu wishing it were always on the menu. Mid-feast, they freeze as the same idea hits them, 6 eyes locking knowingly. They slowly turn back with sly grins and quiet chuckles, clearly plotting something fun. Cut to the Monitor Lizard tribe, small huts clustered along a riverbank. Inside a hut, a green adult scolds a youngster for roaming, but it boasts fearlessly that its husband is the Lord, while another asks if they're searching for it. Suddenly, the female lizard looks toward the bushes, sensing something off. She sees a tribesman's corpse lying still, freezing in disbelief. The Mad Goblin steps out menacingly, energy flaring as he approaches, and the terrified female stammers that this is the Lord's territory. He couldn't care less, licking his lips and mocking her as an attractive lady, deeply insulting the tribe's pride. A guard lizard steps forward with a spear, roaring at the insult to the Lord's wife. Muscles bulging, he prepares to strike back. Before he can finish, Haxan appears behind and impales him in an instant as the system announces camouflage detour. The guard lizard dies on the spot, and Haxan pulls his hand free, leaving the female pale as chalk. The Mad Goblin swiftly restrains her from behind, forcing her to cough as he mutters shiz reserved for Lin Tian, while she weakly cries for help. The noise draws the tribe out in droves. Seeing the Lord's wife captured, they panic and shout that goblins have invaded. Adult lizards grab blades and axes and charge, yelling to kill them. The Mad Goblin only grins wider, fangs gleaming with excitement. In a flash, he counters energy surges, and a single gesture unleashes a blast straight into the charging crowd. The lizards are blown away, each sent flying in agony. Then Haxan joins, darting in low and whipping his tail in relentless strikes that pierce through enemies, dropping them one by one. Meanwhile, Halu, addicted to lizard meat, dives into the corpses to feast, and right in the middle of the carnage, he completes his evolution. As Halu focuses on tearing flesh, another lizard sneaks up with a knife, but despite appearances, Halu senses it. Without even pausing his meal, he casually swings an arm and knocks the attacker's head clean off, clearly far stronger now. Soon, just 3 goblins make lizard hunting easy, feasting well and hauling loot home, joking they'll leave some alive to repopulate and bring the captured mother and daughter back for praise. On the bloodstained ground, one maimed survivor trembles, calling desperately for Genji, the Lord, as the tribe lies in ruin. When Huang Jinshidi returns, his expression twists in shock. Is this my tribe? He stands frozen amid corpses and dying cries for help, unable to grasp what happened. Crunch. A hidden survivor crawls out sobbing that goblins took the Lord's wife and daughter. Already hostile toward goblins, Huang Jinshidi erupts in fury, yet struggles to believe it since he just came from their camp, only then realizing a familiar scent is missing. Fury floods Huang Jinshidi, eyes wide and teeth grinding. Realizing his wife's scent is mixed with goblin traces, he roars loud enough to shake the land, cursing those damn goblins. He can lose anything but not his wife. He bolts toward the goblin base like a raging storm, vowing to wipe them out, each step thundering like doom. Cut to Lin Tian's tribe, where the 3 goblins return in high spirits. Hearing them yell about bringing back goodies, Lin Tian looks up with interest. Noticing their evolution, he smiles faintly in satisfaction. The status panels for Haxan and Halu pop up. After reviewing their stats, Lin Tian notes Haxan nearly matches the Mad Goblin due to mutation, while Hal's assassin build makes his combat power equally deadly, gear him up and he'd be terrifying. Suddenly, angry shouts ring out from the captives, drawing Lin Tian's slow, curious gaze. The Mad Goblin appears holding 2 prizes, the struggling lizard lady screaming that her lord will slaughter them all. He squeezes her head until she goes limp and barks for silence. Presenting both captives with 3 arms, he offers Lin Tian a young and an old one to choose from, while Lin Tian silently sizes them up. Suspicious, Lin Tian asks if they snatched her from that southern lizard lord's tribe. Despite the pain, she proudly confirms she's the southern lord's wife and mocks him for fearing it too late. Lin Tian sneers, recognizing her as kin to the lizard who dared threaten his tribe earlier. Panic flickers in her eyes as she stammers, asking what he plans to do. Before she finishes, Lin Tian stands and fires a crossbow bolt straight into her abdomen, clean and decisive. She collapses face down, twitching and groaning faintly. The goblins buzz excitedly as Lin Tian waves a hand and grants both captives as rewards, earning thunderous cheers. They swarm the 2 lizards in chaotic glee, fighting over the spoils while Lin Tian couldn't care less. Turning to Halu, Lin Tian asks what they did to the tribe, and Halu respectfully admits they slaughtered and devoured most, leaving only a few to repopulate. Hearing this, even Lin Tian blinked in shock and blurted, "Wait, what?" Seeing that reaction, the Mad Goblin, Kalu, and Ka-san trembled and huddled together, squeaking that they were sorry, boss. Expecting punishment, they instead found Lin Tian laughing in delight, praising them, especially the Tributobringer, for being worth the investment. The Mad Goblin scratched his head shyly while Lin Tian, amused, imagined the lizard's face when it learned its tribe and family were toast right on cue. The lizard lord arrived, tail smashing trees like it was auditioning for a rage contest. Storming in, it wrecked houses, beat up goblins, and roared for its wife and child to be returned. Its eyes darkened as its fury leveled up. Before it lay, its wife and child surrounded by goblins, bodies horribly mangled. The goblin's mouth still bloody, looked up as it realized only bare bones remained. Its rage exploded. Lin Tian strolled forward and mocked that the guest of honor had arrived fashionably late. Snapping completely, the lizard lord vowed to wipe out the tribe and repay everything in blood. Power surged through it as it unleashed a fierce blue flame blast straight at Lin Tian. The attack was effortlessly neutralized. Lin Tian ducked and released a shockwave from his mouth, crushing the flames and blasting the lizard lord away. Seizing the moment, he summoned a massive blade and charged to finish the job. His blade pierced deep into its right chest, black blood gushing out. Agony twisted its face, but it stubbornly endured. Gravely wounded, it yanked itself free and retreated, clutching its injury while glaring at Lin Tian. Teeth grinding, it snarled, asking what just happened and why it lost control. Amused, Lin Tian taunted that if it wanted death, he'd oblige, and here in the eastern zone, no beast would answer its call. Hitting its weak spot, the lizard lord erupted, blue flames leaking from its eyes and swearing it needed no help to kill him. It powered up, body swelling and muscles bulging as its strength skyrocketed. Its wounds even began regenerating. In moments, its chest and arm nearly healed, and it clenched its fist, battle ready once more. Soon the lizard lord completed its transformation, bigger, fiercer, blazinged, and boasted its infinite power, dared Lin Tian to try. Tension peaked as the Mad Goblin and Kalu braced themselves, Kalu warning that this monster looked seriously dangerous. Lin Tian stayed guarded, coolly planning to pin it with earth element power, then invade its body using the blood of ruin. Before he could act, a radiant sword burst from the lizard's chest, catching it off guard again with a howl of pain. The twist stunned Lin Tian, who looked up in disbelief. The lizard lord coughed blood, collapsing before even launching a counterattack. The sword split its massive body clean from head to tail, leaving it in 2 helpless halves. Behind the corpse stood a familiar figure, the holy sword ragged yet lethal, ending it in a blink. She looked at Lin Tian, wary from hardship, and simply said she had finally found him. The goblins panicked, some tried shielding Lin Tian, others screamed that the holy sword had arrived and urged him to flee. Yet despite her dramatic entrance, the holy sword swayed unsteadily, barely able to stand. Moments later, she collapsed right before Lin Tian, stunning everyone. Seeing no immediate threat, Lin Tian approached, noting Shed chased him here and one-shotted the lizard lord, before feigning now pondering how to use this to his advantage. The Mad Goblin brandished a weapon and yelled to finish her off, but Lin Tian just laughed at the big talk. Though shouting boldly, it didn't dare move closer and shoved the task onto Kalu and Ka-san, who froze on the spot. Without a word, Kalu and Ka-san backed away, and even the Mad Goblin lost its nerve. The two pretended nothing was happening, with Kalu awkwardly asking Lin Tian what he thought of a nearby chair. Lin Tian remarked that even unconscious she terrified them who would dare touch her, silencing the goblin instantly. Lin Tian then stepped forward, eyeing the unconscious holy sword and deciding she'd be far more useful alive than dead. The holy sword lay fully unconscious, seemingly surrendering herself to Lin Tian, who coolly ordered the goblin minions to tie up their new loot. Darkness swallowed the tribe at the world's edge. Time slipped into a new dawn as the first light crept in. The sword saint awoke, bound in a room, watched by Xiao Yu under Lin Tian's orders, while nosy goblins peeked as Xiao Yu poked her smooth cheek. Xiao Yu marveled, half jealous at the bouncy, flawless skin, goblin cheeks blushing with envy. Gradually regaining consciousness, the sword saint's golden hair fell over her face as her breathing steadied. Noticing this, Lin Tian stepped in to greet her, stunned by his voice. She looked up while Goblin Slayer stood silently in the corner. Seeing Lin Tian, she lit up like meeting long-lost family, excitedly chanting Goblin in joy. Caught off guard, Lin Tian warned her not to move since she was weakened, while Xiao Yu oddly seemed happy she'd woken. Instead of attacking, she struggled and kept calling Goblin, sounding more needy than hostile. The bizarre behavior made Lin Tian and Xiao Yu retreat cautiously, bracing for a surprise strike. Irritation brewed in Lin Tian as he wondered what on earth was going on. He ordered the Mad Goblin to stop gawking and pin her down already. Terrified of her reputation, the goblins hesitated, and before they acted, she snapped the simple ropes and freed herself. In a blink, she appeared before Lin Tian at astonishing speed and dropped to her knees. Bowing low, she made Lin Tian freeze while the goblins trembled, whispering that their boss was doomed. Instead of a fierce clash, the sword saint knelt submissively before him. Lin Tian stood there utterly stunned by the unexpected turn. Clutching his leg through her tattered clothes, she declared she hadn't come to fight but to ask him something, leaving him frozen mid-battle stance. With wide, eager eyes, she pleaded for another child, her demeanor utterly unrecognizable from before. On the side, Goblin Slayer went speechless while Xiao Yu blushed hard at the sword saint kneeling to Lin Tian. Lin Tian twitched in disbelief, thinking, what am I, a wish-granting machine? Determined, she pleaded to erase their hatred but demanded another child or she'd never forgive him. Confused, Lin Tian pressed her another child, and asked where the first one was. She froze, face turning pale as panic replaced her earlier resolve. Breaking down, she muttered prayers for forgiveness, blaming someone for killing the child, then spiraled into vowing to bear and raise another goblin. Lin Tian quickly realized her mind had cracked from losing power, hiding from reality behind divine punishment fantasies. Playing along, he said the gods were angry but she'd need to meet conditions for redemption. She instantly agreed to anything. Leaning close, Lin Tian smirked and demanded obedience during her atonement, secretly pleased at the opportunity. She brightened like a happy child, eager to fulfill this so-called divine punishment. Lin Tian quietly approved. This turned out far easier than expected. He led her inside, dismissing the others who awkwardly shuffled out. Inside, she pulled down her tattered clothes, revealing pale skin, clearly obsessed from her long search. Lying on straw, she looked at him expectantly and asked for his help, while he dropped all hesitation. He accepted her request bluntly, moving in with practiced confidence as the mood shifted. Leaning close, Lin Tian whispered he would hold back, and the sword saint's breathing instantly quickened. Broken murmurs slipped from her lips as 2 full watches passed in a blur. Outside, Goblin Slayer told the Countess how the sword saint had begged voluntarily, earning a loud, "You must be joking?" But one peek inside left the Countess woodied and speechless. Seeing the mighty sword saint curled up on the familiar bed, utterly drained, shattered her disbelief. Goblin Slayer coolly noted that if this reached the Empire, it would cause an earthquake, leaving the Countess mute. Later, outside the tent, Lin Tian and Xiao Yu quietly admired the mountains. Pouring tea, Xiao Yu asked how to handle the sword saint, and Lin Tian ordered her moved, washed, and changed for safety. Xiao Yu obeyed while Lin Tian drained his cup, clearly having spent some stamina. He suddenly added to prepare a recent plague corpse for later use, and Xiao Yu accepted without question. Alone, Lin Tian pondered how Qinsh's death might draw graveyard forces' attention and considered visiting the man-eating eagle. The thought barely formed before he appeared at the eagle tribe with 2 prepared gifts. The eagle, perched on a bear carcass, was stunned to hear it killed the southern lord. Cutting him off, the eagle said no explanation was needed. If Lin Tian took the position, the graveyard might accept it. Lin Tian shrugged, uninterested in the title, and suggested letting a subordinate take it instead. The eagle eyed the gifts and warned it was possible but risky. Lin Tian asked calmly, risky how? The eagle explained the southern dream demon coveted the post and would contest it, and while Lin Tian might win, his subordinates likely couldn't against a lord who could summon hordes. Listening carefully, Lin Tian grew intrigued. What exactly was this dream demon? The eagle described an octopus-like fiend that manipulates dreams and invades minds, weak in direct combat yet dangerous through control. Stroking his chin, Lin Tian murmured thoughtfully, dream manipulation, huh? Lin Tian's mind jumped to the sword saint. If he planted subconscious hints in her, controlling her would be a breeze. He promptly asked the eagle to take him to meet this dream demon for cooperation. The eagle led him to a gloomy lair bristling with eerie thorns. The moment he arrived, Lin Tian felt a seductive shadowy aura blanketing the area. Before he could look around, a damp shadow floated above, its voice dripping down. Let me see. The dream demon appeared tentacled, clawed, and slimy, grinning. Who's in need of a sweet dream? Lin Tian checked the system. Dream demon level 84, undead, born of nightmares, HP 2000, power 6 stars 492, skills in dream control, bewitching eye, and intangibility, total combat 3 800. Its single eye widened in amusement at the eagle.
Oh, it's you. Why bring a goblin?
Calmly, Lin Tian offered a deal he'd make it southern lord in exchange for manipulating one person's dreams. The dream demon scoffed until the eagle cut in. Noting Lin Tian had wiped out the golden lizard it never defeated, the creature's grotesque face instantly shifted. Startled, it burst into thrilled laughter, demanding to know whose dreams it would control. Lin Tian replied casually, no one special, just a human. The eagle whispered it would report to the graveyard and warned him not to underestimate the dream demon on its own turf. Lin Tian suddenly smiled mysteriously, saying he'd thought of a better plan. Meanwhile, the dream demon was too busy celebrating its soon-to-be promotion, while the eagle hesitantly warned Lin Tian that as a spirit, it couldn't be absorbed. Lin Tian merely smirked at his system's mutated fusion ability, able to seize part of a body for stat boosts, though not skills or form. Looking up, he murmured that an ordinary goblin could manage this, but he wasn't ordinary. He strolled closer, asking the dream demon to explain dream control in detail for better cooperation. Brimming with pride, the dream demon declared that anyone who dared meet its eye would fall under control, unless their will was strong enough to realize they were dreaming. This only amused Lin Tian more. He smiled beneath his hair, eyes scheming, oh really? In a flash, he summoned the azure sword and lunged with full force, forcing the dream demon to activate intangibility. Behind him, the eagle shouted a warning not to look into its eye. Too late, the dream demon's eye swelled grotesquely, releasing a strange suction. Lin Tian's gaze locked onto it, unable to break free. His body crashed to the ground while the eagle retreated out of range. The dream demon's energy spread, sealing Lin Tian inside an invisible dream domain. In the darkness, it gloated that he'd overreached and would die here. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes snapped open, veins bulging with strain. He forced himself upright, realizing he had underestimated this foe. A scorching sensation spread through his body. In moments, his lower half sank into boiling lava, hot enough to incinerate anyone instantly. Trapped yet conscious, he knew it was only a dream, otherwise he'd be ash already. The dream demon reappeared, power swelling, laughing that he'd be trapped forever. It taunted him for daring to try killing it, just a Before it finished, a blast of fire pierced straight through its body, leaving a gaping hole. Staring at the wound, it stammered in disbelief. Lin Tian stood free of the illusion, calmly explaining that in dreams, fear kills believe you'll die and you will. Claws extending from his hand, he declared the trick clever for fools, but useless on him. Power gathered as he surged forward in blazing lightning fire, finishing the taunt too early for that. He struck its head with overwhelming force, electricity ravaging it beyond resistance. The dream demon's dream body began crumbling, trembling in disbelief. Before it could finish speaking, the entire dreamscape shattered, lava vanishing. Back to reality, Lin Tian opened his eyes in mild surprise. Above, the dream demon, enraged from backlash, dove down screaming it wouldn't spare him. Lin Tian steadied himself and summoned his familiar crossbow. Without hesitation, he sprang up and fired a rocket arrow straight at the enemy. Meng Yao was now just a warped blob of darkness, no longer the big bad boss she used to be. Sensing his chance, Lin Tian rushed in. Meng Yao panicked and tried to resist, but just as Lin Tian closed in, he only managed to snatch a piece of her spirit body before she bolted away. The system chimed in dream manipulation ability acquired. They locked into close combat, with Meng Yao desperately trying to keep a safe distance. Meanwhile, one of Lin Tian's arms began mutating into something not arm-like. His aura grew heavy and chilling, like a walking nightmare with a stare to match. The arm swelled like boiling liquid, and Lin Tian activated fusion, the mutation spreading fast and wrapping Meng Yao tight until she couldn't escape. In the end, only a single red eye remained trapped inside. It all happened in a blink. Meng Yao had zero escape routes, leaving even the eagle stunned. Once it was over, Lin Tian's body slowly returned to normal. The eagle approached nervously. "Are you okay?" Still shocked, it asked how he escaped. Lin Tian calmly replied, "I'm fine, let's go." After dealing with Meng Yao, they left, and Lin Tian suggested letting Ka San replace the Southern Lord, with the eagle agreeing to report it to the Grand Tom. The scene shifted back to the forest near Lin Tian's tribe. Inside a krant, Jiansheng lay asleep on a straw bed, completely cut off from the world. Having gained Meng Yao's power, Lin Tian tested it by slipping his consciousness into her sleeping mind. A dark gate appeared and Lin Tian stepped through it, officially entering Jiansheng's dream world, her grand hometown city hovering above as he spotted a noisy crowd below. Drawing closer, he saw Jiansheng surrounded and bombarded with shouts like "Kill that goblin!" and "Punish that so-called saintess!" as she blamed herself in this trial-by-crowd nightmare. Lin Tian quickly realized it was a judgment nightmare, yet found it intriguing since such pressure could spark her rebellion. A faint smirk appeared. He knew exactly what to do. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth, forcing the shouting crowd to shield their eyes. From the glow emerged a godlike figure of shining robes and wings. Lin Tian had taken on that divine disguise. The crowd instantly dropped to their knees, crying, "Lord Deity, protect us!" Even so, the accusations continued as they pointed at Jiansheng and condemned her as guilty. The tension peaked, all eyes pressing in on her as the cries for punishment grew louder, pushing her to the brink within the dream. Her steps reached the very edge of the cliff. Behind her yawned a bottomless abyss, before her the pressing crowd still screaming for her punishment. Yet her survival instinct kicked and she collapsed to her knees, refusing that ending. Jiansheng clasped her hands and begged, pouring all hope into one plea, "Lord Deity, please save and forgive me." High above, the deity stretched out a hand, and an invisible force froze the crowd medrant, muting the entire scene. A majestic voice boomed, "Holy servant Alice Near, do you know your crime?" Trembling, Jiansheng confessed she killed those she should have protected, but the deity dismissed it as minor and declared she must bear goblins to atone before earning forgiveness. Still tormented, she asked, "Lord Deity, what other sin have I committed?" From above, Lin Tian kept the act, his tone sharpening with heavy judgment. He exposed the crowd's endless greed, cruelty, indulgence, and hunger for power and resources, sins he deemed unforgivable. His words pierced Jiansheng's deepest wound, and tears silently fell. A terrifying thought rose: had she been siding with those who deserved destruction? She looked up at the Supreme Being and asked in anguish. The space-warp familiar townsfolk twisted into grotesque forms, clawing at themselves madly, as Lin Tian reminded her that without them, her comrades would have died. The hideous faces mocked her, turning saintess into a joke and branding her a worthless traitor fit only for punishment. In Jiansheng's eyes, they became true demons, charging at her with shrieks for her execution until she could bear no more. Her image of humanity shattered, she staggered up, emotions exploding past restraint. She screamed for silence, craving just one moment of peace after all the pressure. At that instant, astonishing power gathered in her slender hand. The energy formed a sword, calling them demons. She seized it and charged into the surging crowd, her cries swallowed by chaos. Out of control, she swung the blade with all her strength. Alone with her sword, Alice cut down each foe decisively, one clean strike at a time. Soon the golden blade was drenched deep red. She collapsed, staring at her hands. When the frenzy faded, the demons were once again the very people she had sworn to protect, and her shattered voice trembled in disbelief. From above, Lin Tian, still in God mode, descended and nudged her to face a truth: they demanded her protection but never thought to protect her. He offered his hand, steering her belief once she lost status, those same people would be the first to harm her. His words pulled her from guilt into justification, convincing her their ugly nature made her actions reasonable. She looked up tearfully, smiled through the pain, and said, "I understand now, Lord Deity." Lin Tian extended his hand and she took it without hesitation. Seeing her fully convinced, he urged her to carry the will to exterminate them. When she worried about regaining holy power, she cautiously asked how. He assured her the power would return once they were purged and claimed he'd arranged to help her, then left, planting a hollow certainty in her heart. Jiansheng now firmly believed she followed divine will and was already forgiven as she called Lord Deity. Lin Tian left her with one cryptic line: "Remember the pact." After twisting her perception layer by layer, Lin Tian rode the fading dream currents out of her mind. Beside the still sleeping Jiansheng, he stretched casually, glanced at her unmoving form, and muttered, Didn't expect that to be this tiring." Leaning close enough to whisper, he murmured, "From now on, you're no longer the sword saintess. Morning in Lin Tian's territory felt unusually peaceful and bright. Apparently pleased with his loot, he set food beside Jian Sheng and said, "Eat, we've got a divine mission to finish." Just waking, she ignored the food, leaned toward Lin Tian, and asked softly, "How did you know?" Still groggy and confused about his link to divine will, she stammered, "Could it be you?" before trailing off. Lin Tian simply pressed a finger to his lips, smirking, "Heavenly secrets are not to be revealed." Watching him, a bold thought formed: was the divine messenger in her dream actually this goblin? He walked off without pause. She hurried after him, asking what she should do next, and Lin Tian calmly replied, "I'll tell you when the time comes." Soon an annoyed voice broke. The calm current levels were still too low, and overall combat power hadn't hit expectations. Before Lin Tian, Ailey stood mentally suppressed, body shrinking in submission with a heavy chain on her neck. The system showed Ailey, LV Bond 60 human, Holy Nun Saint body, titled Hymnist of the Holy Saint body, Heroic Monster Hunter, total power 9080. She bowed, apologizing and promising to improve. Lin Tian stepped closer and asked how long she'd studied magic under control. Ailey answered clearly, only 1 year, then field training with her senior, much still unlearned. After evaluating her, Lin Tian seemed satisfied, smiling slyly and saying her talent wasn't bad, too wasteful to discard. Not long after, he gathered all his goblins and announced that a few hundred miles from the Grand Tom lay Green Book City. Did they want treasure, women, and food? The goblins exploded in chaotic cheers of "Loot! Loot!" Fired up by the frenzy, Lin Tian clenched his fist and ordered them to arm up and depart immediately, earning another roar of excitement. Later, he visited Ailey while she practiced magic and tempted her. Green Book's lord was a white-robed mage with plenty of spellbooks. Come with him and take them to study. Now completely guided, Ailey bowed in absolute obedience, thanking the great lord with utmost reverence. Before they could finish, a domineering woman stepped in between them. "Green Book, are we gonna slaughter them?" Both turned. It was Jian Sheng, aura stabilized, armor neatly donned, beauty and killing intent undiminished. Lin Tian smirked and asked, "Oh, do you have the resolve?" Without hesitation, Jian Sheng stepped forward and declared, "For the divine mission, of course I do." Her mind had fully derailed, memories twisted into 15 years of human-inflicted agony. Eyes cold, she said those cursed demons would finally pay. Soon, Lin Tian rode Xiao Huang to scout the human region, with Kalu flying overhead to survey, both keeping distance while assessing the city walls. That day, the city center seemed to host a major event, with an unusually massive and lively crowd gathered. Kalu flapped overhead, the wings humming softly as it asked what all the crowds below were for. Lin Tian glanced down and replied calmly that it looked like some kind of festival. After assessing the situation, Lin Tian ordered Kalu to return and report while he stayed to scout further. Kalu obeyed immediately. Looking closer, Lin Tian saw heavy guard presence around a ceremonial area where an important ritual was underway, led by the city lord of Green Book. The lord announced excitedly that his granddaughter Evelyn would become the youngest new city lord in Green Book history. Beside him stood the former white-robed mage Green 80 and Evelyn herself 16, purple-robed mage, the newly appointed successor. The crowd erupted instantly, cheering wildly as the whole area turned festive, shouting Evelyn's name in praise. Eveline stepped forward and thanked everyone, promising to surpass her grandfather and calling out the Sword Saintess as a disgrace to the holy title. She then grew stern, declaring the Sword Saintess might be hiding in the city and ordering anyone who found her to report immediately so she could be personally handed over for punishment. The crowd went even more frenzied, cheering Eveline's name obsessively and pledging blind loyalty and chaotic admiration. The former city lord Green proudly praised her, laughing that she truly was a responsible successor for Green Book and the Empire. Above them, Lin Tian activated his magic eye, silently locking Eveline's profile into his mental interest list. Riding Xiao Huang, he mused that the new city lord was already targeting the Sword Saintess right after taking office, finding the situation increasingly amusing. He laughed to himself, clearly calculating new possibilities, and decided this development only made things easier. Back at camp, Jian Sheng, Evelyn, and the elf matriarch stood ready as Kaila's shout announced Lin Tian's return, prompting the goblin army to stir. The elf matriarch asked for a report on the situation in the city. From midair, Lin Tian assessed the defenses and stated there were fewer than 6,000 troops, mostly concentrated inside the city with weak defenses. An immediate strike was possible. Without hesitation, he ordered a direct assault on the city gates, and the goblin vanguard surged forward instantly. From the forest edge, waves of goblins poured out in continuous streams toward the human city. The front units dragged siege tools toward the gate while the massive army behind them advanced nonstop, forming an overwhelming invasion force. On the watchtower, two guards panicked after spotting the horde. "Goblins! Goblin attack! Report to the lord!" But before they could turn, an overhead shockwave sent them crashing down. The cause was a volley of firepower from Lin Tian's army, blasting light across the front lines and suppressing the entire area. In the rear, the elf matriarch directly commanded artillery with precise, continuous adjustments, admiring how Lin Tian's weapons outperformed traditional bows, while her daughter kept firing nonstop. After relentless impacts, the city gate finally deformed and collapsed, marking the breach of the main defense line. The moment the gate fell, goblin forces flooded in like a tidal wave, chaos erupting across the city. They spread everywhere: ground, vines, any path possible, penetrating deep at terrifying speed. The goblins shifted from scattered units into an overwhelming organized force, sweeping through the area like a proper army. From Xiao Hong's back, Lin Tian ordered them to destroy key weapons first and regroup at his coordinates, drawing excited reactions from below. Smoke and fire spread everywhere, turning the city into a visible disaster zone with towering black columns rising into the sky. Elsewhere, Rin and Evelyn sensed the shockwave mid-conversation and turned sharply, alarmed. What's happening? The ceremonial plaza had already become ruins of fire and screams, with explosions still popping sporadically. They rushed back as civilians scattered in panic, shouting dragons, while Evelyn tried to calm them and direct evacuation. She spotted her grandfather Green taking to the air with magic to survey the battlefield as chaos engulfed the civilians below. From above, Green saw the full breach and realized an external invasion force had entered the city far beyond expectations. His expression darkened as he ordered all troops deployed. Goblin invaders have breached the city. Evelyn froze for a moment, repeating goblins. Barely half an hour into her rule, she was already facing a crisis. The chaos dulled her patience, her gaze turning cold and visibly irritated. She turned to her army and gave a sharp order to eliminate the low-level monsters quickly, and the soldiers responded in unison. She then addressed the civilians, announcing a festival reward distribution to boost morale, which quickly shifted their panic into eager movement. Elsewhere, the Goblin vanguard surged forward like a breaking dam, unleashing abilities and overwhelming weaker targets with sheer force. The mutated lead Goblin roared, releasing shockwaves that knocked nearby soldiers off their feet and shattered enemy formations into chaos. More Goblins surged in behind it, escalating the pressure and turning the battlefield into a collapsing zone of uncontrolled slaughter and madness. On another front, Lin Tian directly faced Green, one standing atop a towering structure, the other hovering on Xiao Huang midair. Tension stretched between them. Green glared and accused him. "So you're the one who tamed a dragon and corrupted the Sword Saintess?" Lin Tian only smiled lazily, amused. "Didn't expect my reputation to travel this fast." That answer ignited Green's fury. His aura erupted as he warned coldly that Lin Tian would pay for his actions. Lin Tian calmly sized him up, as if evaluating an interesting opponent rather than a threat. Green raised a glowing crystal with both hands, his final trump card, its light surging as it activated. A massive meteor was summoned from the sky, accelerating directly toward Xiao Huang like a falling execution. Lin Tian's eyes widened slightly in surprise. This old man had more tricks than expected. Xiao Huang dodged sharply, but the meteor locked on like a homing weapon and kept pursuing relentlessly. Green gritted his teeth, declaring he had survived this long and would not fall easily. Lin Tian smirked, confidence returning without restraint. He patted Xiao Huang and said, "Then he'll give you a big gift too." Suddenly, he changed direction, diving straight toward Evelyn's position. The abrupt shift stunned Green below. Soldiers panicked as both dragon and meteor closed in, screaming for everyone to flee. Chaos erupted as formations broke apart completely, civilians and soldiers alike scattering while the meteor continued to chase Lin Tian. Lin Tian's target was deliberate, the most valuable piece on the board, the old mage's granddaughter. From a distant fortification, Evelyn watched the battlefield unfold, realizing too late that the incoming disaster was converging directly toward her position. Evelyn witnesses it all, facing goblins organized like a military unit for the first time, feeling frustrated as she's pushed into an unexpectedly disadvantageous situation. Lin Tian signals Xiao Huang decisively to execute a pre-trained move, and the dragon instantly adjusts its flight path in near-perfect sync. Xiao Huang lowers its body, compressing intense heat energy in its mouth as firepower rapidly builds to critical levels. At its limit, it unleashes a massive flame torrent sweeping across the ground, engulfing everything and scorching the entire area. The blast gives Lin Tian and Xiao Huang the thrust to escape the meteor's trajectory, while the now misguided meteor crashes toward the fortress, cracking its structure as it becomes a final finishing strike. Evelyn steadies herself and gathers powerful mana, casting a larger-scale spatial technique to interfere with the falling meteor's path. A massive spatial rift opens like a gate in the sky, pulling in the meteor as it disintegrates into light and gets swallowed into the distorted space. The rift closes cleanly, leaving no trace as space returns to normal. Evelyn exhales heavily, realizing a slight delay would have completely erased the fortress behind her. Recovering, she searches for Lin Tian but can't find him, muttering in frustration, "Where did that dragon go?" On another side, the old mage Green lands on a high corridor, immediately spotting the dragon and its rider returning toward the central battlefield. Lin Tian and Xiao Huang hover ahead at a deliberate distance, clearly taunting, prompting Green to grit his teeth and shout in anger, asking where the meteor went. From Xiao Huang's back, Lin Tian stands steady and teases down at him, saying his niece did well or the fortress would already be ash. A heavily injured soldier staggers up in panic to report, begging for help from Lord Clinton, while Green notices his condition with a sharp glance. Green immediately casts healing magic to stabilize the soldier, still cursing under his breath about the damn goblins daring to cause chaos before him. Suddenly, another burst of flames streaks in at high speed, cutting through the air. Green reacts instantly, unleashing ice magic from his hand to block and neutralize most of it, though the lingering heat still terrifies the soldier behind him. Green clenches his fist, eyes filled with killing intent, cursing the goblins' dirty tactics, while Lin Tian views it as normal battlefield logic, no fairness, only efficiency. Lin Tian looks down coldly, mocking the idea of morality as leverage and bluntly stating goblins like them simply don't play by those rules. L clenches his teeth, trying to convince himself he overestimated the enemy, though the thought only deepens his irritation and caution. Outside the gates, the defending forces are completely pushed back by the goblin tide, retreating in chaos while desperately trying to regroup. The formation collapses as soldiers and mages flee into the inner city, slamming the gates shut in a rushed attempt to survive the assault. Despite the retreat, morale crumbles under heavy losses, with panic and curses spreading as they realize the enemy is far more organized than expected. Among the exhausted troops, a soldier mutters in despair that only the Holy Maiden's sword Xie Dei Zijin could save them now. Hearing the chaos below, Ava Lin steadies her voice and declares that the Kellyenden family will protect them, trying to restore order. She remains at command, overseeing the battlefield while 3 high-tier mages maintain the defensive barrier and manage the chaos outside the walls. Each goblin advance is met with wide area magic blasts, violently halting their momentum and bursts of destructive energy. Sensing diminishing returns, Lin Tian orders a tactical shift and temporarily pulls forces back, with the goblin army reorganizing instantly on command. Kva Lin briefly feels relief at the withdrawal, but L remains wary, sensing the prior assault was too coordinated to be a simple retreat. Lun Tian advances alone on Shido Hoang's back. Kva Lin identifies him as the one who defeated the Holy Maiden's sword, while L confidently claims defeating him would mean surpassing her. Facing them midair, Lun Tian calmly warns that he never intended to destroy the place, but they forced his hand by choosing resistance. Kva Lin frowns at his tone and challenges him directly, asking what he plans to do next with such arrogance. Lun Tian ignores the question, turning slightly as if signaling a shift in the entire battlefield's direction. He orders a split formation. Part of the Goblin force follows him while the rest maintains pressure, instantly dividing the battlefield strategy. On the fortress wall, a mage urgently reports confusion while Ava Lin calmly reassures everyone that the magical barrier around the refuge is still intact and holding strong. In the tense moment, the frenzied goblin under Lin Tian's control begins moving. It strides to the front with ferocious momentum, leading the attack alone while Lin Tian observes from Xiao Huang above the battlefield and the glowing golden barrier of the fortress. It suddenly crashes down like a warhammer, hammering the ground repeatedly with both fists, each impact sending violent tremors and stacking pressure against the defenses. The massive barrier in the sky starts destabilizing, its light rippling as its structural integrity begins to collapse. From above, Green's expression changes sharply as he warns in panic that the barrier is on the verge of breaking. The defensive shield shatters completely into fragments of light, with damage spreading to the gate area, revealing Lin Tian's smaller goblin units as part of a broader tactical plan. Inside the city, survivors fall into despair as the protection disappears, calling for Evelyn and hoping for saviors like the Golden Saint, while morale collapses. Lin Tian analyzes the situation below, concluding that if the core enemies refuse to appear, more pressure must be applied to force them out. Goblins flood into the city like a broken dam, scattering civilians into chaos as crude but deadly weapons turn the streets into a nightmare of screams and confusion. A one-armed soldier urges Green to open the gates for a rescue mission, but Green hesitates, realizing stepping out would be suicide and that this is their last defensive line. Green clenches his jaw under mounting pressure, visibly shaken as he sees years of carefully built defenses undone by the goblin assault. Frustration erupts among the defenders as one soldier calls for action to save their families, sparking others to arm themselves and join the desperate push. Driven by the need to save loved ones, the crowd begins forcibly dismantling barriers and breaking the gate open in coordinated bursts of effort. From above, Evelyn watches the collapse unfold and urgently orders them to stop, insisting they still have a chance if they hold their position and regain control. Amid the chaos ahead, strange sounds erupt behind Evelyn, freezing her in place as she barely dares to glance back, fear written all over her pale face. When she finally turns, she is stunned to find 3 core mages of the city collapsed, their life force nearly gone, and she realizes the situation has spiraled beyond her control in an instant. In shock and emotional collapse, Evelyn calls out in a broken voice, her cry echoing through the darkened city under enemy invasion. The scene shifts to the elf matriarch, who appears calm and almost leisurely, holding her still-warm weapon as if already confident of victory. The elf matriarch, her daughter, and their forces coordinate smoothly with Lin Tian's army, watching the battlefield from afar with clear satisfaction at the city's turmoil. Evelyn rushes to Green demanding answers about the elves, while Green admits he has no clear explanation, only that elves have long viewed humans as enemies. The elf matriarch steps forward and declares the ancient conflict aloud, directly pointing at Green and Evelyn, escalating tensions into an official act of retaliation. Above, Green channels massive amounts of mana, his hands raised in extreme concentration as he prepares a large-scale spell. From his power, a vast magical structure forms and descends like a colossal curtain, replacing the destroyed defenses over the entire fortress. While sustaining the spell, Green urgently tells Evelyn to retreat immediately, warning that the barrier can only hold for a limited time. A panicked soldier reports that the rear gate has been completely sealed by goblins, shocking both Evelyn and Green as the enemy's pressure exceeds expectations. In the residential district, civilians desperately resist with poor weapons as goblins overwhelm them, quickly breaking their morale and plunging them into panic. Just when hope seems lost, everyone turns toward a sudden figure appearing on a nearby rooftop, drawing immediate attention across the battlefield. On the roof stands Alice, the Holy Sword Saint, now cold and distant, while the crowd erupts in desperate hope, seeing her as their last remaining anchor amid the chaos. Civilians are surrounded by goblins with no escape, while Alice suddenly vanishes from the rooftop, triggering chaos as a sword aura begins to descend. A blazing sword strike shoots through the air toward Green's defensive line, aiming directly at the barrier he is holding. The light of the attack spreads and corrodes everything in its path, visibly fracturing the magical shield. Shockwaves from the strike sweep through the civilians below, turning their brief hope into widespread panic and confusion. The sword pressure continues to crush Green's position, forcing him to erect a final barrier while locking onto the incoming destruction. The barrier collapses almost instantly under overwhelming force, leaving Green severely destabilized as his defense is completely broken. Green is blown off the high ground and falls uncontrollably toward the ground below. He crashes down fully exhausted and unable to continue defending the city, marking the collapse of his leadership role. Alice descends closer to the ground, leaving survivors in disbelief as Green weakly confronts her in confusion and shock. Alice appears emotionally distant and cold, standing amid the chaos without responding like her former self. Green warns Evelyn to retreat into the remaining defenses, sensing something abnormal about Alice's condition. Green and Evelyn are forced to withdraw, abandoning the outer defenses and leaving civilians to despair as hope collapses. Lin Tian watches from Xiao Huang with Alice beside him, deliberately provoking her with past conflicts to destabilize her emotions further. Alice briefly collapses under surging internal energy, her aura shifting violently as her power begins to mutate. She rises again, sword in hand, advancing toward the remaining crowd while fear and desperation break out as people scramble to deflect blame and panic. Amid the chaos, a soldier tries to step forward to explain and calm the situation, but the crowd only grows more unstable and panicked. Before he can finish, Alice unleashes a cold sword strike, instantly cutting him down and plunging the area into stunned silence and renewed chaos. Standing among the crowd, Alice speaks with suppressed frustration and emotional distance, declaring a merciless stance toward everyone present. The moment the man falls, panic erupts as civilians and soldiers scatter in terror, while Alice calmly advances through their desperate cries. As the screams fade, only bodies and silence remain around Alice, who stands still as if confronting the consequences of her own actions. Lin Tian watches from Xiaohuang, reflecting on the scene with a detached comparison to old stories of betrayal between saviors and those they save. He analyzes Alice's state, noting that unlike idealized heroes, she is being driven toward an extreme where emotion overrides restraint. Elsewhere, a goblin is blasted back into a wall, causing part of the fortress structure to collapse. Eveline appears in a severely weakened state, leaning against rubble, her eyes burning with anger and self-reproach amid the destruction. She forces herself to retreat with remaining supplies, choosing survival while still planning to return when she regains strength. In the ruins, Evelyn unexpectedly encounters a surviving goblin, and both freeze intense confrontation. The goblin drops its weapon and begs for mercy and fear, creating a moment of hesitation as Evelyn weighs her next move. After a brief pause, Evelyn coldly warns it and chooses not to kill it immediately. She turns away and continues toward a hidden target related to Green, still driven by anger and determination. Just after leaving, Evelyn suddenly experiences a violent unseen force acting on her body. Pain surges through her neck as she staggers, struggling to understand the sudden and overwhelming threat. Unable to move forward, she leans against a wall, sensing a dark aura spreading ahead that signals the arrival of a new force. Lin Tian emerges from the black mist, calm yet oppressive, mocking Evelyn's choices with a cold, taunting tone. He walks closer, scanning the surroundings while implying the true target is something far more valuable than mere information. Under pressure, Evelyn panics and reveals the location of the hidden item, even offering to guide him in exchange for her safety. Lin Tian leans in, scrutinizing and mocking her hypocrisy by contrasting her earlier bold claims with her current fear-driven collapse, forcing Evelyn into desperate denial. Lin Tian narrows his eyes, growing colder and increasingly distrustful of her sudden change in attitude. Evelyn breaks down under pressure, trembling and struggling to form coherent explanations. Lin Tian immediately restrains both of her hands, completely stripping her of the ability to resist. He pulls her close in a dominant hold, calmly assessing her worth and position with detached, cold judgment. Evelyn spirals into extreme panic as system-like fluctuations and abnormal status changes begin appearing around her. Rapid, unstable value shifts continue to manifest, reflecting chaotic changes in the battlefield's underlying state. Lin Tian straightens his clothes, looking down at Evelyn with indifferent detachment as he reassesses the situation like a tactical evaluation. A distant shout interrupts the calm, and Lin Tian instantly turns alert toward the new disturbance. A swirling energy gate forms in the sky, gathering massive power and spreading pressure across the battlefield. The surrounding space trembles slightly, prompting Lin Tian to shift into combat readiness as he locks onto the source. A concentrated energy pillar descends rapidly toward him with destructive force. Lin Tian reacts instantly, stepping away from the impact zone while tracking the attacker's movements. Dust and debris obscure the battlefield as a mysterious figure emerges, forcing Lin Tian to reassess the situation. As the smoke clears, Green is revealed, fully alert and directly confronting Lin Tian, escalating the conflict into a full confrontation. Goblin unleashes everything he has left in a desperate full-force charge, like a final boss refusing to accept the game is over. A blazing red sword suddenly slices across space insanely fast, slamming the brakes on the entire fight's momentum. Goblin barely processes it before the attack closes in, making him realize too late that danger is already kissing his face. The impact hits like a truck is blasted out of position and sent tumbling off the high ground. Falling through the air, he struggles to stay conscious and trace the origin of the attack, searching for the unseen culprit. Another flash of light appears ahead midair, signaling yet another incoming strike queued up like a combo chain. In a few flickers of space, the sword's trajectory ends Ren's fall prematurely, his body pierced cleanly, leaving no delay, a perfectly timed finishing blow in the middle of battle. The attacker is the female sword wielder. She has completely ended the life of the old man Lin. From above, Alice stands amidst the chaos, emotion sealed off, her gaze cold and distant as she looks at the fallen ruler of the city. Behind her, Lin Tian calmly observes, silently noting Alice's drastic power surge after the incident, while others barely have time to blink. Lin Tian walks closer and briefly coordinates with Alice after confirming the main target is gone. She asks if anyone else needs eliminating, and he casually tells her the situation is basically done and to stand down. The scene shifts to a vast library filled with towering shelves packed with ancient books and arcane records. Lin Tian leads ahead while Saintess Ale follows. Introducing the library's vast magical knowledge, he immediately authorizes her full access like it's no big deal. Ale reacts with visible excitement, becoming noticeably more respectful, already planning to power level herself with the new resources. While moving through the area, Lin Tian notices a storage section piled with massive amounts of gold and resources. He picks up a gold bar, evaluates its worth in this world, and quickly realizes it's basically universal currency for cross-system trade. A wine glass suddenly drops and shatters, sharply breaking the otherwise quiet atmosphere. In the royal palace, the king hears news about Alice and the Green Fortress incident, immediately ordering full verification while threatening accountability for false reports. Soldiers kneel nervously and re-explain everything, confirming the severe collapse of the defensive line. Another urgent report arrives: the Green Fortress has completely fallen. The messenger recounts the final moments of battle, leaving the throne room heavy with shock as the king struggles to process the cascade of catastrophic losses. After a tense pause, the king stands and demands full accountability for everyone involved, especially military forces and key figures tied to the disaster. He declares the incident will not be buried in silence, vowing a forceful response to the expanding threat. The king orders all high-ranking officials to assemble, prepares large-scale countermeasures, and instructs contact with religious powers for further coordination. In the throne hall, he formally declares a national war crisis, calling for a full-scale counteroffensive to retake lost territory and restore order. The court erupts after his speech. Officials respond with fervor, chanting and reaffirming their intent to fight and rebuild what was lost. Beside them, the Pope speaks calmly but with heavy authority, seeking confirmation of the decisions just made. He raises concerns about the consequences, stressing that war now means confronting an entirely different level of power. The king replies firmly, refusing to waver, insisting this is the final choice to protect the nation's future no matter the cost. Nobles begin murmuring anxiously, discussing the danger of the named region while worrying about survival in the coming conflict. The Pope stands again and proposes mobilizing all church forces across the continent and recalling high-ranking members for total war preparation. The king finalizes the decision, pushing the hall's atmosphere to a peak. Everyone cheers in unison, turning it into a collective oath of war. The scene shifts to Linchen's moving convoy, where goblins and other creatures transport supplies in an organized march toward a new base. The formation halts when a hawk-like figure appears ahead, drawing Linchen's attention. After meeting, the figure relays a mission and instructs Linchen to head to a special location, with cautious but non-hostile intent between them. Linchen questions the destination and observes the other party's reaction carefully. After brief consideration, he agrees and continues the journey with Xiao Huang following the hawk's guidance. On the way, Linchen asks about the nature of the destination, curious about its structure and scale. The hawk explains it was built by a special race existing in isolation and not fully controlled by external powers. Linchen grows more attentive, shifting into analytical mode as new information hints at complex regional power structures. He continues deducing during the journey, suspecting multiple factions and layered races interacting within the same territory. After a long journey past sunset, the hawk leads Linchen to a central base-like zone confirmed as the final destination. Upon arrival, Linchen immediately feels the environment shift: cold mist, limited visibility, and an eerie stillness as he proceeds inside alone, leaving Xiao Huang outside. Xiao Huang stays on guard against the strange aura outside while Linchen advances deeper. With the hawk inside lies a vast but grim scene scattered with battle scars and corpses. They reach a glowing magic formation, and the hawk states the one behind everything is waiting below, signaling the next stage. The seal activates, glowing brightly before descending like a hidden elevator. Linchen studies the intricate mechanism with quiet amazement. Both are smoothly transported downward with almost no vibration. Linchen keeps scanning everything, trying to stay composed while clearly intrigued. Soon they enter deep underground, where darkness thickens and the transport device speeds up. Linchen looks forward and stiffens slightly as the scene ahead catches him off guard. The mechanism stops at the final point and powers down. What he assumed was just rock and earth opens into a vast, luxurious underground structure, clearly not a tomb as he first expected. On closer inspection, countless grotesque creatures fill the space in overwhelming numbers, leading Linchen to conclude this is essentially a massive monster breeding ground. Far ahead, a dark figure sits on a throne at the center, radiating absolute authority. Beneath the throne lie scattered bones. The ruler, a skeletal existence still able to move and speak, is surrounded by seductive high-level female demon attendants, all steeped in deathly aura. Linchen's system interface identifies the being as a level 100 king-class entity with a total combat power of 9999. The sheer number makes Linchen tense. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this 1000 combat level far exceeds normal standards and would crush most church forces. Facing the entity, Linchen quickly bows respectfully and speaks in a carefully softened, even slightly flattering tone. The Hawk Lord nearby grows nervous watching this, sensing the situation may be far more dangerous than expected. From above, two succubus-like figures lean in teasingly, revealing that their king is actually female. The revelation freezes the moment. Linchen is visibly stunned. The hawk is equally shocked, while the king herself remains largely unconcerned by the misunderstanding. Ignoring the gender topic, the king shifts to business, praising Linchen for taking Green Fortress and bringing along the Sword Saint and a tribe. Linchen keeps a polite smile, internally puzzled at how a skeleton can sound so calm and even vaguely feminine while outwardly crediting everything to luck. The king dismisses the idea of luck, insists he will be rewarded not punished, and notes his involvement with the Karen Lord and intelligence from the Eagle Report, while a succubus echoes that being noticed is an honor. He further states he understands Linchen's goal of exploiting demon resources in the tomb and conditionally approves it. The king's gaze sharpens as he directly orders Linchen to become Southern Lord, governing the entire demon territory within the Grand Tomb. Linchen freezes for a moment, unable to process the sudden promotion, his mind briefly blank as words fail him. The entire cavern stirs like a shockwave. The king's subordinates erupt in confusion and disbelief over the decision. Even Jungi Mo is caught off guard, rushing to question the king, while Succubi and others object, warning that a lowly goblin cannot control such forces, but the king firmly insists he is capable. The king's eyes grow cold and oppressive as she snaps back, questioning whether they fear a goblin, instantly silencing the room. The succubus immediately backs down, apologizing in a hurry and retracting her objection. Linchen observes the exchange and quietly reassesses the situation, wondering if controlling the entire corrupted forest is really being handed to him so easily. The Bone King publicly declares Linchen as the Southern Lord of the Golden Grand Tribe, granting him authority to hunt demons on a massive scale while demanding he defend the tomb from all intruders. Linchen accepts, since refusal is hardly an option. Linchen steadies himself, bows formally, and solemnly vows to protect the tomb. Xiao Yu, hearing the news of Linchen's promotion, excitedly cheers like a loyal puppy, openly admiring his cool boss energy and jokingly expressing jealousy. At that moment, Goblin Slayer taps Xiao Yu on the head and scolds her for being jealous when they're about to become cannon fodder. Sitting on the throne, Linchen analyzes the situation coldly, realizing the Bone King is using his wanted status to pit him against the church and reap the benefits, trapping him in a strategic deadlock. Goblin Slayer becomes wary after hearing this, Xiao Yu panics, and Lin Chen confirms it's the church that suppressed the undead faction for 15 years, making their odds uncertain. Despite inner turmoil, Lin Chen stays firm and declares he already has a plan, insisting he will be the last one standing. The system reveals a simulated future where Lin Chen's goblin force grows but is ultimately crushed by the Empire's church army within 6 months, ending in total failure with 0 rewards. Back in reality, Lin Chen reflects that goblins alone cannot withstand the church or other dangers in the tomb, and begins reassessing the bigger threat landscape. He closes his eyes briefly, weighed down by heavy thoughts as he exhales slowly. While lost in thought, Alice notices his state and asks what's wrong. He admits he's considering how to massively boost his strength. Alice calmly suggests it's simple, just use artifacts like the ring he's wearing. Lin Chen stares at his demon ring, its faint glow sparking deeper contemplation. He concludes goblins can only produce crude gear, but mass-producing superior artifacts could potentially overturn the entire power balance. Excited, Lin Chen grabs Alice and urgently asks if there's any way to obtain large quantities of artifacts to build an elite army. Alice bluntly replies there isn't, instantly crushing his hopes and freezing his excitement. She explains that artifacts are extremely rare, and since the creators have vanished, their remaining supply has become even scarcer. Hearing this, Lin Chen's thoughts shift. He asks again if they truly disappeared, and Alice confirms they've been gone for about 15 years, with only the Grand Tom possibly knowing more. The clues make Lin Chen rethink his plan. If the tomb's scheming king learns his tracking the dwarves, everything could collapse, forcing him to consider alternative targets. A sudden idea sparks. He laughs excitedly, realizing he still has the purple gold dragon mother as an option, startling Alice as he loudly wonders how he could have forgotten her. Without hesitation, he sets off on Xiao Huang, speeding through mountains and valleys straight toward the purple gold dragon mother's territory. Upon arrival, the land is eerily empty, filled only with bones. Lin Chen frowns and questions Xiao Huang, who also seems confused by the absence of dragons. He picks up a leftover dragon fang, recalling vaguely that the purple gold dragon mother once mentioned returning to the ancient dragon clan for about a year. He looks into the distance and notes it seems quite far, with Xiao Huang also staring ahead silently. The journey resumes for 5 days straight until they reach a bizarre zone, a gigantic tree standing alone above a boiling lava lake, radiating suffocating heat. Xiao Huang circles the massive tree while Lin Chen observes and comments in disbelief at such a colossal lifeform surviving in this volcanic wasteland. After scanning the area, Lin Chen concludes the target is likely beneath the tree, and tells Xiao Huang to descend and investigate. They land and scorching heat immediately surges upward from the ground, making even standing uncomfortable. Despite protective gear and Xiao Huang's fire affinity, both struggle in the extreme heat as Lin Chen questions what kind of place could even support life here. While they are distracted, the lava lake behind them begins to ripple unnaturally, signaling something is emerging. Sensing the movement, Lin Chen turns sharply, his expression darkening as he enters full alert mode. A massive creature rises from the lava, dwarfing Xiao Huang, and warns them in a deep voice to leave or face the consequences. The sudden pressure terrifies Xiao Huang into trembling uncontrollably, while Lin Chen tightens his jaw, his eyes turning cold as he prepares for confrontation. More massive dragons appear in the sky above the lava lake. Forming a siege, they insult Lin Chen as an intruder in the ancient dragon territory and threaten to throw him into the magma. As the dragons prepare to strike, Lin Chen calmly raises a hand and states he means no hostility and is a friend of the purple gold dragon mother. The mention of her name halts the dragons in shock, one repeating it in disbelief as if hearing a forbidden legend. Another voice escalates the confusion, asking if he is the father of Zhuang, sending the situation into complete mental chaos. The green dragon immediately retracts its aura and dives back into the lava, while the others remain fixed on Lin Chen in wary silence. Lin Chen frowns and questions who Zhuang and Finbass are, noting how every dragon here reacts with unusual fear. A gray dragon steps forward cautiously and explains Finbass is the title of the purple gold dragon mother, and Zhuang is her hybrid offspring with a goblin named Nihawk. Lin Chen quickly connects the dots and directly requests to be led to her, seizing the opportunity. The gray dragon pauses, visibly stunned, weighing the implications of this unexpected request. After silence, it agrees and leads the way, ordering Xiao Huang to stay outside due to the extreme heat, while other dragons remain confused and uneasy. The remaining dragons panic internally, worrying they may have misjudged Lin Chen's identity and the consequences of any mistake. Their anxiety escalates as they realize a single misunderstanding involving Zhuang or the Dragon Mother could lead to catastrophic consequences. Inside Nihawk's domain, a vast distorted space stretches under piercing light beams, with the ground radiating unbearable heat. The gray dragon stops and instructs Lin Chen to enter alone, saying it will report to the Dragon King and return later if everything checks out. Lin Chen simply agrees. Lin Chen proceeds alone into the oppressive silence, each step echoing through the scorched environment. As he advances, he sees dragon corpses scattered across the ground, the air thick with death, making him question the true strength of the enemy here. The deeper he goes, the more cautious he becomes, realizing this is absolutely not a place one can casually step into. Lin Tian casually steps past a massive shape, only to realize too late it's a colossal dragon eye staring at him point blank, freezing him in place. A dragon even other dragons fear fully reveals itself. Niho presses in, hot breath and crushing aura making the air feel like it's burning. The being is Niho, a notoriously feared existence among dragons with a rough face and an unmistakably savage presence. Niho narrows its eyes at Lin Tian and growls suspiciously, questioning what he is and why he's trespassing in its territory. Under the overwhelming pressure, Lin Tian breaks into a cold sweat and quickly recalculates his survival strategy. Niho erupts with even stronger aura, roaring as scorching wind pressure sweeps across the area, forcing Lin Tian to brace himself. Lin Tian suddenly raises a hand and shouts firmly for Niho to stop. The command works. Niho pauses and the oppressive energy briefly settles into a heavy silence. Lin Tian then asks directly its mother is Zijin Longmu Finbass, right? Naihu reacts sharply, eyes filled with suspicion, demanding how Lin Tian knows its mother's name. Lin Tian smirks slightly, clearly having set the stage for this moment. Standing before the massive creature, he calmly declares something absurd: he is Nihuo's father. Naihu immediately snaps back in anger, calling it nonsense and insisting its father is a goblin, asking what Lin Tian even is. The tension thickens as Nihuo closes its eyes briefly to steady its chaotic thoughts, while Lin Tian waits silent. After a moment, Nihu leans in and sniffs Lin Tian carefully, then mutters that his scent feels strangely familiar. Its massive form then begins to transform, black flame-like energy coiling inward as its body rapidly reshapes. The giant dragon vanishes, replaced by a teenage girl who immediately crosses her arms and warns Lin Tian to meet her mother or be eaten if he lies. Lin Tian freezes in place, completely stunned and unsure how to respond to the sudden turn of events. Lin Tian finally sighs and calmly agrees with a simple fine. On the way, Lin Tian studies the girl walking ahead and casually remarks that her horns match Zijin Longmu, only to get instantly fluffed up denial from Nihu telling him to stop talking nonsense. After some travel, they arrive at the World Tree area, with Nihuo leading and Lin Tian quietly observing behind. Lin Tian scans the surroundings, realizing the place is far beyond normal, when Nihu suddenly stops, eyes lighting up at something ahead. The girl excitedly shouts, "Mother!" while her dragon wings spread in childlike rush toward a long-lost parent. As the scene clarifies, Lin Tian becomes alert. Nihu turns back and urgently asks if this man is her father. Lin Tian stiffens at the question, looking awkward and surprised, momentarily speechless. Ahead lies Zijin Longmu, bound to the World Tree and weakened but conscious. She recognizes Lin Tian and remarks in shock that he is still alive, leaving him heavy-hearted. Lin Tian immediately asks why Zijin Longmu is imprisoned within the World Tree. She explains darkly that she was gravely injured by a crazy woman and had to rely on the World Tree to survive, then asks if that woman has come for him. Lin Tian says she hasn't. Lin Tian then casually drops that she did show up but is now in his goblin tribe and even pregnant with his child. Zijin Longmu's eyes widen in pure disbelief, demanding he repeat what he just said. After the shock, she studies him more seriously, concluding he is not an ordinary goblin, her hostility easing into reluctant acknowledgement. She turns to Nihu and firmly states that this man is her father and must not be underestimated, urging her to greet him properly. Nihu hesitates, emotionally conflicted, while Zijin Longmu introduces her as Ju Wang. Actually not cruel but just shy. Nihu lowers her head in embarrassment. Zijin Longmu sighs, noting the child grew up alone without a father and is now emotionally overwhelmed by the reunion. Nihu blushes deeply, finally gathering courage and softly calls out father. Lin Tian pauses, struck by a strange unfamiliar emotion, falling silent for a moment before exhaling slowly. He steps forward to speak, but suddenly senses Nihuo's energy destabilizing and surging without warning. A small explosion interrupts the reunion-like atmosphere, leaving Lin Tian frozen as things abruptly shift into combat-like chaos. As the smoke clears, Baihu is back in dragon form, circling midair with violently unstable aura, leaving Lin Tian confused. Lin Tian asks Zijin Longmu how the child grew so fast, and she calmly attributes it to abnormal goblin bloodline acceleration. Refocusing, Lin Tian asks about the dwarves' whereabouts. Zijin Longmu reacts slightly, repeating the word dwarves with uncertainty. She explains their information is scarce and suggests asking the Dragon King through Naihu for better leads. Zijin Longmu withdraws back into the World Tree to recover, thanking Lin Tian and telling him to return later to see the fate of the mad woman, while he silently watches. Lin Tian remains still for a long moment, weighed down by mixed emotions and uncertainty. Nihu leans close in dragon form and innocently asks if they are leaving. Lin Tian steadies himself and agrees, saying they will go meet the Dragon King. They enter deeper into the Dragon King's domain, where the heat becomes even more oppressive and reality feels almost molten. The Dragon King awaits in the center, looming in the fiery chamber, and asks if Lin Tian is truly the father of Ju Wang. Dragon attendants begin murmuring, staring at Lin Tian with disbelief, suspicion, and shock at his presence. Their gazes linger, sensing that Lin Tian's connection to the T-Jin Dragon Mother has shifted the balance of bloodlines. Lin Tian steps forward calmly, stating he means no hostility and only seeks information about the Dwarven Kingdom. Before the Dragon King responds, a white dragon interjects coldly, claiming the dwarves were nearly wiped out by humans, prompting Lin Tian to freeze and mutter in disbelief that they are all gone. The revelation leaves Lin Tian silent, mentally running through unfinished plans and realizing the journey might have become pointless. The Dragon King breaks the silence, saying she knows another surviving dwarf branch, but demands 2 conditions in exchange. Lin Tian immediately agrees without hesitation, saying he will accept if it's within his ability. The first condition is that Nihu must stop hunting its own kind. Lin Tian agrees and demands they not trouble her either, leaving Nihu quietly enduring the situation. Lin Tian then asks what the second condition is. The Dragon King leans closer and says the second condition is that he must accompany her to a certain place. Soon after, Lin Tian follows the Dragon King away from the main area into a completely isolated region with no other dragons. The Dragon King lands firmly, acting more serious than usual as if preparing to reveal something important. They arrive at a special volcanic-like zone deep in dragon territory, where lava and jagged rock formations resemble a sea consumed by fire. The Dragon King shrinks the surrounding pressure field and brings Lin Tian down, leaving him suspicious about why this private meeting is necessary. Lin Tian asks directly for clarification, but the Dragon King suddenly begins transforming. In an instant, the massive dragon form dissolves into something entirely different, leaving Lin Tian stunned and unable to believe his eyes. He becomes wary, realizing things are not simple. Before him stands a white-haired woman in red, exuding overwhelming dominance and deliberate intent. The sudden shift puts Lin Tian at a disadvantage, forcing him to step back under the invisible pressure. Before he can fully process it, he is pushed into a confined lavelet space and tries to ask what is going on, but is cut off mid-sentence. The woman closes in, binding the space with invisible force, and calmly states the second condition: she wants a dragon egg in exchange for revealing the dwarves' location. Lin Tian freezes, realizing this demand is far more troublesome than expected after recalling all his previous messes. He cautiously claims to be just a normal goblin, but the Dragon King immediately pressures him, saying Nihu proves his bloodline is anything but ordinary and refusal means he won't leave alive. The Dragon King explains that dragon dominance depends on bloodline inheritance, with power shifting over millions of years among branches, while fire dragons often struggle in the hierarchy. The tension peaks as Lin Tian weighs risks versus rewards, then slowly decides that accepting may open a new path, a faint smirk forming as he makes up his mind. He pretends to deliberate seriously, mentally calculating future leverage from his children's mixed bloodlines, already imagining long-term influence over the dragon race. After acting like he reluctantly accepts, Lin Tian agrees to the condition, keeping a calm front while quietly anticipating benefits. The Dragon King immediately shows visible excitement, as if long-suppressed emotions have finally been unlocked. Overcome with impulse, the Dragon King suddenly closes in and forces Lin Tian down with overwhelming strength, taking control of the situation in a highly intense and private encounter. What follows is a prolonged and exhausting exchange of closeness and energy, leaving the Dragon King breathless yet strangely satisfied with their compatibility. Lin Tian, still barely composed, uses a brief pause to demand the dwarves' location, though the atmosphere tightens again instantly. Over an hour later, Lin Tian finally gets up, adjusting his clothes and recovering from the draining encounter. The Dragon King rests briefly before revealing that over a century ago, dwarves built a hidden underground zone near the Rocky Mountains, likely their last refuge, leaving Lin Tian ready to act on the new lead. Lin Tian repeats Rocky Mountains, locking his gaze as he double-checks the information. The scene shifts rapidly as he heads straight toward the Rocky Mountains, riding Xiao Huang forward without wasting time. Along the way, his system suddenly activates a special vision ability, displaying a new notification before his eyes. Using the newly awakened right Tai power, Lin Tian expands his perception and sharpens his focus to scan the terrain. His vision pierces through layers of rocky geography like a multi-layer map until a dark anomaly appears in the distance below. Moving closer, he spots a man wandering cautiously, constantly scanning his surroundings as if hiding something. Lin Tian pauses and mutters that this might be the entrance to the dwarven underground realm, his long search finally showing a lead. The man clings to a cliff, struggling upward while aiming for a rare flower, whispering that it might win over someone named Xiao Mei. A cold voice suddenly interrupts him. He turns and sees Lin Tian in a towering beast-like presence, freezing him in terror as he stammers in panic. Recognizing Lin Tian's green-skinned appearance, the dwarf recoils in fear, blurting out whether he is an elf. Just then, the rock under his hand begins to crack, signaling imminent collapse. The cliff breaks apart, sending him tumbling into open air with no control over his fall. He crashes through branches, causing chaos in the forest as birds scatter in panic. He finally hits the ground hard, severely injured and fading, whispering weakly that he doesn't want to die yet for Xiao Mai. As he clings to life and unresolved feelings, Lin Tian slowly descends from above, arriving without haste despite the long search. Looking down at the dying man, Lin Tian remains expressionless, calmly judging him as just a love-struck fool who brought this fate upon himself. As the distance closes, Lin Tian's energy becomes unstable, dark tendrils forming in his hand as he calmly decides it's easier to absorb the dying man. A system notification confirms the activation of a grotesque fusion skill, completing the assimilation process in an instant. When it ends, Lin Tian's body has fully transformed into a dwarf's appearance, perfectly mimicking the target he absorbed. Xiao Huang watches the entire process in stunned silence, frozen with disbelief at the bizarre transformation. Lin Tian remains composed and explains calmly that this is the core function of his fusion ability. After some travel, they return to the earlier cliffside area. Lin Tian tells Xiao Huang to wait there while he infiltrates the dwarven territory alone. He begins planning long-term control and resource extraction from the dwarves, especially their crafting technology, while Xiao Huang silently stays behind. Lin Tian proceeds alone deeper into dwarven territory. After a long climb, he stops on a cliff, slightly exhausted from the journey. Seeing the full view ahead, his expression changes sharply in surprise. The dwarven realm reveals itself as a massive, modern-like city hidden in the forest, far more advanced and organized than expected. Lin Tian observes silently, already forming plans for future control. Inside the city, he notices a lively, structured society with no signs of external world chaos, further altering his perception. The aesthetics and order remind him of a modern pedestrian city, making him reassess his earlier assumptions about the dwarves. A woman suddenly approaches him and coldly interrupts his thoughts, questioning what he means by heaven. Lin Tian quickly recalls the memories of the body he fused with and realizes she is the woman the original dwarf had once pursued. Lin Tian quickly sizes up the situation, then dismisses it as irrelevant and moves on while mentally shifting to other calculations, treating personal matters as low priority. The woman, feeling ignored, steps in front of him and loudly confronts him in front of the crowd, raising the tension in the air. Lin Tian turns to face her calmly and flatly refuses her demands, his tone emotionless but heavy enough to stall the atmosphere. As she presses closer, Lin Tian remains unfazed and questions who she thinks she is to give him orders. In the original body's memories, he used to be infatuated with her, making his current cold attitude completely unbelievable to her. Lin Tian ends the exchange by casually pushing her aside, clearing his path without hesitation. Furious and humiliated, the woman storms after him, shouting threats of never forgiving him, while Lin Tian simply walks away as if none of it matters. Her anger boils over into vengeful thoughts as she watches him leave, trembling with resentment. The scene soon shifts to the inside of a tavern. Lin Tian enters, quickly scans the surroundings, and notes his lack of information about the dwarf kingdom, recognizing such places as useful intelligence hubs. He places several gold coins on the counter and orders the 2 finest drinks without hesitation. While waiting, he notices a blonde woman in a red dress sitting alone in a corner, detached from the lively crowd. Lin Tian walks over with a bottle and bluntly invites her, "Want a drink?" She surprisingly shows no caution, agrees immediately, and even teases his somewhat awkward approach. Lin Tian sits beside her, pours drinks casually while mentally assessing the situation, jokingly saying, "Already spotted me," as he quietly evaluates escape options. Time passes as the bottles gradually empty and the tavern atmosphere grows looser and more relaxed. After a few rounds, both are slightly intoxicated. She leans in closer and remarks is better than the freeloading adventurers, unintentionally revealing the keyword adventurer guild to Lin Tian. Half drunk, she reveals that after the kingdom disbanded its army, most soldiers became adventurers, but the recent surge of demon creatures has made the world far more dangerous and discouraged many from acting. Despite the alcohol, Lin Tian stays clear-headed and immediately cuts to the core question: what if someone eliminates all those monsters? The woman laughs and says that such a person would become a dwarf hero, and might even be granted an audience with the king. Lin Tian takes a sip of wine and quietly calculates that exterminating the demons could grant him access to the highest authority, helping him reach his forging-related goals. The scene shifts to an inn inside the city. Lin Tian wakes up the next morning with a heavy head from the lingering effects of alcohol. He finds himself in bed with the blonde woman from the night before, clothes scattered everywhere, clearly indicating a wildly unexpected night. The woman wakes calmly, teasing him about whether he remembers anything from last night as Lin Tian struggles to recall what happened. She leans in closer and interrupts him, mocking him for drinking so much that he forgot everything. She then recounts the night's events in detail, comparing his behavior to ordinary dwarves, forcing Lin Tian to reassess the situation carefully. Although he appears as a dwarf, Lin Tian's aura is fundamentally different, calm yet suppressively powerful, so he must remain silent to avoid exposing his disguise. Lin Tian rubs his temples and confirms nothing has been exposed, narrowly avoiding disaster in his plan. He quickly reorganizes his strategy, earn merit by killing demons to gain the king's attention, but he needs guild certification first, and while thinking this through he ignores the woman beside him, who watches him curiously. After finalizing his plan, Lin Tian decisively pushes the blanket aside. He gets up and quickly dresses while the blonde woman lazily asks if he's leaving so early. He simply replies that he has business to attend to. In moments, he finishes preparing and leaves the room without further explanation, leaving the woman calling after him in confusion. The scene shifts to the Adventurer Guild headquarters. Lin Tian stands at the entrance, briefly assessing the building before muttering that it seems rather quiet. Soon, two bearded men greet him warmly and, after hearing his request, eagerly invite him to join the guild for demon extermination missions. During the conversation, they explain this is the only active guild in the region and ask about Lin Tian's abilities to evaluate him before assigning missions. Despite being questioned, Lin Tian's attention shifts to the weapons in their hands, quickly noticing they are more advanced than they appear. System analysis confirms it is a specially made warhammer that can generate an iron armor layer over the user's body when activated. After briefly discussing demon extermination, Lin Tian skips any explanation of his strength and directly proposes starting the mission immediately. The group leads him to an abandoned graveyard, while one man casually suggests the demons might be too scared to appear. Suddenly, grotesque creatures emerge from the shadows with elongated tongues dragging across the ground, far more twisted than anything Lin Tian has seen before. Just as they prepare to attack, the demons freeze upon sensing Lin Tian's presence, overwhelmed by his dark red oppressive aura, and instinctively retreat. In seconds, all three demons flee without fighting, leaving the three humans stunned by how quickly the situation reversed. Watching them escape, Lin Tian does not chase immediately but notices their tracks clearly lead in a specific direction. Realizing the trail is deliberate, he smirks coldly and remarks that the demons seem capable of calling reinforcements. He pushes aside the bushes, the rustling sound revealing three hidden observers nearby. Lin Tian and the guild members step out, immediately shocked by the unexpectedly vast open area ahead. Before them lies a massive gathering of demons. The earlier three have returned with reinforcements, forming a dense encirclement in full combat readiness. Overwhelmed, the two men behind him panic and question the sheer number, their hands tightening on their weapons in fear. In stark contrast, Lin Tian coldly tells them there is nothing to fear, steps forward and releases an increasingly heavy suppressive aura, ignoring their warnings. He continues into the open space and suddenly accelerates, leaping high into the air. Midair, he locks onto a frontline demon as a sharp weapon appears in his hand, his killing intent turning him into a descending predator that terrifies the entire horde. Lin Tian lands precisely in the center of the encirclement, unleashing rapid slashes that tear through space and demons alike, instantly collapsing their formation. The guild members behind him stand frozen in disbelief, one muttering in shock what kind of monster he actually is, as the scene exceeds everything they know of combat power. As the battlefield calms, Lin Tian stands among the remains, holding part of the spoils while lingering battle aura still hangs around him. He walks back to his teammates over scattered demon corpses and calmly says, "It's done. Let's go." The two elders now look at him with total respect and shock, one awkwardly laughing that it ended far too easily before deciding to return and report. The scene shifts to the Dwarf Kingdom's royal palace. Lin Tian and the two guild members return with proof of the extermination, but are blocked at the gate by guards claiming the king is unwell and unavailable. The elder loses his temper and insists they have wiped out all demons, showing proof, but the guards remain unmoved and repeat the order. Just as tension rises, a voice from inside the palace grants them permission to enter. The grand doors open to reveal the throne hall, where a woman in a red dress sits calmly on the throne, as if she had been expecting them. She gently covers half her face with a fan, exuding composed authority. Queen Odell of the dwarves. The elder quickly bows and reports everything, emphasizing Lin Tian's achievement in eradicating the demon threat, shocking the court that had long been troubled by it. The queen pauses slightly, her gaze locking onto Lin Tian as she reassesses what she just heard. Observing him closely, she concludes he is far from ordinary, even among dwarves, carrying an unusual and unfathomable presence. She subtly hides her interest behind her fan, clearly already aware of rumors about this special dwarf. After confirming the situation, she orders the reward to be delivered later and dismisses the elders, leaving only Lin Tian behind. Lin Tian steps forward and directly states he wants access to forging techniques instead of gold, speaking plainly without hesitation. Before the atmosphere settles, the sound of a closing fan interrupts him. The queen rises and approaches him, calmly stating the reward will need further consideration since his actions exceed normal expectations. She closes the distance, tilting his chin slightly with her fan and saying the demon matter can be set aside, but any request must come with an equal price. Lin Tian frowns slightly, sensing the situation is shifting in an unexpected and somewhat inconvenient direction. Noticing his reaction, the queen softens her tone and explains that this involves her younger sister, who had interacted with him before, so she is reconsidering things as a negotiation rather than punishment. Lin Tian freezes for a moment, quickly connecting the blonde girl from last night with the queen and asking for confirmation. The memory of the previous night resurfaces, and he gradually realizes the link between the two women. After processing the information, Lin Tian steps forward and calmly explains that last night was an accident, not what it seemed, trying to clarify his position before the queen. The queen does not react seriously, instead she studies him with playful curiosity, leaning closer and breaking normal boundaries, making the atmosphere tense and unstable. The distance closes further until their breaths nearly overlap. Lin Tian hesitates and asks if she is being serious, while the queen firmly replies that he already knows the answer in his conscience, leaving him internally stunned by her boldness. Lin Tian keeps his composure and asks again whether the queen is setting him up, insisting he will not act without clarity. The queen's emotions flare up and she snaps back angrily, accusing him of already crossing the line and questioning whether he is disrespecting her authority. She steps even closer and openly states that since the king is nearing his end and she will inherit the throne, choosing a partner is nothing wrong. Whenever the king is mentioned, her expression darkens as she disparages him harshly, and Lin Tian can only stay silent, internally trying to stay grounded. Turning back to Lin Tian, she teasingly pressures him again, saying he must obey her if he wants to learn forging techniques, leaving him momentarily unsure how to respond. After a prolonged standoff, the system unexpectedly triggers his HP 240, attack 100 defense. After over an hour of exhausting assistance work in the palace chamber, Lin Tian remains under the queen's watchful gaze and quietly asks again about learning forging techniques, while she seems slow to react. Suddenly, a panicked soldier rushes in reporting that the king has passed away, while the queen is still in a strained and exhausted state. The soldier walks in at the worst possible moment, sees the situation, freezes in shock, and stammers in disbelief at what he is witnessing. Quickly regaining composure, he kneels and reports formally that the king is dead and the queen is now the highest authority, urging her to confirm the situation immediately. The news arrives exactly as the queen had been waiting for, and she shows clear satisfaction, laughing without any grief for the deceased king. After things settle, Lin Tian suggests returning to the guild, but the queen stops him mid-step. She declares firmly that he will stay with her in the palace and bluntly states he will become her queen, treating it as a settled decision. Lin Tian is thrown into confusion, realizing his identity has been forcibly twisted into something absurd, and internally questioning what is happening. The scene shifts to the room where the old king has just died, as dwarves gather in solemn silence to bid farewell. Although the king's death brings little emotional impact to the queen, she still performs exaggerated grief in front of the body, contrasting sharply with her earlier behavior. She hides her expression behind a fan and casually explains the king had long been incapacitated, implying she had already been preparing to replace him. Afterwards, she instructs Lin Tian to roam freely in the palace while she prepares for coronation, and he respectfully acknowledges. However, she suddenly interrupts him by pressing a finger to his lips, as if reconsidering her next move. Leaning in close, she teasingly insists he call her something more intimate than queen, like darling. Though uncomfortable, Lin Tian reluctantly complies, awkwardly muttering the requested nickname while visibly embarrassed. A few days later, Lin Tian stands before the sealed door of a magical artifact vault, having finally obtained the key after considerable effort. He reflects that despite over 15 years of inactivity, valuable relics should still remain stored within the Dwarven Kingdom's old vaults. Following the queen's instructions, he inserts the key and turns it in a precise sequence, carefully repeating the unusual rotation pattern to unlock the door. While operating the lock, Lin Tian unconsciously follows the strange secondary instructions, creating a scene that is both serious and slightly absurd, yet the mechanism surprisingly begins to respond. After the final step, a deep sound echoes from within the door, and a red light suddenly appears on the metal surface as confirmation of activation. Realizing the mechanism has worked, Lin Tian gently pushes the door open and steps into the storage area. Expecting something impressive, his expression instantly shifts in shock, his body freezing as his eyes widen. Inside is a vast but eerily empty space. Rows of shelves remain, yet not a single item is left, and the silence feels almost oppressive. Lin Tian walks deeper, checking abandoned chests and gradually concluding that the kingdom's decline likely stripped the vault completely bare, leaving only an empty shell. As he continues forward, his gaze suddenly locks onto a small remaining detail in the ruins. In a dusty, web-covered corner, 3 objects lie forgotten. Lin Tian pauses and mutters in surprise, "These are..." The system immediately scans them, identifying the first as a living life armor that behaves like a symbiotic organism capable of self-adaptation and autonomous defense. The second is a volatile weapon forged from ancient dragon material whose power grows stronger with the user's obsession and willpower. The third is a strange eyeball crafted from an unknown creature's remains, capable of seeing through the essence of things, but carrying severe risk of backlash and mental control. Lin Tian's attention is drawn to the living armor as he touches it, sensing a faint pulse of life responding to him. He is both impressed and unsettled, wondering whether this is true forging or the creation of an entirely new form of life. He studies all 3 items further and questions what kind of system would require blood to sustain itself, and where such a mechanism ultimately leads. Without hesitation, Lin Tian cuts his fingertip and lets blood drip onto the armor as a test trigger. The moment the blood touches it, the dormant structure reacts violently, reshaping into flexible tendrils that rush toward his arm. Before he can react, the tendrils engulf his body completely, binding and merging with him as a strange energy floods his system, initiating full symbiosis with the living armor. Once stabilized, Lin Tian immediately noticed the suit's many modes of bulky strength-boosting giant form, a sleek speed-focused form, and a stylish localized armor that hits both looks and combat power. After showcasing its variants, the entire structure rapidly retracted off his body as if it had never existed, briefly throwing Lin Tian off balance before he recovered from the sudden pressure drop. It then fully reformed into a small wearable piece and further compressed into a glowing crystal that quietly settled in place like it was taking a nap. The crystal pulsed with steady energy waves, catching Lin Tian's attention as he turned it in his hand, satisfied yet aware its defensive reliability still needed real-world testing. He then shifted his focus to a second item in the corner, a dusty, rough-looking old weapon forgotten by time, with a strange eye nearby lying motionless and eerily quiet. Lin Tian reached straight for the weapon without hesitation. His fingers closed firmly around the hilt, a decisive grip as if the choice had already been made long ago. A faint resistance tried to push him away, but it shattered instantly. Energy surged into his body from the blade, awakening every nerve. After a brief thrill, Lin Tian calmly decided to keep it aside. Perhaps Alice would make better use of it. The next morning, the kingdom erupted in celebration as fireworks roared and the coronation began, with a grand carriage carrying the new king and queen slowly rolling through cheering crowds. Along the streets, groups of young women buzzed with excitement, gossiping about the future queen and the famed man beside her, rumored to have broken all limits of the dwarf race, turning the whole scene into a lively festival of rumors. In stark contrast, the men wore grim faces, muttering in displeasure and jealousy, unable to accept an outsider standing at the center of attention. Lin Tian, however, remained unfazed, smiling faintly as he calmly reassessed the situation like it was just another planned move on a board. Suddenly, a figure dashed out and blocked the procession, forcing the entire formation to a halt as all eyes snapped toward the unexpected interruption. The intruder was Xiao Mei, someone tied to Lin Tian's past identity, standing firm with pent-up emotion as she demanded answers and confronted him with unresolved resentment. The queen tilts her head, politely asking Lin Tian about the intruder. He calmly downplays Xiao Mei's identity, subtly diminishing her importance in the queen's eyes. The crowd erupts into confused chatter, mocking and criticizing Xiao Mei's actions, turning the coronation atmosphere into chaotic gossip. Ignoring all stares, Xiao Mei keeps blocking the procession and vents her bottled emotions, but to onlookers she is just a fading relic of a meaningless past. From the carriage, Lin Tian coldly orders her to show sincerity by kneeling and begging in front of everyone, intentionally pushing her pride to force her retreat in humiliation. Xiao Mei freezes in disbelief, stammering in shock as the entire crowd's attention crushes down on her. She misinterprets everything, falsely believing Dennis has changed status and might soften if she obeys, drifting further from reality. Overwhelmed by pressure and delusion, she convinces herself that enduring humiliation will somehow restore the past. Shockingly, she kneels and pleads loudly for forgiveness, instantly becoming the target of ridicule and turning the street into a public spectacle. Beneath her submission, rage and humiliation boil as she grits her teeth, enduring it only by clinging to a future payoff in her mind. Lin Tian realizes things went too far, signals the guards to remove her, while the queen watches with faint amusement. Guards drag her away as she struggles desperately, still demanding answers in confusion, met only with indifference. Her emotions collapse into chaos, and she begins speaking recklessly as if trying to salvage a final thread of hope. Lin Tian glances at her once with icy impatience, dismissing the entire incident as a meaningless disturbance. His words completely shatter Xiao Mei's illusion, leaving her stunned, hollow, and spiraling into panic. As the procession moves on, she is dragged away and collapses in despair, realizing everything she clung to has fallen apart amid a dispersing crowd. After the new king's parade ends, the entire city stays in non-stop celebration, with joy and noise spilling through every street. Back at the royal palace, the grand hall is packed with nobles from all regions, where court festivities continue just as wildly as the public celebrations outside. Lin Tian enters arm in arm with the new queen, politely greeting three prominent noblewomen and introducing himself as Dennis, expressing formal admiration for their presence. The trio Duchess Jamila, a top-tier magic engineering authority, and nobles Linda and Winnie respond warmly, with Jamila teasing the queen about her excellent eye for people, as rumors about Lin Tian's abilities have already spread widely. Jamila quietly leans toward Queen Odell and asks something in hushed curiosity. Odell blushes and reacts with confident, overly trusting enthusiasm about the rumors. The party quickly turns Lin Tian into the main topic of noble gossip while he remains calm, mentally analyzing power dynamics and his own objectives within the court. Holding a glass of wine, Lin Tian grows slightly serious as he reflects on Odell and her current position. He assesses that the newly crowned queen's power is still unstable, and restoring the sealed Apollo Forge will require overcoming significant resistance, so he plans to help her consolidate influence step by step. The scene shifts to the queen's private chambers, fully prepared with luxurious and solemn decorations for this special day. After a long day, Lin Tian returns to his room and lies down on the large bed, intending to rest briefly before continuing his plans. Just as he drifts into a half-asleep state, a sudden knock interrupts the silence. Lin Tian immediately opens his eyes alert and asks in a low voice who it is. The door opens silently and a woman enters, gesturing for him to stay quiet. Lin Tian is surprised to recognize Duchess Jamila. Her sudden appearance in a private area makes the situation tense as she warns him in a low but urgent tone not to make a sound. Jamila steps closer with decisive intent, openly showing curiosity and calculation while Lin Tian remains silent and observes her carefully. Lin Tian is momentarily caught off guard, awkwardly whispering that if the queen saw this, it would be problematic, while noting Jamila's unusually direct behavior and her high-status influence as a powerful noble and magic engineering authority. Lin Tian quickly regains composure, shifting his mindset to wrest back control of the unfolding situation. He subtly repositions himself, restoring control of the atmosphere and surprising Jamila, while calculating how her influence could be useful later. The room tightens into a tense, unreadable standoff where every small movement feels loaded with intent. Silence stretches heavily between them, filled only with awkward, unspoken tension. A sharp knock suddenly interrupts, and a voice asks if the queen is present, instantly breaking the fragile balance inside. Jamila reacts instantly, moving to conceal her presence. A blanket is pulled over the situation as Lin Tian quickly composes himself, both trying to look entirely innocent while Jamila signals him to stay quiet. Outside, the visitor mutters in confusion, unsure why there's no response despite expecting someone. The door opens anyway, and Lin Tian steps forward only to find Linda and Winnie already standing there. The two exchange looks and quickly grasp the awkward situation, oddly appearing more amused than surprised. Winnie politely regrets the timing, while Linda cheerfully suggests meeting Dennis another time, pushing Lin Tian further into social chaos. Lin Tian forces a stiff smile, staying frozen as he tries to stabilize the spiraling situation. The room becomes increasingly crowded as the nobles enter as if they own the place, escalating the confusion. Lin Tian asks what they need, and Linda calmly replies they only wish to consult him, though their timing says otherwise. Before he can respond, both step closer, forcing him to retreat mid-sentence in confusion. His explanation is swallowed by overlapping conversations as the situation devolves into organized chaos. Everyone ends up clustered together, creating an absurdly awkward and cramped tableau. As part of the covering is pulled away, Jamila is revealed too, freezing the group in mutual embarrassment as three noblewomen silently process the disaster. Another royal figure known for spreading rumors about Lin Tian appears in the corridor and heads straight for the room. She barges in excitedly, completely unaware of the chaos, thinking she's just getting a private audience with Lin Tian. She immediately freezes upon seeing three noblewomen already inside, her expression locking mid-transition as reality hits like a door she just walked through. The three noblewomen freeze in embarrassment, each retreating into a corner and covering half their faces, while the unexpected girl is forced to mentally reprocess the entire situation as it has completely derailed her expectations. In the end, all four women silently withdraw, leaving Lin Tian behind. They exit with heavy, wordless expressions, and only after confirming they are gone, Lin Tian stands alone, watching their departure with crossed arms, shaking his head in mild annoyance as he mutters that noble ladies can be unexpectedly direct in their desires. A faint calculating glint passes through his eyes as he adds that this at least saves him several preparation steps. He then decides it is time to move the plan with the queen forward. Night falls over the dwarf kingdom, with scattered warm lights still glowing from houses and palace windows against the quiet darkness. Even within the palace, activity continues, as this is the queen's bonding night with the new consort. Lin Tian embraces the petite queen, deliberately drawing close in an intimate gesture. The distance between them shrinks further, creating an unfamiliar tension between Lin Tian and the small reed-haired queen beside him. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian gently touches her cheek and brings up a serious topic about the kingdom's future, leaving the queen mentally overwhelmed by his presence. Flushed and slightly breathless, she responds in surprise, questioning whether there could be anything more important right now. Lin Tian calmly steers the conversation to his real intent. Since the kingdom's strength is declining, he proposes restoring the sealed Apollo forge to mass-produce magical equipment. The queen is startled and immediately grows cautious, noting the forge has been sealed for years and that crafting magical tools is far from simple. She explains the heavy requirements involved: resources, enchantments, and noble approval, making large-scale production nearly impossible without full national mobilization. Standing by the window, she worries about the kingdom's complacent nobles and citizens, realizing such a drastic reform would face strong resistance. Lin Tian, however, seems prepared. He calmly steps closer and reveals he already has a method to persuade the people. He proposes leveraging dwarf culture itself. Since they are fond of alcohol, they can offer free high-quality drinks as an incentive for anyone who participates in daily forging work. Lin Tian continues shaping the narrative, subtly adjusting his tone to persuade the queen that offering rewards like alcohol will naturally drive participation and strengthen her public image. Leaning in close, he whispers that the nobles should be handed over to him, presenting it as a pre-planned solution while carefully expanding his influence behind the scenes. Contrary to expectations, the queen trusts him completely and even feels reassured, believing his actions are driven by genuine concern for her well-being. The night drifts on in a quiet, intimate atmosphere filled with soft exchanges and lingering tension inside the sealed room. A few days later, the new policies and alcohol incentives successfully ignite enthusiasm among the dwarves, and the entire plan begins to run smoothly. The production of magical equipment still requires enchanted ores and divine blessings to be completed properly. The forging techniques are deeply ingrained in dwarf tradition, so Lin Tian personally descends into the mines to observe, unintentionally triggering new complications. In the mining area, his presence draws intense attention from young women who eagerly assist him, creating an overly enthusiastic atmosphere that he must carefully endure while staying focused on the plan. That evening, a formal banquet is prepared in the Dwarven Palace to welcome Queen Odelle and Queen Consort Dennis. During the meal, the Queen praises Dennis' dedication, noting how his presence has even improved noble discipline, while he modestly frames it as his duty. He then takes her hand and suggests a night inspection tour to stabilize morale, though his true goal is to ensure the magical production schedule stays on track. The Queen expresses concern for his safety at such a late hour, also feeling a subtle discomfort as attention around him continues to grow. Lin Tian calmly reassures her, claiming he is not easily threatened by any danger. After dinner, he leaves the palace and visits several taverns to further push the production initiative. After sharing drinks with dwarf elders, he departs with words of encouragement, urging them to maintain momentum and work toward a stable future. The dwarves respond positively, pledging greater effort thanks to the improved conditions and alcohol incentives. On the way back, Lintian reflects that using alcohol as motivation has exceeded expectations and everything is progressing as planned. He stops in front of an old, dimly lit tavern and decides it will be his final stop for the night. After a long day, he exhales lightly, thinking that stepping inside to rest briefly would not be a bad idea. Thinking it over, Lintian pushes the door open and walks inside. A waitress immediately approaches, placing a beer in front of him and warmly inviting him to choose a drink. After taking a few steps in, Lintian senses something is off. Female patrons all turn to stare at him, and his name seems to be the hot topic here, making him feel uncomfortably targeted. He scans the room and realizes the pattern. Earlier taverns were mostly male, but dwarves of both genders clearly gather here, meaning this is the main hub, and he has walked straight into it. Avoiding eye contact, he feels increasingly uneasy, judging that staying longer will only complicate things. Just as he turns to leave, he notices the door has already been locked, and the pressure of dozens of gazes behind him intensifies. Before he can react, he is surrounded and enthusiastically pulled into drinking and conversation, with excited voices calling his name. The waitress returns with a special brew, proudly presenting it as the tavern's signature drink. She fills his glass while urging him to try it immediately. Lintian casually takes the glass and drinks it in one go. His expression changes instantly. The alcohol is far too strong, and he slams the glass down as the atmosphere tightens. The potency hits him hard. He staggers, breathing unevenly as he struggles to stay upright. He quickly grabs the bottle again, staring at it in disbelief. Reading the label, he realizes it is an extremely high-proof specialty liquor. Before he can respond further, his consciousness blurs and he collapses, triggering chaos throughout the tavern. The next morning, Lintian slowly wakes up to an unfamiliar ceiling above him. He finds himself in a quiet room with several resting figures, panics, and immediately sits up, confused about what happened. He steadies himself, fixes his clothes, and steps out while still unsteady on his feet. Feeling exhausted, he concludes that the Dwarf Kingdom situation has become far more complicated than expected. The scene shifts to the Queen's chambers, where crying echoes softly as she blames herself for letting him leave under such unpredictable circumstances. Lintian, visibly drained, tries to reassure her but can barely speak. The Queen clutches his hand, desperately urging him to stay conscious. Soon after, he loses consciousness again from exhaustion, causing the Queen to panic as he shows no response. This tale later became a legendary comedy errors told across the Dwarf Kingdom for generations. After resting, Lintian finally recovered, climbed out of bed, sighed heavily, and complained about lying down far too long. He rubbed his forehead, reflecting that this was the closest he'd come to death since arriving in this world, his toughest scrape yet. He turned to the system interface, quickly planning to use life simulation to speed things up. The system promptly kicked into action. He suddenly paused, clapped his hands as if remembering something crucial, and muttered a brief, wary remark. He was now in the Dwarven Forge district, observing the surrounding forging process in full swing. A blacksmith was hammering a metal blank with full force, each heavy strike echoing like a drum of war. The middle-aged, bearded Master Smith Beer, head of the Dwarf Kingdom's Forging Guild, greeted Lintian and asked about his purpose and condition. Lintian remained respectful and straightforward, requesting a specially crafted magical device. Beer grew curious and asked for its intended use. Lintian grew serious, explaining it was meant for confronting top-tier beings across the continent. A hint of pressure and caution flashed in his eyes, mixed with firm determination to face them head-on. Beer pondered briefly, noting such forces were difficult opponents, but agreed that preparing specialized weapons was reasonable. He added that not every power on the continent was at that level, but Lintian's preparation was still the right approach. As a top master smith, Beer confidently accepted the commission, vowing to use all his craftsmanship to satisfy Lintian. Lintian thanked him sincerely, showing full trust and officially entrusting the task to him. After leaving the forge, Lintian headed toward the Dwarven magical artifact storage area. Standing before the massive door, he turned the key and paused briefly, his plan in his mind becoming increasingly clear and structured. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and ordered the system to activate the life simulation. The system interface appeared instantly. Simulation began in the Dwarven Kingdom, where Lintian had already built a reputation and even caught the attention of the Queen and the entire realm. However, his overwhelming personal influence often drew excessive attention, leading to unexpected incidents and even near threats to his safety. To keep the plan stable, in the simulation he stayed in the Dwarven Kingdom and worked deeper with dwarf engineers, boosting artifact output to over 700 in the first month alone. In month 2, dwarf women suddenly halted work and demanded to join all underground activities together, eating, working, everything, while the system added new decision options. Option 1, fully integrate and join them, 100 points. Option 2, avoid them completely for safety, 10 points. Option 3, handle flexibly, 30 points. After reading, Lintian felt mounting pressure. Choosing the first meant chaos, the second meant slowed progress, leaving him briefly stuck in indecision. He quickly chose option 3, aiming to maintain control over the situation. The system generated a new scenario where he mediated the conflict and mobilized support, but reality kept spiraling into unexpected complications. At critical moments, he had to use stabilizing measures to avoid chaos and keep the workflow running. After 3 months of constant juggling, over 1,000 artifacts were completed. The system rated it a volatile but highly successful period, converting his life points accordingly. After confirmation, Lintian was pulled back through the system's spatial flow, feeling finally relieved after a long period of pressure. 3 months later, he returned to reality from the spatial cycle. During that time, the Dwarven forging operation finished completely, filling the kingdom's armory with a greatly increased stockpile. Standing before rows of completed armor, Lintian admitted that mobilizing the entire kingdom's resources had exceeded expectations. He examined each piece carefully. While not top tier, the mass production speed alone was an impressive achievement. While observing, his gaze suddenly stopped. On a nearby wooden table sat two neatly placed boxes, each containing a glowing ring. The rings emitted opposing energies, one blazing hot, the other icy cold, simple in design yet clearly unusual. Lin Tian immediately recognized spatial properties but suspected they might be prototypes or incomplete copies. Without overthinking, Lin Tian put on the fire-attributed ring to test his earlier guess. Once activated, the gem on the ring lit up, erupting like a flame and flooding the surroundings with intense magical fluctuations. Lin Tian watched closely, intrigued, as the mana spiraled into a massive rune circle around him before dispersing. Satisfied, he clenched his fist and immediately began planning how to manage and transport the artifacts. After finishing his inspection of the storage area, he left calmly, his overall plan now clearer, and headed toward Bill's workshop, curious what else the dwarf master could produce. The scene shifted to Bill's forge, where the old dwarf was fully immersed in crafting the commissioned weapon. Heavy hammer strikes echoed as flames roared and mana intertwined with heat, signaling the forging was nearly complete, with only the final shaping remaining. Upon arriving, Lin Tian was immediately drawn to the intense energy surge and silently acknowledged Bill's exceptional skill. The entire workshop watched in awe as Bill pushed a half-finished design to near peak level, now requiring a rare and dangerous medium for the final tempering step. Bill soon pulled a fully formed spear from the furnace, its polished surface gleaming, ready for the final tempering in boiling magma. The moment the spear touched the magma, the entire space changed abruptly. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the forge and triggering a massive storm vortex that darkened the entire dwarf kingdom. After magma forging and lightning infusion, the spear reached its final evolution. Bill raised it high, its presence alone forcing everyone nearby to step back. Watching from the side, Lin Tian showed clear satisfaction, instantly assessing the weapon's immense value. Bill formally handed the spear to Lin Tian and explained its abilities and limits, devastating against divine or immortal beings but extremely draining to use. Lin Tian accepted it with satisfaction. Just as Lin Tian took the spear and prepared to leave quickly, Bill suddenly called him back, insisting the weapon still lacked a final ritual to fully bind it to its owner. Bill's expression grew unusually serious as he explained that true ownership required a bloodbound link. Lin Tian paused, then without hesitation made a small cut on his hand to draw a few drops of blood. The blood fell onto the tempering solution, instantly triggering a visible reaction. In an instant, magma and his blood fused, and a dark aura rose briefly before dispersing. Bill watched with a faint, uneasy feeling he couldn't quite name. Noticing Bill's change in expression, Lin Tian asked if something was wrong. Bill quickly regained composure, laughed it off, and said nothing was wrong before continuing the ritual. After completion, Bill formally returned the spear and declared it fully bound to Lin Tian, warning that only its true master could unleash its power, while others would suffer backlash if they forced it. He also reminded him to use it as agreed. Lin Tian smiled in thanks, but inwardly kept a trace of suspicion about Bill's earlier reaction, though he quickly refocused on leaving as soon as possible. That night in the Dwarven Royal Palace, the queen froze upon hearing the report, unable to believe Lin Tian had already departed. A maid hurried forward, presenting a letter found at his residence, her voice trembling under pressure. The queen snatched the letter immediately, her movements sharp and tense. As she read, her expression shifted from shock to quiet contemplation. The letter read like a farewell and a declaration of future direction, stating he would continue toward a greater goal beyond the Dwarven Kingdom. At the same time, Lin Tian moved at high speed, leaving Dwarven territory as quickly as possible, aware that lingering would only increase risk once he was noticed. Finally, he reached the exit leading to another region. Relief pushed him to accelerate, one step away from leaving the kingdom entirely. A faint sense of ease rose in his mind. This journey here was finally over. But just as he was about to cross the boundary, he suddenly stopped. Before him stood an armored knight radiating oppressive pressure, blocking his only path forward. The declaration sealed off all escape routes, leaving no way out. The figure turned out to be Grandmaster Beer himself, who had been secretly controlling the area. Gripping a heavy hammer as anger filled his face, he growled at the man before him. "Your Highness, who exactly are you?" Cornered, Lin Tian still didn't reveal himself. Instead, he laughed loudly and played dumb on purpose, replying, "Master Beer, what's going on here?" Beer's reaction only fueled his rage further as energy erupted through the cavern, and he shouted that the moment Lin Tian bloody sensed a cold, sinister aura, proving he was not a dwarf, but a goblin of a closely related kind. He decisively pointed at Lin Tian and declared him a goblin demon race, forcing Lin Tian to drop all disguise and face him calmly without any emotional fluctuation. Noticing the magic ring, Beer added that it likely contained all the dwarven-crafted artifacts they had produced during this time. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Tian's figure vanished as if erased from reality. In the next instant, Lin Tian reappeared behind Beer, his sudden spatial shift leaving the dwarf master completely stunned and unable to react. Lin Tian delivered a clean kick to Beer's face, sending him staggering despite still holding his hammer. The impact hurled Beer into the rock wall with a heavy crash. Lin Tian followed up by stepping on his chest, pinning him to the ground while Beer gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. Dropping all pretense, Lin Tian calmly revealed his identity, stating their power gap 5200 vs 2800 made resistance pointless, and that he had no intention of killing him. Beer then realized Lin Tian was a high-level goblin demon and questioned his infiltration and artifact collection. Lin Tian replied coldly that he had no other choice, as his goal was to confront the Great Tom in the church. Enraged, Beer shouted whether Lin Tian's power already surpassed the entire kingdom just for those weapons. His anger gradually faded into heaviness as he admitted he hoped Lin Tian was a rational being with a larger purpose and not outright malicious, merely using available resources. Still pinned down, Beer asked him to keep his promise and one day return his people to the surface. Lin Tian paused slightly, his gaze shifting as he looked down at the restrained dwarf. As Lin Tian turned to leave, Beer called after him, half believing they might become a long-term force under his influence without looking back. Lin Tian calmly replied that understanding this was enough, and if they met again in a few months, he would welcome the dwarves into his empire. With that, he walked straight through the gate out of the dwarven domain. Behind him, Beer stood frozen, murmuring empire in disbelief, stunned that even goblins were now speaking of founding nations. On the way back through the Great Tome Forest, Lin Tian sat atop Xiaohuang, letting it fly across the vast canopy below. During the 3 months of expansion, the tribe had grown massively. About 50,000 low-tier goblins and 10,000 high-tier elites had emerged. Returning from the Dwarven Kingdom with a large haul of artifacts, Lin Tian immediately drew his subordinates, who swarmed the loot with excited eyes. The goblins received a level 11 sword shield set that enhanced and channeled combat magic. Jia Jun took a spatial-grade dagger capable of temporary teleportation and void-inflicted wounds. Jia Lu obtained an Athena-grade spear shield that auto-reflected and neutralized most attacks. Yushi happily took world-grade cubic tear earrings, forming near-impenetrable water-drop shields on impact that only emotional-type powers could dispel. Goblin Slayer got a God Concept bracelet that sealed up to 6 loyal units for summoning, and Buffslayer tested a God Hunting Bow with near-guaranteed hits. After, Locke and Kana received Kaling-grade earrings that altered perception and amplified charm-based influence. The atmosphere turned lively as everyone cheered Lin Tian, treating him as the center of their transformation. Once things settled, the Sword Saint approached Lin Tian, handed her a sword, and when she hesitated, he simply told her to take it and awaken its power. That was her role. The weapon, called the Unholy Blade World Grade, contained remnants of the Dark Clan and a Dark Eye. It could summon a phantom dragon, enslave spirits within, and transform the user into a Dark Clan state with blood-devouring effects, but risked being taken over if the wielder lacked resolve. Unlike others, the Sword Saint showed no excitement, only a sigh, and asked why a divine gift wasn't something holy. Lin Tian calmly replied that within it lay an entity strong enough to be conquered, and preventing it from falling into enemy hands was itself a sacred mission. After hearing this, the Sword Saint no longer questioned it, simply giving a brief response that she had accepted everything. The Sword Saint focused on the blade, gripping it tightly as she tried to form a connection with the new weapon. The moment she made contact, a surge of energy rippled outward. Lin Tian silently observed as she instantly sensed something deeply abnormal within the artifact. Her pupils dilated as her gaze went blank for an instant, as if her consciousness had been pulled away. Before her eyes, reality shifted into a dark sealed cavern where the sword's aura spread thick and suffocating. Within the darkness, a distorted entity appeared, whispering from the abyss, trying to tempt and dominate her will with promises of power. Even in reality, Kim Sheng was affected through the mental link. She instinctively reached toward the illusion while her energy destabilized. Lin Tian simply watched calmly, waiting for the outcome. Everyone around was shocked by her sudden eruption of power, instantly going on high alert. In contrast, Lin Tian remained unmoved, observing coldly as if evaluating a test result. Inside her mind, the struggle intensified as she clutched her head, resisting overwhelming pressure from both sides. The voice continued to invade her thoughts, pulling at her will while the sword's power resonated violently. At her limit, she cried out unconsciously, searching for something to anchor her collapsing consciousness. Her energy suddenly exploded outward, shaking the ground and distorting space with magical shockwaves. The entity inside the blade was pushed back, its consciousness eroding as it continued to resist. When it ended, she collapsed to one knee, exhausted, barely holding herself up with the sword, breathing heavily. After fully suppressing the entity, she looked up at Lin Tian, admitting her choice was correct and she would see it through to the end. Lin Tian stepped closer, gently lifting her chin and stating calmly that the god is with you, as if affirming both control and guidance. As tension settled in the camp, Xiaoyu reported that the Rock Lord had visited injured, mentioned Shan, and left without explanation, while Goblin Slayer confirmed he refused to say anything at all. Lin Tian senses something is off and tells Shi Renying they should go check the situation. They shift to the Juren forest, where chaotic screams echo through the air like a panic alarm gone wild. Lin Tian arrives and the birdfolk immediately freak out. He calms them down, saying it's me, Goblin. Despite that, many warriors are badly injured and morale is collapsing. He asks what happened, why things are like this, and where their lord is. A trembling birdfolk woman steps forward and starts to speak, her voice shaking as she mentions the lord. She is the winged wife of Shi Renying, explaining that he is currently gravely ill. She leads Lin Tian to see Shi Renying, whose wing is severely damaged. She says the attack came from the western and northern territories. Crying, she explains they attacked earlier, injured him, and though he wanted to seek Lin Tian, he couldn't and endured it alone. She continues in tears. After returning, the enemies struck again, wrecked his wings, and humiliated him in front of his people, leaving the clan devastated. Lin Tian asks if the root cause is the Great Tom. She says it's because they once recommended him there and his rise as Great Lord made others hold grudges. Lin Tian's killing intent rises, but he stays calm and admits responsibility for dragging them into this mess. He turns to leave, ordering them to stay put while he handles the injuries and what comes next. An hour later, Ali arrives in the birdfolk territory and immediately begins high-level healing magic support. Though previously marked by control, Ali now obeys fully and pours all her energy into healing while the birdfolk watch with anxious hope. The healing works fast, many recover visibly, shock turning into relief and gratitude as hope literally regrows in real time. In a sealed room, Holy Maiden Ali pushes her magic to the limit, stabilizing the critically injured birdfolk lord on the brink of death. Healing light floods the space as Ali channels energy, pulling life back from the brink. The room stabilizes quickly with mana flow becoming calm and balanced. Hawk Eagle Lord manages to sit up. His wife rushes over in tears as Lin Tian watches. He is stunned to see Lin Tian, and Lin Tian calmly confirms he is alive and here to help. Memories return and anger surges as he recounts the repeated attacks. He asks for assistance. Lin Tian agrees without hesitation. Lin Tian reveals he has a counterplan and offers a gift before the retaliation. He produces a level 11 artifact, Blade of Blazing Wind, creating vortex slashes and boosting speed and sustained damage. The Eagle Lord is shocked by its value and rarity. Lin Tian says wings matter more now and revenge is closed. The Lord accepts it. After assessing the damage, Lin Tian insists on fully fixing the remaining wing before installation. The Lord agrees. A painful roar shakes the area, terrifying nearby creatures into panic. Later, a nearby forest becomes a quiet testing ground. A single wing sweep slices through massive trees with clean, devastating cuts. Lin Tian, the Saintess, and the Lord's wife observe, all stunned by the weapon's power. The fusion completes. The Lord becomes stronger and expresses deep gratitude. Lin Tian smiles faintly with a calculating look, already planning a larger-scale monster deployment operation. Their eyes meet briefly, and the Hawk Eagle Lord shows a sharp, decisive intent, saying he has long waited for this moment. The scene shifts to a calm, mirror-like water region scattered with large rocks. Small creatures cling quietly to drifting wood, forming an eerily peaceful picture. The calm breaks when a brown-armed creature suddenly grabs a dragonfly from the water's surface. It devours the prey hungrily. Its rough brown skin and sharp claws reveal a non-human, predatory swamp-like being. Lin Tian and the Hawk Eagle Lord arrive, and he explains this is dragonfly spawning season, when aquatic predators hunt eggs under deceptive calm waters. They are joined by elite fighters. Goblin berserkers hesitate about water, and Lin Tian suggests adapting them into aquatic-capable forces. The elf matriarch asks how to force the hidden underwater creatures to surface. Lin Tian smirks, implying the vast waters must hide far more than it seems. He steps onto a rock and unleashes wide-range control over monsters, directly influencing underwater mines. The lake erupts with bubbling chaos as the previously calm surface turns violently active. Underwater creatures lose control and attack each other, spiraling into chaos as surface predators are caught off guard. The water suddenly tears apart under a massive force from below. A huge humanoid aquatic figure bursts out, gripping a massive creature and roaring that someone is controlling them. System analysis identifies it as a level 90 mutated aquatic lord with ancient blessing and high stat power. It locks onto Lin Tian's position and immediately launches upward. From a rock above, Lin Tian and the Eagle Lord stand unmoved as the latter calmly remarks that the enemy noticed quickly. The massive aquatic creature surfaces and mocks the shore group, taunting the Eagle Lord and sneering at the goblins. More water monsters rise behind it, sensing prey among humans and elves, their instincts shifting into hunting mode. Greed spreads as the leader licks its lips and signals an all-out capture of the shore targets. The entire aquatic group charges onto land, launching a full assault toward Lin Tian and his allies. Lin Tian tightens his aura, gathering overwhelming energy in preparation. Before they can close in, Lin Tian releases a shockwave that instantly scatters the attackers and crushes their formation. He coldly orders that resistors be eliminated while others are kept alive. A high-level goblin strikes from the shadows, instantly killing a water creature with a precise piercing attack. Goblin berserkers rush in like a storm, their empowered weapons shredding enemies in heavy melee combat. The elf matriarch fires an arrow from above, instantly piercing a surfacing water monster with perfect accuracy. The aquatic lord realizes its forces are being completely overwhelmed and its expression shifts in shock. It sees its entire army collapsing and begins to panic under the relentless suppression. It roars and tries to regroup its forces, but its command has lost authority. A blue energy strike from the Eagle Lord hits its head, injuring it and knocking it off balance. The Eagle Lord declares from the air that the enemy will not escape easily today. The injured aquatic lord clutches its head, overwhelmed by pain and confusion. It screams that it will kill them all and unleashes full killing intent. It lunges at Eagle Lord with a fatal thrust, abandoning all defense. But Eagle Lord stands firm and freezes the attack midair with an invisible force, completely stopping its arm. Lin Tian calmly says there's no need for him to act, believing the Eagle Lord can handle it. He glances at the sky, noting that rainy conditions, normally a power boost for water demons, seem unlikely. The captured water demon is released, collapsing exhausted but already emitting a strange aura of transformation. Recovering slightly, it calls out to someone behind a rock, summoning a crying rain demon. The hidden figure reacts and lets out a mournful roar that shakes the surroundings. The sky darkens instantly as clouds gather and heavy rain begins to pour down. Lin Tian senses danger. Both he and the Eagle Lord realize the situation is turning bad. The Eagle Lord urgently orders a retreat, warning that rain heavily favors the enemy. Empowered by the rain, the water demon rapidly grows stronger and mocks the Eagle Lord. The Eagle Lord is stunned by its sudden power surge and cannot react in time. The enemy unleashes a devastating sonic wave that blasts the Eagle Lord away. He is slammed into the water, causing a massive surge and disruption across the surface. The water demon immediately takes advantage and launches back into the air. It locks onto Lin Tian and insults him, calling him a lowly goblin before attacking. It strikes with killing intent, but Lin Tian remains calm as blue energy begins to radiate around him. The attack crashes down violently, kicking up debris and obscuring everything from view. The demon laughs, thinking Lin Tian has been defeated. Suddenly, a hollow space opens beneath the impact zone, and the demon senses something wrong. Lin Tian bursts upward from underground, completely unharmed, protected by a defensive layer, and calmly declares it is now the enemy's turn. The water demon is caught off guard and eats a full punch to the face before Lin Tian cleanly ends the exchange with blood break defeat. The blow sends him flying backward, and Lin Tian wraps things up with a crisp blood-parsing defeat technique. Humiliated by being overpowered head-on by such a small opponent, the water demon erupts in rage, sensing something is quietly eating away at his power. Before he can adapt, Lin Tian is suddenly behind him so fast it feels like he teleported with bad manners. Lin Tian unleashes a wind-splitting kick. The massive body is sent skidding across the mountain range, carving a giant cracked arc into the earth. Embedded in stone, the water demon coughs weakly, realizing in disbelief that his strongest defense just got casually deleted. One look at Lin Tian standing calmly ahead tells him everything is no longer in control of this fight. He bursts into the air to flee, only for the Eagle Lord to immediately give chase with wings wide open. In panic, he screams for Hugai to appear and save him. He'd rather face whatever's in the lake than that goblin Lin Tian. The Eagle Lord suddenly halts, noticing an abnormal presence forming ahead. From the lake rises Hugai, a grotesque, chained entity with chaotic multiple heads and a distorted humanoid frame, warping the surrounding space with its sheer wrongness. Hovering midair, the Eagle Lord pauses, temporarily abandoning the chase to assess the new horror below. He exhales, deciding there's no need to panic since the Sword Saint is likely handling it, then urgently tells Ali Sai to leave Hugai as a formless demon whose chains and bones are just parasitic husks that rot under demonic energy. Ali Sai calmly replies really, and slowly draws her corrupted black blade. Without hesitation, she slashes upward, releasing a surging arc of power that condenses into a massive dragon-shaped strike barreling forward. The impact is so violent it shakes space itself, completely obscuring vision of the monster beneath the lake. The Eagle Lord freezes midair, eyes wide in shock. How can a single weapon just erase a demon clan entity like that? Lin Tian grips his spear tightly, veins bulging as his aura thickens the air despite the pressure. He walks across the water like it's just another casual hallway. He smirks coldly and says, planning to dive and hide then sink properly. Lin Tian releases his spear, turning it into a streak of light that splits the calm lake and dives straight into its deepest layer. A golden explosion erupts underwater, blasting a massive pillar of light straight up into the sky. Ali Senya stares in disbelief, realizing this is no world-class magic tool anymore. It has long surpassed that limit. Hidden water demons are instantly crushed by the force, their scorched bodies tossed onto the surface like lifeless debris. A small fire crackles while the water demon lord, battered and barely breathing, slumps against a rock. At that moment, a strange, out-of-place scent drifts over, completely mismatched with the battlefield. The water demon lord freezes, pupils shrinking as killing intent surges like it's about to explode. Not far away, Lin Tian calmly roasts meat over a fire, casually tasting it and commenting it's just okay. A bit too fatty near the waist, a captured demon nearby screams for help. The water demon lord coughs blood and roars in fury as his kin are slaughtered, unable to believe what he's seeing. He struggles to stand, but his body refuses to obey, leaving him trembling in rage and confusion. Lin Tian leans in with a skewer of roasted meat and asks coldly if he wants to know what it is, while the demon threatens revenge. Shi Renying coldly reminds him they invaded and slaughtered others first, while Lin Tian adds that the weak have no right to argue here. That line instantly shuts the water demon lord up. Distant female water demons cry for help as they are dragged away. The lord panics and curses them to go all out if they're going to wipe the race out anyway. Lin Tian smirks, saying their looks aren't even interesting enough for his subordinates, but they still have other uses. The water demon lord begs for mercy, claiming responsibility alone, but Lin Tian walks away saying apologies don't exist here. His words ignite the water demon lord's fury, who swears to kill them all. Lin Tian stops and looks back like he's observing something absurd, asking who gave him the illusion he's still alive to speak. The water demon lord snarls that he is the Western Lord and newly appointed demon master, not someone they can compare against. Shi Renying warns Lin Tian that lords in ancient tomb realms can't fight freely without rules, and breaking them may provoke the Bone King Guang, who once executed violators instantly. Lin Tian casually brushed off the warnings, fixing his gaze on the water demon lord with a thin, chilling smile that froze the room, saying he knew his limits, just planning to break the enemy's spirit a little more before ending it. His eyes narrowed as a clear plan formed in his mind, not just solving the immediate problem, but wiping out all northern threats so no one could stab him in the back later. In the icy northern domain, Lin Tian's group moved through endless white wasteland where the wind couldn't even touch them, and Gugu Ling muttered in shock that the cold itself seemed to be swallowed by Lin Tian's presence. Alenia glanced around curiously and asked how many magical tools he brought, and Lin Tian simply replied enough, casually revealing he was holding the heart of Apollo like it was just another trinket. He explained it was a miniature world core that could unleash star-like heat within a controlled 10-meter radius, erasing everything outside while sparing the user basically a pocket sun with manners. Leah frowned at the endless snowy expanse and asked how they could find the Northern Domain Lord here, and Lin Tian just shrugged, saying he had his own way of tracking prey. He stopped in the open snowfield as his aura subtly shifted, activating a special summoning ritual designed to lure hidden targets out. Soon, demonized creatures crawled out of the snow and forest cracks, drawing surprise from Leah, while Sharon Ying dryly noted that Lin Tian could attract monsters just by standing still. A small wounded spirit staggered in and collapsed before Lin Tian, desperately revealing the location of the Hongmao Shiguai before running out of strength. Leah quickly caught the falling creature as its body trembled violently, barely holding on to life. Despite its injuries, the spirit insisted it could still guide them to the enemy's hidden lair. Lin Tian looked down with a brief softened gaze and said this was exactly the moment he had been waiting for. Guided by the spirit, the group entered an even denser frozen zone where sound vanished and the world felt completely cut off. Leah held the spirit carefully and frowned, asking how it ended up so badly injured. The spirit lifted its head, still stubbornly strong-willed, and spoke in broken breaths about the oppression it had endured. It explained its race was born in endless blizzards and could crystallize mana into rare power stones. Those stones could rapidly strengthen others, but its people had been forced into brutal labor and reproduction under a tyrant's control for years. After hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold as he silently judged the value of the crystals and decided the mastermind had no reason to keep existing. Far away, the Hongmao Shiguai grabbed the small spirit roughly, raging with murderous intent as it swore to crush its enemies no matter how many times they returned. Just as it was about to strike again, an arrow tore through the air at terrifying speed, piercing its wrist and stopping its attack mid-motion in agony. The sudden hit forced it to release its grip, dropping the spirit, and it spun around roaring in rage, searching for the attacker. Space behind it rippled as Lin Tian's group calmly stepped out, while the shooter Leah still held her stance as if nothing had happened. The Hongmao Shiguai narrowed its eyes and mocked them heavily, as if watching fools who had wandered into its territory. Lin Tian ignored it, glancing at the trembling snow spirit hiding by Leah, and asked calmly if this was the one who abused it, then added whether it would follow him if he dealt with the enemy. The snow spirit nodded frantically in panic, willing to accept anything just to escape its current nightmare. The Hongmao Shiguai flew into a rage, pointing at the spirit and shouting furiously, unable to accept its possession, rebelling against it. After venting on the snow spirit, its gaze slowly shifted toward Lin Tian's group. When its eyes landed on the devouring eagle, it sneered and mocked it, bringing up how it had once torn its wings apart, deliberately reopening old wounds with cruel amusement. The insult instantly ignited the devouring eagle's fury, its aura exploding until Lin Tian raised a hand and stopped him from rushing in. The Hongmao Shiguai laughed loudly, its voice echoing across the frozen plains like it was thoroughly entertained. It pointed at Lin Tian and mocked him for bringing weak subordinates, enraging one of Lin Tian's followers, who immediately released killing intent. Without hesitation, that follower shot forward and struck cleanly, obliterating the upper half of the Hongmao Shiguai in a single blow. Its ruined body collapsed into the snow, leaving only a twisted lower half behind. But before anyone could react, the destroyed flesh was quickly buried by snow and began regenerating at absurd speed, as the Hongmao Shiguai laughed again, taunting them for being useless. In moments, its body fully restored itself, standing arrogantly once more and declaring it could not be killed in this place. It then unleashed a spiraling snowstorm toward Lin Tian's group, tearing through the frozen space with overwhelming cold force. Alicia simply drew her sword, eyes locked without hesitation. She shot forward like a beam of light, slicing through the blizzard and striking straight at the enemy. Yet in an instant, its severed parts reconnected, regenerating far beyond normal logic. The Hongmao Shiguai stared in disbelief, completely stunned. Alicia's pressure made it hesitate for a brief moment, a chill running down its spine. Its gaze then shifted toward Lin Tian and the item in his hand, sensing something was wrong. Before it could react further, another of Lin Tian's subordinates moved, lunging forward at extreme speed with a weapon aimed straight at it. The Hongmao Shiguai tried to dodge, but the strike pierced directly through its chest. A massive hole appeared, yet its flesh instantly began sealing itself again, leaving it stunned and utterly confused by what was happening in its own territory. The devouring eagle flapped its wings and shot into the sky like a piercing spear, while Lin Tian simply stood watching calmly, as if waiting to see how the show would end. A deafening explosion followed, tearing apart the ground where the Hongmao Shiguai stood and leaving behind a deep crater filled with smoke, rubble, and shattered ice. Lin Tian didn't move, casually brushing his hand as if finishing a trivial task, while from the pit came continuous agonized screams and a strange glitch-like loop of kill one, revive one repeating endlessly. Seeing the enemy reduced to a broken, unstable state, Lin Tian sighed briefly and muttered that it was still not over and was getting annoying. "Let's finish this cleanly," he said flatly. He raised the object in his hand, and scorching light spread out, distorting the air as if it were melting. The flame condensed into a destructive ring and shot forward at unavoidable speed. The Hongmao Shiguai was swallowed entirely by the sea of fire, its screams choked by extreme heat. When the flames faded, only a charred black mass remained, barely recognizable as a body. The surrounding ice collapsed in chunks as it crawled backward, trembling and begging in broken voice not to be approached or killed. Lin Tian stepped forward, his gaze so cold it seemed to freeze all sound, asking if it really thought he came here to talk. Panicking, the Hongmao Shiguai tried to threaten them, claiming it was a northern lord, and they would pay the price for killing it over a minor conflict. Before it could finish, Lin Tian lost all patience. Flames erupted again in his hand and crushed its last defenses, cutting off its screams in the chaos. Lin Tian walked up to the melting remains and observed them calmly. He crouched and touched the mixture of ice and ash curiously. Without hesitation, he tasted it and muttered that it tasted like strawberry ice cream. As if enjoying a snack, he kept eating the remains while the dying Hongmao Shiguai screamed in disbelief, asking if he was actually eating it. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Lin Tian paused, reading the floating message with a slightly deepened, puzzled gaze. After a brief silence, he resumed as if testing something, murmuring that it could still increase, while the enemy's screams grew increasingly distorted and meaningless. Not far away, Leah and the snow spirit stood frozen in shock, unable to speak as the cold air pressed heavily around them. Misinterpreting something Lin Tian said, he suddenly threw the item aside as if discarding something unsatisfactory, causing the Hongmao Shiguai to panic even more, screaming that everything belonged to it. As the remaining ice melted away, the Hongmao Shiguai suddenly erupted in madness, unleashing a final curse mentioning the demon lord, before Lin Tian casually waved his hand and brushed it away like an annoyance. The surrounding magic flames suddenly extinguished as if their energy supply had been abruptly cut off mid-flow. Lin Tian's lips curled slightly as he said calmly and chillingly that he had changed his mind. Killing it too quickly was boring, so perhaps it should experience a slower death instead. The Hongmao Shiguai froze for several breaths, its mind wiped blank, unable to process anything beyond a hollow confusion. When it finally reacted, it turned and fled into the darkness of the cave, muttering curses in panic as if even a second's delay meant total annihilation. Only after it vanished completely did Lin Tian slowly step forward, his pace unhurried but carrying immense pressure. The devouring eagle glanced toward the cave entrance and asked if they should pursue, but Lin Tian shook his head and said no, return first, then released the water demon and observed the demon lord's reaction. His faint smile remained, though colder than before, as he added that if rules truly existed, he wanted to see how the highest authority would handle this. The scene shifted to a massive frozen hall, cold and empty as if eternally sealed in ice, dim light covering its vast architecture. At the center, the water demon lord knelt miserably, crying and recounting everything, while the Hongmao Shiguai complained loudly about being beaten and even eaten. Their cries echoed upward toward a silent throne where a figure sat motionless like a stone statue, as they begged the demon lord to act for them. Rebecca glanced down at them with mockery, remarking that for so-called lords, their state was pitifully embarrassing. The demon lord gave no response. Instead, his body dissolved into black mist and vanished, leaving only a cold order for Rebecca to bring them to the goblin tribe before disappearing. The two kneeling figures quickly agreed in panic and reverence. Meanwhile, the goblin camp was thrown into extreme tension, the atmosphere tightening as if compressed layer by layer. A massive purple pillar of light suddenly erupted from the center, piercing straight into the sky. Gu Beiyu immediately explained to Lin Tian that it was a large tomb teleportation array activated ahead of time, too late for them to stop. Lin Tian raised his hand calmly, saying he would handle it himself, and told the others to focus on their tasks, then walked directly toward the light pillar. From the purple glow, three figures emerged: Rebecca, the water demon lord, and the Hongma Shiguai, while Lin Tian greeted them coolly, saying he expected the demon lord, but only saw them as the Hongma Shiguai roared that this would be his reckoning. Rebecca ignored the threat and scanned the rows of cages behind, frowning slightly as she realized the goblins were being bred here in absurd numbers like a controlled production site. She commented coldly that even a low-tier species like goblins being scaled to this level showed the mastermind was far from ordinary, explaining how they easily controlled an important stronghold. Lin Tian's patience thinned as he cut in, asking what exactly they were trying to say. At that moment, Rebecca suddenly froze, her pupils widening as her usual composure collapsed because a figure stepped out from the tent. Alicenia. Rebecca's expression changed instantly as she blurted out in disbelief that it couldn't be wasn't that the saintess. Her calm demeanor was replaced by visible tension. Old memories surfaced in her mind. She had once met the sword saintess before, yet the presence before her now felt completely different, as if something fundamental had shifted. The aura radiating from Alicenia sent a cold chill down Rebecca's spine, far stronger than before, as if she had undergone an inexplicable transformation. Alicia approached Lin Tian and bowed slightly, speaking calmly but with a sharp undertone, asking if she should eliminate the intruders, but Lin Tian waved her off casually and told her to rest. She simply replied understood. The scene made Rebecca uneasy in her mind. A sword saint who once treated demons as absolute enemies was now obeying a goblin. Just what kind of existence was Lin Tian? She glanced downward and noticed the goblin staring at her with blatant, almost unsettling desire, making her expression grow even more displeased. Lin Tian spoke from within the goblin crowd, his tone probing as he asked why she was here, stating that if she was sent by higher-ups, she shouldn't just stand around. Rebecca curled her lips slightly, her gaze unreadable as she said she originally thought he was like the goblins, but now saw he could still stay composed. Lin Tian met her gaze directly, his presence turning colder as he repeated his question, saying he had no time or interest for evasions. The space tightened like a string about to snap, killing intent subtly spreading, while Rebecca remained relaxed and even teasing as she dismissed it as a trivial misunderstanding involving overstepping goblins. The two beings behind her froze in shock, unable to understand how she could speak so casually, sensing something deeply wrong about the situation. Lin Tian remained expressionless and cold, pressing further and demanding she clarify what trivial meant in her eyes. The Water Demon King suddenly panicked and shouted that Lin Tian intended to kill them, insisting under the Great Lang Tom law he must be executed immediately. Rebecca turned back with clear annoyance, her voice dropping cold as she ordered the two to kneel before Lin Tian instead. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Nukma's body, pressing down like a crushing tide that instantly broke their resistance and forced the two beings flat to the ground. Lin Tian stepped forward slowly, stating one tried to burn him while the other tried to devour his people, then calmly asked how it should be handled. Nukma chuckled lightly, and replied casually that one should be burned and the other made to suffer the same fate through his subordinate. Clean and simple. Lin Tian fell silent for a moment, a mix of disbelief and helplessness rising in his mind, as if the opponent's casual cruelty had exceeded even his expectations. The two beings in front were trapped in fear and despair, struggling in vain under the pressure while screaming toward Rebecca as their last hope for salvation. Facing their chaotic cries, Nukma slowly raised her hand, and the surrounding aura grew heavy like lead, veiling everything in an illusory haze as her voice turned soft yet dangerously hypnotic, telling them to look at her and obey. In an instant, their consciousness snapped, their eyes went blank, bodies slackened, and all resistance vanished as they mechanically responded that they would obey their master. Soon after, the goblins gathered in a wide circle, murmuring as if watching a rare performance, while one controlled victim was forced to attack the other, the brutal scene leaving even the onlookers momentarily silent. Nigma drifted beside Lin Tian, appearing almost beside him like mist, asking with faint pride if he liked what he saw. But Lin Tian calmly stopped her and said enough. He could stand watching more, and the rest would be handled by him. Alive or dead didn't matter. Nigma hesitated briefly, touching her cheek as she muttered that those beings had served in the Great Tome for a long time, and still had some value. Before she could finish, Lin Tian turned his gaze sharply toward her, his killing intent flaring to its peak as a cold red glint froze the surrounding air, forcing even Nigma to stiffen under the overwhelming pressure. She tilted slightly, trying to remain composed, but a cold numbness crept down her spine as her eyes were instinctively locked onto him, unable to look away. After a few seconds, Nigma's expression shifted, completely overwhelmed by pressure. She finally exhaled and gave in, saying she would leave it to him. She turned away, her body dissolving into a faint pink glow that wrapped around her like mist, and before vanishing she left a calm reminder that power granted by the king always came with a price. With those words, she disappeared completely, leaving only fading light behind as the area plunged into absolute silence, heavy enough that no one dared breathe loudly. Not far away, the Water Demon King hung suspended in a searing force, rigid like a nailed corpse, while the enraged ape-like creature rampaged wildly, tearing into its opponent with chaotic brutality that filled the air with stench and blood. Once Nekma left, the controlling pressure vanished. Snapping the two beings back to awareness, the ape roared in fury, blaming everything on the goblins, while the water demon king struggled out of the flames, screaming in confusion and rage, unable to comprehend how it had been dragged into such a situation. Amid the chaos, Lin Tian remained completely calm, walking forward slowly as he scanned the two, losing control like worthless objects, and said flatly that they had no right to know more. Only one thing mattered for them to remember. He paused slightly, a faint dangerous smile appearing as he added they would understand only after death, then covered half his face as his gaze darkened and killing intent layered over itself. He declared he would not only live well but turn the entire water demon race into tools, reshape the snowfield, and casually collect the snow spirits as his own, his words tightening the air like a fuse about to ignite. The water demon king snapped completely, trembling with rage as it roared that it would fight him to the death. But before it could charge, a massive goblin warrior appeared behind it without warning, its hulking figure and feral eyes materializing like a nightmare stepping into reality. A heavy axe came crashing down from above, followed by a second slicing strike that tore through the air, their combined force forming cold light so fast and silent that even the surrounding goblins barely had time to register it. The enraged ape-like creature was still lost in chaos when a shadow suddenly loomed above it. A crushing impact fell from the sky, slamming down like a massive boulder and detonating pain across its entire body, striking directly into its weakest points. Its body went numb for an instant as all reflexes were severed, leaving only unbearable pain surging through every muscle with no way to resist. In less than a breath, the enormous body collapsed into the ground, black blood spreading across the ice, as both creatures fell before Lin Tian without him ever lifting a hand, and the battlefield fell into eerie silence broken only by wind. Lin Tian finally spoke, calmly ordering them to deliver intelligence to the Lionheart Empire and monitor the Holy Church, emphasizing that survival came first. He turned to Goblin Godmoon and asked if the 1,000 selected goblins were ready, and Godmoon eagerly confirmed everything had been prepared. At the appointed moment, all forces were assembled. Lin Tian stood high above and asked coldly if they knew who he was, triggering immediate chaos and roaring commotion among the goblin ranks. Once things settled, Goblin Slayer stepped beside Lin Tian, arms crossed confidently, claiming he had already tamed the goblin army, and Lin Tian simply gave a short, approving laugh. Lin Tian's demeanor sharpened again as he issued strict commands they would move to a new location, no independent action, no disturbance, and no communication except through him, to which the entire goblin army responded in unified obedience. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he gave orders to Shenyu, telling her to keep expanding their forces as much as possible since he would be gone for a long time. If trouble arose, seek the Eagle Lord. If the church showed up, prioritize survival over heroics and escape if possible. As he finished, he stepped closer, resting a hand on Shenyu's shoulder and lowering his voice with heavy weight. If the Daling Mu asks, just say I'm conducting reconnaissance in the human empire. Shenyu immediately nodded repeatedly, eyes blazing with determination. Got it! Lin Tian turned to survey the entire army, rapidly sorting out his plans. The trump card against the church and the Dalingmu had to be completed as fast as possible. The decisive war for the goblin race's fate on this continent was approaching, with less than 2 months until the system-predicted upheaval erupted. Standing before the snow spirit elves, Lin Tian spoke calmly but firmly. He offered protection for their entire race in exchange for an uninterrupted supply of snow crystal stones. Once the agreement was sealed, operations began immediately. Armored goblin squads moved in tight formation into the snowy mountains, looking like a proper deployed strike force. To accelerate the main force's development, Lin Tian directly deployed 1,000 goblins into the snow region. Intensive training began, and by fully exploiting local resources, their strength grew daily. Massive amounts of snow crystal stones were absorbed continuously, pushing both physique and instincts into increasingly feral levels. Beyond that, they expanded resource harvesting across the entire icy zone. Under unified coordination, the goblins formed battle formations, learned cooperation, and even managed to bring down enormous magical beasts. After this extreme training cycle, all 1,000 goblins reached level 70 and completed evolution into leader tier forms. Some individuals began mutating into abnormal forms beyond standard limits, such as giant goblins, berserk goblins, demonized goblins, and other special variants with dominance traits, raising the total force to about 500 strategic units. Even so, Lin Tian remained clear-headed. He understood the species ceiling. No matter how far they evolved, they still couldn't match beings with true racial talent. Even at king level, they would be easily overwhelmed by real powerhouses. Watching the goblins excited after their transformations, Lin Tian turned to Alicia and ordered her to apply the harshest training method to teach them how to use magical equipment in combat. Alicia agreed without hesitation, her tone cold and decisive, ready to go all out. Thus, the hellish training ground officially began operation. Under Alicinia's strict control, the training zone turned into a simulated battlefield. She personally charged into goblin formations, suppressing them while forcing them to operate magical gear in real combat conditions. The slower ones were repeatedly drilled until reflexes became instinct. In Lin Tian's view, strength didn't need to be purely internal as long as the tools were sharp and the strategy tight enough. Any limit could be bent, and the only remaining issue was time. Time passed in silence. Over a month later, the cold atmosphere thickened as the first snow of the season fell, blurring the entire horizon. Before leaving the area, Lin Tian casually placed a hand on the shrunken little dragon's head and sternly ordered Gorgon to continue training. He emphasized every word clearly until new orders arrived. He was not to leave the snow region even half a step. Gorgon bowed deeply, one hand on his chest showing complete submission. He stated that everything had came from Lin Tian, so even if it cost his life, he would never disobey the command. Under the gaze of the entire force below, Lin Tian and Alicia stepped onto Xiaohuan's back, preparing to depart, leaving the snowy expanse slowly sinking into silence behind them. Only the journey remained ahead. Xiaohuan flapped its wings powerfully, carrying the two through freezing winds as they shot out of the vast snow region. After several days of non-stop travel, when they returned to the familiar area, the scene made Lin Tian pause for a moment. From above, countless military camps spread like a dense web, covering the ground so tightly it almost blocked the land itself. The growth scale had exceeded all expectations. Looking closer, he found the number of newly born goblins had reached about 80,000. In addition, over 30,000 adult units had emerged, their physiques clearly developed and their physical strength significantly enhanced. Beyond that, the main goblin combat force had reached 300,000, along with about 100 leader-tier individuals, forming a scale large enough to pressure any mid-tier faction. The moment she saw Lin Tian, Goblin rushed over at full speed, shouting as she ran. Stopping in front of him, she bent over, gasping before quickly reporting. The entire expansion was carried out under Rebecca's orders. To speed things up, she had chosen to consume all local magical beast resources, leaving nothing behind. Seeing goblins below distributing and devouring leftover monster corpses, Lin Tian nodded slightly. He immediately understood why no low-tier monsters had been encountered along the way, and why the area near the Great Burial Tomb had become nearly sealed off. At that moment, a name flashed through his mind. Lin Tian turned to ask Gobi Kang about Gobus' whereabouts. Kang scratched his head and replied that he had not been seen for over a month, and he had no idea what happened. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. A sense of inconsistency arose from the report, but he quickly set the thought aside, judging that it was not the right time for a deeper investigation. He shifted his attention to Jaisa, directly asking about the progress of weapon preparations for the upcoming campaign. Jaisa immediately opened his ledger and reported in detail 50,000 short swords, 20,000 long swords, 20,000 sets of armor, and about 5,000 additional support weapons had all been completed in the shortest time possible. After hearing the report, Jaisa handed over the inventory sheet and explained that due to extreme time constraints, this was all the available resources. Lin Tian skimmed through it, his expression softening slightly before nodding in approval at the current progress. Just as the situation had not yet stabilized, a small figure rushed into the camp at frantic speed, shouting for Lin Tian as it ran. Its body was covered in overlapping old and new wounds, breathing ragged, hands clutching a bleeding abdomen. Its voice cracked in panic as it urged retreat, saying the battlefield situation had spiraled beyond expectations and the front line was barely holding. Before it could finish, its body staggered and collapsed. Lin Tian immediately stepped forward, signaling to stabilize its condition and demanding a full report of what had happened. The injured goblin forced its eyes open and weakly reported, in a rushed voice, that the Lionheart Empire had deployed 100,000 fully armored elite troops. The moment that number was spoken, the atmosphere instantly sank. Lin Tian's expression darkened, and even those around him could not hide their shock. He rapidly reconstructed the situation in his mind. Fully armored troops lacked agility but compensated with extreme defense, forming mobile iron blocks capable of crushing weaker formations on contact. This also explained why earlier simulations had shown unfavorable outcomes. Thinking further, Lin Tian's voice turned colder as he wondered whether the Lionheart Empire was preparing to commit its full national power to this war. Even a victory would likely leave them weakened, inviting surrounding forces to tear them apart. Alicia frowned and added in a deeper tone that the enemy force was not only the regular army, but also included the church. The wounded goblin confirmed it. The church had gathered over 5,000 people from multiple regions, including holy knights and powerful priests. The atmosphere grew heavier. A hesitant suggestion emerged to temporarily retreat and rebuild forces using another more promising race. But Lin Tian stood up, his presence tightening like a drawn string. He coldly asked in return if they retreated now, was there anywhere safe enough to accept them with their current numbers? He went on to point out the brutal reality of the continent. Was there any land that truly accepted goblins? To most factions, they were nothing more than targets for extermination or exploitation. Thinking of this, he let out a faint, bitter smile. Fragmented memories of goblins being hunted and used as experimental subjects flickered through his mind, sharpening his gaze. He understood the value this world assigned to goblins. They were merely tools for the strong to climb higher. Lin Tian's face darkened further as he realized even a goblin king could not guarantee absolute safety against the calculations of other races. Lai could not hide her worry. She feared that if they continued fighting under such disadvantage, all accumulated achievements would be completely destroyed. Lin Tian looked straight at her, his gaze heavy but unwavering. He made it clear that without fighting, the goblin race would never find a way out. In his calculations, only by pushing the conflict to its peak could the major powers be forced to clash and drain each other, opening a narrow gap for survival. The decision was made. Lin Tian waved his hand and ordered all forces to accelerate weapon and equipment production to the maximum with no delays allowed in any stage. The scene shifted to the Imperial City Gate. The atmosphere was so compressed it felt suffocating. Voices, clashing metal, and hoofbeats merged into chaotic pressure before the storm. On the grand avenue leading into the city, a knight in shining armor rode forward with a straight posture atop his warhorse. He raised his weapon and roared a rallying cry, half swallowed by the wind. Behind him, infantry marched in perfectly aligned formation like a living mass of metal, each step carrying the sense that a single signal could unleash a crushing advance. Along both sides of the road, crowds of civilians packed tightly with no gaps left, their cheers surging in waves, forming a roaring sound that seemed to shake the entire city gate itself. At the very front of the surging crowd, there was an offbeat pocket of silence. Two elderly figures stood close together, bodies bent by time, hands trembling from exhaustion. The woman's eyes were red and swollen, tears flowing uncontrollably as she watched the departing army, her voice breaking in sobs. Beside her, the man held her shoulder, his gaze fixed on the cavalry fading into the distance. He murmured as if speaking more to himself than anyone else. Were hunters who survived and conquerors who survived truly different in essence, or were they just part of a forced cycle of violence? The army gradually shrank in view, swallowed by rising dust. The old man whispered again, his voice dissolving into the wind. If neither side was wrong, then what was the true root of all this? At Lin Tian's base, the atmosphere was completely different. A volunteer goblin force had been assembled, divided into logistics, weapon forging, and armor crafting units, all operating in a fast but orderly rhythm. Lin Tian stood watching from above, his gaze calm yet unfathomably deep. After days of non-stop effort, even low-tier goblins were now fully equipped, while higher-tier units had been armed to the maximum. Combined with resources taken from the Great Burial Tomb, the current force was enough to stage a larger-scale confrontation. A goblin suddenly appeared behind him, landing in haste and speaking urgently. "Boss, the Imperial army has stopped about a few dozen miles from the Great Burial Tomb." Lin Tian nodded slightly, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. After a brief pause, he concluded that a nearby plain about 30 miles away was the most likely battlefield the enemy would choose. Having said that, he turned and left without hesitation. Lin Tian entered a secluded area where no traces of presence could be detected. Only here could he ensure his calculations would not be interrupted. After a careful scan confirming no surveillance, Lin Tian spoke, his voice lowered, clear and absolute like a command. "System activate life simulation." The space in front of him instantly warped as if torn open. A battlefield scene unfolded, dense killing intent spreading out, accompanied by a cold mechanical voice. Current scenario: Empire War. Time day 300 after transmigration. The goblin forces under the host have reached an unprecedented scale: 80,000 low-tier goblins, 30,000 adult goblins, 8,000 elite units, and 100 high-level commanders. This is the strongest goblin army in recorded history. The host directly commands the entire army, also deploying 20,000 low-intelligence magical beasts from the Great Burial Tomb as auxiliary forces. However, when facing 100,000 fully armored infantry and 30,000 heavy armored cavalry of the Lionheart Empire, the situation quickly turns unfavorable. Casualties surge with a loss ratio exceeding 10 to 1, enough to shock any strategist. At the brink of life and death, Veronica arrives just in time, triggering high-level magic. The black solar flame is restored, its manifestation reshaping the battlefield in an instant and turning the tide. But the momentum does not last. Once the Church's elite forces officially intervene, the balance collapses again. With coordinated pressure from both the Empire and the Church, Lin Tian is forced into a tight encirclement, wave after wave of assaults sealing off every possible escape route. The goblins who had reached the heroic madness stage charged forward wildly, using their own bodies as shields to protect their master, and ultimately all of them fell. Alice was severely injured and taken away. As for Lin Tian, he still could not escape the prearranged outcome. He was reduced to nothing more than a pawn of the Great Burial Tomb. After the battle, both sides suffered heavy losses, with neither achieving true victory. The simulation concluded that in a world filled with powerful beings, exposing oneself too early is no different from walking into an abyss. Score 4100, reward 40 life points. Simulation ended. Time elapsed 1 day. When his consciousness returned to reality, Lin Tian felt as if his body had just been violently crushed, his blood vessels strained as though ready to burst, limbs weak and unresponsive. He bent over, breathing heavily, a bitter thought rising in his mind. So the boundary between life and death was this fragile. Looking up, the system interface appeared before him with cold, almost mocking data. Lin Tian, level 90. Ray Fashion unknown. Title: God Offending 1. Entity capable of creating gods. HP 2900. Strength 889. Defense 1030. Skills: Fusion Mutation, Blood Break, Fallen Domain. Blizzard, Dream Manipulation, Broken Blade Fist, Keen Reflex. Equipment: Life Armor, Elemental Hand Crossbow, Long Spear, Space Ring. Total Combat Power 6800. Lin Tian silently calculated despite surpassing 6,000 combat power and reaching level 90. In real combat, he still felt like nothing more than a punching bag, barely able to land a proper counterattack. He had never truly understood the terror of the Church before, but even the cautious reactions of the Bone Kings made it clear the strength of High Priest E had already neared 10,000, far beyond anything comparable at this stage. Lin Tian murmured softly, his thoughts racing as he formed countless plans. If he could not land a decisive blood break strike at the start, the situation would be nearly impossible to reverse. In fact, even approaching the High Priest was already an almost impossible task. Realizing this, he immediately chose to retreat. Appearing now would be no different from handing over his life. It was better to wait patiently for the king to summon magical beasts, and let others step forward first before making a move. The scene shifted back to the Great Burial Grounds, where the space was shrouded in eerie silence and gloom, a bone-chilling cold seeping into everything. Here, the divine eye was activated, a primordial eye capable of piercing through all things, even glimpsing fragments of the future. The hoarse voice of the queen of the Great Burial Grounds echoed, laced with both amusement and mockery. The Church seems quite lively indeed. Beside her, her trusted right-hand entity, the air demon, observed the divine eye calmly, its gaze filled with hidden schemes. The queen glanced sideways and continued, "It seems a great war is inevitable. Let's use the divine eye of prophecy and see how it ends." Immediately, 3 priestesses below raised their hands, chanting ancient incantations. Strange energy surged upward, sustaining the massive eye's operation. In an instant, the pupil of the divine eye began to tremble violently, spinning uncontrollably as a bone-chilling aura spread out, as if silently recording every single change in fate. But then, an unexpected anomaly struck. The eyeball suddenly contracted, its outer flesh rupturing violently as dark, viscous fluid splattered everywhere. The female priest let out a piercing scream, clutching her bleeding face as she collapsed onto the ground. Another priest endured the pain and reported tremblingly that the demon lord, due to the high priest's interference, could no longer continue the prophecy. But before the divine eye collapsed, she had briefly seen. Before she could finish, the air demon erupted in rage, coldly cutting her off and demanding she speak clearly about what she had seen. The priest, terrified and shaking uncontrollably, admitted through broken words that she had witnessed the descent of a new god. The moment those words fell, the skeletal queen released a cold snort, killing intent surging like a breaking tide before she waved her hand and blasted the priest away with violet energy. Behind the veil, only her burning red eyes were visible, filled with near uncontrolled fury as she spat that if gods truly existed, she would not still be standing here, then ordered everyone to get lost. The air demon smirked and flattered Senza's judgment of Lin Tian, but the queen dismissed it as merely a pawn and declared the purge of the Lionheart Empire and the church had begun, while the three priests fled through a portal in desperation. The queen then ordered the air demon to prepare everything and release the captured piece, prompting immediate obedience. The air demon's eyes flickered red for an instant, triggering spatial fluctuations as signs of teleportation began forming. As he approached the gate, he suddenly paused, realizing something and quickly reporting back. "My lord, that goblin has arrived." At that moment, Lin Tian hurried into the hall, announcing urgently that the combined forces of the Lionheart Empire and the church were already 30 kilometers away, while the queen remained intrigued rather than alarmed, and the system revealed Veronica's detailed stats: level 100 undead summoner with overwhelming gear and near final boss level power. Lin Tian quickly assessed the situation, noting that while raw stats were relatively balanced, Veronica's true threat came from her superior skills and equipment, making her a classic endgame boss whose strength far exceeded what numbers alone could express. Only then did Lin Tian finally understand why the system had warned that she could even summon juvenile forms of the Black Solar Flame. With that skill set and equipment, calling high-tier creatures was practically muscle memory. After a brief moment of calculation, he cleared his throat and began his report in a disciplined tone, as if addressing a superior. "My lord, I have completed all assigned directives without deviation. Our forces are basically fully assembled and ready for deployment. We have reached maximum capacity and cannot expand further." He paused slightly, touching his chin before continuing. "However, compared to fully equipped human cavalry, we are still at a disadvantage. Therefore, I recommend a surprise strike. Prolonged delay will only worsen our position." The room instantly grew heavy, as if the air itself had thickened. Even with only a few people present, the pressure felt suffocating. Before Veronica could respond, Abuedo exploded in anger, snapping, "What are you talking about? Master doesn't just rush into direct confrontation like that." He was about to continue when Veronica raised her hand, cutting him off with a calm but absolute tone. "Enough. Stop here." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she added coldly, "This is no small matter. If necessary, I will allow you to use a portion of my power." As soon as she finished speaking, Veronica lightly tapped her staff on the ground. The sound was simple, but it triggered an immediate response, like a mechanism being activated. In an instant, all three of them appeared suspended above the goblin territory. Below them lay a densely packed sea of troops, chaotic voices rising, non-stop shouts, clashes, and movement blending into a constant wave of noise. Lin Tian briefly registered surprise, his mind flickering with thoughts about the terrifying growth speed of this army. In contrast, Veronica remained composed, observing like she was inspecting a construction project. She gave a small nod and said briefly, "Not bad, you've done well." Then she added, as if granting a reward, "If you survive this battle, I may consider giving you a position under me." Though it sounded like praise, it was clearly a calculated use of manpower. Internally, she still held no fondness for goblins, even finding them somewhat distasteful. "Thank you for your praise," Lin Tian replied stiffly, lowering his head in a polite bow. Yet inside, he harbored completely opposite thoughts, laced with subtle disdain. Ignoring that, Veronica raised her voice, her tone echoing like a proclamation over a vast crowd. "This is what you are worthy of receiving. It is time to upgrade this force." Her words ended with a decisive command. Following her chant, an invisible surge of power erupted. Supreme magic heretical summoning, a forbidden art far beyond normal summoning techniques, was activated. Almost instantly, the sky above was swallowed by a massive structure. A layered formation expanded outward, overlapping bands of light forming a brilliant yet oppressive spectacle, its hidden mana pressure sending chills down one's spine. The surrounding air began to churn violently, sweeping across the ground like an unseen storm. Whistling sounds echoed faintly through the sky like distorted whispers. From the center of the formation, strange and twisted sounds emerged, sharp, warped, and unsettling, sending a chill down anyone who heard them. From within the radiant void, a distorted existence began to emerge, not walking, but sliding out of space itself. Over 10 meters tall, its body was a swollen mass of chaos covered in writhing tentacles moving in incomprehensible patterns. It bore no recognizable features of any known creature, only 3 goat-like claws supporting its form, and 2 enormous mouths gaping open like gateways to another dimension. A bizarre evil god named Yangzi appears, level 100, aberrant race, no fixed class, a laundry list of dark titles with stats absurdly skewed, HP 5000, STR 100, def 1000, no skills or gear, total combat power 6000. After reading the status screen, Lin Tian instantly grasped Veronica's overwhelming power source. Summoning a level 100 entity is basically carrying a living trump card. His thoughts spiraled between disbelief and helplessness, and despite its terrifying form and massive HP, it shows no special traits beyond raw numbers. Before he can finish thinking, Lin Tian's body reacts strangely, an icy chill spreads inside, dizziness hits, vision tilts, and he nearly collapses. Veronica warns seriously not to stare at it too long, as it drains mental energy the more you focus, then adds matter-of-factly that having it on their side means they haven't been crushed instantly. She assigns tasks bluntly: the Empire is yours to handle, the Church is mine. Veronica then turns and leaves with her subordinates, as if everything is already under control. Lin Tian checks his status again. His combat power exceeding 6,000 is impressive, yet the gap with a casually summoned level 100 monster still feels suffocating. At that moment, 2 goblin scouts rush in urgently, reporting that Imperial forces are approaching. Almost at the same time, another goblin drags in a captured man and throws him down. The prisoner shouts for release. The goblin reports this man is a royal scout requesting an audience, while his team hiding on the mountain is already fully surrounded. Lin Tian's expression darkens as he looks down at the captive, pressure radiating from his voice. "Bold of you to come here." The scout forces himself steady despite rising fear, declaring he represents the Empire and has come to declare war. "We will fight to the death at this tomb gate." He presents the declaration in a stiff ritual-like motion. Lin Tian accepts coldly, agreeing to the fight to the end if that's what they want. The scout freezes, unease surging, his knees almost buckle as he tries to maintain dignity, then stammers that his mission is complete and requests to withdraw. Before he finishes, everything ends in an instant like a light snuffed out. A thin sword flash cuts through the air. The attacker is Alisi. With a single clean strike, the man's head is severed from his body. The head rolls on the ground, eyes still wide open, frozen in shock and pain, never getting the chance to understand what happened. Alisi looks down calmly, emotionless, and says coldly, "In the end, you've been freed." Then she lowers her voice as if speaking to herself, "Both you and I were once deceived." Lin Tian walks up and asks bluntly, arms crossed, ready. Alisi nods firmly, eyes steady, everything is set, just waiting for his command. In the distance, Lianqian advances through endless goblin ranks like a tide, followed by elite commanders and a massive army of mutated beasts, all waiting for the signal to move. At the center, a black goat evil god egg-like entity charges forward like a rolling apocalypse, crushing everything in its path and even making goblins feel instinctive dread. Go swallows nervously and quietly asks the goblin beside him what it is. No answer comes. The other goblin is just as clueless, and the face Go is staring at isn't even who he thinks it is. Lin Tian then steps in disguise as an unremarkable high-level goblin, sighing with mild resignation, "It's just a decoy." He explains plainly it's the black goat evil god's egg. Scary name, simple truth, just an egg with no awareness or intelligence. Gu scratches his head, trying to process it. Seconds later, Gus's eyes light up as a new idea hits him, but the mood around Lin Tian instantly tightens at what's coming next. Guilin suddenly smacks Gu Guang on the head, yelling to focus on the coming battle. Gu fires back, accusing him of being just as curious earlier. The goblins bicker nonstop while Lianqian drifts into thought, as if something long buried is finally surfacing. He starts suspecting his identity may not be simple. If this world allows such entities to breed, then ancient myths may not be myths at all. Records speak of 7 top evil gods, including a black sun goddess figure once dismissed as legend. Now it feels disturbingly real to Lianqian. A bold idea forms. If he can tap into the egg's latent power, he could forge a new status and official link to the black sun existence. The moment the thought solidifies, he slips away from formation so fast no one notices. He approaches the towering entity, its presence warping space and crushing minds. Even Lianqian feels his heartbeat spike under the pressure. He closes his eyes, clenches his fist, and forces himself to proceed as if stepping onto an irreversible path. With full resolve, he bursts forward toward the target at the critical moment. In the distance, the goblin army keeps advancing like a dense black tide, shaking the ground with overwhelming numbers and pressuring the entire forest battlefield. The argument behind them continues until Anne's Gou suddenly pauses, looking around suspiciously and complaining about not recognizing the leader among identical faces, irritating others who tell him to shut up. The scene shifts to the Empire Church encampment, where tightly packed tents, defensive structures, and watchtowers form a fortified, intense military zone with constant patrols. Inside the command tent, King Shatli II vents his anger, demanding answers about the missing scout team and fearing they may never return. He continues, calling the goblins' refusal to return envoys an open provocation. Glenn calmly intervenes, suggesting goblin behavior is simply unpredictable by nature, as tension threatens to spiral out of control. At that moment, a scout rushes in from the front lines. Breathing heavily, he reports, "Your Majesty, the goblin forces are approaching." Hearing this, Shatli II gives a cold, mocking smile. Clenching his fist, he murmurs to himself, "Alice, I will bring you back." The king and generals immediately mobilize, but strange tremors shake the ground, causing unease to spread as everyone senses something massive drawing near. Rumors spread that the enemy force numbers in the hundreds of thousands with additional creatures, and fear rises as no one understands how goblins could evolve so rapidly. Shatli too forces himself to stay composed, reminding the troops of their heavily armed elite strength, but a nearby official nervously questions 2 dark masses in the distance that feel deeply ominous. The atmosphere grows heavier until a cardinal steps forward, opening an ancient, weathered scripture. He explains slowly that they are eggs born from an ancient black sun-like evil entity, warning that such objects appear in cycles and must not be looked at directly. Despite the explanation, confusion remains since most have never heard of this myth. Shatli II shifts focus instead and asks about the Pope's whereabouts. The Cardinal replies that the Pope remains in the rear to coordinate the overall strategy, and has prepared a special item for the opening phase. He then draws a massive greatsword with a cold gleam and a cross-shaped hilt, revealing it as Alice's former Hydear relic once dismantled and used in parts. It is now restored into the Grand Cross sword, releasing its long-sealed power. Shatli pauses, his expression sinking as if pulled back into buried memories, and he states that this sword does not belong to them. He adds that it must return to its rightful wielder, while Lianti's army has already pushed into the battlefield's core and begun deploying its main forces. On the other side, the Imperial army advances in formation, shields lowered, spears aligned, cavalry splitting flanks, both colossal forces finally colliding in the decisive clash. Under the blazing sun, the Imperial formation moves like a perfectly engineered war machine, metal armor flashing like waves of white light as synchronized steps and clashing steel shake the earth with overwhelming military pressure. In stark contrast, Lin Tian's side remains still and silent, waiting for the enemy to enter range. Shatli's gaze then locks onto a small, low-ranking goblin at the front. Confirming its identity, he is told it is the goblin tied to their deepest hatred. Crane clenches his jaw, unable to forgive Linton's past humiliation and desecration of what he holds sacred. But then Shatli notices someone else, Alice. Pale skin, clear blue eyes, unchanged beauty from memory, yet her gaze is now cold and dark, filled only with hatred and void of warmth. Unable to hold back, Shatli calls out to her desperately, while Clen recalls their shared past training sessions and her overwhelming strength. He even promises forgiveness for her past actions against civilians if she returns to the Empire. But the response is only a furious shout. Alice finally breaks, rejecting everything. She refuses to return and no longer trusts anyone. After more than a decade of hardship fighting to protect the innocent, she was rewarded only with betrayal and a death sentence from those she saved. Shatli's heart sinks completely, all hope collapses, leaving only anguish, helplessness, and irreversible sorrow in his gaze. The air freezes as the archbishop slowly draws a cross-shaped sword, its cold divine aura pressing down on the battlefield. He stares at Alice and questions whether she has forgotten the mission given by the church. Upon seeing the blade, Alice's expression changes instantly. Her anger erupts like fuel thrown into fire. She retorts, asking why he doesn't look at her own sword first. She reveals her ominous blade, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that devours surrounding light, forming a massive vortex that pulls flames and power skyward. Even the archbishop feels deep instinctive alarm at its overwhelming danger. A low-ranking godling at the front delivers Lin Tian's message mockingly, calling the opposing side parasites clinging to Alice and questioning their attempt to interfere with their master's will. Shatley too explodes in rage, accusing Lin Tian of being a monster and questioning what he has done to create such beings. The archbishop also loses composure, pointing his sword in fury and condemning Lin Tian as the true beast behind the chaos. Lin Tian responds with a faint, almost harmless smile, calmly offering them one last chance to surrender and insisting he dislikes bloodshed and violence. The archbishop snarls back, calling him a liar and declaring the knights as agents of divine justice. Tensions peak as accusations fly, and Shatley Hidri ends the debate by ordering the annihilation of the monsters, declaring a holy war. At his command, the entire army roars like thunder as Shatley personally leads the cavalry charge, shaking the ground with the start of full-scale war. Lin Tian immediately orders his giant creatures to surge forward, aiming to break the enemy formation before it stabilizes and avoid a disadvantage in close combat. The beasts roar with bloodred eyes and crash directly into the Imperial shield wall without hesitation. The collision detonates like a thunderclap, shaking the battlefield as a knight cries out in panic, while waves of monstrous creatures keep pressing forward and the soldiers, though terrified, hold their ground behind their shields. Human willpower proves no match for 4 to 5 meter tall monsters, and the Imperial frontline shatters instantly like glass, prompting Lin Tian to recognize the timing for action. He signals immediately, sending waves of goblins pouring into the broken gap, turning the battlefield into chaotic close quarters slaughter. Despite their crude armor and numbers, they are still suppressed by superior Imperial equipment, locking both sides into a bloody stalemate. Realizing the disadvantage, Shatley too adjusts tactics, ordering spear cavalry and sword riders to focus on giants while infantry rebuilds the shield line. Twin cavalry wings then crash in from both flanks like blades closing, crushing everything between them as goblins are trampled before they can react and the battlefield shakes under the charge. Knights cut down a massive boar-like beast with ease, killing it almost instantly before seamlessly shifting formation to hunt the next target like an unrelenting war machine. Standing on the front line, Shatley too exudes confidence and roars for total destruction of the enemy, commanding his forces to crush and obliterate everything in their path. Lin Tian observes calmly but grows increasingly aware that the Imperial cavalry was responsible for previous simulation failures. Despite their strength, he remains unshaken and even considers replicating such a force later. Suddenly, black tentacles erupt from the ground across the battlefield, binding knights and horses before dragging them upward. The captured soldiers are thrown into a giant maw as horrific grinding echoes. Massive black entities emerge, each sprouting countless tentacles that drag victims into horrifying consumption, plunging the battlefield into panic and despair. At that moment, blazing sword lights slash across the sky, piercing the aberrant creatures and tearing open massive wounds in their bodies. The archbishop appears, cutting through tentacles and rescuing soldiers, declaring coldly that he will handle the two monsters while others clean up the goblins. He then launches himself into the air, gripping his cross-shaped sword tightly. Sword light erupts like a meteor storm, locking down the massive black entities as relentless strikes rain down, leaving them on the brink of total destruction. At the moment the archbishop's blade is about to fall, Alice suddenly appears, hovering midair and blocking the attack with her raised demon sword. With a single brutal clean slash, she erases the entire holy strike as if it had never existed. Alice's face turns eerily emotionless as hellish flames erupt around her, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic sea of fire while she advances toward Cardinal Abyssa with crushing pressure. She draws her cold blade in silence, eyes filled with condensed hatred, as soldiers desperately beg her to stop, calling her sword saint and pleading for her to turn back. But Alice ignores all pleas and responds only with merciless sword strikes, cutting down everyone around her in an instant as their hope for her return collapses. Seeing this, the redrobed archbishop expresses deep disappointment, blaming himself and declaring he will end everything here. He shouts in fury, accusing Alice of becoming a monster who kills those she once vowed to protect, questioning her worth to the Empire and to his teachings. Flashbacks reveal Alice was forced into the church as a child, personally trained by this same archbishop under rigid doctrine. She was taught that being chosen by the god is both honor and burden, and obedience to divine will is the only path for the Empire. Pain, fear, and weakness were to be discarded entirely, or she would never qualify as the Empire's perfect sword saint. These memories do not calm her, they intensify her rage as she struggles to maintain control. Alice finally speaks hoarsely, asking the archbishop whether he has ever regretted turning her into a weapon of slaughter. The archbishop does not answer, instead coldly declaring she has fallen into corruption. He decides to end her life on the spot. He tightens his cross-shaped sword as his combat aura surges near 7,000 angelic wings unfold behind him as he ascends, fully aware Alice is a lethal threat to his life. He activates a high-level spell, forming a massive magic array in the sky and engulfing himself in radiant holy light until he becomes a blazing golden sphere. From that overwhelming light, a colossal beam of divine energy crashes down toward Alice, exploding the ground with catastrophic force. However, with her current speed and physique, Alice effortlessly evades the attack without any difficulty. Alisi regains balance and fires 2 steel tempest blasts straight at the redrobbed cardinal. Seeing Alisi still fine and ready to strike back, Hong Yazuo hesitates for a moment but stays calm. He raises a holy light barrier. It holds the attacks briefly but soon starts cracking. The barrier shatters and he is blasted backward before he can react. Ailey C unleashes her world-level skill, Extinction Dragon Soul Demon God, summoning a massive dragon head of chaotic energy that surges forward like a beast from the abyss. Hongi Azuo feels unease rising, each strike feels like a dragon crashing into him. Close combat erupts, dragon-like shockwaves shake space as Hongi Azuo struggles to defend desperately. Cold sweat pours down him as the draconic pressure suffocates his breathing, though he barely holds on. Salidier, Dago, Shishin, Qilun, and the Royal Knights all lock onto the battlefield's core point. Salidier activates his exclusive skill, Unbreakable Lion's Roar, blasting a con-shaped shockwave across the field. All monsters hit are instantly paralyzed and frozen in place. Seizing the moment, the Royal Cavalry launches a full charge. Anything in their path is crushed, leaving the monster army in heavy disarray. The disguised goblin Lin Dun collapses unconscious. Ji Lun laughs, convinced he finally caught Lin Dun. He rushes forward as Salidier charges behind, shouting judgment upon the enemy. Under the combined strike of the Empire's strongest, the goblin's head is cleanly severed. At last, they celebrate as if the job is done. Gilun laughs uncontrollably, grabs a bloody chunk, and throws it at the goblin army as a victory insult. He declares their leader dead and demands surrender. Morale among enemies collapses instantly. A cold voice suddenly echoes. Lin Tian questions their hatred as the atmosphere drops sharply. Lin Tian steps out, removes his disguise, revealing towering goblins behind him that have been controlling the battlefield all along. Qilun stares at the bloody mess, then at Lin Tian, unable to believe the guy is still alive. The identical goblin clones confuse everyone, with no way to tell real from fake. The hooded goblin mockingly laughs, teasing the knights about their stand-in actor performance. Salidia realizes they walked into a trap. Gilun demands a duel to settle his rage personally. Gilun challenges Lin Tian to a Onyanon. Lin Tian calmly accepts without a hint of fear. Gilun charges head, but Lin Tian simply stands still unfazed. Lin Tian draws a dagger and smirks, meeting Gilun's punch with the blade. On impact, Gilun's power spikes, and the dagger instantly begins to fracture. The dagger shatters, metal shards pierce Lin Tian, and blood splashes across his body. The goblins freeze in shock, never imagining Lin Tian could actually be injured. Gilun presses the attack, aiming a finishing blow straight at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian is blown away. A massive explosion leaves a giant crater and obscures the battlefield. Goblins panic or insist the invasion must continue despite their leader's apparent fall. Gilun and Salidier both wonder in silence, is Lin Tian really dead? The answer hits hard as Gilun suddenly coughs blood, sensing a chilling killing intent behind him. From the smoke, a blade pierces a nearby knight's chest, dropping him instantly in horror. Lin Tian slowly rises from the haze, his oppressive aura crashing down like an invisible storm. Lin Tian, eyes burning red with killing intent, mocks humanity's belief that they could easily finish him off. Glenn staggers back in panic, clutching his wound and screaming in disbelief that Lin Tian is still alive. Set Li Nulla watches his trusted aide fall, letting out a roar of grief and rage. A thunderous strike from the sky wipes Glenn out completely, reducing him to ash in an instant. Lin Tian steps on the remains, retrieves his spear, and provocatively challenges the next opponent. Set Li Notch is about to attack, but Herbert stops him, warning that Lin Tian may not even be in his real body. Herbert scans the battlefield, aware that losing control now would mean total destruction. Massive waves of monsters surge forward, overwhelming the remaining human forces. A giant goblin charges Herbert, who immediately engages it. Herbert pierces it, but realizes its strength feels strangely off, far weaker than expected. He senses something wrong. This goblin is also not the real body. The battlefield collapses into chaos at accelerating speed. A deafening roar erupts as the slaughter begins across the front lines. A shadowy figure leaps up, grabbing a cavalry horse's hind legs in one fluid motion. A void blade flashes, killing a knight instantly and stripping the cavalry of its protection. Gokuen swings chains to capture knights and hurls them into the goblin horde. A four-armed goblin charges in with a massive axe. It cleaves a knight in two, flooding the battlefield with blood. A desperate knight wounds the four-armed goblin but is overwhelmed by fear. He cries out for Herbert to protect the king and order a retreat. Herbert fights to escort the emperor, but an arrow from Leah strikes him from behind as chaos engulfs the battlefield. The attack slams into his shoulder, sending pain tearing through his body. Herbert finally collapses as the emperor panics in shock. With fading vision, Herbert urges the emperor to flee while loyal knights witness the devastation. Lin Tian approaches calmly, mocking humanity's arrogance and their doomed obsession with exterminating goblins. Herbert, pushed to the brink, roars defiance and swears to fight to his last breath, putting the goblins on high alert. The decoy Lin Tian coldly declares it's over and channels crimson lightning into his spear. The attack pierces Herbert clean through, and he realizes too late that it went straight through him. Losing balance, he collapses heavily onto the ground. Bleeding and near death, he mutters a final apology, then forcibly triggers a high-level technique to stand again and unleash a last burst of power. Even with depleted strength, he clings to his final will to keep fighting. The mad goblin senses something is wrong, and the decoy Lin Tian orders everyone to retreat, treating Herbert as a dying vessel whose technique will soon end. The mad goblin praises the leader, impressed by how quickly the cleanup was done. Herbert, now a mindless berserk body, attacks everything indiscriminately, terrifying the king. The king drops his sword, shaking uncontrollably as his spirit breaks. He falls into despair, screaming in confusion over how everything turned into this nightmare. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint continues her fierce battle with the priest, unleashing overwhelming sword pressure like a demon lord. The priest struggles desperately just to survive her relentless assault. Their clashes explode continuously, shaking the battlefield with no sign of stopping. Stray sword energy cuts down nearby human soldiers before they can react. The priest bitterly laments that she could have surpassed even the Pope if she had remained the Sword Maiden. The Sword Saint coldly tells him to shut up and prepare to die. A metallic sound warns of an incoming surprise attack. The Sword Saint reacts instantly, turning just in time to sense the looming threat. The Sword Saint strikes first and immediately retreats, narrowly dodging a sudden ambush. A new attacker appears, coldly judging her as an unforgivable traitor. The priest retreats due to exhaustion. Reinforcements arrive, and a knight warns them about her demonic dragon sword. The knight responds and leaps into the air to engage. The sword saint is surrounded but calmly tracks all enemies' positions. She jumps and counters with 2 swift sword strikes. The priest casts a high-level holy force field, pouring in his remaining energy. A massive barrier traps everyone inside, isolating the battlefield. The sword saint studies the enclosure, tense and highly alert. 2 knights rush her head in while another attacks from the side. She blocks all 3 attacks, but the impact is not enough to push them back. She continues defending under constant pressure. She dodges a sudden follow-up strike at the last second. Her hair briefly touches the glowing barrier. She realizes she must not be pushed to the edge or she will be cornered. The priest launches a surprise overhead strike from behind. The blade closes in on her fatal blind spot with no easy escape. The king desperately intervenes, begging them to stop and spare Alice, insisting she can still be saved. The priest lands a heavy blow, declaring the sword saint beyond redemption. The priest raises his sword and resolves to end it once and for all. He charges forward and says a final farewell before striking. The king screams in despair, powerless to stop what is about to happen. Alice lies still despite her already torn back, refusing to dodge the incoming fatal strike. Her consciousness shifts into a strange luminous space, as reality around her dissolves. A shadowy figure approaches, speaking to her with calm, rippling footsteps. The figure, resembling a dark version of Alice, urges her to rest and let it take over. Alice rejects it, immediately refusing to be deceived. The dark woman claims she only wants to grant power and avoid being captured by the priest. She smiles eerily, suggesting Alice would rather not die at her hands. Alice stays silent, clearly disturbed by the temptation. A burst of radiant light tears through the dark illusion, forcing the voice to persist its persuasion. Back in reality, Alice's eruption of power blasts the priest backward and disrupts his attack. The overwhelming energy forces nearby knights to retreat under extreme heat pressure. The priest realizes something abnormal is unfolding and reacts in alarm. Alice struggles internally as a terrifying red-black flame erupts uncontrollably. She completes a transformation, her eyes losing their former self as fear spreads among the troops. The king calls out to her in despair, unable to accept what she has become. The priest orders her immediate elimination and containment. Alice fully surrenders to the darkness, detaching from all human bonds. A mass of corrupted red energy spawns tendrils that devastate the surrounding soldiers on contact. Even the priest bleeds and weakens, but still refuses to back down in the face of this overwhelming threat. The priest, trembling in pain, forces divine energy into his palm and forms a massive sword aimed at Alice. The blade, named Divine Punishment, shoots forward through blinding light toward its target. A soldier warns it may hit their own forces, but the priest ignores all collateral damage. He prioritizes destroying Alice, shouting that she must be stopped before she fully becomes a Darkin. The sword saint is fully transformed, her voice echoing like an abyssal entity longing for rebirth in battle. Inside her mind, Alice warns the Darkin to stop or be destroyed, while the entity laughs eagerly at the coming slaughter. Alice's true consciousness sharpens, asserting absolute control with cold finality. A massive surge of power erupts, forcing even the Darkin to show shock at the transformation. The Darkin laughs and shifts focus back to eliminating the enemies first. It draws a massive blade, channeling corrupted energy into a technique called Super Sword. A demonic formation appears above Alice, inscribed with bloodred runes and swirling dark power. The energy condenses into a terrifying vortex, imprisoning a golden sword at its center. The priest is stunned, realizing the scale of the spell is beyond comprehension. Soldiers are ordered to charge, but Alice now stands like a bloodthirsty predator awaiting prey. She unleashes a crossing slash instantly as enemies approach. The first soldier is obliterated instantly, and Alice's aura becomes increasingly demonic. The priest orders range magic suppression instead of direct confrontation. Magic circles form above the soldiers, launching spears of energy toward Alice. She effortlessly evades all attacks, moving like a shadow through the battlefield. A massive explosion wipes out the enemy formation, leaving the goblin forces stunned by the overwhelming devastation. Lunyemen realizes the battle is spiraling out of control and grimly considers that something far too terrifying is involved, possibly requiring the Pope's direct intervention to eliminate DJ. Jedin Shaig suddenly appears before Loyenjimetz, making him instinctively step back in shock. She locks her red eyes on him and erupts, accusing them of trying to kill her, leaving him confused. What? Both sides strike at once, weapons colliding head-on as explosive forces clash violent. The scales quickly tilt toward Jin Shaig as their blades press together, and Ludemen's weapon begins to crack ominously. In the next instant, his sword shatters completely. He is struck by the follow-up attack, suffering severe damage as the slash tears into his right arm. Now missing an arm, Luyemen clutches the wound to stop the bleeding, orders his subordinates to defend him, and is stunned by Jin Xiang's overwhelming power, wondering if only Ruta NT of the Genamil Ingyu could match it, while a soldier urges him to be careful. Jedin Xiang speaks coldly and contemptuously, saying she was born on battlefields and forged through centuries of war, and that someone who has only lived decades has no right to compare sword skills with her. As she finishes, the DJN consciousness within her takes over and Jedin Xiang's figure blurs as she launches forward like a lethal storm. She closes in to finish Liidimana, while the G-Sphe's knights rush in to block her and urgently demand he retreat. In an instant, only streaks of flashing blades remain, followed by the screams of collapsing knights. On the ground, beneath one of them, drops of blood fall and quickly spread into a wide red stain. Lunyemen cannot believe his eyes as the supposedly elite force collapses. Faeths is exhausted and weakly urges him to report to the Holy Father, while he grits his teeth in rage at DJN inside Jin Xiang's body. He mutters a curse and turns his hatred-filled gaze toward the invading DJN. He retreats heavily toward the cavalry, stumbling, while Jin Xiang pauses behind him and watches silently. Inside, Jin Xiang briefly hesitates, sensing something wrong as DJN warns that the Pope is beyond their current ability to handle. Lun Tin appears with GPCN, and a bound woman he tells Zeos to stop chasing and asks if she can still control it, warning her body is exhausted and needs healing. Jan replies casually that he will disappear after the war ends and there are still enemies to deal with, while Jidin Shang's consciousness wavers, uncertain, especially since the Pope has not yet acted and remains an unknown variable. Lun Ten solemnly states that the Holy Pope is not on the same level as them. Zoale raises her hand and initiates purification. A golden light erupts as Jane panics and screams for it to stop, accusing them of lacking morality since he had helped and saved them, right before everything escalates further. The dark power slowly withdraws from Jin Shang, causing her body to lose support and collapse, prompting Lin Tin and his team to rush in alarm. He immediately orders, "Heal her now!" Jiawe kneels to treat Jin Shigyu while Lin Ten supports her as healing begins. A blazing golden light descends from the sky, drawing everyone's attention upward. Confused, Lin Ten reacts, and Jin Shang weakly explains it is a heaven's arrival spell, meaning the Pope has finally intervened. A monster once owned by Lun Tin is forcibly pinned by descending divine power, thrashing wildly as priests suppress it amid chaos on the battlefield. Its roar devastates the Goblin army, amplified by the golden light that paralyzes them in agony, while Lin Tin realizes his own forces are also suffering under the effect. Seizing the moment, human knights launch a coordinated assault as weakened goblins are crushed and human mages gain enhanced power under the overwhelming divine influence. Lun Ten calmly notes the old man has finally acted, but Veronica and the others are still nowhere to be seen. His gaze falls on a nearby corpse as a new plan forms in his mind. He immediately activates his ability to absorb the body. In a short moment, Lin Tian takes over the corpse of a knight and departs, telling Jin Xianji and Ziwei to guard the area while he goes after the old man. At the Pope's location, space connects to the heavens as divine energy continuously flows down onto the battlefield. He floats above a massive stone platform surrounded by other floating rocks and guarded figures. The Pope focuses fully, channeling power to suppress the Goblin army across a vast area. System scan reveals Daguila's level 100 human class Holy Pope with overwhelming stats, divine titles, and high-tier holy abilities and equipment. Disguised as a low-ranking knight, Lin Ten advances into an overwhelming pressure zone, realizing retreat is impossible and that he must test his luck against the Pope. He bitterly thinks of dealing with Veronica and the vampire later, promising brutal revenge once this is over. Maintaining his disguise, Lin Ten approaches the Holy Pope, acting like a loyal human believer. He kneels and respectfully reports, claiming he has urgent information. A nearby saintly woman gently tells him to calm down and speak slowly, her voice soft and pure. Just one glance at her is enough to slightly disrupt Lin Ten's focus. As her purity triggers distracting and inappropriate thoughts he quickly recognizes as unusual. Lin Ten snaps back to reality and plans to seize the moment by using a divine spear and a cursed artifact ring, which begins emitting unstable energy fluctuations. Detecting the impure power, the Holy Pope immediately lowers his gaze and scrutinizes Lin Ten with razor-sharp attention. In less than a breath, an immense pressure like a piercing spear slams into Lin Ten, blasting him away as if struck by devastating artillery. He is violently thrown into the ground, causing a massive shockwave, scattering debris and dust, revealing the terrifying scale of the Pope's strike. As the dust settles, Lin Ten struggles to stand, coughing blood and revealing his true form beneath the disguise. Barely alive and feeling his organs burning from the impact, barely steadying himself, he looks toward the Pope and admits in shock how terrifying he is, finally understanding Veronica's earlier warning. Suddenly, the sky darkens as a massive magic circle forms overhead, summoning violent lightning that strikes down toward Lin Ten. From the center of the phenomenon, a gigantic ape-like hand descends, shaking the ground with catastrophic force. Its rough, monstrous skin collides with defenses capable of shattering protective barriers. Overwhelmed, Lin Ten realizes the level of beings fighting here is far beyond his understanding or comparison. At that moment, a figure approaches and casually thanks him, calling him little boy. Recognizing the voice, Lin Ten turns to see WNK Lu, the Lich Lord arriving with her forces and massive monsters behind her. She explains that only this chaos allowed them to reclaim the cursed hand of disaster, then orders Lin Ten to lead his goblin army while her forces advance. Weak and injured, Lin Ten sarcastically asks if he can leave, but she coldly dismisses him, saying his role is complete and he will be rescued after everything ends. He realizes he has been used as a disposable pawn, with both sides exploiting him while keeping him under control. He silently takes out a small vial. Without hesitation, he drinks it, vowing to return and claim everything he has planted in this war. The army led by the Lich Lord closes in on the Pope, and both sides enter a tense standoff, their oppressive auras suffocating the battlefield without a single word exchanged. The Pope narrows his gaze and asks Veronica what she truly wants, questioning why she has escalated the killings. Veronica immediately counters that he is the real cause of the deaths, saying she only wanted her former life back but he kept obstructing her. Her words ignite the Pope's rage as he shouts that she is already dead and should not speak of life. While a nun tries to restrain him, he declares her fate is to remain in an eternal grave. Behind Veronica stands the body of a former Pope, his expression twisted with frustration and resentment. The Lich Lord coldly suggests the current Pope will not live long and should serve him like his son did, at least to avoid dying of old age. Enraged, the Pope stiffens and points at the Lich Lord, barely holding back his fury without yet striking. Veronica raises her staff toward the Pope's faction, forcing them to instinctively retreat as she declares the battlefield is not the place for old grudges and orders the conflict to be settled now. She summons factions including heretics and the Shadow Kingdom, and in an instant both the Lich Lord and the Pope vanish, transported to another space to fight on Yunnan. The remaining battlefield becomes a full-scale war, with the Lich Lord's forces led by the Succubus commander unleashing dark power and ordering total annihilation of enemies in a single strike. She surges across the field like a monstrous shadow, decapitating knights so swiftly that human forces cannot react. A priest, enraged despite being down an arm, retaliates with golden divine energy, cursing the blood-sucking demon. His strike hits the succubus and injures her, proving she is not an easy opponent, forcing her expression to shift in anger and focus. Before she can recover, the priest launches another close-range attack, leaving her nearly without space to evade. The pressure closes in as she finds herself almost completely trapped and at risk of being overwhelmed. Suddenly, a strong hand grabs her and drags her away from the attack path. Still disoriented, she realizes the one who saved her is Jen Xiemgi. Jedin Sheyang throws her out of danger and steps in to intercept the attack alone, slicing through the energy waves with precise sword strikes until only residual force remains. At that moment, a massive blast of firepower suddenly surges in at extreme speed, aiming to destroy the remaining aftermath of the attack. The flames quickly consume everything, erasing the remaining threat, allowing Jin Sheyang to briefly relax and sheathes her sword as the situation stabilizes. It was Ma who provided the support. Jin Sheyang glances back and coldly states she will be the one to kill the target, rejecting interference as she intends to finish the priest herself. The priest roars in frustration, declaring he must use a forbidden trump card to destroy the monster in Alice, while a nun urges patience, saying the Pope has not yet appeared. He urgently insists she act immediately, fearing he will lose all chances if he falls here. The nun hesitates but ultimately begins releasing a forbidden miracle-like power as a sacrificial flame magic starts to form. She decides to fully assist the priest. MMO senses the strange flame and suspects a divine aura gene. Sheng explains it is angelic power from a 12-winged seraph that grants immense strength but burns the user out within 10 minutes, prompting Alice to question whether retreat is possible, while Jin Sheyang focuses completely on battle. Her entire attention locks onto the battlefield ahead. The priest, empowered by holy flames, declares himself divine wrath and forms a flaming arm, preparing a devastating strike toward Alice. A massive explosion erupts as the attack lands, shaking the mountains and carving a huge crater, with destruction comparable to a catastrophic detonation. After the strike, the battlefield briefly falls into silence. Both Jen Shangid and Mt. Ma are blasted away, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The priest declares final judgment on Alice and gathers even more firepower in his hand, fully intending to end everything. He unleashes a colossal flame pillar toward Jen Shang, abandoning all restraint. Alice struggles to rise but is already caught in the incoming lethal attack. At the brink of death, a figure rushes in at full speed toward her. It is the king, choosing to shield Alice, believing she is being controlled, and he spreads his arms to block the incoming flames. Alice looks up in shock as memories seem to awaken, unable to believe he is protecting her. In his final words, he calls her my beloved Alice, accepting his fate so she will not be harmed, his expression peaceful as he embraces the flames. The king is struck in the back by the attack, triggering a massive explosion of flames and a devastating shockwave. In that moment, he recalls Alice as a child, gently placing a hand on her head and telling her this would be her home and he would be her father, while young Alice timidly asks why. His body begins to disintegrate as he says his final words, admitting the kingdom is beyond saving and choosing to repay her kindness with his life, apologizing to his daughter before turning to ash. Alice stands frozen, silently watching the drifting ashes, unable to speak as everything falls apart. As the chaos settles, only the old priest remains before her, both of them staring in stunned silence. The priest trembles in shock, realizing he has killed the king himself and questioning how many more sins he has committed. Jedin Shag's fury erupts as she charges forward with her corrupted holy sword, declaring coldly that he should die. Her strike lands instantly, beheading the priest in a single flash, blood scattering across the battlefield. His head falls to the ground, eyes still wide with terror and disbelief at what he has done. The battle ends in one blow, leaving Jen Shag standing in eerie silence beside the corpse. Mzima gently comforts her, saying they will always stay by her side. Jedin Shang ignores them emotionally, instead coldly ordering the goblin forces to move and prepare for the capture of the royal capital, leaving Emma momentarily stunned. She then commands Sebrat and the remaining forces to follow strict orders, reporting any changes immediately. The human army falls into chaos as they realize the king is dead, and they begin urging the saintess to retreat, though she hesitates. A massive vortex of light suddenly appears in the sky, drawing everyone's attention and fear. A figure crashes down from the vortex, landing with a massive impact, revealing a winged being with only an upper body and large wings stabilizing her descent. It is Gabriel, who immediately takes flight again and angrily confronts Lucifer, accusing him of constant rebellion and questioning his motives. Lucifer laughs and declares he is here for revenge, saying the situation involving the others is a perfect opportunity to make them kneel. Gabriel grits her teeth in anger, calling him a bastard. She then turns to the humans and solemnly declares that heaven will not forget today and will deal with the great Tom and goblins themselves. The Pope suddenly falls from the sky and crashes down, his body collapsing heavily. A nun rushes in panic, checking on him as he weakly tells her to flee to the Kingdom of Swords and other allied realms for protection before his life fades. He closes his eyes and dies, leaving the nun grieving beside his body, calling his name in despair. On the other side, Lucifer finally turns his attention toward the scene. He mockingly calls them disappointing, saying their final trump card is nothing impressive and that even angels cannot stop him. Behind him, Emtime expresses admiration and excitement, praising Lucifer's superiority and intelligence. She asks the Lich Lord about Lun Tan and the goblins, and he dismisses them as useless, ordering their annihilation if desired. Mdima eagerly agrees, imagining Lin Tian's head displayed as a trophy, feeling satisfaction at finally being able to surpass him. The Lich Lord approaches the nun and tries to tempt her to join him, but she fiercely rejects him and refuses to fear death. He shifts to a calmer tone, lamenting how the church twisted life into something distorted and expressing regret over her resolve. He begins a summoning ritual, calling forth a sacred entity and declaring that if she rejects life, she will face judgment. Instead of the expected creature, a giant radiant cup appears in the sky. A massive energy beam suddenly fires toward Lucifer from behind. The attack hits before she can react, sending her crashing to the ground in convulsions. The Lich Lord immediately scans the battlefield to identify the attacker. It is the Eternal Holy Cup, a relic storing immense divine power, activated posthumously by the late Pope's will through his remaining influence. Lucifer snarls in confusion, questioning how the dead Pope's spirit, supposedly sealed in the Dark Realm, could still interfere. A voice responds firmly that, through Pope Douglas, his soul has returned from the abyss and now vows to drag all demons into hell. He fully unleashes the Tietengjl of power, igniting blazing divine fire as the Skeleton Lord gathers a massive undead mountain to counter him. The two forces slam together head in Heaven's Joy fire versus the undead peak, shaking the front line with a storm while ghostly screams echo behind. Fire and wails engulf the space goblins, crumble in layers, their bodies disintegrating under the chaotic surge. Even the succubus Mimunti is pinned by a colossal creature, helplessly calling for help as she is crushed by overwhelming force. Bishop Shijito Hoang raises the cup higher, pressing down fiercely, vowing they'll be crushed before he fades. The Skeleton Lord Ardengzing realizes the fight has gone south. Dueling the bishop alone is no longer viable as the battlefield turns hopeless. Forced to act, she declares it's their fault and triggers a heretical transformation ritual, bringing out her strongest trump card. A gigantic figure emerges in the sky with raised arms, floating orbs and thick smoke, its red eyes scanning like a divine nightmare. The giant arms slam into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave that ripples across the battlefield. That single strike flattens waves of goblins, piling them into chaotic heaps of destruction. As the dust settles, only haze and golden fragments remain. Radianengxian curses the madness, warns of world ruin, and realizes heretical ancient gods are now watching this world. The colossal being retracts into a spatial rift after its final devastating blow. The rift slowly seals, leaving behind a heavy, oppressive sky. The Skeleton Lord Radengzi staggers in exhaustion, leaning on her staff as she curses the terrifying power. Rebecca comforts her, claiming they've won and can return to live peacefully with Alice. Years of suppression finally surface as she reflects on how even the church power cannot change the outcome, staring at mountains of corpses. A sudden voice breaks the silence, asking if the Demon Lord has truly won, laughing wildly. Arianengzi and Mi instantly turn, their gazes sharp and wary. A goblin army appears led by Lun Tian, shocking her as she questions his rapid recovery and their sudden arrival, while he claims they came to assist. His possession of multiple commander-level beings alarms Arianengzi, while Mumity urges her to stop talking and simply enslave them all after killing Lentine. Lentine calmly challenges them, knowing their intent to kill, his killing intent rising as he decides they must pay the price today. Mimo instantly snaps in rage, calling him a bastard and preparing to strike. She twists her body and lashes her tail like a living blade, surging forward with explosive force. A sharp impact rings out as the tail pierces straight into Lintian's chest. Mimo widens her eyes, expecting else, but reality refuses to cooperate. Her tail rapidly withers as if life is drained out of it, while Lintian calmly regenerates and mutters in pain. Renshang warns that his armor is world-class. That only pushes Mimo further into rage. She refuses to lose to a goblin, mocking him and vowing her supreme charm magic will break him. In an instant, her figure vanishes, leaving only motion trails and surging pressure. She reappears above Lintian in a blink, poised to deliver a finishing strike. As she dives in, Lintian lowers his stance and conjures a mana device crackling with electric heat, meeting her assault head-on. A spear blocks the strike, both sides collide in a brutal stalemate, cracking the ground beneath them. Mimo grits her teeth and continues pouring in power, refusing to yield. Lintian holds firm but notices he hasn't gone all out. He suddenly shouts, "She!" Lightning surges through Mimo, her body convulsing uncontrollably as she is completely disabled midair. She collapses limp to the ground while Lintian watches coldly like discarded trash. He sighs and remarks he has no interest in that kind of thing anymore. He reflects that he restrained himself due to past succubus encounters, or he might been controlled already. Seeing Mimo defeated, Ren Showing's fury rises, though she keeps a calm tone and reassesses Lintian. Her voice darkens as she declares he chose the wrong enemy and activates a glowing forbidden ritual circle. She summons an undead heretic knight legion. Lintian analyzes them as level 95 death knights. They are shadowbound knights with heavy stats and relentless killing intent, totaling around 5,000 combat power each, an overwhelming force. Lintian orders his forces to scatter and use mana devices to wear them down as explosions erupt instantly. The blast sends Ren Showing's troops flying, even goblin warriors struggling to withstand the destructive shockwave. On the other side, Lintian's core subordinates strike simultaneously, crushing the Ren Showing forces into pieces under relentless pressure. The Skeleton Lord internally admits she underestimated this goblin, realizing he secretly built a force meant to counter her, while she was merely a pawn in a larger power game. She decides to open a spatial rift and retreat with her remaining mana. Staying would mean death, so she withdraws toward the Great Tome. In an instant, the tier in space closes and she vanishes without leaving a trace. A goblin officer asks Lintian whether to pursue, but it's already too late since she would likely recover in the Great Tome. At that moment, a woman steps forward, calmly stating she can help them. Lintian pauses and questions how she intends to help. The woman, a nun, reveals she can use a holy relic to locate the enemy and teleport them directly to the Great Tome, but demands they defeat Veronica in return. System data identifies her as Katharina, level 99 human saint, mother of light with high healing and support abilities, though lacking top-tier combat strength compared to true emperors. After reviewing her stats, Lintian notes she is powerful but still slightly inferior in overall combat compared to Emperor-class beings. He smirks and agrees, already intending to eliminate the target anyway. The nun warns she only has enough mana for one teleport. Lintian replies firmly to proceed without hesitation. The scene shifts to the Great Tome as two dark auras rush toward it at extreme speed. A spatial rift opens and Mimo and the Skeleton Lord fall out, both severely weakened with Mimo barely able to stand. They stagger to a table of potions. Mimo curses Lintian viciously while the Skeleton Lord vows revenge after recovery, convinced he won't survive the night. Suddenly, a massive explosion tears open the mountain wall, shattering their plans. They turn in shock as Lin Tian arrives with his goblin army and Katharina, leaving them no escape. Mimo snarls in disbelief at the goblins and Katharina joining forces. The skeleton lord frowns coldly, questioning how a member of the church could side with goblins. Mimo immediately shields her master, shifting into combat stance and insisting he retreat while she holds the enemy back. Lin Tian remains calm, treating both foes as mere obstacles, and casually orders Kabujian to move. Kabujian obeys instantly, its massive frame exploding forward at lightning speed like a blur of steel. Sensing Mimo can't block it, Ran Shoin pushes her aside and steps in herself, shocking Mimo, who cries out in alarm. The two monsters face Kabujian head-on, their auras colliding and chilling everyone nearby before impact. Knocked back, Mimo tries to rush in again but can only warn them helplessly. She turns to Lin Tian and threatens revenge, promising to wipe out all goblins. Before she finishes, golden lightning engulfs her mid-sentence in a sudden explosive strike. Lin Tian has already acted. His spear unleashes overwhelming lightning as he mocks their arrogance and claims his identity is not weak goblin prey. Meanwhile, Ren Shoengi is pinned by Kabujian. In desperation, she begs for Rebecca's safety while Mimo resists under restraint. Lin Tian coldly tells Mimo he has tolerated her long enough and questions what it feels like to kneel before a goblin. The energy tightens, forcing Mimo to her knees as pain overwhelms her and she loses control. She breaks down, begging for mercy and insisting there was no real hatred between them. Seeing this, Ren Shoeng realizes resistance is pointless, and Lin Tian casually notes they are a pair. The lightning shifts and engulfs Ren Shoeng as well, causing violent convulsions. Both scream in agony as bone and flesh alike are scorched by relentless energy. After a while, Lin Tian stops the two, lie burnt and motionless, smoke rising faintly from their bodies. He orders Kabujian to inject paralysis poison into the remaining target and prepare to transport it for later handling. Lin Tian suddenly pauses mid-sentence and turns back, sensing an unexpected presence emerging behind them. The skeleton lord slowly rises, emitting a suffocating fall aura as a glowing skull forms above her, and she laughs, claiming immortality and mocking their attempts to kill her. The nun quietly admits immortal beings are normally unkillable and defy natural laws, leaving Lin Tian questioning how to deal with them, though she herself has no answer. Lin Tian questions her competence as a church member. She falls silent, and he immediately orders Kabujian to take control of the skeleton lord and Mimo, assigning strict containment duties. Kabujian obeys, taking the captive and being ordered to regularly drain its mana using cursed blade techniques. Lin Tian steps aside with the nun, relaxing as the battle concludes and victory falls into his hands. He turns and calmly asks how she should be handled next. The nun, burdened by despair, says the church is gone and she has no reason to live, only begging him not to massacre the city's civilians. Lin Tian agrees but asks what she offers in return. She hesitates, embarrassed and conflicted, ultimately leaving the decision to him. Lin Tian demands full national submission to the goblins' annual tribute of grain, and forced reproduction quotas for humans, leaving her stunned. He justifies it as a controlled system that prevents mass slaughter while maximizing long-term benefit under goblin rule. The nun immediately objects, refusing to believe such demands could ever be reasonable or achievable. She insists she is compassionate but not naive, rejecting the proposal outright. Lin Tian calmly replies that nothing is impossible, and that submission can be engineered until it becomes voluntary. Outside the city, the battlefield is a graveyard of corpses and destruction, soaked in blood and death. Bodies of humans and goblins alike are scattered beneath the walls in a scene of complete devastation. A massive goblin army stands in formation before the fortress, led by Lin Tian and his core commanders. The nun looks on in shock, asking if the capital has truly fallen. Lin Tian confirms it has been cleaned up without his personal intervention. The Sword Saint reports mission completion and Lin Tian acknowledges the success. The goblin forces erupt in noisy celebration, swarming their leader with excitement and boasting about their massive spoils of war. As the three goblins try to approach, Lin Tian casually knocks each of them on the head, instantly silencing them. He then addresses Ran showing Veronica, and asks if her subordinates can still rescue her. She coldly replies that with Alice present, they have no chance. She admits defeat and declares herself a prisoner, ordering her subordinates to obey the goblin forces. With a faint red glow in her eyes, she warns them to resist if they dare. Lin Tian and the Sword Saint simply stare at her with icy indifference. Lin Tian gathers energy and blasts a nearby monster, tearing a hole straight through its body. Veronica snaps in anger, demanding what he is doing. Before she finishes speaking, another creature is decapitated, its body torn apart in a gruesome display. Her remaining forces are systematically slaughtered by goblins and elites while she can only watch helplessly. Lin Tian orders his goblins to consume the corpses as evolution fuel, though some jokingly prefer saving better food for him later. The berserk goblins eagerly devour the remains anyway, arguing that strength should be used for hunting and offerings to their leader. Veronica, restrained and forced to kneel, curses Lin Tian, but he calmly replies that survival requires caution, pointing out her vulnerable position. After feeding, the berserk goblin erupts in power, its body swelling with overwhelming energy and aura. It evolves into a Sima godline, gaining massive stats and terrifying abilities with a total combat power of 6800. The Sword Saint reacts in shock at the emergence of such a monstrous evolution. Ran Shoengi is also stunned that a goblin has reached such a near-overlord level of power. The evolved goblin cheers wildly, but Lin Tian calmly taps its head and orders it to focus on priorities first. The scene shifts as goblin forces fully occupy the city. Lin Tian addresses the civilians, promising they will not be killed and offering them a new path forward under his rule. The crowd questions why they should trust him at all. Lin Tian explains that he intends to build an empire and needs them for that purpose. A man challenges him, questioning whether strength alone can make him a ruler, while others argue his plan is unrealistic without cooperation. Lin Tian's expression changes, his gaze turning cold as he responds with a sharp "Oh." His aura grows heavier with each step toward the speaker, silently crushing their confidence as they panic and question whether he intends to kill them and end his imperial dream. Without further hesitation, Lin Tian strikes decisively, tearing the man apart under the shadow of darkness. Blood splatters across his face and hands, but instead of disgust, he feels exhilaration and declares he is not just aiming to be a king but a tyrant. The crowd falls completely silent, too terrified to speak another word. The nun shouts at Lin Tian for breaking his promise, while the civilians immediately turn to her, calling her their saint mother for support. Lin Tian calmly explains that those who die simply chose their fate, then restates his rule obedience in exchange for survival under goblin governance. He imposes strict conditions, grain tribute and mandatory goblin reproduction quotas for human women. The crowd erupts in panic and outrage, rejecting the demands as inhumane and unbearable, preferring death over submission. The nun reluctantly explains that with all major powers fallen, there is no refuge left and resisting would only lead to annihilation. She urges survival above all else, arguing that accepting harsh terms is the only way forward in a collapsing world. Though unwilling, the people realize they have no alternative, though some still claim such survival is no different from death. The nun then offers herself as an example, suggesting sacrifice to convince the masses. Blushing, she asks Lin Tian to grant her request. Lin Tian asks what she wants. She declares she will surrender herself physically to prove compliance, shocking the entire crowd. Lin Tian pauses, questioning whether she truly means it here and now as chaos erupts among the onlookers. The scene shifts to Lin Tian standing before a massive fallen creature, its body drained and hollowed out, signaling the collapse of his earlier expectations. He examines a deep cavity within its corpse, noticing something strange hidden inside the decayed flesh. Inside, he discovers a soft, tentacle-like organism and considers it a newborn life form, beginning to plan how to contain and nurture it. Elsewhere, Mimo is dragged away by goblins, cursing Lin Tian and vowing revenge if she ever gets the chance. Lin Tian smirks faintly, realizing that amid all the chaos he may have just found his most valuable candidate. Catherine insists on being the example sacrifice, leaving Lin Tian flustered and awkward, while she even tries to undress to prove her resolve. The crowd panics, and quickly agrees to accept the goblin's terms to stop her, and Lin Tian internally jokes about his problematic kidney needing fixing. Catherine wipes away tears, looks reluctant yet determined, and calmly says that as long as everyone survives, she's already satisfied and doesn't want anyone to suffer. Lin Tian finally breathes a sigh of relief as the situation de-escalates, awkwardly thinking he nearly embarrassed himself in public and muttering that his kidney issue really needs treatment. The scene shifts to a vast and luxurious imperial palace. Lin Tian casually sits on the emperor's throne, admiring the lavish golden carvings and opulent hall, and remarks that it's absurdly extravagant but he'll definitely enjoy living there. Gudian kneels and reports that when Nilika Veronica is securely imprisoned, Rebecca is locked in a dungeon awaiting childbirth. Goblins are rotating shifts using a demon-sealing sword to delay when Milik has mana absorption, and the guards over Rebecca have all been castrated as ordered. Satisfied, Lin Tian nods and enthusiastically orders a massive celebratory feast as a reward. The goblins erupt in excitement, loudly thanking bosses. Night falls and a huge bonfire lights up the palace courtyard. Lionheart Square quickly fills with goblins gathering around the blazing fire, forming noisy circles as chaos and laughter spread everywhere. Ji Bukwang holds a woman and jokes about how Ji Bukwang's past evolution was hilarious, but now he's not laughing anymore, while Ji Bu-san mockingly adds that he might even be crying, both bursting into crude laughter. Huge Gob Kwang sits sobbing beside Lin Tian, whining about his monstrous evolved body and meaninglessness, while Lin Tian casually eats roasted meat and jokes back. Geisha suggests he might shrink if he evolves into a king species closer to human form. Gob Kwang instantly gets excited and begs Lin Tian for a way to evolve faster, but Lin Tian bluntly says there's no prey left and they must wait for future wars or a spirit farm upgrade, telling him to be patient. Catherine quietly approaches and politely asks Lin Tian for help again, showing both hesitation and firm determination. Lin Tian hesitates awkwardly, internally thinking the saintly woman is way too persistent, but eventually decides he has no real reason to refuse and stands up decisively. Geisha watches him leave with curiosity and unease as Lin Tian tells Catherine to wait at the temple. Catherine obediently agrees, watching him go. In the warrior's stable, Lin Tian examines a strong horse and muses that there must be better fuel than horse meat, but for now this will have to do as a temporary upgrade. He places his hand on the horse and activates a mysterious fusion ability. A blinding magical glow erupts from the stable, spreading outward in a powerful surge. Lin Tian is wrapped in blue light, feeling refreshed and twice as strong, joking that even his kidney and legs feel cured and unbelievably comfortable. The horse collapses weakly on the ground, and Lin Tian half jokes that it's just swapping a kidney, no need to be so dramatic. Walking alone toward the temple, Lin Tian notices two figures conversing ahead in the quiet corridor. He calls out loudly to Catherine, asking what they are talking about. Both turn around. Catherine greets him warmly, then blushes and politely excuses herself to Alicia. Alicia hesitates and then asks Catherine if she can discuss something important with her before Lin Tian steps in. Kalaksai confusedly comments that the stars look dim and the roasted beef tastes off. Kate Aitlin is puzzled, and Delakstai awkwardly struggles to explain herself. Kate Aitlin calmly states she's willing to sacrifice anything for survival, and directly asks if Galakstai is trying to stop her and Lin Tian. Kalaksai panics and says she didn't mean that, only worrying about Lun Taigan's health condition. Lun Ten teases her, implying she might be jealous. Kalakstai quickly denies it, insisting she's only concerned about him. Lun Yintin gently touches her flushed face and invites both women to head to the sacred temple with him. He leads Kay Etlin and Lakstai together toward the temple. Lakstai worries about his condition, but he reassures her not to overthink it. Hidden nearby, Ji Shiai and CBU spy and gossip playfully, while CBU remains completely confused. Gi Biju arrives complaining about his life, hears strange suggestive voices from the temple, recognizes familiar names, and becomes suspicious. Curiosity drives GB Kuong to hide and peek, seeing blurred figures and hearing odd noises. He concludes Lin Tian is overwhelmingly impressive and idolizes him even more. Gob Kwang is stunned by what he sees inside, completely frozen in shock, then suddenly screams in frustration, while the next day the sun rises over the vast sacred palace. Sitting on the Emperor's throne, Lin Tian orders Catherine and Alicia to lead civilians across Lionheart territory to spread information about the new empire. While privately planning Goblin expansion through human cooperation, Catherine agrees and sets off. Lin Tian then activates the system and starts a life simulation. The system shows Goblin nation building progress. Lionheart Empire has been taken. Coexistence propaganda is spreading with mixed success, but three kingdoms soon launch a joint crusade against the Goblin Empire. Lin Tian gets annoyed at the sudden triple invasion scenario, cursing the unfair difficulty spike. He reviews choices: fight, negotiate, or retreat, and decides that direct confrontation is the only way to test enemy strength. The simulation plays out despite choosing battle. The Goblin Empire is crushed by a 300,000-strong coalition and collapses after 4 days, ending in Lin Tian's death. Reflecting on the failure, Lin Tian concludes even top-tier forces like the Sword Saint may not withstand such enemies, and decides to seek alliance with the ancient dragon race. Meanwhile, in the Sword Kingdom, a giant sword floats in the sky over the royal capital. Inside the palace banquet hall, the scene is calm but tense. A Windleman elf quietly flips through a book with a faint smile. Her presence shocks the crowd, who whisper in disbelief at the appearance of the Wind Spirit elf. The Fat King flirts with a beauty while praising the Wind Spirit contract of the Sword Kingdom, and the neighboring king agrees, both openly admiring the elf's purity with obvious lust. The Fat King is revealed as the ruler of the Four-Leaf Magic Kingdom, while the man beside him is the Three-Leaf Kingdom king. Both exchange vulgar laughs and openly discuss taking the spirits for themselves. The atmosphere snaps as someone across the table slams the desk in anger. Edward Haith, king of the Sword Kingdom, stands up furious and warns them to watch their words since Sinf is his contracted spirit. Sinf calmly states the alliance to liberate the Lionheart Empire should begin, while Gilbert's demands rewards for killing monsters. Sinf coldly asks what reward they want. Zubo shamelessly suggests closer contact with Sinf or other indulgences, prompting Edward to slam the table and angrily shut him down. Zubos laughs it off, pretending it was a joke, continues drinking, and casually postpones the war discussion to the next day while flirting with attendants. Beneath the surface, the two kings secretly plot via telepathy to sacrifice Edward and even scheme against Sinf. Meanwhile, Veronica is chained and hung on the wall, enraged and shouting at the goblins. Veronica hangs upside down before an endless enemy army and vents her anger, questioning Lin Tian for exposing her like this on the walls. Lin Tian stands above her on the city wall, coldly taunting the invading army, asking why they've gone silent after calling for a crusade. Edward leads the army in confusion, receiving reports that the earlier battle's devastation was too extreme to approach, leading them to assume Veronica had already won. Gilberts reflects that this goblin force resembles the one from Light City and is shocked by how quickly it has grown after taking the Lionheart Empire. Edward urges caution and proposes retreating to reassess, but Zuberth dismisses him and arrogantly insists on a full assault, claiming they can reclaim honor and the captured beauties from the goblins. Lin Tian watches coldly from above as Edward tries to restrain Rupert, but Rupert ignores him and unleashes a world-class spell, Hell Forest. Lin Tian's vision reveals Rupert's full stats: level 99 human mage with world-class abilities but weakened condition, moderate attributes, several advanced spells, and a total combat power of 9,000. Gilberts immediately joins in greedily, casting his own world-class spell, Omega's Extreme Domain, while joking about splitting the spoils. At that moment, a massive shadowy object emerges in the sky, shrouded in mist, and slowly hovers directly above the three kings.